Behold, that lad is the fox spirit. A burly man, his face a mask of brutishness, bellowed, his voice reverberating through the village like a discordant gong. Why does Lord Hokage not banish him from the village? A middle-aged woman with a sharp visage and gaunt features retorted, her hands firmly planted on her hips, her gaze brimming with disdain and aversion towards the child. The villagers were pointing and whispering about a boy with disheveled blonde hair, resembling a nest of birds, and 6 peculiar whiskers adorning his face. Their gazes were a mixture of curiosity, loathing, and predominantly fear. In their eyes, this child was nothing more than a harbinger of misfortune destined to bring calamity upon the village. Naruto, the boy at the center of their scrutiny, hung his head low, his expression steeped in despair. His small shoulders trembled slightly, and his hands dangled limply by his sides, fingernails digging deeply into his flesh, oblivious to the pain. He longed to voice a defense for himself, yet his throat felt as if it were constricted by an unseen force, rendering him silent. In the distance, Shemu observed this scene with a complex gaze, tinged with sympathy and a hint of resignation. This was the beginning of Naruto's fate in this world of prologue filled with suffering and solitude. Is the timeline confirmed? Is Naruto still a mere 4-year-old child? Shemu murmured to himself, a frown creasing his brow, his eyes revealing a glimmer of contemplation. As a traveler from another realm, he had recently arrived in this world of Naruto, where everything remained shrouded in uncertainty and potential upheaval. Indeed, Shemu was a transgressor of worlds, his soul having crossed into this peculiar existence. His journey began with the tragic loss of his parents, leaving him with a modest inheritance and a handful of ninjutsu scrolls. While the inheritance was not particularly lavish, it was sufficient to sustain him in this realm, whereas the scrolls contained relatively rudimentary techniques. After confirming the timeline, Shemu returned to his humble abode. It was a simple dwelling perched at the village's edge, surrounded by overgrown weeds, exuding an air of desolation. Upon opening the door, a faint mustiness greeted him. Shemu sighed softly before making his way to the cabinet. The cabinet, somewhat antiquated, bore patches of worn paint, revealing the rough wood beneath. He retrieved a scroll from the cabinet, its age apparent, the inscriptions somewhat faded. Yet he could still discern the words chakra extraction technique inscribed upon it. With utmost care, Shemu unfurled the scroll, wary of causing any damage. As the scroll unfolded, a subtle fragrance of ink wafted through the air. Taking a deep breath, he began to extract chakra in accordance with the scroll's instructions. Chakra is a confluence of spiritual and physical energy drawn from the body's 130 trillion cells. This process is exceedingly intricate and challenging, demanding unwavering focus and precise control over one's own energy. Due to Shemu's dual existence, his spiritual energy far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. This afforded him a smoother experience in the extraction of chakra than the average individual. Seated upon the ground with his legs crossed and eyes firmly shut, he devoted himself entirely to sensing the rhythm of the cells within his body. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on Xiaomu's forehead, trickling down his cheeks, yet he remained oblivious, lost in his own realm. As time slipped by, Xiaomu felt his spirit growing increasingly weary, yet he persevered undeterred. At last, after a day's labor, he successfully extracted a thread of chakra from within himself. That slender strand of chakra flowed gently within him. Though faint, it pulsed with vitality. Xiaomu slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile of contentment gracing his face. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice abruptly reverberated in his mind without warning. Ding! Congratulations, host, for traversing into the world of pirates and awakening the bound goddess system. Xiaomu was momentarily taken aback, followed by a furrowed brow, his face a canvas of helplessness and confusion. To him, the voice sounded akin to a ludicrous jest being played upon him. Ding! Please bind your first goddess, and the host will receive a novice gift package. Unable to restrain himself, Xiaomu internally scoffed. This ridiculous system must be malfunctioning. I distinctly crossed into the world of Naruto. How could it possibly present me with a pirate world system and speak of binding a goddess? This is sheer absurdity. However, Upon regaining his composure, Xiaomu had to concede that his current predicament left no room for criticism. As an ordinary commoner, without any illustrious background or formidable prowess, he understood that when the Fourth Great Ninja War erupted, given his current abilities, he would undoubtedly become mere cannon fodder in the conflict. In such circumstances, even if this system appeared riddled with flaws, possessing a golden finger was preferable to having none at all. It might even offer him unexpected opportunities. Yet, the notion of binding a goddess posed a dilemma, for among those he could currently interact with, there were indeed a few young children of his age, but could they truly be considered goddesses? With a resigned shake of his head, Xiaomu muttered, "The boat will reach the bridge when it does for now. I shall focus on my training." With that, he ceased his preoccupation with the system, assuming a cross-leg position once more, and resumed his concentration on refining chakra. The air around him seemed to quiet in tandem with his focus, the only sound reverberating in the tranquil space being his gentle breaths. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the world, cloaked in darkness. Ultimately, Xiaomu could no longer withstand the fatigue of his body and gradually succumbed to slumber. Time flowed like a gently babbling brook, silently yet resolutely slipping away. In a fleeting span of 1 lunar month, or roughly 2.5 months, time slipped through his fingers unnoticed. During the days of falling snow, the entire Konoha village appeared to be draped in a thick white velvet blanket by nature, resplendent in silver, resembling a world from a fairy tale. Snowflakes danced gracefully as they descended, settling upon rooftops and branches, producing a gentle rustling sound. Xiaomu lifted his gaze slightly, directing his attention towards the somber sky outside. The leaden clouds hung heavily, suggesting that this snowfall would not cease in the near future. He wrapped his somewhat thin coat around him and pushed open the door, stepping into this silvery realm. The biting cold wind swept across his face like a flurry of sharp knives, inflicting a stinging chill. Xiaomu huddled his neck, braving the wind and snow, as he began to search the streets for his first target. His eyes meticulously scanned every corner of my village, leaving no potential clue overlooked. However, after a thorough search, he found himself empty-handed. In desperation, Xiaomu resolved to first address his hunger and arrived at the bustling Ichiraku ramen shop. This establishment was no ordinary place under the protection of the squinty-eyed monster. Otsutsuki Ichiraku, even formidable figures like Pain and Orochimaru dared not disrupt the sanctity of Ichiraku ramen. Chapter 2. A clutch yet effective heroic rescue. Upon entering the establishment, a rich aroma of noodles enveloped him, swiftly dispelling the chill in the air. Uncle Yile, with his squinting eyes, was busily stationed before the steaming stove, deftly wielding his kitchen tools in a seamless flurry of motion. The shop, occupying approximately 60 square meters, was already bustling with patrons. Xiaomu found an empty seat amidst the crowd and called out, "Uncle, 1 bowl of your signature tonkatsu ramen, please." Hearing the call, Uncle Yile slightly raised his head, his characteristic narrow eyes crinkling into a warm smile as he boomed back, "Just a moment, dear guest." In no time, a generous bowl of steaming ramen was placed before Xiaomu. The mound of noodles appeared like a small hill, lavishly topped with thick slices of chashu, tender bamboo shoots, vibrant green scallions, and several soft-boiled eggs, their yolks perfectly runny, a sight that was simply mouth-watering. The rich fragrance wafted into Xiaomu's nostrils, igniting a ravenous appetite within him. Eagerly, he grasped his chopsticks, stirred the ingredients gently, and began to devour the dish with gusto. The noodles were delectably chewy, the tonkatsu broth rich and savory, and each slice of chashu was succulent and juicy, each bite a blissful experience. In the midst of this frigid winter, the bowl of steaming ramen felt like a warm current flowing down his throat and into his stomach, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Before long, Xiaomu had polished off the entire bowl as though swept away by a whirlwind. Satisfied, he let out a contented burp, settled the bill, and left the ramen shop, his heart brimming with contentment as he headed home. Outside, the snow continued to fall, delicate flakes landing on Xiaomu's shoulders and cheeks, melting into cold droplets in no time. As he traversed halfway along his path, tears suddenly streamed down his face. He had finally found his objective. Not far away, in a small grove, a group of children were joyfully playing in the snow. Some were building snowmen, while others engaged in snowball fights. their laughter echoing through the open woods. However, in a nearby corner, an unsettling scene unfolded. 3 young boys had encircled a little girl wearing a yellow scarf, who appeared to be no more than 4 or 5 years old. She was small in stature, shivering as she stood there, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothing, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. "Hey, if you're from the Hyuga clan, let us see your Byakugan," one boy clad in blue said, hands on his hips, his demeanor brimming with bravado and a hint of provocation. "Your eyes are truly repulsive. Just looking at them makes me sick." Another boy with a watermelon hairstyle chimed in, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Terrifying Byakugan monster. Byakugan monster." The third boy, dressed in red, shouted excitedly, flailing his arms as though Hinata were indeed some dreadful creature before them. 3 young boys exchanged harsh words, their dialogue rife with malice and discrimination. Meanwhile, Hinata, the unfortunate little girl, dared not retaliate. She merely lowered her head, silently enduring the onslaught. Her countenance was etched with a sense of injustice and fear, tears welling in her eyes, nearly spilling over. A nameless fury ignited within Xiaomu, and he thundered, "Hey, you 3 ruffians, apologize to her at once." His voice resonated like a bell, echoing through the stillness of the snowy landscape, startling even the surrounding snowflakes into a slight tremor. Upon hearing Xiaomu's reprimand, the trio of boys momentarily froze, then slowly turned to face him. Their gazes unified in disdain and provocation, as if he were merely an audacious fool in their eyes. One boy clad in blue tilted his head, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and taunted, "Who do you think you are, meddling in our business?" Xiaomu, filled with righteous indignation, stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he fixated on the trio, and sternly declared, "I am Qingshan Xiaomu. Listen closely, you 3, apologize to her immediately. Or do not blame me for being harsh. I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson." Instantly, the 3 boys erupted into laughter, as though they had heard the most ridiculous joke. Hinata cowered in the corner, her frail form trembling, her large eyes fixed intently on Xiaomu's figure. In her eyes, he appeared as a hero arisen from a fairy tale, tall and handsome. At that moment, an inexplicable hope surged within her heart. As she pondered, "Is he here to rescue me? Then we shall deal with you first." The boy in blue abruptly halted his laughter, his tone turning menacing. No sooner had he spoken than the trio charged at Xiaomu like ferocious little beasts, their eyes filled with aggression, tiny fists flailing in the air, intent on overwhelming him. Yet, Xiaomu remained unfazed. Instead of retreating, he advanced with the swiftness of lightning. With a powerful leap, he lunged towards the boy in the center. As he closed in, Xiaomu abruptly raised his right leg, executing a deft kick aimed at the boy's lower body. This maneuver was none other than the infamous crotch kick. A pained yelp escaped the boy's lips as his face turned pale, doubling over in agony and collapsing into the snow. Having incapacitated the boy in the middle, Xiaomu did not pause for breath. He seamlessly pivoted, harnessing the momentum of his body to deliver a formidable shoulder charge. The force was tremendous, akin to a small mountain crashing down. The boy on the right, caught unawares, was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling like a ball across the snow before coming to a disheveled halt, his face a mask of terror and pain. At this moment, the small child on the left dashed towards Xiaomu. A confident smile graced Xiaomu's lips as he seized the opportunity, abruptly raising his right elbow to deliver a powerful strike to the child's face. The force of this elbow strike was immense. With a resounding thud, blood gushed from the child's nostrils. In agony, he clutched his nose, emitting a piercing scream, before collapsing to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. In truth, Xiaomu had prior experience in fights, and coupled with his relentless training during this period, his prowess had vastly improved. Teaching these 3 little rascals a lesson was merely a trivial matter for him. Xiaomu glared at the 3 children sprawled on the ground, his eyes shimmering with a warning light as he bellowed, "Get lost now." Chapter 3, A Special Physique, where 1 + 1 equals more than 2. The 3 little rascals were thoroughly intimidated by Xiaomu's formidable strength. They gazed at his demonic figure, their hearts filled with dread. To them, Xiaomu was an insurmountable nightmare, and lingering any longer would subject them to even more terrifying repercussions. Consequently, they scrambled away in a hasty retreat, much like defeated villains fleeing from the hero. Their frantic footsteps left a trail of varying depths in the snow, quickly vanishing from Xiaomu's sight. Xiaomu slowly approached Hinata, his gaze filled with concern. He gently crouched to meet her eye level and softly inquired, "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Hinata shook her head slightly, remnants of fear and unease lingering in her eyes, yet overshadowed by her gratitude toward Xiaomu, biting her lower lip. Her voice trembled as she said, "Thank you, Xiaomu-kun." Observing this frail yet resilient girl before him, Xiaomu felt an overwhelming urge to protect her. He smiled and asked, "What is your name? From today onward, we shall be friends." No sooner had he spoken than Hinata's face flushed crimson, resembling the hues of a sunset. Her hands instinctively clutched her clothing, her fingers whitening from the pressure, while her head lowered, almost burying itself in her chest. Overwhelmed by shyness, "My name is Hyuga Hinata," she replied, her voice so soft it was akin to a whisper, as if a louder tone might shatter the tranquility of the moment. Xiaomu, noticing Hinata's bashful demeanor, couldn't help but tease her inwardly. Is this little girl turning into a steam princess? Her face is nearly smoking. Then, without thinking, Xiaomu reached out and gently ruffled Hinata's hair. Her locks were soft and smooth, reminiscent of satin. As he caressed her hair, he chuckled, "How adorable you are, Hinata." Hinata felt Xiaomu's fingers glide through her hair, sending waves of warmth and tingling sensations through her. "Xiaomu-kun," she exclaimed, lifting her head, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice imbued with a blend of shyness and joy. Upon witnessing the situation, Xiaomu immediately felt a surge of concern. He swiftly grasped Hinata's arm and inquired with genuine care, "You seem unwell. Allow me to carry you back." Hinata, blushing shyly, nodded in agreement, resembling a gentle little rabbit. Xiaomu turned around, crouched down, and gestured for her to rest upon his back. Hinata gingerly settled onto Xiaomu's broad shoulders, her hands tightly clutching his clothing. Thus, he began to carry Hinata through the swirling snowflakes towards the Hyuga clan's territory. As Hinata leaned against Xiaomu's back, she could distinctly hear the rhythm of his strong heartbeat, a sound imbued with a magical quality that brought her a sense of tranquility. Before long, they had traversed a considerable distance. Xiaomu's steps grew heavier, his breath became labored, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Noticing his fatigue, Hinata spoke tenderly, "Xiaomu-kun, perhaps you should set me down." However, Xiaomu chuckled, "That won't do. Once you've climbed onto my back, you become my bride." Instantly, Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She dared not utter a word, merely burying her face lower and gripping his clothes even more tightly. Xiaomu continued to jest, "What is this? Hinata, can't you be my wife?" Embarrassed, Hinata lowered her gaze, her voice barely audible as she murmured, "If it's you, Xiaomu-kun, then yes." Although her words were soft, they were clear enough for Xiaomu to hear, as her lips were close to his ear. A smile of pure joy and sweetness spread across Xiaomu's face. After all, the future Hinata would possess a captivating figure, a gentle and introverted demeanor, yet exude a tenacious courage, her heart wholly devoted to him. How many men could resist such a woman? Xiaomu silently vowed to protect this adorable girl, ensuring she would never again suffer harm. Suddenly, as he was lost in thoughts while carrying Hinata, a mechanical voice reverberated in his mind, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for binding with the goddess Nami and receiving a beginner's gift pack." This voice struck him like a hammer, abruptly pulling him from his reverie. Were Nami and Hinata truly one and the same, sharing identical traits? Xiaomu dismissed the notion, deciding to let things unfold as they may. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for opening the beginner's gift pack and acquiring the formidable physique of Big Mom's iron balloon, to be developed by oneself." In an instant, a torrent of intense energy surged through Xiaomu's body like a flood breaking through a dam. Every inch of his skin and every pore filled with this overwhelming force, as he distinctly felt each cell within him being manipulated by an unseen hand, undergoing a transformative upheaval. The oppressive heat enveloped him, as if his very blood were boiling, ready to burst forth from his pores at any moment. Time passed agonizingly slowly for Xiaomu, each second stretching out like a century. Soon, a quarter of an hour slipped by unnoticed, and Xiaomu successfully acquired the formidable constitution akin to that of the four emperors' Big Mom. However, this constitution was merely an unrefined gem, requiring his devoted effort to develop it further. It is worth noting that Big Mom's constitution is of an extraordinarily abnormal caliber, possessing a strength and defense so overwhelming that any attack against it appears feeble and ineffectual. Moreover, its astonishing regenerative capabilities and vitality are truly awe-inspiring. According to lore, at the tender age of 5, Big Mom could effortlessly defeat giants towering several meters high, and this was achieved without any deliberate training, underscoring her prowess as a prodigy among prodigies. Filled with confidence, Xiaomu firmly believed that with diligent cultivation of Big Mom's monstrous constitution, alongside his own spiritual energy accrued over 2 lifetimes and his current formidable physical prowess, he would soon transcend the limits of 1 card of chakra. Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, he could even reach 10 cards, transforming into a chakra titan, rivaling even the Jinchuriki. Young miss. Just as Xiaomu was lost in dreams of the future, a resonant voice called out from not far away. In the next moment, a towering figure loomed before him, resembling a moving hill. It was the guard assigned to protect Hinata, a robust man with a stern visage and an expression of seriousness. Upon realizing that Xiaomu was carrying Hinata on his back, her face flushed a deep crimson, filled with shyness and embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, Hinata cautiously dismounted from Xiaomu's back, lowering her gaze, unable to meet the guard's eyes. Chapter 4, Purchasing Weight. Xiaomu, however, remained undeterred. He patted his chest and earnestly addressed the guard. Hinata will be my wife in the future. You must protect her well. She must never be bullied. As soon as the words left his lips, Hinata's already rosy cheeks deepened to the hue of a ripe apple. Shyly, she lowered her head, her hands fidgeting together, her feet shuffling on the ground in a display of bashfulness. The guard's expression turned ashen upon hearing Xiaomu's declaration, his teeth grinding audibly as he struggled to suppress his inner fury. After a prolonged silence, he inhaled deeply and gritted his teeth, saying, "Thank you, young man. But please refrain from saying such things in the future." Unfazed by the guard's demeanor, Xiaomu chuckled and replied, "Hee, see you next time, Hinata." Hinata slightly lifted her head, a glimmer of reluctance in her eyes as she softly responded, "Goodbye, Xiaomu-kun." With that, Xiaomu dared not linger any longer and swiftly took his leave. After all, to flaunt the daughter of another family in front of their guards. Should this incident circulate, he truly feared being left battered and bruised. The guard, watching Xiaomu's retreating figure, stomped his foot in frustration, gritting his teeth as he murmured, "Just wait until I report this to the clan leader. His prized cabbage will be ravaged by swine." As Xiaomu stepped through his front door, he eagerly commenced his physical training. He first established a firm horse stance before executing one-handed push-ups. Upon completing a set of these push-ups, he did not pause for a moment, rising immediately to begin frog jumps. Following a round of those, he transitioned into sit-ups. In essence, possessing the formidable physique of his aunt, Xiaomu felt emboldened to push his body to its limits. Whether practicing physical techniques or ninjutsu, he dared not yield an ounce of diligence, leaving no aspect neglected. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Xiaomu found himself in a lush forest within the land of the leaves, where the trees stood tall and the atmosphere was serene. An ideal sanctuary for honing his ninjutsu. Standing in a clearing, he took a deep breath, swiftly forming hand seals as he chanted, "Water release, water bullets." In an instant, chakra surged around him like a torrent, coalescing before his hands into 2 powerful streams of water. Subsequently, 2 spiraling columns of water erupted from his hands, roaring forth toward the nearby trees. The water columns resembled 2 enraged dragons, striking with tremendous force, instantly snapping 2 sturdy trees in half. Branches and leaves flew in every direction, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet Xiaomu was not content with this. He formed seals once more, this time with greater speed and complexity. Wind release, great breakthrough. Upon completing the seals, a formidable gust of wind began to swirl violently around him, rapidly shaping into a colossal vortex. In the blink of an eye, a tempest erupted, radiating outward from Xiaomu, uprooting dozens of trees, which creaked ominously as they swayed precariously in the fierce wind, ultimately crashing to the ground. Observing the power displayed by his 2 ninjutsu, Xiaomu nodded in satisfaction. As a user of both water and wind attributes, his current performance appeared commendable. Over the past 6 months, thanks to his aunt's extraordinary physique and the formidable mental strength accrued over 2 lifetimes, Xiaomu had made remarkable progress in chakra extraction and control. Now, he could extract a quantity of chakra equivalent to 1 card. However, due to his parents not being powerful ninjas, they had not bequeathed him a substantial legacy of potent ninjutsu. At this stage, Xiaomu had only mastered a handful of basic techniques. Nevertheless, through his own efforts and innate talent, he had effortlessly grasped the body flicker technique. These three foundational ninjutsu were executed with great finesse in his hands, surpassing both the quantity and quality of those wielded by his peers. It had been over 6 months. It was time to add weight to his training. Xiaomu mused to himself. For a long time, I had been engaged in fundamental physical training. Though it laid a solid foundation, my progress had reached a plateau. To achieve a significant breakthrough in a short period, intensifying the training regimen was imperative, and weighted training undoubtedly presented the optimal choice. As for whether I would grow taller in the future, Xiaomu harbored unwavering confidence. Abruptly, Xiaomu furrowed his brow, reminded once more of his precarious financial situation. The inheritance had been exhausted. It was time to earn money. He sighed helplessly, a trace of resignation flickering across his expression. Possessing the physique of a warrior inevitably demanded the appetite of one. The substantial inheritance, originally sufficient to sustain him until adulthood, had been depleted within merely a year and a half under the demands of his rigorous training. Still more expenses, Xiaomu muttered under his breath, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Brushing the dust from his clothes, he straightened his attire and made his way toward the village's commercial district. Soon, he arrived at the renowned Mantandi Ninja Tool Shop, the well-known establishment owned by Tintin's family. Though modest in size, the shop was immaculately maintained, its shelves brimming with an array of meticulously arranged ninja tools. "Uncle, how much do your weights cost?" Xiaomu inquired as he stepped inside, his gaze sweeping across the displays before settling on a collection of weighted equipment tucked in a corner. Presently tending to the shop was Tintin's father, Tank, a slightly portly man with a comically draped white towel atop his head. His amiable demeanor carried an undercurrent of humor as he busied himself organizing the merchandise. "Whoa, kid, how old are you to be using weights already? Careful, or you want to grow tall," Tank exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. His voice reverberating through the quiet shop and drawing curious glances from other customers. Xiaomu shook his head with a faint smile. Though he recognized the man's concern, his resolve remained firm. "Just sell them to me, uncle. Could you introduce the weights properly?" Xiaomu replied with a chuckle, seeing his determination. Tank sighed in resignation before nodding and leading him to a neatly arranged counter. Displayed upon it were various weighted implements, ranging from compact iron blocks to sizable sandbags, each accompanied by detailed specifications. "Here, these are all the weights we have. The weight, price, and usage instructions are all labeled," Tank declared matter-of-factly, gesturing toward the assortment. Xiaomu followed his indication, scrutinizing the information. However, upon glimpsing the prices, he inhaled sharply, struck by the exorbitant markup. Chapter 5, Probing. Ordinary iron blocks cost 1,000 Ri per kilogram, merely the most basic option for ninjas with modest financial means. Even this was a stretch. However, the price of refined iron blocks has surged to 3,000 taels per kilogram, a staggering threefold increase. The cost of advanced weights infused with rare metals is even more outrageous, reaching an astonishing 8,000 taels per kilogram, an exorbitant price indeed. Xiaomu cautiously reached into his pocket, acutely aware that his modest treasury was on the brink of depletion. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Then I shall take 20 kilograms of the ordinary iron blocks." Tian Xiang, upon hearing Xiaomu's decision, nodded slightly and deftly weighed out 20 kilograms of ordinary iron blocks, informing Xiaomu that the total cost was 20,000 taels. Silently, Xiaomu extracted his money pouch from his pocket and counted out the 20,000 taels to Tian Xiang. As the coins dwindled in his pouch, Xiaomu felt his small treasury completely exhausted. With the heavy load in his arms, he prepared to leave when suddenly, a figure stepped in front of him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the adorable girl with a bun hairstyle, Tian Tian. Her round, rosy face resembled a ripe apple, and her large eyes sparkled with curiosity as they fixated on the burden Xiaomu carried. "Little brother, did that old fellow sell this to you?" Tian Tian inquired, tilting her head with a cheerful smile. Xiaomu nodded and couldn't help but retort, "You don't seem much older than I am." Yet, Tian Tian remained unfazed, affectionately reaching out to ruffle Xiaomu's hair in a familiar manner. "Little brother, I'm already 6 years old, a student at the ninja school, while you, I suspect, are only 4 or 5, she said with a friendly glint in her eyes. Xiaomu, in all honesty, nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Then, Tian Tian grasped Xiaomu's arm and tugged him back toward the ninja equipment shop. She struggled to wrest the heavy load from him, lifting it with effort before turning back toward the counter. "Father, how much is this weight? Is it suitable for a child?" she asked. Tian Xiang glanced between Tian and Xiao Mu, offering a wry smile as he replied, "It costs a total of 20,000 taels. His abilities surpass yours. You must work harder, Tian." Tian cast a glance at Xiao Mu, her eyes reflecting a hint of defiance, before looking back at her father, Tian Xiang. With a huff, she puffed out her chest slightly, pride radiating from her face as she proclaimed, "Stronger than me? I don't believe it. You must know that I am already a student at the ninja school, and I am quite formidable in my class. Those ordinary classmates are no match for me." As she spoke, she waved her tiny fist, showcasing her prowess. Tian Xiang observed his proud daughter with a bemused shake of his head, his eyes betraying a touch of fondness. He then turned his gaze toward Xiao Mu, curiosity and challenge glimmering in his eyes. "Little one, prepare yourself," he exclaimed. No sooner had the words left his lips than Tian Xiang darted forward like a gust of wind, his right fist clenched tightly, accompanied by the sound of rushing air. Aimed squarely at Xiao Mu's face. Xiao Mu's gaze sharpened as he swiftly countered Tian Xiang's assault with a punch of his own. Two fists of disparate sizes collided midair, producing a thunderous impact. A powerful shockwave erupted from their point of contact, sending violent gusts swirling outward that sent nearby objects tumbling and caused the ninja tools on the shelves to clatter noisily. Tian stood frozen in astonishment, her eyes wide and mouth agape in sheer disbelief. Her father, whose strength she had always revered as unmatched, had just been met with equal force by this boy a year her junior, a revelation that shook her to the core. Yet Xiao Mu remained utterly composed. He understood well that those who thrived in the cutthroat world of ninja tool commerce in Konoha were no ordinary men. To carve out and maintain a share in such a fiercely competitive industry required more than mere social graces. It demanded formidable strength as its foundation. Adjusting his stance subtly, Xiao Mu braced for Tianxiang's next move. Tianxiang, startled by how effortlessly his strike had been neutralized, withdrew his fist and took a step back, forcing an awkward smile. "Not bad at all, kid," he remarked. Tianxiang exclaimed in admiration, a glimmer of appreciation evident in his gaze. Summerwood replied with a smile, "Uncle, you too." That punch just now carried formidable momentum. Had I not been prepared, I might have suffered quite a blow. Tianxiang could only offer a bitter smile. He had deliberately held back, fearing he might overestimate the young man before him, yet still found himself underestimating his opponent. His right hand had nearly lost all sensation, the searing pain causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. Tian grasped Xiao Mu's arm, her eyes alight with a mixture of curiosity and exhilaration. "Little brother," she asked, "what's your name?" "He is undoubtedly more formidable than our class's top student. Niji of the Hyuga clan," Every Day said with a smile. Summerwood smiled shyly, scratching his head. "My name is Aoyama Natsuki. Just call me Natsuki." "Every Day?" With a sparkle in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Shimu, from now on, we shall be friends. I aspire to be as formidable as you." Xiao Mu smiled and nodded, saying, "Very well, you shall be my friend from now on." Upon witnessing this, Tianxiang promptly turned and made his way to the counter, gently placing the 20-kilogram burden down. Producing a dull thud, he then slowly approached Xiao Mu, his gaze imbued with both scrutiny and anticipation, appraising him from head to toe. "Xiao Mu, may I request your assistance with a favor?" Tianxiang's voice was deep and sincere, his gaze revealing a hint of earnestness. Summerwood was momentarily taken aback, looking at Tianxiang with a trace of confusion, unable to comprehend why he had suddenly made such a request. Taking a deep breath, Tianxiang continued, "From now on, you can rest assured to take care of Tian every day. I hope you can guide her in her cultivation. Rest assured, I will take care of any burdens you may need in the future, including weighted objects, shurikens, and kunai." Xiao Mu's face was etched with bewilderment, his brows knitting together in subtle perplexity. He simply could not comprehend why Tianxiang placed such importance on him, a mere novice, even willing to pay such a steep price. "Uncle Waimi, I am just an ordinary person, and I fear I lack the ability to guide Tian in her training," Xiao Mu earnestly stated. Tianxiang sighed and slowly elucidated, "Xiao Mu, Tian's mother is unable to practice and cannot provide her with guidance in this regard. As for me, I am preoccupied with the shop's business and cannot spare much time to accompany her, let alone instruct her in her training. Tian has been helping in the shop since childhood and has few friends. Time flew by in an instant. Suddenly, Xiaomu grasped the meaning behind Tianxiang's words. It turned out that Tianxiang was essentially hiring him as a companion for Tian, while also providing her with a partner to train alongside. One must admit, those in business indeed possess wealth. For the happiness of his daughter, he was truly willing to invest significantly. A sly smile flickered in Xiaomu's eyes. I accept, uncle. Now, please provide me with a set of 60-kilogram refined iron blocks for weight training, and a few shurikens and kunai as well. Xiaomu thought that since he had decided to assist, he should not shortchange himself. After all, training requires ample resources. Upon hearing the words 60 kilograms, Tian gasped. 60 kilograms? That's heavier than 2 of me. Tianxiang nodded with a smile as he handed the shurikens and kunai to Xiaomu. The weight will take a few days. I will adjust it according to your physique, and it will surely satisfy you. Tianxiang was quite confident in Xiaomu's abilities, believing he could guide Tian effectively in her training. Xiaomu accepted the shurikens and kunai with a grin, saying, "Thank you, uncle." Subsequently, Xiaomu embarked on a life of routine. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the rooftops of Konoha village, he would rise early to commence his daily training. He began with fundamental physical exercises such as running, push-ups, and sit-ups, before heading into the forest to hunt. In the wilderness, he faced various ferocious beasts, which not only honed his combat skills, but also satisfied his craving for meat. In the afternoons, Xiaomu would return to the village to train Tian. He patiently instructed her in various ninjutsu and taijutsu techniques, helping her correct her movements and enhance her strength. Although Tian could be a bit mischievous at times, she took her training seriously and diligently followed Xiaomu's guidance. In essence, the relationship between the two progressed smoothly. As night fell and Konoha village was enveloped in tranquility, Xiaomu continued his studies. In his modest dwelling, he dedicated himself to researching ninjutsu and taijutsu, persistently elevating his own strength. Each day was fulfilling. Although it was arduous, Xiaomu relished every moment of it. Before long, time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. At long last, the day of the Ninja Academy's opening ceremony arrived. Sunlight cascaded over the school gates where a bustling crowd of several hundred had gathered, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Naruto stood apart as usual, his slightly tattered clothes fluttering in the breeze, a trace of loneliness etched upon his features. The surrounding crowd seemed to isolate him in a separate world. No one approached him, leaving him to gaze silently at the school gates with eyes that held both anticipation and unease. Sasuke, meanwhile, was led by his elder brother Itachi, his small face alight with curiosity. His bright eyes darted about, taking in everything around him. Itachi glanced down at him, the faintest hint of tenderness curling at the corners of his lips. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Sakura, Shino, and Kiba each basked in the warmth of their parents' company. Truly, how fortunate it was to have family by one's side. The sight of such tender moments only made Naruto's solitude all the more poignant, tugging at the heartstrings of any who noticed. Elsewhere in the crowd, Hinata stood beside her father, Hayashi Hyuga, her gaze anxiously searching for the one figure she longed to see. At last, through the shifting gaps of the crowd, she caught sight of Natsuki. Her heart leapt, her cheeks flushing crimson in an instant. She lowered her head slightly, too shy to meet his eyes directly, yet unable to resist stealing glances. But when the moment came to call out his name, hesitation stilled her voice, leaving her joy unspoken, buried deep within. Natsuki sensed her gaze and turned. When their eyes met, he paused briefly before offering a warm smile. Then, he approached her. With a respectful bow toward Hayashi, he greeted, "Natsuki greets the Hyuga clan head." Hayashi gave a slight nod, approval glinting in his eyes. "So you are the boy who once aided Hinata." At her father's words, Hinata's shyness deepened, her voice barely above a whisper. Natsuki-kun, amused by her bashfulness, Natsuki chuckled softly. "It's been a while, Hinata." Meanwhile, on the second-floor corridor of the school building, Tenten stood watching the scene below, her teeth clenched in frustration. That idiot Natsuki. What business does he have cozying up to the Hyuga clan? Her fists tightened, her glare sharp enough to pierce through steel, as if Natsuki had committed some unforgivable offense. Beside her stood two figures, Niji Hyuga, the once-in-a-century prodigy of the Hyuga clan, and Lee, a lively boy clad in green spandex with a bowl-cut hairstyle. Lee peered curiously at the distant figure, his eyes wide with interest. "Tenten, is that Natsuki down there with the Hyuga head? The genius you mentioned? The one who could surpass Niji?" Tintin shot him a withering glare before hissing through gritted teeth. Humph, that's him all right. Niji lowered his head slightly and murmured to himself, a genius, huh? Soon, the long-awaited yet slightly nerve-wracking class assignment began. Shikamaru stood silently among the crowd, awaiting the results. When his name was called, and he learned he had been placed in Class 1A, he gave a faint nod. This class was predominantly composed of descendants from renowned shinobi clans, each bearing traces of formidable lineage in their veins. In contrast, a handful of civilian-born shinobi like Shikamaru and Sakura stood out like misfits in this rather exceptional group. Next came the inevitable opening ceremony. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, ascended the podium with measured steps, his gaze sweeping over the assembly of 6-year-old boys and girls. Clearing his throat, he launched into an impassioned speech about the will of fire. The young audience listened, utterly entranced. Their eyes sparkled with fervor, as though they had already embraced the grand mission embodied by the will of fire. Standing among them, Shikamaru lowered his head slightly and sighed inwardly. Truly, the third Hokage is something else. The essence of Hiruzen's will of fire lay in the bonds that bound people together. In Konoha, these connections were intricate yet unbreakable. No one could exist entirely apart from the collective, especially within the vast confines of the village. Once bonds were formed, they became a means of control, inescapable, inevitable, and undeniably integral to life itself. Chapter 7, A Challenge? Compared to Shimura Danzo, who schemed in the shadows and manipulated Root with his tongue-twisting techniques, Hiruzen was undoubtedly superior. No wonder one was revered as the radiant and noble third Hokage, beloved by the villagers, while the other was despised and feared as the darkness of the shinobi world. The disparity between them was laid bare in this moment. At last, the Hokage concluded his speech. Under the guidance of their instructors, the students filed orderly into the classroom of Class 1A. Inside, neat rows of desks and chairs awaited them. Standing at the lectern was a Chunin with a horizontal scar across his nose, smiling warmly as he addressed them. Hello, everyone. I'm Yumino Irika. Starting today, I'll be your teacher. You can call me Irika-sensei. Now that you know my name, let us go around and introduce ourselves, Irika said, his eyes alight with anticipation. Naruto was the first to leap up, scratching his head with a bright grin. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to become Hokage. I love Ichiraku ramen. And I hate stuck-up jerks. As he spoke, he shot a pointed glance at Sasuke. At the tender age of 6, Sasuke maintained his aloof demeanor, sitting there like an imposing iceberg, yet his undeniable charm captivated the attention of others, particularly the girls in the class. Naruto, who often resorted to mischief to garner attention, felt an inexplicable annoyance towards Sasuke. Perhaps this was the manifestation of the ancient bond between Indra and Ashura, subtly weaving a delicate tension between them from the very beginning. As the atmosphere in the classroom grew lively, everyone rose in turn to introduce themselves. After most had spoken, it was soon Summer's turn. He stood slowly, casting a sweeping glance across the room before naturally taking Hinata's hand and giving her a gentle nod. Hinata's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Under the curious and probing gazes of their peers, Summer turned his attention to Sakura and Ino. My name is Aoyama Natsuki, he declared, his voice resonating clearly throughout the classroom. My dream is to marry multiple wives and expand the Aoyama family. He continued, as for my interests, I currently have none particularly defined, nor do I possess any dislikes. His candid and distinctive self-introduction instantly stirred a commotion among the students. Sakura and Ino exchanged glances with Summer, their cheeks blushing fiercely as they quickly averted their eyes. At their tender age of 6, this was their first encounter with such emotions. In Sakura's heart, it felt as though a little deer was prancing about. She thought to herself, he is so handsome. But Sasuke is also incredibly charming. What should I do? How do I choose? Meanwhile, Ino gazed intently at Summer, a shy smile gracing her lips, silently musing. Summer's smile is so gentle and handsome, but he seems too fickle for my taste. Standing at the podium, Irika observed the scene with a bemused expression, slightly furrowing his brow at the early maturity of today as children. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, cleared his throat, and called out, next. At that moment, Hinata stood up slowly, her head bowed, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, her face a portrait of shyness. Her voice was barely audible. I am Hyuga Hinata, and my dream is to earn his recognition. There was an unspoken sentiment lingering in her heart, the desire to become his wife. After finishing her introduction, Hinata stole a shy glance at Summer, her eyes brimming with anticipation, before hurriedly sitting down. As time passed, and everyone had introduced themselves, Irika began to recount the school's history and introduce the faculty. Beyond the historical context and staff information, he elaborated on various school regulations, daily class schedules, and some campus traditions. Finally, as Irika concluded his remarks, the long-awaited school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Given that it was the first day of school, the schedule had been relatively light, and soon the students were free to depart. As Xiaomu and Hinata walked side by side, they had barely reached the teaching building when three figures swiftly approached them. Leading the charge was, of course, Tian, accompanied by Niji and Li. Observing Xiaomu holding Hinata's hand, Tian furrowed her brows tightly, her face betraying a look of discontent, and she could not help but exclaim, "Xiaomu, it is quite inappropriate to hold a girl's hand. You should be mindful of your behavior in public." Upon hearing Tian's voice, Hinata instinctively withdrew her hand from Xiaomu's grasp, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, her eyes flickering with a mix of shyness and unease. Xiaomu, in turn, shot a glare at Tian, his expression revealing a hint of displeasure. However, Tian remained undeterred, returning the glare with equal intensity, and thus they found themselves in a silent standoff. Noticing the tension, Niji stepped forward, looking at Xiaomu with a blend of seriousness and curiosity. Tian claims you are exceptionally strong, both in ninjutsu and taijutsu. You are an absolute genius. Upon hearing this, a proud smile spread across Xiaomu's face as he placed his hands on his hips, playfully retorting, "Stay low-key, stay low-key." His demeanor suggested an eagerness for others to recognize his prowess. Niji, momentarily speechless, thought to himself that this fellow truly took himself too seriously. A part of him felt an urge to confront Xiaomu. Meanwhile, Li, filled with excitement, leapt into the air, fists raised in front of his chest as he shouted, "Wow, let us engage in a spirited duel." Sighing in resignation, Xiaomu was about to decline the challenge, as he had other matters to attend to that day. Just then, a resounding voice interjected, "Then let us have a match." The genius of the Hyuga clan is not to be underestimated. Turning to see who had spoken, they found it was Hinata Hayashi. Upon recognizing him, Xiaomu quickly bowed respectfully, addressing him with, "Greetings, clan leader Hayashi." Niji followed suit, offering his own respectful greeting. "Clan leader." Sensing the atmosphere had become somewhat awkward, Tian proposed, "Let us fight." Neither Niji nor Li stand a chance against Xiaomu. However, her words seemed to darken Xiaomu's expression. Noticing this, Tian quickly retrieved 1,000 Ryo bill from her pocket, waving it before Xiaomu. "Take this as a prize for our sparring match." Xiaomu's expression shifted slightly at the sight of the bill, and he promptly accepted it. After all, who would turn down money? With the additional amount for instructing Tian this afternoon, he was set to earn 2,000 Ryo that day. "Very well. Let us engage in a friendly match." Xiaomu ultimately nodded in agreement. Consequently, after a brief discussion, the group decided to head to the nearest training ground, the 9th practice field. Chapter 8, a 1-against-2 with ease. At the 9th practice field, sunlight poured over the expansive area, illuminating the ground beneath. Standing confidently in the center of the field, Xiaomu exuded an air of self-assuredness. He slightly raised his head and beckoned to Niji and Li with a flick of his fingers, a gesture laden with provocation and confidence. "Come at me both together. Otherwise, one of you alone will not suffice to entertain me," Xiaomu declared. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with an intense fervor for battle. With a resounding shout, he propelled himself off the ground, launching forward like an arrow released from its bow. As he approached Xiaomu, Xiao Li raised his right foot high, delivering a kick imbued with the force of thunder. This strike contained the entirety of his strength, akin to a razor-sharp gust of wind hurtling towards Xiaomu. Niji, proud of his innate talent, stood with arms crossed, quietly observing the duel, eager for Xiaomu to unveil his true prowess, so he could ascertain the worth of the so-called genius spoken of daily. In the face of Xiao Li's sudden probing attack, Xiaomu remained unfazed, effortlessly raising a single hand as if it were an impenetrable shield, accurately blocking Xiao Li's fierce kick. The immense impact caused a slight tremor in Xiaomu's arm, yet he remained steadfast, regarding the strike as nothing more than an ant attempting to shake a tree. Subsequently, Xiao Li launched a relentless onslaught. His figure darted across the training ground, executing flying kicks and powerful punches in an unceasing flurry of assaults. Each kick whistled through the air, as if determined to vanquish Xiao Mu entirely. Yet Xiao Mu, with only one hand, parried all of Xiao Li's attacks. His movements were both nimble and agile, each block executed with precision, as if he could foresee the trajectory of Xiao Li's strikes. His hand moved like a phantom, weaving effortlessly through Xiao Li's barrage, leaving onlookers in awe. Xiao Mu glanced at Niji, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, as if to taunt. Are you not yet prepared to intervene? Niji's expression darkened, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes. He understood that Xiao Mu was not an adversary to be underestimated, and if he refrained from joining the fray, he risked being belittled by the onlookers. In an instant, Niji sprang into action. His figure flickered, akin to a bolt of white lightning, as he surged towards Xiao Mu. His speed was astonishing, nearly closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, seizing the moment of Xiao Mu's distraction, Xiao Li unleashed an even more ferocious attack. The two of them, flanking Xiao Mu from either side, formed an unyielding net of assaults. Faced with their combined onslaught, Xiao Mu's demeanor finally shifted to one of gravity. He swiftly recalibrated his stance, his hands moving in rapid succession, akin to a windmill, countering their attacks. Each block resonated with immense force, leaving deep impressions of his feet on the ground. However, as time wore on, Xiao Mu began to feel a hint of pressure. The ferocity of Xiao Li and Niji's strikes intensified, their coordination growing increasingly seamless, leaving Xiao Mu slightly overwhelmed. Under the relentless advance of the two, Xiao Mu found himself compelled to retreat gradually. Hinata, watching anxiously from the sidelines, was filled with admiration and concern, her eyes reflecting both worry and respect. Xiao Mu-kun is incredibly strong. Despite her perception of Xiao Mu's current disadvantage, his tenacity and resilience moved Hinata deeply. In contrast, Tian Tian wore a defiant expression, furrowing her brow as she exclaimed, "Humph." This individual had previously concealed his true prowess during our sparring sessions. Hinata Hizashi stood quietly to the side, observing the scene with an enigmatic glint in his eyes. As a stick of incense burned down, both Li and Niji found their stamina nearly depleted. Yet, fueled by relentless determination and an aggressive onslaught, they endeavored to vanquish Shikuki. At that moment, they were panting heavily, their garments drenched in sweat, yet their gazes remained resolute, fixated on Shikuki, unwilling to miss any opportunity for an attack. As Shikuki retreated, the two believed victory was within their grasp when his speed suddenly surged. His figure flickered like a specter before their eyes. Before Li and Niji could react, Shikuki was already before Li, his right hand shooting forth like lightning, striking precisely at Li's neck. The blow contained immense force, causing Li's head to spin, his body losing balance as he crumpled to the ground. Simultaneously, leveraging the momentum of his body, Shikuki pivoted and launched a powerful kick. Niji perceived a blur before him, a foot rapidly enlarging in his vision. Before he could respond, the kick landed heavily on his chin. Niji felt a surge of overwhelming power. His body propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The training ground fell into a hushed silence, all eyes wide in astonishment at Shikuki. Who could have anticipated that, under the relentless assault of the two, Shikuki would not only withstand but showcase such extraordinary prowess? In a flash, Li sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fervent resolve. Defeated? No, it is merely a sign that my training is insufficient. I shall run 100 laps around the village, and I shall not eat until I finish. No sooner had he spoken than Li's body transformed into a gust of wind, shooting forth with incredible speed. His feet moved in rapid succession, kicking up a cloud of dust as he vanished from sight like an arrow released from its bow, leaving behind only a fleeting silhouette in the air. As for Tintin and Niji, they bore expressions of familiarity, accustomed to Li's self-imposed discipline. Niji approached Shikuki slowly, a complex expression in his gaze, a mixture of frustration over his defeat and acknowledgement of Shikuki's strength. I have lost, and decisively at that, but I shall catch up to you. Shikuki regarded Niji with a slight nod. However, in his heart, he knew that Niji would likely never have the opportunity to catch up, for his strength was far beyond what Niji could hope to attain. Hinata Hizashi produced a wallet, extracting a stack of banknotes and offering them to Shikuki with sincerity. Young man, you appear to be in need of funds. Here are 100,000 ryo. Might I trouble you to guide Hinata in her training? Shikuki glanced at the banknotes extended by Hisashi, a confident smile gracing his lips as he responded, "You have an uncanny ability to discern opportunity." As the words fell, Xiaomu unceremoniously accepted the 100,000 taels of silver notes, slipping them directly into his pocket. The motion was both natural and fluid, as if everything were perfectly reasonable. Ryong, observing Xiaomu receiving the notes, nodded slightly, a hint of a satisfied smile gracing his face. He knew that his decision this time was indeed correct. Subsequently, he turned and departed slowly, leaving behind a crowd with expressions of complexity. Tian gazed at Xiaomu, pouting in irritation, her eyes sparkling with a blend of grievance and reluctance. "Xiaomu, who do you truly prefer between us?" Her voice carried a playful reproach, seeking a clear answer from him. Chapter 9. The Allure of Soft Rice. In an instant, Hinata's eyes widened, fixated on Xiaomu. Her gaze was rife with tension and anticipation, her hands unconsciously tugging at her clothing, fearing a disappointing response. Xiaomu looked at the two girls before him, feeling overwhelmed, silently lamenting. This is indeed a challenging situation. He glanced at Hinata, then at Tian, sighed helplessly, and gently embraced them both. "My parents passed away early, leaving me to fend for myself. They always urged me to take multiple wives, so that the Qingshan clan would have descendants to carry on their legacy. Ensuring they could rest in peace." Xiaomu's voice was deep and hoarse, revealing a touch of helplessness and bitterness that evoked sympathy. "I'm sorry, Hinata, Tian. I am a fickle and selfish person. However, my love for both of you is genuine. Please believe me, will you?" Holding both girls tightly, his eyes brimmed with sincerity and remorse, hoping they would comprehend his predicament. In that moment, both Tian and Hinata felt a pang of emotion. They nestled quietly in Xiaomu's embrace, savoring his warmth and sincerity. Hinata gently lifted her head, tears shimmering in her eyes, softly declaring, "Xiaomu-kun, as long as you hold me in your heart, that is enough." At that moment, Hinata chose to directly express her feelings. Observing Hinata's display, Tian felt a surge of defiance within her. Not one to back down, she huffed and buried her head into Xiaomu's embrace, proclaiming, "Humph. I feel the same way." Ding. Congratulations, host, on binding the goddess Daski and obtaining the 6 forms of the pirate world, requires personal training. Faced with the system's again misplaced announcements, Xiaomu involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth, though he had grown accustomed to it. Soon, his attention was captivated by the formidable 6 forms of the One Piece world. The training for each form presented a tremendous challenge. However, once achieved, the enhancement of strength was remarkably direct. Notably, the advanced application of the 6 forms, known as Life Return, was nothing short of miraculous. It necessitated an extraordinarily precise control over one's bodily energy, enabling the execution of astonishing effects through meticulous manipulation of energy. For instance, the ability to swiftly recover from injuries, even grave ones, allowing the body to return to its former state in a remarkably short span of time. The capacity to enhance one's organs, enabling physical functions far beyond that of an ordinary person. It even encompasses the seemingly mystical ability to manipulate hair. Xiaomu was acutely aware that should he master the art of life restoration, his command over chakra would ascend to an extraordinary level. Coupled with his superhuman physique, he had become a formidable being, exceedingly difficult to vanquish. In battle, Xiaomu appeared to possess an immortal essence, a fact that vexed all adversaries. With this thought, he gazed at Tian and Hinata before him, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. He playfully pecked each of them on the cheek, the gesture imbued with a touch of whimsy and affection. "All right, let us commence your training. Otherwise, my 2 esteemed fathers-in-law will surely be displeased," he teased, his eyes brimming with warmth and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Tian's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly pushed Xiaomu away, pouting, "Humph, always taking advantage of us." Hinata, on the other hand, dared not meet Xiaomu's gaze, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment, her eyes darting away. Finally mustering the courage to break free from his embrace, her voice barely above a whisper, she murmured, "I too believe it's time to train earnestly." Thus, Xiaomu officially began to guide their training. Tian remained focused on honing her physical techniques and weapon throwing, her figure darting swiftly across the training ground. Meanwhile, Hinata diligently practiced the family's gentle fist, striving to perfect each strike. Soon, Time slipped away unnoticed amidst their dedicated efforts, and before long, noon had arrived. Both Tian and Hinata were drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to them, droplets cascading down their cheeks. Yet their eyes sparkled with a sense of accomplishment rather than fatigue. Observing their hard work, Xiaomu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. "Let us go. You two are treating me to a meal," he declared with a grin. Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, and she retorted, "Why? As a man, shouldn't you be the one treating us lovely ladies?" Xiaomu remained unfazed, opening his arms to envelop both Tian and Hinata, a playful smirk upon his face. "You both are wealthy heiresses. I'm merely here to enjoy the benefits." His voice was laden with jest and humor, causing their cheeks to flush even deeper. Tian huffed, turning her head away, pretending to be annoyed. "Humph, always playing the rogue." Meanwhile, Hinata shyly lowered her gaze, her voice as soft as a whisper. "Xiaomu-kun, I'll treat you to a meal." Her eyes radiated warmth and hope, yearning to share this lunch with him. Noticing her demeanor, Xiaomu smiled warmly. "Let us go. We shall indulge in some barbecue." In no time, the trio departed from the 9th training ground, laughter and chatter accompanying them as they made their way to the barbecue restaurant. The establishment was enveloped in a rich aroma of grilled meat, instantly igniting one's appetite upon entry. Xiaomu entered the barbecue restaurant, his voice resonating with enthusiasm as he called out, "Uncle Lu, 100 plates of grilled meat." This establishment was no ordinary eatery. It was owned by the Qiu Dao clan. The proprietor, Qiu Dao Lu, was a middle-aged gentleman with a slightly plump figure and a warm demeanor. Xiaomu had frequented this barbecue joint several times, each visit resembling a culinary tempest. His remarkable appetite left a lasting impression on the staff, and over time, he and the owner, Qiu Dao Lu, became quite familiar, gradually evolving into friends. At that moment, Qiu Dao Lu, who was diligently slicing meat, paused upon hearing Xiaomu's exuberant shout. He smiled and responded boisterously, "Little Xiaomu, what's this? From 50 plates last time to 100 today? Have you developed a larger appetite?" As Xiaomu stepped into the restaurant, a radiant smile graced his face. He waved at Qiu Dao Lu and exclaimed, "I have a new girlfriend." In the midst of his words, he cast a proud and sweet glance at Tian and Hinata. Instantly, Qiu Dao Lu ceased his slicing, moving with a lively gait to the dining table. He scrutinized Tian and Hinata with a twinkle of gossip in his eyes, his face gradually breaking into a knowing smile. Hinata felt a touch of shyness under Qiu Dao Lu's gaze, her head slightly bowed, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as her hands nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment. Tian, however, was somewhat accustomed to such situations, having accompanied Xiaomu here on multiple occasions. She let out a soft hum, her eyes betraying a hint of sweetness, unfazed by the familiar scene. Chapter 10. Insult Me with Money. Qiu Dao Lu regarded the two youthful and vibrant girls with a mix of sentimentality and amusement. "You rascal, I used to give you a 20% discount. Today, I shall grant you a 30% discount." His tone held a playful mockery, teasing Xiaomu for his good fortune. Instead of feeling embarrassed, Xiaomu's smile grew even brighter. He patted his chest confidently and declared, "Whatever. Today, I'm dining like a wealthy woman." Upon hearing this, Qiu Dao Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorting into an expression of mock anguish. How could this young lad indulge in such luxuries while I, having toiled for years at this barbecue restaurant, have yet to experience such treatment? The bitterness welled up within him as he thought about how Xiaomu had effortlessly won the affections of two beautiful girlfriends and could shamelessly enjoy the fruits of their labor. Damn that little brat. Qiu Dao Lu couldn't help but mutter under his breath, shaking his head in resignation before returning to his meat-slicing duties. At that moment, his heart felt as cold as a fish that had been frozen for a decade. Soon enough, plates brimming with tantalizingly fragrant grilled meats were presented at the table. Xiaomu's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly filled the grill to the brim, fearing that these delectable morsels would vanish in an instant. As I gazed at the table laden with barbecued meat, a slight frown creased my brow, and I expressed my concern. With such an abundance, will we truly be able to finish it all? Xiaomu shot me a sidelong glance, his face adorned with a confident smile. For he was renowned as a voracious eater. Together with Hinata, their combined appetites were no trifling matter. How could they possibly fail to consume it all? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he enthusiastically served meat to one and offered dishes to another, his movements deft and sincere, striving to ensure that none felt neglected. I have recently been delving into a unique physical technique that demands exceptional physical prowess for mastery. You two should eat heartily, Xiaomu remarked between bites of barbecue, his voice tinged with excitement. This technique was extraordinary, requiring no reliance on chakra for practice. Once we finish our meal, I shall teach it to you. Tian's eyes brightened, her face alight with delight as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Xiaomu." Her playful tone lingered as she intentionally elongated his name. Hinata, on the other hand, shyly lowered her gaze, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush as she murmured, "Thank you, Xiaomu." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, leaving the three of them thoroughly satisfied. Tian cheerfully produced her purse, counting out 35,000 taels to hand to the proprietor. Observing her actions, Xiaomu couldn't help but reflect on the privileges of wealth. Soon, the trio arrived at the 9th training ground. Standing in the center of the arena, Xiaomu adopted a serious expression as he began to elucidate the technique to Hinata and Tian. This technique is known as the 6 styles, comprising 6 distinct forms. The first, Soru, tests one's speed and explosive power, requiring one to rapidly stomp the ground multiple times within 0.36 seconds, generating a powerful reactive force for swift movement. The second, Moonwalk, necessitates strong footwork to tread upon the air, employing a special technique to create substantial suspension, allowing one to hover in midair. Listening intently, Tian couldn't help but mutter, "How difficult. Xiaomu, you'll have to guide me step by step." She playfully tilted her head towards him, seeking his affection. Xiaomu feigned annoyance, lightly tapping her head, and mockingly admonished, "Fear not. I shall teach you diligently, but you must also be earnest in your efforts." Afterward, he turned to Hinata. "Hinata, don't just stand by. Let's practice together earnestly." With that, both began attempting to master under Xiaomu's guidance. Fully engaged in his instructions, they toiled and perspired profusely, yet struggled to grasp the technique. Observing their movements closely, Xiaomu furrowed his brow, a hint of speculation brewing within him. In the world of pirates, the 6 styles rely solely on pure physical strength, making the practice relatively straightforward for those meeting the physical standards. However, ninjas typically possess high offensive capabilities but low defenses, with most physical techniques necessitating chakra, complicating the attainment of the required physical standards and extending the time needed for mastery. Transformed, Xiaomu no longer bore such concerns, grateful for his remarkable physical prowess. Soon, the night descended like a vast, dark silk curtain, enveloping the entire Konoha village as time quietly slipped into evening. After an entire day of rigorous training, Tian and Hinata were utterly exhausted. Observing their weakened state filled Xiaomu with deep concern, compelling him to personally escort them back to their respective homes. Tian and Hinata Hizashi directed fiery glares at Xiaomu, as if wishing to pierce him with their eyes. A chill ran down Xiaomu's spine, and he inwardly lamented the arduous journey that lay ahead in his pursuit of a harem. Within the bustling ninja tools shop, Tian gazed at his dazed daughter, his brow furrowed with worry as he inquired, "What troubles you? Did that rascal Xiaomu upset you?" Tian slowly shook her head, her eyes revealing a hint of dejection. "Xiaomu was teaching me a unique martial art he created, but alas, I am too foolish to grasp it." Tian tenderly ruffled Tian's hair, offering gentle reassurance. "It's all right. Mastering martial arts is inherently challenging. What achievements can one expect on the first day? Every endeavor begins with difficulty." In truth, Tian understood that while he possessed some knowledge of martial arts, each individual style was unique. Unless one had a mentor-student relationship, haphazard guidance could lead to irreversible harm. With this thought, he could only sigh helplessly. Determined, Tian suddenly rose, exclaiming, "I've finished eating. I'm going out to train." As soon as the words left her mouth, she dashed out like an arrow released from a bow. Tian and Huayu exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of resignation and amusement. Tian pondered whether he should present a gift to Xiaomu, expressing gratitude for teaching Tian. However, upon recalling his daughter's evident infatuation with Xiaomu, he deemed such a gesture unnecessary and dismissed the thought. In his mind, he could almost picture Xiaomu's insufferable grin, as if he were shouting, "It is essential, most essential. Please, feel free to insult me with money." Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded within the Hyuga clan. Upon learning that Xiaomu intended to teach Hinata martial arts, Hinata Hizashi was initially furious, his face flushed with anger. In his eyes, The Hyuga clan's gentle fist was the epitome of martial arts, unyielding to any competing techniques. However, Hinata Chika understood the advantage of her daughter acquiring additional skills and gently persuaded Hisashi to calm down. Standing nearby, Hinata Hanabi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she observed her sister, asking, "Sister, is that Xiaomu really so impressive? Did he truly create his own martial arts at the age of 6? Reflecting on Xiaomu's earnest demeanor while teaching her the 6 styles earlier in the day, Hinata felt her cheeks warm, shyly nodding as she softly replied, "He is indeed remarkable." Upon witnessing Hinata's reaction, Hisashi and Chika exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending one another's thoughts. They understood in their hearts that if there existed a martial art capable of empowering their daughter, it would undoubtedly be worthy of the Hyuga clan's attention. If it proved ineffective, it would simply serve as an opportunity for their daughter to try. Time flowed like a gentle stream, neither rushed nor slow, and days passed in this manner. With his remarkable physical prowess, Shemu succeeded in mastering the body flicker technique within merely a month, a testament to the significant advantages bestowed by his formidable physique. In contrast, Hinata and Ten, despite their relentless dedication and daily rigorous training, still found themselves at a considerable distance behind Shemu. After all, the path to mastering martial arts is not a swift endeavor, and for them, enhancing their physical capabilities would require a long journey ahead. A month later, at the Ninja Academy, the sun shone brightly upon the expansive playground. Today marked the inaugural practical combat lesson since the beginning of the term, with students filling the grounds, standing in neat rows, the atmosphere charged with both tension and excitement. Naruto fidgeted within the ranks, rubbing his hands together, his face alight with eagerness. Beside him, Kiba mirrored his enthusiasm. These two passionate spirits had longed to showcase their skills in real combat. In stark contrast, Shikamaru appeared lethargic, his brow furrowed as he lamented, "Ah, what a hassle." Sakura and Ino stood a short distance away, occasionally glancing toward Shemu. In their eyes, compared to the aloof and solitary Sasuke, Shemu was undeniably more captivating. With his handsome features, deep-set eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky, and a nose atop lips that perpetually bore a gentle smile, he exuded warmth and kindness, endearing him to his classmates. Irika-sensei stood at the forefront, wearing a warm smile as he called out, "Next up is the battle between Kai Jayaxiken and Genie Taime." The two individuals summoned by name, both commoners, immediately straightened their posture and hurried to the center of the arena. They swiftly formed their respective hand seals and, without hesitation, charged at each other, exchanging blows in a somewhat clumsy manner. Their movements lacked finesse, each punch driven by sheer brute force, devoid of any coherent strategy, rendering the spectacle rather unremarkable. Before long, after a flurry of chaotic exchanges, Kai Jayaxiken, aided by a stroke of luck and a marginally superior burst of power, emerged victorious, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent Genie Taime sprawling to the ground. Genie Taime clumsily rose, his head bowed in disappointment. Soon, match after match unfolded, with descendants of the major ninja clans stepping into the arena, facing the common students, and almost effortlessly securing their victories. Indeed, the students of the Uchiha clan undergo rigorous training from the tender age of 4, mastering the extraction of chakra at an early stage. Coupled with their extensive knowledge and various practical exercises, their prowess has long surpassed that of their civilian counterparts, making victory an effortless endeavor. Sasuke stood amidst the crowd, his gaze fixed upon the monotonous series of matches, his heart brimming with disdain. At this moment, he yearned to hasten the conclusion of this spectacle and return home for his brother's guidance in honing the Uchiha clan's throwing techniques. The school's battles were dreadfully tedious, utterly failing to captivate his interest. As time slipped by, the name of Shemu had yet to be called. Shemu couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Was he to face Sasuke? Suddenly, a thought flitted through Shemu's mind. Could it be that all time travelers crossing this juncture are destined to ascend upon the shoulders of the second pillar? Just then, Irika's booming voice resonated once more. Uchiha Sasuke versus Aoyama Shemu. Shemu and Sasuke stood opposite each other, maintaining an impeccable distance. They simultaneously raised their hands, swiftly and fluidly forming their opposing seals. Sasuke retained his aloof, icy demeanor, his expression unyielding, as if the world around him bore no significance. In stark contrast, Shemu wore a subtle smile, akin to the gentle breeze of spring, warm and enchanting, exuding an air of familiarity and composure. The surrounding classmates were captivated by the confrontation, with the girls particularly exhilarated. "Sasuke is so handsome and aloof. He is truly my ideal man," exclaimed a girl with a ponytail, her eyes sparkling as she cupped her face in her hands, lost in admiration. "Shemu is equally striking, and his gentle aura is utterly mesmerizing," another girl murmured, biting her lip, her gaze filled with conflict. "Sasuke and Shemu, oh dear, this is an impossible choice," lamented a short-haired girl, clutching her head in distress, swaying as if grappling with an insurmountable decision. In an instant, Shemu and Sasuke became the focal point of all the girls in the class, their eyes flitting back and forth between the two, chattering incessantly. Hinata stood quietly among the crowd, observing Shemu with quiet admiration. She was acutely aware of his extraordinary abilities, yet she couldn't suppress her encouragement. "You can do it, Shemu-kun." Sakura and Ino exchanged glances, a spark flickering in their eyes. They both admired Shemu's gentleness and strength, but Sasuke's icy demeanor and formidable background were equally undeniable, leaving them uncertain of where their loyalties should lie. Sasuke regarded Shemu with a hint of disdain, coolly stating, "Just concede. I have no desire to fight you. It would be a waste of time." His tone reeked of arrogance, clearly believing himself superior at that moment. As soon as Sasuke's words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. "Sasuke is so cool. Truly, he exudes an unparalleled aura." Naruto stood aside, grimacing as he observed Sasuke's displeased expression. He found Sasuke's aloof demeanor utterly intolerable and thus shouted at the top of his lungs, "Shimoku, teach that guy a lesson." Chapter 12. The Fury of the Mangekyou. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Shimoku felt a silent incredulity. He never expected that this stubborn individual would put on a facade in front of him. Consequently, Shimoku resolved to intimidate Sasuke, allowing him to comprehend his formidable prowess. In an instant, Shimoku sprang into action. His figure flickered, and he executed a technique known as body flicker, moving with such blinding speed that he resembled a bolt of black lightning tearing through the sky. In the blink of an eye, Shimoku stood before Sasuke, who had yet to respond. Shimoku's gaze sharpened, and he thrust out his right fist, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. The ferocity of the punch sent a whirlwind that tousled Sasuke's hair and created a thunderous explosion in the air behind him, raising a cloud of dust. Sasuke was utterly taken aback by this display, his eyes widening in disbelief. Nevertheless, being a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, he reacted with remarkable swiftness. Recovering almost immediately, Sasuke leaped back like a cannonball, simultaneously launching 6 shurikens towards Shimoku in an attempt to create distance between them. The shurikens glinted ominously under the sun, propelled by an intense momentum as they hurtled toward Shimoku. However, Shimoku was unperturbed and wore a faint smile. Instead of pursuing him, he extended his hands and effortlessly caught the shurikens, which settled in his palms as if they were mere toys under his command. Sakura's eyes were glued to Shimoku, filled with admiration and awe. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "So powerful." "Shimoku." Beside her, Ino gasped, captivated as she murmured, "Shimoku, both formidable and gentle." Shimoku slightly turned his head towards Sasuke, a smirk gracing his lips. "Give it your all, Sasuke. Otherwise, you may never get another chance." Upon hearing Shimoku's words, a wave of intense indignation surged within Sasuke. His face flushed crimson, hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the pressure. How disgraceful was his earlier hesitation. How could he ever surpass his brother Itachi and become a source of pride for the Uchiha clan? In an instant, Sasuke's body ignited with a fierce determination. Exuding a powerful aura, he swiftly propelled his hands, releasing shurikens like a torrential downpour, each one shimmering with deadly intent as they raced toward Shimoku. Simultaneously, Sasuke gathered strength in his legs, launching himself toward Shimoku like an arrow released from its bow, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Seeing this, Shimoku remained calm and collected, his demeanor unruffled. He stood his ground, effortlessly intercepting each shuriken that Sasuke hurled at him. Before long, his hands were filled with the captured shurikens. Sasuke, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but smirk with arrogance, exclaiming, "You've fallen into my trap, Shimoku." As Sasuke took a deep breath, his chest swelled rapidly, and then he expelled a fireball the size of a foot towards Shemu. It was evident that Sasuke had mastered the great fireball technique. His previous attack was merely a feint, and the true lethal move was now unleashed. However, Shenmue displayed no fear. Opening his mouth in turn, he began to invoke the water release, water bullet technique. In an instant, a formidable chakra surged forth from within him. Water release, water bullet. With a low shout from Shenmue, two spiraling columns of water erupted from the ground, colliding directly with the approaching fireball. A thunderous explosion resounded as the two water columns met the fireball, instantly generating a thick cloud of white mist. The mist enveloped the entire battlefield, obscuring vision. Yet, the two water columns continued unabated, akin to two galloping dragons, charging towards Sasuke. Before he could react, the water columns struck him with tremendous force, sending him flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Sasuke had been propelled 3 or 4 meters away. How formidable! That seemed to be a ninjutsu. Both Shenmue and Sasuke had employed ninjutsu, especially the impressive power of Shemu's technique. The surrounding classmates were left in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. Sakura and Ino were particularly exhilarated. Their faces flushed as they cheered for Shenmue. Even Irika-sensei appeared astonished, his mouth agape, pondering to himself, is this truly a 6-year-old child? One could easily say he has the prowess of a genin. Sasuke clambered awkwardly to his feet, clutching his chest, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. He stared intently at Shenmue and shouted, Why? Why can you use ninjutsu without hand signs? Shenmue smiled slightly, patiently explaining. Ordinary ninjas perform hand signs to better control their chakra and release ninjutsu, but someone of my caliber possesses an abundance of chakra, allowing for excellent control without the need for hand signs. In truth, Shenmue inwardly scoffed. Who among serious practitioners still uses hand signs? Back in the day, Madara and Hashirama would simply clap their hands, and whatever they wished for would manifest. For them, that hand clap was merely a cultivated habit from childhood. Otherwise, with just a shout, they could certainly unleash ninjutsu as well. With his powerful mental fortitude, combined with an extraordinary physique, Shenmue had, through deliberate training and continual refinement of his chakra control, amassed an astonishing amount of chakra, reaching an impressive 5 cards. Such an immense reservoir of chakra allowed him to disregard the complexities of hand signs entirely. Even low-level ninjutsu could be utilized effortlessly and without strain. Sasuke stood frozen in place, his eyes brimming with a tumult of shame and fury, two extreme emotions surging within him like a relentless tide, nearly overwhelming his very being. After a prolonged silence, he managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Damn it! How infuriating! I am truly a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. At that moment, the sudden and intense emotional upheaval acted as a catalyst, causing a remarkable transformation in Sasuke's eyes. From the depths of his profound gaze, a mysterious tomo gradually emerged, radiating an uncanny glow. Shenmue, witnessing this spectacle, found himself momentarily speechless, his lips twitching slightly as he silently mused. Is this what it means to be the protagonist? To awaken a Tomo Sharingan under such circumstances? It is worth noting that in the original storyline, Sasuke had endured the devastating loss of his entire clan before unlocking a Tomo on the night of their massacre. Yet now, merely having been defeated by himself was enough to trigger such an awakening. Did this mean that defeating Sasuke held the same weight in his heart as annihilating his entire family? Chapter 13. Regret, O Monkey of the Shadows. At this juncture, Teacher Irika approached, a smile gracing his face as he declared loudly, The victor is Shenmue Aoyama. The two shall seal their reconciliation. However, Sasuke appeared oblivious, abruptly rising with flames of rage igniting in his eyes as he bellowed, The battle is not over yet. Shenmue regarded Sasuke with a quiet amusement, clearly aware that the latter believed he still stood a chance. With arms crossed and an arched brow, he taunted, A Tomo Sharingan, you say? Are you truly certain you can still fight me in your current state? Shenmue understood well that for Sasuke, awakening the Sharingan was undeniably a tremendous drain of chakra. Instantly, Sasuke fell silent, casting a glance at his injured body and feeling the remnants of chakra within him dwindle to a mere flicker. Indeed, after the fierce battle, his stamina was severely depleted, and he bore numerous wounds, the recent activation of the Sharingan having consumed a significant amount of chakra. In his present condition, he recognized he was utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Contemplating this, although Sasuke felt a deep-seated resentment, he forcibly restrained his fury and proclaimed defiantly, Next time in practical exercises, I will show you the true power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. With the battle finally concluded, Teacher Irika began directing everyone back to the classroom. As the students walked, they fervently discussed the exhilarating clash that had just transpired. Along the way, the most fervent conversations revolved around the confrontation between Xiaomu and Sasuke. Listening to his classmates, Sasuke maintained his aloof demeanor, tilting his head slightly, with a glimmer of stubbornness in his eyes. However, the bulging veins and the occasional twitch of his lips betrayed the tumult within him, the suppressed emotions roiling beneath the surface. Xiaomu, observing this, felt a pang of anxiety. He couldn't help but imagine the possibility that if the students provoked Sasuke further, he might unlock the second Tomo Sharingan. After all, he was the protagonist, and no one could predict when he might suddenly unleash his hidden powers. Fortunately, until the end of the school day, Sasuke did not activate his Sharingan. Xiaomu let out a quiet sigh of relief and directly guided Hinata and Tintin in their training. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, the bell had long since rung, and students trickled out of the school, forming clusters as they left together. A man clad in a black trench coat, with a stern demeanor, stood at the entrance. It was Itachi Uchiha. Rarely did Itachi come to pick up Sasuke, patiently waiting at the school gate. The moment Sasuke caught sight of Itachi, his previously lowered head shot up, and the weight of his melancholy lifted instantly. Chicken sauce. Itachi observed his younger brother approaching and allowed a subtle smile of gentle warmth to grace his lips. He extended a hand, lightly tapping Sasuke on the forehead, and inquired with genuine concern, "What's wrong, foolish little brother? Did something unpleasant happen at school?" Sasuke dashed to Itachi's side and abruptly halted, his eyes shimmering with pride and excitement. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and summoned the chakra within. In an instant, a single red tomo appeared in his otherwise ordinary black pupils, transforming the aura around him into something fierce. Itachi's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "You've awakened the Sharingan." Sasuke nodded, a complex expression adorning his face as he slowly confessed, "Today was my first practical lesson, and I was easily defeated by a guy named Aoyama Shirmu. You have no idea, chicken sauce. He is incredibly powerful. He can perform jutsu without hand signs, and his strength is astonishing. I felt like an ant, utterly powerless before him. After he defeated me, for some reason, I awakened a Tomo Sharingan." Aoyama Shirmu. Itachi murmured the name, his gaze deepening and growing complex as myriad thoughts flooded his mind. Another genius from the common folk? This child, so young yet possessing such remarkable talent and strength, undoubtedly has an immeasurable future ahead. It seems the Uchiha clan faces an increasing number of challenges. Sasuke, gripping Itachi's arm tightly, implored, "Chicken sauce. Please teach me how to train. I must become stronger and defeat him next time, to erase the disgrace of the Uchiha clan. I want everyone to know that the Uchiha clan is the mightiest." Itachi gazed into Sasuke's determined eyes, his heart swelling with emotion. He gently nodded, then took Sasuke's hand, softly stating, "All right, Sasuke, let us go. I will teach you a fire release technique from the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing Itachi's words, a smile blossomed on Sasuke's face. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his familiar desk, slightly squinting his eyes with a pipe clenched between his lips, the smoke curling upwards and permeating the air. At that moment, two reports just submitted by the Umbu lay on the desk, one detailing Sasuke Uchiha's profile, and the other concerning Aoyama Shirmu. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze slowly swept across the two documents before him. His expression remained impassive as he assessed Uchiha Sasuke's performance. After all, the Uchiha clan had always been renowned for producing prodigies in Konoha, historical figures like Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shisui, and now Uchiha Itachi. It was only natural that Sasuke, as a member of this distinguished lineage, would exhibit extraordinary talent. This understanding prevented any excessive surprise from showing on the Hokage's face. However, when his eyes fell upon the file detailing Aoyama Natsuki's background, a subtle frown creased his forehead before he murmured to himself, "A civilian-born shinobi, gentle yet powerful. Handsome. Bears some resemblance to young Minato, though certainly not as flirtatious." A knowing smile played upon Hiruzen's lips as memories surfaced of the vibrant, golden-haired youth whose radiant smile had earned him the title Konoha's brightest Sunday. The nostalgic moment shattered when the office door burst open with a resounding crash. The aged wooden frame trembled as Shimura Dans entered, leaning heavily on his cane. Hiruzen's expression darkened immediately. his brows knitting together in displeasure as he anticipated the purpose of this uninvited visit. Danzo, Hiruzen acknowledged coldly as the other elder approached. Spare me the formalities, Hiruzen. Danzo's single visible eye burned with intensity. You know why I'm here. That civilian prodigy from the academy, Aoyama Natsuki. I'm claiming him for root. Under my tutelage. His potential won't be wasted. Rising from his seat with deliberate slowness, the third Hokage met Danzo's gaze unflinchingly. Your request is denied. I've already made arrangements for Natsuki's development. He will grow naturally, without roots, influence. The pause carried volumes of unspoken criticism. With his talent and dedication, he'll achieve greatness through conventional shinobi paths. Hiruzen's strategic considerations ran deeper. Naruto and Natsuki shared a classroom, their budding friendship already showing promise. The Hokage recognized the profound significance of nurturing this bond. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and this remarkable civilian talent, forming a connection that could shape Konoha's future strength. Danzo's cane struck the floor with a sharp crack. You refuse even this. Mark my words, Hiruzen, you'll live to regret this obstinacy. The aged Hokage's palms slammed onto the desk with unexpected force. I am the Hokage Danzo. The declaration echoed through the chamber like a gavel's final judgment. With a venomous glare, Danzo turned sharply, the office door crashing shut behind him with enough force to make the framed portraits rattle on their hooks. Chapter 14. Chakra Nature Transformation. In the fleeting passage of 2.5 months, the expansive training grounds of the ninja school bore witness to Sasuke being toppled once more, raising a cloud of dust. This marked his fourth defeat at the hands of Shaky, despite Sasuke pouring forth every ounce of his strength, employing his recently awakened Sharingan. Yet, fate remained unyielding, and he found himself once again bested by Shaky. The consecutive victories had elevated Shaky to the esteemed position of the top student in this year's ninja school. After school, burdened with a sense of dissatisfaction and determination, Sasuke sprinted home, seeking guidance from his elder brother under the pretext of his recent defeat. This exemplified the complexities of brotherly bonds, perfectly aligned with Itachi's devotion to his younger sibling. Meanwhile, Shaky convened with Hinata and Tenten, making their way to the familiar 9th training ground. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a serene and tranquil ambience. Suddenly, Shaky halted, retrieving a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. With a swift flick of his arm, he launched the shuriken into a nearby thicket. A rustle was heard, and a figure emerged from the underbrush, appearing somewhat disheveled and awkwardly gazing at the trio. Well, what a coincidence. Everyone. It was Naruto. Scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Shaky, Hinata, and Tenten remained silent, observing him with a subtle tension in the air. Finally, summoning his courage, Naruto fixed his gaze on Shaky, determination gleaming in his eyes. Shaky, I wish to train with you to defeat Sasuke, he declared, his hands instinctively clenching in nervous anticipation. Despite Shaky's inherent kindness towards all, Naruto was acutely aware of his own unique standing, and thus, he harbored little hope for acceptance of his request. Shaky furrowed his brow slightly, shaking his head in a gentle refusal. The moment Naruto perceived this gesture, his smile evaporated, replaced by a crestfallen demeanor. So, I'm not accepted after all, he murmured, his voice dulled. Seeing this, Shaky quickly smiled and explained, Naruto, your current abilities are too weak to keep pace with our training regimen. However, I will still teach you some other skills. Upon hearing these words, Naruto's expression transformed from overcast to radiant, excitement illuminating his eyes. Thank you, Shaky. Does this mean we are friends now? Shaky nodded in silent agreement. In truth, he genuinely wished to harness the potential of both Naruto and Sasuke. If the 5 Kage summit featured Naruto and Sasuke standing side by side, their combined presence would undoubtedly command respect and admiration. Subsequently, Shaky led Naruto to a grand tree, tall and majestic, its foliage abundant. Gazing at the tree, Shaky turned to Naruto and earnestly said, Now, I shall teach you the art of tree climbing. With that, he infused chakra into his feet. With graceful and fluid movements, he steadily ascended the tree step by step. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched Shermu, unable to contain his admiration. Amazing. I want to learn this. Shermu leaped down from the tree, landing firmly on the ground. First, you must channel chakra to your feet. This requires precise control over its output, ensuring it spreads evenly across the soles. Then, begin running up the tree from the ground. maintaining a steady rhythm as you climb step by step until you reach the top. Finally, descend by running back down. Mastering this will mark the completion of your training, as it primarily tests your ability to control chakra. Once you've achieved this, I'll teach you more. Naruto nodded earnestly and, following Shirmu's instructions, began his struggle against the tree. At first, his movements were clumsy, his chakra adhesion unstable, causing him to slip after only a few steps. But Naruto was not one to give up. He persisted, attempting again and again until his clothes were drenched in sweat. Shirmu continued to advise from the side, "Remember, eat less instant noodles and more meat. It will help enhance your strength." Naruto looked up with a grin, replying, "Got it, Shirmu." Seeing Naruto fully immersed in his tree climbing training, Shirmu turned away with reassurance and returned to guiding Hinata and Tintin in their Rokushiki practice. Hinata and Tintin also trained diligently, though their progress remained modest, relying on gradual accumulation through persistent effort. After all, differences in physical constitution were not easily overcome. Night fell, and silence enveloped the world. Alone, Shirmu sat cross-legged on the ground, his right hand slowly rising as his fingers formed a delicate seal. A faint glow flickered in his palm, manifesting the wind-natured chakra within him. Simultaneously, his left hand was not idle, as the gentle and fluid water-natured chakra coiled like a silken ribbon in his grasp. With utmost care, Shirmu brought the wind-natured chakra in his right hand closer to the water-natured chakra in his left. The moment they touched, the two chakras neutralized each other, vanishing without a trace, no sign of fusion whatsoever. Mastering chakra nature transformation is difficult enough, but merging two natures is an even greater challenge. Shirmu slowly opened his eyes. A slight frown creasing his brow as a trace of resignation crossed his face. To study the nature transformation of chakra and the method of fusing them, Shirmu had invested immense time and effort. Yet, after all this time, he remained without a clue. The training for water-natured chakra transformation involved comprehending the flow and form of water, while wind-natured chakra transformation required understanding the sharpness and cutting force of wind. Both forms of chakra nature transformation were inherently arduous, demanding exceptional insight and unyielding perseverance. And to merge the two into one, applying them to ninjutsu to create a powerful Kekkei Genkai like ice release, that was a challenge of an entirely different magnitude. This endeavor not only demands a profound understanding of the dual natures of chakra, but also requires a remarkable ability to multitask, seamlessly merging the transformations of both chakra types. How vexing. It is exceedingly challenging. Must I devise the shadow clone technique to hasten my training? Xiaomu bit his lip, pondering deeply within himself. Although the shadow clone technique allows for the accumulation of vast experience through the replication of multiple clones within a brief period, it is not a method suited for all. After much contemplation, Xiaomu reluctantly chose to abandon this notion, recognizing that the transformation of chakra nature largely hinges upon one's innate comprehension. Much like Naruto, who could harness the shadow clone technique to amass experience in chakra transformation and ultimately execute the wind release, Rasengan, his success was primarily due to his inherent talent. Such gifts are rare and cannot be sought after. Only a select few elite shinobi possess the capability to master the unique ability of chakra transformation. Lacking this talent, no amount of time spent on experience accumulation would yield the desired results. Otherwise, if everyone could achieve chakra transformation simply through time investment, the number of elite shinobi in the 5 great ninja villages would not be so scarce. Moreover, the ability to amalgamate wind and water chakra to create a new jutsu is an even rarer feat, a pinnacle achievement in the ninja world. Nevertheless, Xiaomu harbored confidence in his ability to master ice release. He considered himself to possess a modicum of talent. Despite encountering numerous challenges throughout his research, he had never wavered in his resolve. Moving forward, what he required was the accumulation of knowledge and insight, which demanded ample time. Fortunately, time was a resource Xiaomu possessed in abundance. He adjusted his mindset, returning to a state of calm focus, and chose to continue his training. Chapter 15. The Night of Annihilation. The passage of half a year felt like a fleeting moment, slipping by unnoticed. A pall of gloom seemed to envelop the skies above Konoha village, the oppressive atmosphere of an impending storm permeating every corner. When the school bell rang, Xiaomu did not engage in his usual rigorous training. Instead, his feet instinctively carried him towards the outskirts of the village, where the Uchiha clan's territory lay. Xiaomu deftly ascended to a high rooftop, seeking a concealed corner to crouch down. His gaze fixated intently on the Uchiha clan's grounds in the distance, revealing a complexity of emotions, curiosity intermingled with a hint of anticipation. 1 against 7, Omito, and the Akatsuki's leader. When will you eradicate the clan? It has already been 7 days. If this continues, Hinata and Tenten will surely be upset with me. Xiaomu furrowed his brow. His lips pursed tight enough to hang an oil bottle, grumbling softly. He leaned forward, hands resting on his knees, eyes unblinking as he stared at the clan's territory, all the while calculating his own schemes. Despite his grumbling, Xiaomu swiftly reined in his thoughts, slipping into the house from the other side of the rooftop. He stood resolutely in the room, first engaging in a brief session of physical warm-ups before embarking on his monotonous training regimen. Before long, the night descended like a vast, heavy black curtain, enveloping the surroundings. The Uchiha clan's territory, once tranquil, was suddenly pierced by a cacophony of anguished screams that shattered the serenity of the night sky. Summer, who had been resting, instantly roused himself, hastily donning the meticulously prepared garb for nocturnal ventures, and stealthily infiltrated the Uchiha clan's domain. While he held little fascination for the clan's formidable Sharingan, the wealth of the Uchiha family acted like a colossal magnet, drawing him irresistibly. Summer swiftly navigated through the territory, searching from house to house for his targets, specifically those that exuded affluence. With practiced ease, he rummaged through belongings, opening chests and boxes, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he collected any valuable silver he encountered without hesitation. The demise of the Uchiha clan members stirred no significant emotion within him. After all, to him, it was the village that housed his family that deserved protection. Otherwise, he had little inclination to safeguard Konoha. As he continued his search, he silently critiqued the situation in his mind. In this manner, Summer busied himself within the Uchiha territory. Before long, he had amassed an equivalent of 35 million ryo, a sum barely sufficient for 2 years of sustenance. He pondered, touching his satchel, frowning slightly. This amount was inadequate, compelling him to seek further riches. Thus, he remained unsatisfied with his current haul and continued to scour the territory for greater wealth. Eventually, after considerable effort, Summer succeeded in acquiring a total of 50 million ryo. He then employed a summoning technique to store the silver within a scroll. After all, carrying such a hefty sum proved burdensome. This scroll, funded by the affections of a wealthy benefactor, required no expenditure on his part. After all, he was committed to living off the fruits of another's labor. Soon, he envisioned himself as a man capable of lavishly dispensing wealth, adept in the art of gold manipulation. Yet, he couldn't help but smirk, lamenting that a significant portion of this fortune would inevitably be consumed by himself. After a thorough search, he successfully secured an additional 10 million ryo. At this moment, satisfaction radiated from his countenance as he contemplated. The Uchiha clan possessed considerable assets, yet their cash reserves were relatively scarce. Acquiring 60 million ryo was indeed a commendable achievement. Just as he prepared to depart quietly, a shadow materialized before him like a specter, obstructing his path. Alarmed, Summer's body tensed instantly, his eyes warily fixed on the figure before him. The newcomer bore a grim expression, his gaze brimming with lethal intent. It was none other than Itachi Uchiha. "Who are you?" Itachi's voice was low and frigid, clearly reflecting his current state of agitation. Xiaomu was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing to concoct an appropriate excuse. "I am merely a passerby masquerading as a knight." However, Uchiha Itachi's expression grew more solemn, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaomu. "You are Xiaomu, Aoyama Xiaomu." Itachi's voice resonated with undeniable certainty. In an instant, Xiaomu felt as though he had been ensnared by a spell, his entire being rendered bewildered. It was over. He had inadvertently walked into the line of fire. On a night steeped in sorrow for the Uchiha clan, he had come to pilfer, only to be caught red-handed. This was nothing short of a social demise. I am not Aoyama Xiaomu, Sasuke's classmate," Xiaomu hastily protested. Yet the moment the words escaped his lips, he realized he had unwittingly exposed his own identity. Itachi displayed no sign of anger at Xiaomu's desperate denial. Instead, he spoke slowly. "Do not feign innocence, Aoyama Xiaomu. I have seen you at the Ninja Academy and am well aware of your height. Your stature and abilities have betrayed you. The only one bold enough to infiltrate the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly you." Hearing this, Xiaomu could only lower his head in resignation and nod. He understood all too well that he had no advantage in terms of height. at merely 7 years of age. Concealing his identity was indeed a significant challenge. As for transformation techniques, Xiaomu refrained from using them, for such tricks would not fool Uchiha Itachi. Yet Itachi exhibited no trace of anger. Instead, he retrieved a scroll from his robe and gently tossed it to Xiaomu. I know you are in dire need of money. Sasuke has informed me that your appetite exceeds that of ordinary individuals by several fold. Inside this scroll is 30 million ryo. I ask that you look after Sasuke. Itachi's voice remained as cold as ever. Xiaomu accepted the scroll, his eyes lighting up, and without hesitation, he tucked it into his pocket. He patted the pocket with a satisfied smile and declared, "This is the price for caring for Sasuke. I can accept that. However, what if I were to guide Sasuke in becoming stronger? After all, he is my beloved friend, my brother." As Xiaomu spoke, he grinned at Uchiha Itachi, his desires laid bare without the slightest veil. Itachi's brow furrowed in confusion as he questioned, "What do you mean?" Xiaomu laughed heartily, crossing his arms defiantly, and replied, "That would require an additional fee." Itachi's expression darkened, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, producing another scroll from his robe and tossing it to Xiaomu before vanishing into the shadows with lightning speed, as if fearing Xiaomu might utter something to further raise the price. Chapter 16. The second pillar strikes again. Xiaomu gazed at the newly acquired scroll in his hands, letting out a resigned sigh. He could not fathom Itachi's behavior, yet it bore little relevance to him. In Xiaomu's view, he had merely engaged in a fair transaction. With his objective accomplished, he dared not linger further and returned to his home. Cautiously, he placed the 2 scrolls given by the weasel onto the table, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. The experiences of that evening, though fraught with peril, were indeed bountiful. Xiaomu unfurled one of the scrolls to verify the currency, meticulously inspecting it to confirm a sum of 30 million taels. Upon opening the other scroll, a black iron block, the size of a basketball, emerged, instantly collapsing the wooden table in Xiaomu's home, leaving a dent in the ground. What on earth is this? Xiaomu lifted it, estimating its weight to be a hefty 1.5 tons. However, unfamiliar with its purpose, he resolved to use this iron mass for additional training once his own burdens had been lifted. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting a warm glow upon the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, heralding the dawn of a new day. Yet, this day at the ninja school felt distinctly different. An unusual atmosphere lingered in the air. Naturally, Sasuke was absent from class. In the classroom, students gathered in hushed circles, whispering among themselves. Sakura furrowed her brow. A look of concern etched upon her face as she inquired, "What is going on with Sasuke? Is he unwell? He never misses class without reason." Ino echoed her sentiments. Could it be? Sasuke is formidable. How could he suddenly not attend school? Naruto, filled with anxiety, sprang to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on Xiaomu, brimming with worry. "Xiaomu, you don't think something has happened to Sasuke, do you? I'm rather concerned about that guy." Clenching his fists, he leaned slightly forward, as if to find solace in Xiaomu's assurance. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Xiaomu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Indeed, the bond between Naruto and Sasuke was genuine. However, it was undeniable that Sasuke was unwell. After enduring 3 days of the massacre under Tsukuyami, it was impossible for anyone to feel at ease. Meanwhile, Ino and Sakura remained focused on Sasuke. Xiaomu, known for his fickle heart and formidable prowess, had become notorious throughout the Ninja Academy, leading to a complete lack of romantic prospects. At that moment, Hinata gently spoke up, "Xiaomu-kun, why are you staring at Sasuke's seat? Has he been busy these past few days?" Enchanted by Hinata's adorable demeanor, Xiaomu couldn't resist squeezing her small hand. Smiling as he replied, "Oh, nothing. I've been occupied lately, but in the evenings, I'll take you and Tin for some training. I'll treat you both to dinner." Hinata nodded obediently, a blush blooming on her cheeks. "Yes, that sounds lovely, Xiaomu-kun." Thus, life returned to a semblance of normalcy as classes continued. Yet, within many hearts lingered an undercurrent of concern for Sasuke's well-being. It was not until 7 days later that Sasuke slowly returned to school, clad once again in the familiar garb of the Uchiha clan. His already aloof demeanor now exuded an even colder aura, deterring others from approaching him. He silently took his seat, his vacant gaze fixed ahead, radiating an air of isolation that seemed to declare, "Do not come near." Thus, time quietly slipped away amidst an atmosphere of tension and concern. Until the end of the school day, Summer glanced at Hinata and earnestly said, "Hinata, you and Tintin need not wait for me. I shall go see Sasuke." Hinata nodded, her eyes filled with worry. "Be careful, Summer." Clearly, as the heiress of the Hyuga clan, Hinata was aware of the happenings surrounding the Uchiha clan. Naruto, witnessing Summer's intention to visit Sasuke, hurriedly chimed in, "Summer, I will accompany you. How can I rest easy with Sasuke in such a state?" Summer playfully punched Naruto and replied with a smile, "Do not worry. Your task is to train hard and enhance your strength. Leave Sasuke to me. I am not a child, and I do not require your protection." To this, Naruto could only helplessly nod. "All right, but you must be cautious," he urged. Summer patted Naruto on the shoulder and then turned to follow in Sasuke's footsteps. Poor Sasuke, at that moment, remained in a daze, silently making his way towards the Uchiha clan's territory, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary and desolate. Upon arriving at the Uchiha grounds, Summer's figure flickered, suddenly materializing before Sasuke like a specter. This unexpected action caused Sasuke to tremble slightly. He abruptly looked up, his eyes flashing with wariness and anger. "Summer, what do you want?" he coldly inquired. To pity me or to mock me? At that moment, Sasuke resembled a lit firecracker, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Observing Sasuke's furious demeanor, Summer could only shake his head in resignation, raising his hands in a gesture of openness. "I received Itachi's payment to look after you." Upon hearing Itachi's name, Sasuke's fury reached its peak. "Do not mention that man to me. I will kill him one day." His voice brimmed with hatred and resolve. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. Summer sighed internally, witnessing Sasuke's irrational rage, clearly unable to heed any advice at this moment. "With your current strength, you are not even qualified to bark in front of him." Summer could not help but exclaim. Sasuke, upon hearing Summer's words, erupted like a powder keg. "What gives you the right to teach me a lesson?" he bellowed. Summer was momentarily taken aback, a thought flashing through his mind. Should I say that the burden of the Ming dynasty's 2 capitals and 13 provinces rests upon my shoulders? The phrase "the welfare of the world" is not for you to utter. However, he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head in exasperation. "I am entrusted with a duty, and I will fulfill it. Guiding your training, we owe each other nothing," Summer stated calmly. In response, Sasuke suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, the sound echoing harshly in the desolate clan grounds, revealing the emergence of one of the notorious Uchihas for madmen. "Guide my training? How infuriating. You are no match for me now, Sasuke." The disdain in Sasuke's voice was palpable. Shimo observed Sasuke's arrogant demeanor, the corners of his lips curling slightly upward. "Then let's fight. I'll show you the gap between us." He resolved to teach Sasuke a harsh lesson, to make him realize just how feeble his current strength truly was. Chapter 17. Defeated in a single move. At that moment, 2 Tomo suddenly appeared in Sasuke's pupils, the unmistakable mark of the 2 Tomo Sharingan. "Very well, let's exchange blows then. I'll defeat you and cleanse the disgrace of the Uchiha clan." The sky had cleared, the rain had ceased, and the fool believed himself invincible once more. Watching Sasuke brimming with confidence, Shimo inwardly scoffed. He would ensure this lesson was unforgettable. "Your techniques are utterly transparent before me." No sooner had the words left his lips than Sasuke hurled his shuriken without hesitation. His movements were fluid and swift, the signature precision of the Uchiha clan's throwing techniques on full display. The shuriken sliced through the air with razor-sharp trajectories, whistling ominously as they streaked towards Shimo. Yet this time, the outcome was nothing like their previous encounters. Shimo remained rooted in place, making no attempt to evade. Clang, clang, clang. A dozen shurikens struck Shimo's body in rapid succession, the metallic clatter ringing sharply through the air. But not a single one pierced his flesh. Instead, they rebounded as if striking unyielding steel, clattering uselessly to the ground. Sasuke's eyes widened, disbelief twisting his features. "Impossible," he muttered, voice thick with shock and confusion. Refusing to yield, Sasuke swiftly recomposed himself and unleashed his most formidable fire-style jutsu. In an instant, his hands flew through a rapid sequence of seals. With the final seal completed, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth. "Fire style, great fireball technique," he roared as the inferno surged toward Shimo, his 2 Tomo Sharingan gleaming with intensity. His gaze locked onto Shimo, scrutinizing every minute movement. If Shimo so much as twitched to evade or counter, Sasuke was prepared to strike again without hesitation. Yet once more, Sasuke had gravely miscalculated. Shimo stood unwavering, his expression devoid of fear. Just as the fireball was about to engulf him, he swung a single fist forward, relying purely on raw physical strength, and shattered the flames with sheer force. The fireball exploded into a shower of embers, scattering harmlessly into the air. Sasuke's face contorted in stunned horror. This can't be. But Shimo granted him no reprieve. The moment the flames dispersed, Shimo activated Soru, his body blurring like lightning as he closed the distance in an instant. His speed was inhuman, a flash of movement, and before Sasuke could react, Shimo was already upon him. Within Sasuke's heart, a sense of panic surged, as the speed he faced was beyond the grasp of even his two-tomo Sharingan. Bang! Summer's fist struck Sasuke's abdomen with formidable force, as if it aimed to shatter his very insides. An intense wave of agony surged through Sasuke, compelling him to collapse onto the ground, his hands clutching his abdomen tightly. A grimace of pain etched upon his face. Summer stood beside him, looking down from a position of superiority. I can defeat you without even using chakra. Now you comprehend your own limitations, he intoned, his voice deep and resonant, each word striking Sasuke's heart like a heavy hammer. He then crouched to meet Sasuke's gaze, continuing. Do you believe you are worthy to stand before him? Let alone eliminate him. If you are truly interested in growing stronger, relinquish your pride and dignity, and train with me tomorrow. With that, Summer's figure vanished as swiftly as he had appeared, his movements so rapid they seemed to defy comprehension. As though he had never existed at all, Sasuke lay on the ground, his inner fury and resentment burning like an inferno. Gradually, he rose to his feet, brushing the dust from his clothes. The confusion and helplessness that once clouded his eyes were replaced by a resolute determination. The following morning, sunlight poured over the 9th training ground of the Hidden Leaf Village. There, a figure soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Astonishingly, it was still Sasuke who bore the brunt of the blows. Initially, Summer had assigned Naruto to guide Sasuke in his training, a task Sasuke had approached with reluctance. He always maintained an air of superiority, convinced that his prowess far surpassed Naruto's, rendering any instruction unnecessary. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. In the ensuing battles, Sasuke was consistently bested by Tenten and Hinata, who, under Summer's meticulous guidance, had made remarkable strides in their physical abilities, not only enhancing their overall strength, but also mastering the technique known as Shave from the Six Styles. Despite possessing the two-tomo Sharingan, which allowed him to perceive his opponent's movements, Sasuke found his body unable to keep pace with his sight. Each time he was engaged in close combat, defeat was inevitable. Damn it, Sasuke felt like a mere jester, having once believed himself invincible, only to be easily vanquished. Naruto chimed in, Hey, Sasuke, Tenten and Hinata's strength also stems from their relentless training. I believe it won't be long before you achieve the same. Sasuke coldly retorted, I don't need your comfort. Let us begin training. Thus, Naruto began to guide Sasuke patiently in utilizing chakra for water walking and tree climbing, much like Summer had done in the past. As for mastering the 6 styles, even Naruto's progress, aided by the Nine Tails chakra, was relatively slow. After all, it was not merely a matter of skill, but also a reflection of inherent physical differences. Even though Tenten spent an entire year alongside Hinata, she barely mastered the technique of Shave. However, to truly employ it adeptly in real combat, they still have a considerable journey ahead. Due to the relentless training of Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Tenten, their progress caught the attention of others. Sakura and Ino were so moved by their determination and achievements that they resolutely decided to join the training group. Subsequently, Kiba, Shino, Choji, and Shikamaru also followed suit, hoping to enhance their abilities under the guidance of Kage. In this manner, Kage, unknowingly, united everyone together. As for Neji, he remained absorbed in studying the Hyuga clan's unique jutsu, aspiring to transcend the boundaries between the main and branch families through his own efforts. Meanwhile, Lee steadfastly followed Guy in his training. Within the crystal orb, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly observed all of this, his face adorned with a gentle smile reminiscent of a caring aunt. His eyes filled with warmth and anticipation. Such are the bonds. I acknowledge Kage's will of fire. As he uttered these words, a different emotion surged within Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Although the techniques Kage was studying seemed remarkably effective, their progress was exceedingly slow, yet they held considerable value nonetheless. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, and made a decision. Chapter 18. 5 years later. 5 years later, the atmosphere within the Ninja Academy was bustling. After 5 years of diligent training, Naruto successfully passed the ninja exam through his own efforts and perseverance. Consequently, the incident where Mizuki attempted to entice Naruto into stealing the scroll of seals never occurred, allowing the academy to proceed with its educational activities in tranquility. This day marked the division of classes for the students. Irika-sensei stood at the podium, holding the class assignment list, his gaze sweeping across each student in the classroom. In Class 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Aoyama Kage. In Class 8, Yamanaka Ino, Inazuka Kiba, and Hyuga Hinata. As Irika-sensei's voice concluded, the class assignments were finalized. In line with the original narrative, the descendants of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were placed in the same Class 10. The reconnaissance team remained composed of Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, under the leadership of Jonin Yuhi Kurenai. However, Kage did not anticipate being assigned to Class 7. Sakura, on the other hand, formed another class with 2 other ninjas, a complex emotion flickering in her gaze, though she quickly regained her composure. Hinata, upon hearing that she would not be in the same class as Kage, visibly felt her spirits dampen. She lowered her head, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, her eyes shimmering with disappointment. Kage noticed Hinata's emotional shift and gently offered words of comfort. Hinata, be sure to protect yourself during missions. It's okay to abandon a task if necessary. Hinata lifted her head, a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes. Kage-kun, you too. Soon, several Jonin led their respective classes away, leaving Kage, Naruto, and Sasuke still in the classroom. As the team leader had yet to arrive, Naruto couldn't help but express his frustration. Is he ever coming? Our teacher must be one of those who enjoys being late. Xiaomu nodded in agreement, silently criticizing. Kakashi not only likes to be tardy, but also has a penchant for reading Liu Bei's works. However, he kept these thoughts to himself, bored out of his mind. Naruto placed the eraser against the door, intending to play a prank on their soon-to-arrive teacher. Sasuke shook his head in resignation, muttering, "How tedious." As time ticked away, the atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly oppressive. After waiting for 2 hours, the door finally creaked open. The eraser lost its support and fell to the ground, landing atop the head of a figure clad in a mask with white hair. It was Kakashi. With a soft sigh, he picked up the fallen eraser and surveyed the 3 students in the classroom. My first impression of you is less than favorable. Naruto couldn't resist retorting. You're the one who's late. Xiaomu spoke up directly. Kakashi-sensei, please, just say what you need to say. Kakashi raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, you know me? Xiaomu nodded confidently, replying, the copy ninja who has replicated over 1,000 jutsu. I've gathered some intelligence. Kakashi acknowledged him with a nod, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Internally, he mused, this student is indeed somewhat extraordinary, just as the Hokage described. Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, so impressive. Then I'll forgive your tardiness. Sasuke muttered, over 1,000 jutsu replicated. Kakashi stood at the podium, scanning the classroom with a faint smile, and began. Let's introduce ourselves so we can get to know each other. He proceeded with his own introduction. I am Hitaki Kakashi, your team leader. As for dreams, I'm uncertain. I have many likes and dislikes. His introduction was brief and vague, as if he were purposefully dodging something. After finishing, he fell silent, merely standing at the podium. Naruto, unable to contain himself, stood on his desk and declared, I am Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to become Hokage. I love Ichiraku ramen, and I don't really hate anything. Sasuke, with a cold demeanor, stated, Uchiha Sasuke. I have no likes or dislikes. My dream is to kill that man. Xiaomu, observing Kakashi with a mischievous smile, slowly introduced himself, Aoyama Xiaomu. My dream is to marry many wives who can coexist harmoniously. I love money and have no dislikes. After listening to their introductions, Kakashi rolled his eyes, internally reflecting. One is a melodramatic youth much like Obito, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Another is the last scion of the Uchiha clan, with a rather unpleasant disposition. And the last is a money-loving commoner with a gentle personality reminiscent of Minato-sensei. At this moment, Kakashi finally comprehended why the Hokage had specifically cautioned him, as all 3 of his students were indeed quite challenging to manage. Kakashi took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, and slowly spoke. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, gather at the 3rd training ground. No need for breakfast. Got it. As soon as the words fell, Kakashi executed the body flicker technique, vanishing from the classroom in an instant, leaving only a faint sound of wind in his wake. Naruto gazed in the direction of Kakashi's disappearance and could not help but exclaim, "Sasuke, what about us?" Xiaomu smiled faintly and said, "Of course. I shall embark upon my cultivation journey." Thus, the three individuals hastened to the 9th training ground. To their surprise, they encountered everyone there. Upon seeing the gathering, Naruto promptly remarked, "Kakashi-sensei is rather foolish. He couldn't even evade the chalk eraser I placed at the door, and he is 2 hours late." Shamu turned to Hinata and inquired softly, "And what about you, Hinata? How is your team instructor?" Kiba interjected enthusiastically, "Yuhi Kurenai-sensei is both exceptionally gentle and strikingly beautiful." His tone was imbued with admiration and appreciation, akin to that of one describing a flawless goddess. Indeed, it is not uncommon for adolescents to indulge in such fantasies. Shino and Hinata nodded in agreement, clearly sharing a favorable first impression of Yuhi Kurenai. Choji, while munching on potato chips, remarked, "Asuma-sensei is quite commendable. He treated Ino, Shikamaru, and me to a barbecue today." Jingyi smiled and said, "If one can invite Dingji to dinner, then that person is indeed quite admirable in Dingji's eyes." Shikamaru, with a hint of a smile, slowly began to speak. "However, it seems that Asuma-sensei has emptied his wallet. If only Shikamaru were in our class. Asuma-sensei might be able to ask for credit from him." The crowd exchanged casual remarks before embarking on their respective training. Each individual eagerly anticipated the day they would become ninjas. After all, attaining the status of a ninja would enable them to undertake missions for remuneration and venture beyond the village. Even Shamu was brimming with excitement. Over the past few years, he had diligently guided the 12 young prodigies of Konoha in mastering the 6 forms, and each clan had generously contributed funds. The previous sum of 90 million ryo had dwindled considerably due to his indulgences and the necessities of training. In a bid to avoid relying on others, Shamu was also keen to take on missions. Chapter 19, Traditional Pursuits. The following dawn, golden sunlight cascaded upon the 3rd training ground, the stifling summer heat hanging heavily in the motionless air. Naruto sat listlessly upon the parched earth, idly kicking pebbles that rolled across the ground with soft clattering sounds, masking the audible protests of his empty stomach. Nearby, Sasuke stood with arms crossed, his brooding countenance darkening by the minute as irritation simmered beneath his stoic facade. Since daybreak, they had waited in vain for their perpetually tardy instructor Kakashi to appear. The oppressive morning sun steadily sapped their strength, their hunger and thirst growing more pronounced with each passing moment. In contrast, Natsuki appeared remarkably composed, having anticipated their sensei's habitual tardiness and fortified himself with a substantial breakfast beforehand. Observing his impatient companions with quiet amusement, a faint smirk played at the corners of Natsuki's lips. How vexing. Once again, they were delayed for so long that noon was almost upon them. Naruto could no longer contain his frustration, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction and complaint. "If Kakashi-sensei doesn't arrive soon, I shall indulge in a bowl of Ichiraku ramen." Sasuke turned his head to look at Shamu, a flicker of anticipation and unease dancing in his eyes. "Shamu, can this Kakashi-sensei truly teach me to become stronger? Otherwise, I shall not squander my time here." It was evident that Sasuke had reached the limits of his patience. Shamu nodded, a comforting smile gracing his face. "Fear not, Sasuke. Your mastery of the Uchiha clan's fire release is commendable. Once you become his disciple, you shall learn Kakashi-sensei's advanced lightning release techniques. Such powerful jutsu will undoubtedly enhance your strength." Upon hearing the mention of advanced jutsu, a glimmer of excitement ignited in Sasuke's eyes, his inner restlessness quelled somewhat. Naruto, catching wind of Shamu's words, could not help but approach, his eyes sparkling with longing. "Advanced jutsu? How impressive. What about me? Shamu, what can I learn?" Naruto's voice brimmed with eager anticipation. Feigning contemplation for a moment, Shamu privately mused that Naruto was perhaps more suited to mastering the art of making chakra balls. Thus, Shamu replied, "I have heard that the 4th Hokage possesses a jutsu called the Rasengan, which can be executed without hand seals, making it exceptionally convenient and practical." "Without hand seals? That is fantastic," Naruto exclaimed, leaping up with excitement, fists clenched, his eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. "Yes, I shall learn this. I must master the Rasengan." After training with Shamu for several years, Naruto had only managed to grasp a few basic wind release techniques, struggling with slightly more complex jutsu. Therefore, He yearned for the ease of executing the Rasengan. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before the trio. As they focused their gaze, they recognized it was none other than Kakashi-sensei. "Sorry for my tardiness. I was helping an old lady cross the street," Kakashi said breezily, as if his delay were merely a result of a good deed. Shemu, however, was not convinced by this tale. He smirked, teasing, "I suspect you were up late reading your little yellow book." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kakashi's face flushed crimson, evidently struck at a sensitive point. Last night, he had indeed indulged in quite a bit of intimate paradise and had slept rather late. Clearing his throat, Kakashi shifted the topic. "All right, back to business. Next comes your assessment, a selection of 3 candidates, with 2 to be chosen. Those who fail shall return for remedial training, while those who succeed will become true ninjas capable of undertaking missions." With that, he retrieved 2 bells from his pocket, deftly fastening them to his waist. "Now, let us commence today's trial." Naruto and Sasuke's gazes were instantly drawn to the 2 bells, their eyes gleaming with desire and determination. "I possess 2 bells. If you can seize them by noon, you will pass my evaluation and earn your lunch," Kakashi said with a sly smile. "Should you fail to procure them, you will be summarily eliminated and face punishment by being tied to a stump, deprived of your midday meal." Upon hearing these words, Naruto immediately rubbed his hands together, brimming with eagerness. Sasuke remained silent, merely nodding in quiet acknowledgement. Kakashi appeared utterly composed, leisurely retrieving a copy of Make-Out Paradise from his pocket before leaning casually against a tree trunk, flipping open the pages with evident relish. "You may begin whenever you're ready," Kakashi remarked without lifting his gaze, his voice laced with a languid indifference as his eyes remained fixed upon the book. Standing nearby, Shimo curled his lips into a knowing smirk before calling out to Naruto and Sasuke. "Naruto, Sasuke, this is your moment." Naruto's temper flared instantly at the provocation. Exchanging a glance with Sasuke, the 2 moved in perfect unison. Wind release, gale palm. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring the incantation as a fierce gust erupted from his mouth, howling toward Kakashi with relentless force. Not to be outdone, Sasuke's fingers blurred through a rapid succession of seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. He bellowed, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged forth, morphing into a towering inferno that roared toward their target. The wind fanned the flames, and the flames rode the wind. In an instant, the blazing wall, propelled by Naruto's gale, hurtled toward Kakashi at terrifying speed. Hearing the commotion, Kakashi slowly lowered his book, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eye. He was pleased. Their seamless coordination in executing a combined technique spoke volumes of their growing synergy. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Kakashi's hands moved with practiced precision. "Water release, water wall," he declared, summoning a shimmering barrier of water that rose before him, crystalline and unyielding. The collision between the surging flames and the towering water wall erupted in a deafening explosion, blanketing the training ground in a thick, billowing mist. Yet Naruto and Sasuke wasted no time assessing their success. Without hesitation, they darted forward like twin bolts of lightning, converging on Kakashi from opposite sides. Within Sasuke's eyes, the twin tomo of his Sharingan whirled, weaving an illusion to disrupt their opponent's focus. Kakashi's expression faltered momentarily, his gaze clouding with confusion, but only for an instant. A seasoned shinobi of his caliber recovered swiftly, his sharpened awareness returning in the blink of an eye. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Naruto lunged recklessly for the bell at Kakashi's waist. But just as his fingers grazed the prize, Kakashi's form dissolved into smoke, vanishing without a trace. "Damn it! A clone? Since when?" Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Sasuke's jaw slackened, shock rippling through his expression. "So this is the prowess of a Jonin?" Kakashi's figure gradually emerged from the branches not far away. His expression relaxed as he observed Naruto and Sasuke. "You 2 possess commendable strength and coordination, yet unfortunately, your connection is lacking," Kakashi remarked, slightly furrowing his brow as he pointed out their shortcomings. As his words echoed in the air, Kakashi exhaled deeply, a flicker of apprehension crossing his gaze. He realized that he had indeed been somewhat careless, almost facing defeat at the hands of these freshly graduated Ninja Academy students. Chapter 20. The Formation of Team 7. Kakashi inadvertently turned his head, casting a glance toward Shemu, who was watching from a distance. He raised an eyebrow and called out teasingly, "Aren't you going to make a move, Shemu?" If Naruto and Sasuke managed to seize the bells, You will be at a loss. Don't blame me for not warning you. Shemu crossed his arms, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he retorted. Kakashi-sensei, you should give it your all. Otherwise, being defeated by 2 students would be quite embarrassing. I am eager to witness just how formidable your J-nin prowess truly is. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression hardened, the light-hearted demeanor vanishing in an instant. He had no desire to find himself falling short in this assessment, bested by 2 inexperienced students. With this thought in mind, Kakashi discreetly heightened his vigilance. Though he still did not regard Naruto and Sasuke as genuine equals. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke made their move, their figures darting forth like twin bolts of lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. Kakashi's heart raced with alarm as he realized he could not track their movements at all. In the blink of an eye, Naruto and Sasuke appeared before him, heading straight for the bells hanging at his waist. Although Kakashi reacted, he found himself at a disadvantage. Naruto and Sasuke's speed was simply too overwhelming. Just as he registered the situation, he thought, this is bad. Kakashi silently cursed, attempting to evade. But it was already too late. In an instant, Naruto and Sasuke, one to the left and the other to the right, firmly grasped the bells at Kakashi's waist and yanked them down with force. Kakashi stared at the empty space where the bells had been, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He recognized that he could not compete with the speed of these 2 youngsters. Shemu nodded in acknowledgement. If Kakashi had revealed his Sharingan, the 3 could have engaged in a fair fight. Unfortunately, Kakashi had never perceived the duo as true adversaries, making failure inevitable. After all, a ninja's battle involves not only ninjutsu, but also the significance of taijutsu. Techniques such as the body flicker require instantaneous, explosive power and speed. Once mastered by an opponent, they become exceedingly formidable. Holding the bells triumphantly, Naruto exclaimed, "How about that, Kakashi-sensei? We got the bells." Sasuke, maintaining an air of calm, added, "This is a taijutsu developed by Shemu. It is quite challenging to master, and Naruto and I have only grasped a couple of moves." Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of surprise. He was aware of Shemu's genius, but he had not anticipated the emergence of such an impressive taijutsu. Under the guidance of Shemu, the 12 young ninjas of Konoha have largely mastered the techniques of shave and moon step, both of which are relatively straightforward and suitable for most ninjas to cultivate. However, the techniques of gale foot, paper drawing, finger gun, and iron block present a greater challenge. Gale foot, while a swift slicing attack, proves ineffective against truly formidable opponents. Paper drawing offers little utility to ninjas, primarily serving to evade minor attacks. Most confrontations among ninjas involve large-scale ninjutsu, rendering paper drawing somewhat superfluous. Shemu merely utilizes it to further awaken his observation haki. Although iron block can enhance defense, merely enduring blows is not a sustainable strategy without Shemu's extraordinary physique. Withstanding ninjutsu with sheer body strength is tantamount to courting death. The finger gun technique, which employs a finger jab to unleash the power of a spear, is less practical than simply attaching an explosive tag to a kunai. Beyond shave and moon step, the other 4 techniques require a higher level of proficiency, and the 12 young ninjas lack the robust physiques necessary to complete their training. They would be better off focusing on ninjutsu instead. As for the combination techniques of the 6 styles, only Shemu possesses the capability to execute them, a feat necessitating exceptional talent and formidable physical prowess. Kakashi, listening to their exchange, felt a wave of introspection. Indeed, both of you possess considerable skill. Kakashi, setting aside his usual playful demeanor, spoke earnestly. But what of you, Shemu? Naruto and Sasuke each hold a bell. Should you lack one, you may find yourself repeating a year. Before Shemu could respond, Sasuke scoffed. Raising his arm to firmly toss the bell, he held toward Shemu. The bell arced gracefully through the air before landing with a chime in Shemu's palm. If Shemu is stronger than I, then surely, if he cannot graduate as a ninja, I have no right to. Shemu gazed at the bell in his hand, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, tinged with a hint of playful mockery. Hey, Sasuke, you're making me a bit emotional here. His tone bore a teasing quality, yet beneath it stirred a genuine warmth. After all, Sasuke truly regarded him as a comrade, a rarity indeed. Sasuke, however, turned away proudly, huffing, "Who needs your sentiment? I merely feel that I don't have the qualifications you possess." Upon finishing, a faint blush crept across his cheeks, betraying his efforts to mask his true feelings. Kakashi, observing from the sidelines, allowed a satisfied smile to emerge beneath his mask. At that moment, Naruto glanced between Shenmue and Sasuke before finally fixing his gaze on Kakashi. His eyes shimmered with a complex array of emotions, determination, hesitation, but predominantly an unwavering resolve. Slowly, Naruto crouched down, gently placing the bell on the ground before rising to face Kakashi directly. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke and Shenmue are my comrades, and I will not abandon them. If it means forsaking my friends, then I would rather not graduate. This is my ninja way. Naruto's expression was grave and earnest, as if he were truly making an immensely significant decision. Kakashi's demeanor shifted instantaneously. The initially relaxed countenance morphed into something more complex. He paused for a moment, then broke into a smile, applauding. Well done. You all passed the assessment. Kakashi's voice carried a note of relief and admiration. Finally, he had students who succeeded in his evaluation and could lead a team. What does that mean? Naruto asked, his face a mask of confusion as he looked at Kakashi, clearly not grasping the implication. Shenmue shook his head helplessly, chuckling as he explained, it's merely a test of our teamwork and concern for our comrades. Such a glitch. Instantly, Kakashi's expression paled, inwardly grumbling. How infuriating. This little rascal dares to critique my testing method. However, Naruto leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, Yay, we passed the assessment. Sasuke was equally thrilled, though he did not shout like Naruto. The slight tremor of his body betrayed his inner joy, and his flushed cheeks glowed radiantly in the sunlight, revealing his exhilaration. Kakashi observed these two youngsters, feeling a myriad of emotions. His leisurely life of reading was about to be replaced by endless training and missions. Resignedly, Kakashi cleared his throat and formally announced, All right, all members of Team 7 are qualified. Tomorrow, you may accept missions from the village. Chapter 21. The Mission in the Land of Waves. Outside of Konoha village, a vast expanse of farmland thrived under the radiant sun. The crops swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soothing rustling sound, enveloping the fields in tranquility and harmony. However, this serenity was swiftly shattered. Wind release, wind cutter. Naruto stood at the edge of the field, his hands forming seals rapidly as he chanted incantations. In an instant, a powerful blade of wind erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards a massive wild boar in the distance. The wind blade struck the boar with remarkable speed, yet the outcome was disappointing. It merely grazed the boar, drawing a trickle of blood and inciting the beast's fury. The boar let out a deafening roar and charged toward Naruto with ferocious determination. Sasuke, observing from the side, could not help but retort, What a mess. You fool. The boar is covered in dried mud. All you're doing is provoking it. Realizing his mistake, Naruto sheepishly chuckled and scratched his head. I just wanted to finish the mission quickly, he mumbled, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Shenmue darted forward like a bolt of black lightning, positioning himself before the wild boar. His movements were swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation, as he delivered a powerful punch that obliterated the boar's head. The immense body of the wild boar crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kakashi leaped down from a tree, landing softly with a hint of a resigned smile. Next time, let's avoid such bloodshed. Nonetheless, today's mission is complete. Let's report back. His voice carried a tinge of doting resignation, clearly accustomed to the antics of these two mischievous youngsters. Subsequently, Team 7 arrived at the mission hall of Konoha village. The bustling hall was filled with people coming and going, its walls plastered with various mission notices, exuding an air of ceaseless activity. Naruto, sprawled dramatically on the floor, whined at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Gramps third, we've been Genin for over half a month now, stuck doing D-rank missions. It's so boring. I demand Team 7 take on something more challenging. His tone dripped with petulance, eyes gleaming with hopeful anticipation. Shimo chimed in, Lord Hokage. D-rank missions are truly beneath Team 7's capabilities. We're ready for something more advanced. Hiruzen glanced at Kakashi, who gave a subtle nod, before making his decision. Very well. Since you're so eager for a challenge, I happen to have a C-rank escort mission available. The third Hokage sighed in resignation. Just then, a disheveled stranger staggered in, a man in his 50s or 60s, bespectacled, unshaven, and reeking of alcohol as he leaned against the doorframe. These are the shinobi protecting me? He slurred, eyeing them with disdain. A bunch of kids? And that blonde one looks like a complete idiot. Naruto froze, his expression crumbling under the verbal assault. Sasuke and Kakashi struggled to suppress their amusement, lips twitching with barely contained laughter. Shimo, however, burst into uncontrollable laughter, doubling over with tears in his eyes. Damn, old man. Even if it's true, you didn't have to say it to his face. His voice was laced with playful mockery. Snapping out of his daze, Naruto glared at Shimo. Shimo, you're not helping. Kakashi patted Naruto's shoulder, smiling faintly. All right, the Hokage has assigned us this mission. Pack your gear. We meet at the village gates in an hour. An hour later, Team 7 assembled before Konoha's towering gates. Beyond the village stretched an endless expanse of lush, verdant forest. No wonder every major shinobi war targeted Konoha. Other villages were buried in deserts, drowned in mist, or perched on cliffs. Only Konoha boasted such idyllic surroundings. No surprise they were always the first to get attacked. Naruto cheered. Exhilarated. A mission outside the village. Finally. Shimo, equally thrilled, glanced at the mission scroll in his hands. Escort client Tazuna safely back to the land of waves and protect him during the construction of a bridge. His eyes gleamed. The Land of Waves mission involved the wealthy tycoon Gato. This was a golden opportunity. A sly smirk curled his lips as he began calculating the possibilities. This mission was going to be profitable. Kakashi stood to the side, his gaze sweeping over the three individuals, and could not help but impart a word of caution. Be careful on the road. Once we leave Konoha, we may encounter bandits or ninjas from other nations at any moment. We must not let our guard down. Upon utterance, Kakashi's tone involuntarily carried a trace of seriousness. For this was Team 7's inaugural mission beyond the village. In response, Shemu, Naruto, and Sasuke nodded gravely. Being first-time travelers outside the village, they were acutely aware of the task's peril and dared not be careless. As for Tazuna, he continued to clutch his bottle of liquor, gazing at the trio with an air of disdain and scorn. His demeanor left Shemu somewhat speechless, yet he chose to disregard the drunken man. After all, his mission focused on the affluent merchant Kato of the Land of Waves, and Tazuna's fate was of no concern to him. Along the journey, Naruto, like a lively jester, incessantly shared jokes, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone and fostering a light-hearted atmosphere. Kakashi intermittently provided insights into the common knowledge that ninjas should possess while traversing the outside world, such as how to discern danger and how to conceal one's presence. Shemu listened intently, feeling as though he was acquiring a wealth of knowledge. Thus, the group traveled for the better part of the day before arriving at a relatively secluded stretch of road. Suddenly, Shemu's attention was captured by two puddles of water on the ground. He furrowed his brow, instinctively alerting himself. Internally, Shemu deduced that these were likely the hiding spots of two Chunin, concealed within the water, failing miserably at their ambush. A blatant signal of an impending trap. As the group approached, Shemu could increasingly sense the distinct fluctuations of chakra. The concealment efforts of the two were indeed woefully inadequate. Abruptly, without warning, two streaks of cold light flashed from the puddles. They were chains adorned with sharp spikes, akin to agile serpents, swiftly coiling around Kakashi. The chains ensnared him instantly, accompanied by a jarring metallic sound, binding his form tightly. Subsequently, an immense force emanated from the chains, cleaving Kakashi in half. Chapter 22, Shemu's Ice Release. Sasuke, Naruto, and Shemu realized that this entire scenario had been orchestrated by Kakashi to test Team 7's adaptability. Upon witnessing Kakashi's demise, the two members of the Ghost Brothers initially stood in shock, only to erupt into raucous laughter. This task was, indeed, far too simple. Ha! One of the Ghost Brothers, with a menacing grin, sneered derisively. Is this the famed copy ninja of Konoha? Merely this. Brother, leave these three brats to me. The other Ghost Brother boasted arrogantly, his eyes gleaming with a cruel light, clearly harboring intentions of murder. Yet Shemu did not even raise an eyebrow, a slight smirk playing on his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. In an instant, an aura of frigidness radiated from him, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. The two ghostly brothers had not yet had a chance to react when they were abruptly transformed into ice sculptures, encased in crystal-clear blocks of ice. Consequently, the ghostly duo exited the scene with a single line each. Over the course of 8 years, Shemu devoted nearly all of his energy to the study of the nature and transformation of chakra. Throughout this protracted period, he relentlessly explored and experimented, enduring countless failures and setbacks. At long last, Shemu had mastered the art of ice release to perfection. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of approval. He gracefully emerged from the nearby thicket, his gaze fixed on Shemu, brimming with curiosity and satisfaction. "Is this ice release?" Kakashi inquired, his voice laced with intrigue. Shemu nodded, his expression serene as he replied, "Yes, I have awakened the bloodline limit of ice release." Beside him, Naruto and Sasuke appeared unfazed, evidently well aware of the situation. Kakashi, however, shook his head in resignation. Why does it feel like this young lad is the backbone of Team 7? Whenever danger arises, it is always Shemu who steps forward to resolve the issue with remarkable efficiency, leaving no room for criticism. Once the ordeal concluded, Dazuna's previously tense form relaxed instantly, and he exhaled deeply. He then donned a sycophantic expression, his face alight with smiles, and hurried over to Shemu and his companions. "Esteemed ninja lords, I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Dazuna's voice carried a tone of supplication, his eyes filled with reverence. "I was blind to your formidable skills." Kakashi let out a cold snort, his piercing gaze fixed on Dazuna as he spoke in an icy tone. "You issued a B-rank mission, yet you concealed the presence of a ninja, a Chunin at that. Are you hiding the truth? Do you understand the consequences of your actions, Mr. Dazuna?" Kakashi's voice was not raised, yet it was infused with such intensity that Dazuna involuntarily shivered. In an instant, Dazuna was rendered speechless, his smile vanishing without a trace. He despondently sank to the ground, cradling his head in his hands, repeatedly muttering, "I am truly sorry. I am just a poor old man." Shemu scoffed dismissively, his eyes reflecting disdain. "There's no need for theatrics. Let us proceed with the mission." Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, shifting his gaze between Naruto and Sasuke, keen to discern their resolve. Naruto clenched his fists, declaring passionately, "I will absolutely not abandon this mission. This is my ninja way." True to form, Naruto's response was fervent and somewhat dramatic. Sasuke nodded slightly, his demeanor revealing a calm determination. Kakashi gazed at these two tenacious youths, a swell of pride filling his heart. "In that case, Team 7 shall continue with the mission." The group resumed their journey along the expansive road, the dust rising beneath their feet. Soon, they arrived at the seaside. Before the vast and boundless ocean, a breathtaking panorama unfolds, where the endless horizon of the sea meets the cerulean sky. The gentle waves caress the rocky shore, producing a melodious sound that enchants the ears. The sea breeze brushes against the faces of the onlookers, carrying with it a hint of saltiness that invigorates the spirit. Under the guidance of Dazuna, a few individuals board the vessel that has long been prepared, slowly embarking towards the land of waves. As time progresses, the ship navigates the undulating waters, and as they draw nearer to their destination, the mist over the sea thickens. This dense fog, like a white veil, envelopes the world, obscuring the path ahead. At last, amidst a mix of anticipation and tension, they catch sight of the unfinished Grand Bridge. Spanning the surface of the water, though still incomplete, it begins to take shape, with colossal piers rising from the depths, seemingly narrating the ambitions of its builders. When night falls, the group finally sets foot on the shores of the land of waves. Upon landing, Dazuna's demeanor visibly relaxes. His previously taut body now eases, and a look of relief graces his face. "We've finally arrived in the land of waves. Please ensure my safe return home." Kakashi furrows his brow, surveying the surroundings with a serious expression, cautioning, "Previously, we were attacked by a Chunin. The next encounter may very well involve a Chunin. Team 7 must safeguard Mr. Dazuna." Naruto and Sasuke nod in unison, their eyes reflecting a flicker of vigilance as their bodies instinctively adopt a defensive posture. Shikamaru, however, exudes an air of ease. With his current strength, he feels invincible against any foe. Suddenly, Naruto, who is scouting ahead, keenly senses an unusual presence. Without hesitation, he draws a shuriken from his waist and hurls it forcefully towards the thicket. The shuriken slices through the air like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the underbrush. Observing this, Kakashi immediately exclaims, "Be careful. Even the slightest disturbance shouldn't provoke a response, especially when the circumstances are unknown. We could inadvertently harm innocents." Yet Shikamaru chuckles, "Naruto, our task is to protect this old man. Remaining vigilant is sufficient. If any ninja intends to strike, they will reveal themselves in due time." Just then, a piercing whistle disrupts the stillness of the forest. A massive beheading sword, measuring an impressive 2.5 meters, spins through the air at high speed. Its target unmistakably Dazuna, who stands shielded by the group. The sword hurtles forward with ferocious velocity, accompanied by a sharp rush of wind. As if intending to cleave everything in its path, Shikamaru reacts swiftly, positioning himself in front of Dazuna, his right hand enveloped in a layer of black haki. He firmly grasps the blade of the beheading sword. The tremendous force halts the weapon instantly, preventing it from advancing another inch. Lowering his gaze to inspect the sword, a hint of disdain flickers in his eyes. Is this truly one of the 7 ninja swords? It appears rather unimpressive. However, it should be worth quite a sum. Chapter 23. The Appearance of Zabuza. In an instant, Zabuza, concealed in the shadows, found himself in a quandary. He had initially intended to demonstrate his prowess through this sudden assault and instill a sense of trepidation in the Konoha ninjas. To his dismay, not only did his grandstanding fail, but his great sword was also effortlessly caught by his adversary. At this moment, Zabuza internally deliberated whether it was still necessary to reveal himself after such an embarrassing failure. Perhaps remaining hidden could salvage a modicum of dignity. Kakashi, witnessing the scene, exclaimed in astonishment, "Shimoku, is that the decapitating blade?" The figure lurking in the shadows was none other than the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi from the Hidden Mist Village. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke muttered to himself, "A rogue ninja, is it?" Clearly, Sasuke recalled his older brother, Itachi Uchiha, who had single-handedly taken down 7 opponents. As he too was a rogue ninja from Konoha. Meanwhile, Naruto loudly proclaimed to the surroundings, "Hey, you, Zabuza, we've already discovered your presence. Come out." Seeing Naruto's foolishness, Shimoku felt exasperated. He inwardly mused that retreating at this moment to abandon the assassination would be the wisest choice. Only a fool would leap into the fray now. Remaining hidden might allow him to retain some semblance of dignity. Emerging now would only lead to further embarrassment. "You little brats from Konoha." Zabuza's voice resonated from a branch directly in front of them. His figure gradually materialized on the branch, his eyes betraying a mixture of helplessness and anger. The humiliation of having lost his decapitating blade and being recognized compelled Zabuza to reveal himself. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been monumental. Kakashi regarded Zabuza with a serious glint in his eyes. "It truly is you, the rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, renowned for his silent killing techniques." Zabuza's gaze shifted to Kakashi, equally grave. "The copy ninja Kakashi, who has replicated over 1,000 jutsu. Are you truly as formidable as the legends suggest?" Shimoku slightly turned the decapitating blade in his hand and thrust it forcefully into the ground. "Wait." Instantly, all present instinctively directed their attention toward Shimoku, their minds swirling with confusion, utterly unaware of his intentions. With a calm demeanor and resolute gaze, Shimoku addressed Kakashi, declaring, "Teacher Kakashi, please refrain from intervening in this battle. Allow us of Team 7 to handle it." He added, "By the way, if we successfully complete this mission, what rank would it be?" Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, he replied, "At the very least, it would be a B-rank mission. It could even escalate to an A rank." Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke's fighting spirit ignited instantly. Even Shimoku could hardly conceal his excitement. His diligent training and relentless pursuit of strength had led him to this moment of validation. Moreover, he yearned for the opportunity to witness just how formidable Zabuza truly was. The infuriating Konoha brats. Concealed within the thick mist, Zabuza's rage surged upon hearing Shimoku's words. He never anticipated that he would be so underestimated by these little imps. Without further ado, he swiftly formed hand seals and executed the ninja art, technique of mist concealment. In an instant, the surrounding environment underwent a profound transformation. A dense fog enveloped the area like a thick curtain, swiftly spreading and shrouding the entire space. Visibility plummeted, leaving everyone with only a vague impression of what lay before them. Sensing the change, Kakashi immediately heightened his vigilance and warned loudly, "Everyone, be cautious and ensure the safety of Mr. Dazina." Meanwhile, he remained on guard, prepared to act decisively at a crucial moment. Xiaomu quickly reacted, shouting to Naruto and Sasuke, "That path is a trap. Sasuke, you must protect old Deng." Naruto and Sasuke swiftly darted forward, their movements as agile as a leopard. They positioned themselves steadfastly by Dazuna's side, forming an unyielding barrier. Dazuna, observing the two young warriors before him, felt a surge of anxiety, hidden within the thick mist. Zabuza's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. To him, a single child was already a formidable challenge. He could hardly believe that all three of Konoha's youths could prove so troublesome. Consequently, Zabuza redirected the majority of his focus towards Kakashi, for in his eyes, Kakashi represented the greatest threat. Gripping a kunai, he cautiously leveraged the concealment of the fog, his body moving like a specter as he lunged fiercely towards Dazuna. Clang! A sharp, resonant clang of metal echoed through the air as Xiaomu stood resolutely before Zabuza, resembling a towering mountain. He gripped the beheading sword firmly, the cold blade clashing fiercely with the shuriken that Zabuza had hurled, sending a dazzling shower of sparks into the air. A flicker of surprise crossed Zabuza's eyes. He had not anticipated such strength from this seemingly insignificant youth. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful kick towards Xiaomu, its force formidable and speed astonishing. However, Xiaomu reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly raising his elbow and delivering a thunderous strike downward, landing precisely upon Zabuza's lower leg. Bang! With a dull thud, Zabuza felt a sharp pain in his calf, as if struck by a colossal mountain. He immediately bent his leg to alleviate the pressure, yet the piercing agony persisted, and he distinctly sensed that his calf bone might have fractured. Coupled with the failure of his attack, a chill ran through Zabuza, who understood that lingering in battle was not an option, prompting him to retreat without hesitation. At that moment, his heart brimmed with helplessness and astonishment. The strength of this young boy was truly astounding, nearly akin to that of a tailed beast in human form. He inwardly lamented the indignity of a renowned rogue ninja from the hidden mist village being bested by a mere child. Meanwhile, Xiaomu was taken aback, a surge of indescribable joy swelling within him. Indeed, through years of diligent training, he had nearly attained an invincible level in physical combat. Observing the scene, Kakashi felt a wave of concern and shouted, "Xiaomu, are you all right?" Xiaomu slightly turned his head, shaking it at Kakashi, a confident smile adorning his face. "Kakashi-sensei, this fellow is still too weak." Zabuza's face flushed crimson, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. He gritted his teeth and uttered, "Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart, so many vital points. Which one do you think I should choose?" In an instant, two figures, wielding kunai, surged towards Dazna like phantoms. Their movements were agile and uncanny, as though they melded with the surrounding mist. Naruto and Sasuke, showing no mercy, immediately unleashed their speed, darting towards the two figures like bolts of black lightning. They thrust their kunai fiercely into one of them. However, upon contact, they discovered the figures instantaneously transformed into puddles of water. "Water clone!" Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in unison. Just then, Zabuza's figure flickered like a specter, raising his large blade high, aiming a fierce strike at Kakashi's neck. Yet Kakashi appeared to anticipate this, swiftly employing the body replacement technique, transforming into a piece of wood. Zabuza's attack missed its mark, a flicker of shock crossing his mind as he realized he had been deceived. Before he could react, Xiaomu's foot shot out like a tempest, accurately striking Zabuza. However, upon contact, Xiaomu immediately sensed an unusual texture. Zabuza's body was as soft as water, instantly morphing into a puddle. Another water clone. Xiaomu thought to himself, a glimmer of caution flashing in his eyes. Chapter 24, An Elevated Combat Awareness. At that moment, hidden within the thick mist, Zabuza was frantic. Like an ant on a hot pan, he was acutely aware that this fierce battle had yielded no results. Not only had he failed to injure those little brats, but his decapitating blade had also fallen into the enemy's hands. A flicker of anxiety and helplessness crossed Zabuza's gaze as he began to weigh his options. Damn those Konoha brats. Zabuza's eyes widened in fury, his roar echoing through the mist. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to press on. If he could not seize the opportunity this time, he would have no choice but to retreat temporarily and seek another chance. After all, Zabuza was not a man of mere bravado. He understood that blindly attacking in unfavorable circumstances would only lead him into greater peril. Water release, great waterfall technique. Zabuza rapidly formed hand seals, chanting incantations. In an instant, the surrounding lake water seemed to be manipulated by a mysterious force, surging upward with tremendous might. The tumultuous waves erupted like untamed stallions, soaring to heights of dozens of meters. charging towards the group with overwhelming ferocity. The deafening roar of the waves was as if it were set to engulf the entire world. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi's expression hardened. Knowing he could not afford to be negligent, he forcefully pushed off with his legs, soaring into the air like a nimble swallow, attempting to evade the lethal tide. Naruto and Sasuke exhibited remarkable agility. They firmly grasped Dazuna's shoulders, exchanging a resolute glance, before executing the moonstep technique. Their bodies, remarkably light, soared into the air just as the waves threatened to crash down upon them. Yet, the peril was far from over. Suddenly, an immense torrent of water coalesced in midair, forming a colossal water dragon. The dragon, with its gaping maw, appeared almost lifelike as it lunged ferociously towards Dazuna. In that fleeting moment, Naruto and Sasuke found themselves at a loss. They understood that without immediate action, Dazuna's life would be forfeit. In this critical instant, they exchanged another determined glance and unhesitatingly propelled Dazuna away from the dragon's path. Swiftly, they formed hand seals and unleashed their combined ninjutsu. Their hands intertwined, summoning the power of wind to enhance the flames, and in an instant, the two elements coalesced into a formidable force, resembling two roaring dragons as they charged towards the water dragon. The wind fueled the fire, and the two forces intertwined, generating an overwhelming power that extinguished the water dragon in an instant. Simultaneously, a figure erupted from the water like a streak of black lightning, hurtling towards the descending Dazuna. Zabuza, a seasoned ninja with countless battles under his belt, demonstrated an uncanny sense of timing. He recognized this as the opportune moment to strike. Any delay might render such a perfect chance unattainable. Mission accomplished. Time to die? Zabuza declared, brandishing his kunai, his eyes glinting with cold resolve as he aimed for the falling Dazuna. His movement was swift and decisive, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Seeing this, Naruto felt a surge of urgency and shouted, "Shimoku, if you don't act now, the mission will fail." At that instant, a figure appeared before Zabuza like a specter. It was Shimoku. With his left hand, he securely grasped Dazuna, shielding him behind him, while his right hand tightly gripped his decapitating blade, striking downwards towards Zabuza. With a resounding crash, Zabuza took the hit squarely, spitting blood as his body plummeted into the water below, creating a massive splash. Shimoku hurled Dazuna towards Naruto and Sasuke, then dove down like a cheetah, accompanied by a rush of wind. Sensing the impending danger, Zabuza leapt from the water, his body tracing an elegant arc through the air, akin to a nimble panther, landing deftly on a branch jutting out from the water's surface, seeking to make his escape. But Shimoku was relentless in his pursuit. Just as he was about to close the distance, a silver needle appeared like a flash of lightning, piercing Zabuza's neck at breakneck speed. His body stiffened abruptly, teetering as he lost his balance. At that moment, the once turbulent waters receded as if the tide had turned, and Zabuza fell heavily onto the muddy ground. Naruto and Sasuke descended slowly with Dazuna, their faces alight with the joy of victory. At that moment, Kakashi appeared silently beside Shemu, his gaze revealing a hint of approval and gratification. The group gazed at the lifeless body of Zabuza on the ground, and the atmosphere grew somewhat solemn. Sasuke spoke first, his eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. "Was that you who intervened?" Shemu smiled faintly. "Come out." Suddenly, a figure leapt from a nearby tree, like a black specter, standing before Zabuza's corpse. The newcomer was petite, wearing a mask, and adorned with the forehead protector of the Hidden Mist village, clearly a ninja from there. Kakashi's eyes sharpened, and he quickly inquired, "A pursuing ninja from the Hidden Mist?" The masked ninja nodded slightly, their voice low and gravelly. "Just hand him and the executioner's blade over to me." Naruto immediately protested. "On what grounds?" "We defeated him." Sasuke shot him a glance, a mix of exasperation and affection in his eyes. "It's all Shemu's merit. Let him decide." At this, Naruto turned to Sasuke, snorting in acknowledgement. However, he recognized the validity of Sasuke's words and ultimately nodded in agreement to let Shemu make the decision. Kakashi observed as Naruto and Sasuke once again relied on Shemu as their anchor, resigning himself with a shake of his head. He explained, "You may not be aware, but within a ninja's body lies the secrets of various jutsu or medicines from their village. Take this rogue ninja for instance. The village establishes pursuing ninjas to prevent them from leaking information. Therefore, it's best to let him take Zabuza's body." Shemu squinted slightly, already aware of the identity of the enigmatic ninja before him. He understood that this was likely a descendant of the Yuki clan, possessing the rare ice-release bloodline. Known as Haku. A confident smile graced Shemu's lips as he slowly pointed the executioner's blade at Haku. His tone calm, yet assertive. I can hand over Zabuza's body and the executioner's blade, but I require compensation. Of course. If you possess the prowess to defeat me and seize them from my grasp, that is entirely your prerogative. At this, Kakashi made no attempt to intervene. He understood that after such a fierce battle, it would be unreasonable not to gain anything. Seeking some monetary reward was not excessive. Moreover, he was eager to see how Shemu would proceed. Chapter 25, Deception. Zabuza becomes inexpensive labor. Haku was acutely aware that he was no match for the youth before him. With a resigned sigh, he reached into his belongings and produced all the money he possessed, then carefully searched Zabuza's corpse, retrieving the funds from him as well. After counting meticulously, he extended both hands to Shemu, respectfully stating, "In total, it amounts to 134,530 taels. It is all here." Shemu accepted the banknotes, his movements swift and decisive as he tucked them away into his cloak. He clapped his hands and said with satisfaction, "All right, bye. You may save him now. However, once Zabuza awakens, I have matters to discuss with him." Upon hearing this, Bai's heart jolted in alarm, and he instinctively reached for the kunai concealed in his waistband, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. Naruto, noticing his reaction, inquired with confusion, "What do you mean, Shemu?" Sasuke reacted swiftly, drawing out a shuriken, his expression filled with vigilance as he exclaimed, "Fool! They're in cahoots." Naruto gasped in surprise, his face reflecting his astonishment. Realizing his cover was blown, Bai helplessly raised his hands and chuckled wryly, "You caught me." Faced with Shemu's formidable strength, Bai chose to offer no resistance. Kakashi observed the scene with a sense of relief, exhaling deeply as he thought to himself how close he had come to being deceived, nearly embarrassing himself in front of his students. At that moment, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Naruto and Sasuke regarded Bai with cautious eyes, while Bai stood there resignedly, awaiting Shemu's next move. Kakashi silently scrutinized the unfolding events, contemplating how to navigate the impending situation. Shemu looked at Bai and said calmly, "Rest assured, I shall not make things difficult for you. Once you revive Zabuza, we can discuss other matters." Bai nodded in understanding and quickly found a clean spot to crouch down and tend to Zabuza's wounds. The members of Team 7 gathered around, engaging in hushed discussions. Naruto scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face as he asked, "Shemu, how did you figure out that this guy Bai is affiliated with Zabuza?" Instantly, Sasuke and Kakashi turned their gazes toward Shemu, clearly intrigued by the question. With his arms crossed and a relaxed demeanor, Shemu shrugged and explained, "I utilized my observation haki. I had already sensed by lurking in the shadows." Naruto and Sasuke nodded, recalling the detailed explanations Shemu had provided regarding the 3 types of haki during his discourse on the 6 styles. They exchanged a knowing glance, realizing that Shemu had indeed awakened his observation haki. Only Kakashi appeared bewildered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he muttered to himself, "How does it seem like I am the one lacking experience? Aren't I supposed to be the teacher of Team 7? Unable to contain his curiosity, Kakashi asked, "So, Shemu, what are your plans? Are you intending to bring Zabuza and Bai back to the Hidden Leaf?" At this, Shemu's lips curled into a mysterious smile, and he shook his head playfully, saying, "The mountain man has his clever schemes. You'll see in due time." Soon after, Zabuza stirred and slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the familiar visage of Bai. Upon seeing Bai unharmed, Zabuza sighed in relief. However, when his gaze swept across the members of Team 7, his eyes widened in shock, and the veins on his forehead bulged, clearly startled. Bai, noticing his reaction, quickly explained, "I'm sorry, Lord Zabuza, the mission has failed." Zabuza took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. He cast a fleeting glance at Yamuki and Kakashi, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. He realized that this time, he was truly doomed, and thus, Zabuza closed his eyes, opting to await his fate. Naruto, observing Zabuza's demeanor, could not help but interject, "Hey, Zabuza, don't be so pessimistic. We haven't even decided how to deal with you yet." Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly, turning his gaze toward Yamuki, awaiting his decision. Yamuki rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire. "I wish to speak with Zabuza alone." As his words echoed, those around them discreetly withdrew, leaving only Yamuki and Zabuza in their midst. Zabuza lay on the ground, the wounds on his body still throbbing with pain, yet his gaze remained sharp, fixed intently on Yamuki. Zabuza broke the silence first, his tone laced with a hint of derision. What do you mean? Are you hoping to spare my life? The corners of Zabuza's mouth curled slightly upwards, revealing a disdainful smile, as if he were indifferent to the matter of life and death. Yamuki shot a glance at the prostrate Zabuza, inwardly scoffing. What an arrogant oddity. I find value in white. I desire him, Yamuki stated calmly. Zabuza's heart tightened, though his exterior remained composed. Taking a deep breath, he replied slowly, White is merely a tool I wield. Do you truly believe I would relinquish him? However, if you release White, I could be of service to you. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes, clearly testing Yamuki's boundaries. Yamuki shook his head, secretly amused. How amusing. I have means to make both of you serve me. One is simply insufficient. He spoke again, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Zabuza, you surely do not wish for White to come to harm. Such words bore an air of intimidation, yet they were fitting for the occasion. In an instant, Zabuza's gaze sharpened, fixing upon Yamuki with a predatory expression. Yamuki continued solemnly, you may claim to regard White as a mere tool, yet in truth, you have long considered him a comrade, have you not? I intend to bring White back to Konoha to grant him a stable life. After all, you are aware that unlike the village hidden in the mist, Konoha is quite tolerant of those with bloodline limits. Zabuza closed his eyes, falling into silence for a moment. He understood that Yamuki's words rang true. In the village hidden in the mist, a ninja like White would only be viewed as a dangerous entity, whereas in Konoha, he would receive the respect and protection he rightfully deserved. Finally, Zabuza opened his eyes and slowly inquired, what must I do? Yamuki smiled, saying, since you are already doing the dirty work for Kado, why not seize control of Kado and the Land of Waves, and earn me some profit? Even as a rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist, you could rally a few ninjas to establish a ninja village in the Land of Waves. At this point, Yamuki could not help but chuckle. A steady stream of small change, he mused, envisioning a future where he could claim indifference toward wealth. Zabuza, of course, was acutely aware that establishing a ninja village was beyond his reach, given his lack of both strength and resources. However, Zabuza understood that Shemu's request was not a daunting task for him. Moreover, the tranquil Konoha was far more suitable for him, as the world of ninjas was fraught with darkness. Thus, Zabuza nodded in acknowledgement, affirming, very well, I accept your proposal. Shemu extended his hand, patting Zabuza on the shoulder with a smile, exclaiming, then it's settled. Let us encourage one another. Chapter 26. The Gender of Bai. Bai? Zabuza's voice echoed in the air, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Bai's figure swiftly materialized before Zabuza, bowing slightly, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at him. Lord Zabuza, Bai called softly, her voice quivering. Zabuza took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. His gaze became sharp and frigid as he coldly remarked, Bai, do you still remember your identity? Bai was momentarily taken aback, then lowered her head, respectfully responding, I am Lord Zabuza's tool. Zabuza nodded, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. He slowly raised his hand to cover his eyes, as if fearing that tears might escape. His voice was low and hoarse. From this day forth, you shall be the tool of this young boy from Konoha. I find you rather cumbersome. Upon hearing this, Bai grew anxious. She hurried a step forward, pleading earnestly, Lord Zabuza, have I failed in some way? I promise to improve. Please do not abandon me. Zabuza let out a cold snort, turning away, refusing to look at her. Observing this, Shemu silently scoffed, thinking, truly a proud individual, reluctant yet unwilling to express it. Shemu approached and threw an arm around Bai's shoulders, smiling as he said, Hey, can we not make this a scene of tragic separation? Zabuza, you need to send me money once a month. Then you can also witness Bai's life in Konoha. Rest assured, with my protection, Bai will thrive. After speaking, Shemu felt he had said too much and scratched his head, internally muttering, it seems I've become somewhat proud myself. At Shemu's words, Zabuza's tone softened slightly. He turned to glance at Bai, then at Shemu, and with a huff declared, Humph. Bai, you are truly an ineffective tool, lacking any intent to kill and too timid to take a life. The calm of Konoha suits you. I have already given up on you. Upon hearing Zabuza's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Bai's eyes as she murmured, Lord Zabuza? Shemu, still with his arm around Bai, turned back to Zabuza, smiling as he said, we shall take our leave now. Remember to send me money once a month. Don't try to renege on it. With that, Shemu led Bai and the members of Team 7 in escorting Tezuno away, while Bai frequently glanced back at Zabuza, who leaned against a tree. Zabuza lay there quietly, watching Bai's retreating figure, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions: worry, reluctance, but above all, a sense of relief. He knew Bai would fare well in Konoha. As Zabuza leaned against a tree to depart, Bai felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. After a brief respite, Zabuza had only partially recovered, yet he could mostly ensure his safety in the land of waves. Before long, the members of Team 7 finally arrived at Dezina's residence. It was a modest home situated on the outskirts of a small town. Though not large, it was meticulously maintained, exuding a warmth that was inviting. Upon entering, the exuberant Dezina hurriedly instructed his daughter-in-law to prepare a relatively lavish dinner. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Ah, finally home. I can relax at last." With that, Dezina eagerly retrieved a long-stored bottle of wine from the cabinet, carefully uncorking it, and the rich aroma immediately filled the room. Noticing this, Shemu stood up and remarked, "I think I'll dine out." Dezina's expression shifted to one of displeasure as he replied, "What is the matter? Little one, is it not to your taste?" Naruto, witnessing the exchange, interjected, "Shemu has quite the appetite. He often prefers not to eat with us." Sasuke nodded in agreement, clearly accustomed to Shemu's habits. Dezina, seeing their point, relented and waved them off, saying, "Very well, off you go." At that moment, Bai stood and softly declared, "I'll accompany you." Shemu glanced at her and nodded, and together they departed from Dezina's home. However, it was quite late, and the town was nearly deserted. Most shops along the streets had already closed, with only a few dimly lit street lamps casting a feeble glow. Given the hour, options for dining were sparse. They decided on some oden. Shemu scanned the area and finally settled on a roadside stall that was still in operation. Bai nodded in agreement, and they made their way over, finding a spot to sit. The enticing aroma of oden wafted through the air, greatly enhancing their appetites. As Shemu regarded Bai, he suddenly said, "Why don't you take off your mask?" Bai paused, slightly taken aback, but soon nodded and slowly removed her mask. When her true visage was revealed to the air, Shemu found himself momentarily stunned. Bai's features were delicate and strikingly beautiful, as though meticulously sculpted by nature itself. Gazing at Bai's face, Shemu silently marveled, regardless of gender. Bai's beauty was undeniably captivating. If Bai were a male, friends would surely say, "Brother, you are quite charming." If Bai were a female, Shemu couldn't help but shake his head, acknowledging his own desire for her form, feeling somewhat base. Bai seemed to sense Shemu's gaze and felt a tinge of discomfort. She softly inquired, "Shemu, what do you plan to do with me once we return to Konoha?" Snapped back to reality, Shemu, while enthusiastically devouring his meal, replied, "Do whatever you wish. If you don't want to be a ninja, then consider venturing into business. With your ice release bloodline limit, you could open a cold drink shop." In truth, Shemu had indeed harbored this notion in his mind. He had even begun to conceive the idea of possibly developing beverages akin to milk tea, envisioning a fortune to be made. Upon hearing this, Bai did not oppose it. Instead, she felt a sudden urge to give it a try. Noticing Bai lost in thought, Xiaomu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he delicately picked up a tempting, steaming dumpling from his bowl and placed it into Bai's. "Bai, could you enlighten me about your gender?" Xiaomu inquired casually, yet his gaze remained fixed on her, seeking to discern any hint from her expression. Bai, absorbed in her musings, was startled by Xiaomu's unexpected question, her demeanor momentarily frozen. Instantly, a flush crept up her cheeks, spreading to her ears, and her eyes flickered with hesitation before she softly replied, "I am a woman." Observing Bai's bashful demeanor, Xiaomu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, nodding gently, and chose not to pursue the topic further, returning to his meal. Nevertheless, peculiar thoughts began to swirl in his mind. If Bai were male, Xiaomu felt he might grasp her intentions. Of course, that was merely a jest. Now that he knew Bai was female, to obtain the system's reward, Xiaomu found himself reluctantly tasked with the challenge of recruiting her. How to accomplish this was indeed a perplexing dilemma, yet Xiaomu was confident he would devise a solution. Soon, Xiaomu devoured all the edible ingredients at the stall, leaving him comfortably satiated. He let out a contented burp, patted his round belly, and stood up, addressing Bai. "Let us return to the Dezina residence for some rest." Bai nodded slightly and followed behind Xiaomu. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them, the soft sound of their footsteps echoing clearly in the stillness of the night. Upon reaching the Dazina residence, they found the house cloaked in darkness and tranquility, and they randomly selected a bed to rest. Lying on the bed, Bai stared at the ceiling, her mind racing with thoughts. Chapter 27. Training in the Land of Waves. The next day, sunlight bathed the bridge in the Land of Waves, where a group of residents, led by Dazina, fervently engaged in bridge construction. Do you see? That is a ninja from the Hidden Leaf, Dazina proclaimed proudly, pointing towards the members of Team 7 nearby, raising his voice, with their protection. Our bridge will surely be completed smoothly. The surrounding residents nodded in agreement. Ninjas from the Hidden Leaf? With them, we need not fear Kato. A burly worker clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. Let us all put in extra effort. Let us complete the bridge as soon as possible. Another elder wielded his tools, loudly encouraging the crowd. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bridge, Team 7 assembled in an orderly fashion. Kakashi, arms crossed, surveyed the group and spoke. As this is a long-term mission, we must not only ensure the protection of Mr. Dazina, but also train diligently to enhance our own abilities. Upon hearing the term training, the eyes of Sasuke and Naruto instantly sparkled with excitement, their gazes simultaneously directed towards Xiaomu. After all, the majority of their training schedules were typically orchestrated by him. Xiaomu rolled his eyes and gestured towards Kakashi with a pout. In an instant, Naruto and Sasuke appeared to comprehend Xiaomu's intent, exchanging knowing glances. A sly smile crept on Sasuke's lips as he subtly lifted his foot and delivered a sharp kick to Naruto's backside. Caught off guard, Naruto stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance, and shot an angry glare at Sasuke before swiftly turning to Kakashi. With hands perched on his hips, Naruto entered his charming mode. Kakashi-sensei, please teach us powerful ninjutsu. Pretty please. His voice was high-pitched and somewhat coy, with exaggerated expressions and animated gestures. Witnessing such a cringe-worthy spectacle, both Sasuke and Xiaomu felt a chill run down their spines, goosebumps rising on their skin. Even the typically composed Kakashi wore an expression of discomfort, frowning slightly and turning his head away. Naruto, are you currently capable of mastering any formidable ninjutsu? Kakashi asked, shaking his head in resignation. I fear you might injure yourself. It would be wise to wait a while longer. Recognizing Kakashi's reluctance, Naruto understood he had to rely on Xiaomu for assistance. With a cunning glint in his eye, he took 2 steps back, cleared his throat, and exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei. His voice carried a hint of mischief. Kakashi, puzzled, looked at Naruto, unsure of what was to come. Transformation technique, Naruto shouted. In an instant, a dazzling flash enveloped him, and he transformed into a strikingly exaggerated version of himself, complete with twin yellow pigtails and an enticing outfit. The ensemble was ostentatious, the pigtails swaying in the breeze, and his eyes sparkling with playful mischief as he occasionally tossed flirtatious glances. For a moment, Kakashi was utterly captivated, staring at the transformed Naruto with wide eyes, nearly drooling. Even Sasuke felt a twinge of embarrassment, his gaze evasive, revealing a suppressed side to his character. Witnessing the transformation, Xiaomu could not help but shudder, a wave of goosebumps cascading over him. What on earth is this? He silently lamented. Then, in a sultry tone, the transformed Naruto cooed, Kakashi-sensei, I want to learn powerful ninjutsu. The technique, called Rasengan. His voice was sweetly saccharine, sending chills down the spine. Kakashi, now sporting a love-struck expression, nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Seeing this, Naruto's heart soared with joy as he immediately dispelled the transformation, reverting to his original form. He leaped into the air with exuberance, exclaiming, Wonderful! Kakashi-sensei has agreed to teach me Rasengan. Kakashi promptly regained his aloof demeanor, his expression devoid of emotion, as if the enamored look he had just worn was but a fleeting mirage. Upon witnessing this, Sasuke seized the opportunity and exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, I too wish to learn new ninjutsu. Originally intent on evading the request, Kakashi, noticing the eager expressions on both students' faces, nodded slightly, his gaze shifting between Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke, you possess lightning affinity chakra, which harmonizes perfectly with my original ninjutsu, Kakashi stated, crossing his arms, a hint of seriousness gleaming in his eyes. I can teach you my self-created A-rank lightning release technique, Raikiri. This technique, born from countless battles in my youth, possesses immense power, capable of slicing through lightning itself. Sasuke murmured, So that's why it's called Raikiri? Hearing that it was indeed an A-rank ninjutsu, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. He fixed his gaze on Kakashi, eagerly inquiring, Kakashi-sensei, what powerful ninjutsu can you teach me? I too wish to become formidable. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood proudly, arms crossed, chin slightly raised, his eyes flickering with confidence and desire. Mastering an A-rank ninjutsu would surely enable him to vanquish that man. At this moment, it was evident that Sasuke was lost in fantasies of triumphing over Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi turned his attention to Naruto, a gentle smile gracing his lips. However, Naruto, you possess wind affinity chakra, and I do not have a wind technique particularly suited for you. Nevertheless, the A-rank Rasengan is indeed a perfect fit, as it requires no complicated hand seals and can unleash its formidable power unexpectedly in battle. Upon hearing that no hand seals were necessary, Naruto nodded vigorously, excitement radiating from him. That's fantastic. I knew Kakashi-sensei would be the best. I will certainly study hard. While learning some fundamental wind release techniques from Shuki, Naruto profoundly realized his shortcomings in hand seal proficiency. The multitude of seals overwhelmed him, and their slow execution would undoubtedly lead to his downfall in combat. Subsequently, Kakashi turned to Shuki, his gaze laced with inquiry. Shuki, is there any ninjutsu you wish to learn? Shuki furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before firmly declining. No. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. The techniques you possess do not quite align with my path. I prefer to enhance my strength in my own way. Upon hearing Shuki's refusal, Kakashi was unfazed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Well, since you have your own aspirations, I shall not impose. Following this, Kakashi embarked on a rigorous training regimen. In the morning, he focused intently on guiding Sasuke in mastering Raikiri. Standing in an open area, Sasuke was drenched in sweat as he swiftly formed hand seals, chanting under his breath. Raikiri, with a resounding shout, a brilliant flash of lightning surged forth, leaving only a faint trace in the air. Sasuke, your chakra control is still lacking. Raikiri demands a precise concentration of lightning affinity chakra. Both speed and power are essential, Kakashi patiently instructed. In the afternoon, Kakashi guided Naruto in the practice of the Rasengan. The Rasengan requires no hand seals. Rather, it necessitates the concentration of chakra in the palm, forming a rapidly spinning sphere. This demands exceptional physical prowess and chakra control. As Kakashi demonstrated the movements while explaining, the evening arrived, and he took the 7th squad to assist the villagers in constructing a bridge. However, due to Naruto's lack of mastery over the shadow clone technique, his progress in ninjutsu lagged significantly behind Sasuke's. Meanwhile, Shemu accompanied Haku on leisurely excursions, engaging in fishing and enjoying the waters, bringing a smile to Haku's previously cold visage. As for training, given Shemu's current capabilities, ordinary exercises proved insufficient for improvement, prompting him to devise alternative methods. In his heart, Shemu had already formulated a plan to enhance his strength. Chapter 28. This is the bond. 2.5 weeks later, the familiar gates of Konoha village appeared before the group. Ah, we've finally returned. I can hardly wait to indulge in a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Naruto exclaimed, leaping with excitement, his fists raised triumphantly in the air, his face radiating uncontainable joy. Sasuke also exhaled a sigh of relief, his eyes reflecting a hint of ease. After all, executing missions outside required constant vigilance. There was no place as comfortable as home. Kakashi observed the dusk settling in and suggested, let us submit the mission tomorrow morning at 8. Make sure to rest well tonight. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective homes. Haku glanced at Shemu, her eyes imbued with a touch of reliance. Only you can arrange things for me temporarily. Shemu nodded, the corners of his mouth lifting into a gentle smile. Let us go. My home is ready for you to stay. As night deepened, Shemu led Haku back to his residence. Upon entering, a warm ambience enveloped them. The house was immaculate, with the furnishings arranged in perfect order, clearly well maintained. Haku curiously surveyed her surroundings, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Are there others living here? She inquired softly, her tone laced with curiosity. Shemu paused, momentarily taken aback, then felt an inexplicable warmth surge within him, the corners of his mouth curling into a tender smile. That would be my 2 wives, Hinata and Tenten, who keep the place tidy. Haku's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, revealing an expression of disbelief. 2 wives. You truly are a shameless man, Shemu. Her voice held a blend of reproach and playful teasing, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Shemu scoffed, crossing his arms with an air of pride. Why should a noble be allowed to marry multiple wives and not I? After all, I have a duty to ensure the continuation of our Qingshan clan. His tone carried an undeniable conviction. Haku refrained from rebutting, accustomed to such revelations. With a resigned shake of her head, she acknowledged the fact that most ninjas adhered to monogamous relationships, whereas many lords and officials across various nations practiced polygamy. In this world, it seems that everyone possesses their own lifestyle and choices. As night fell, after tidying up the room, Shemu and Bai exchanged only a few words before retiring early for the night. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the dappled leaves, illuminating the streets of Konoha village. Given Shemu's enormous appetite and his customary avoidance of cooking, he led Bai out for breakfast. Shemu guided Bai into a familiar little shop, where the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of food. He confidently approached the counter and pointed at the neatly arranged, multi-flavored dango. With a smile, he proclaimed to Bai, "These are Konoha's dango, absolutely delectable." After which, he picked up a piece and offered it to her. Bai paused for a moment, then delicately accepted it with her slender fingers, taking a gentle bite. As she savored the treat, a faint smile graced her lips as she softly remarked, "It's quite nice, though a tad too sweet." Shemu nodded in agreement, then turned to the busy proprietor, Akira Noyama, exclaiming, "Boss, please pack all the dango." Upon hearing Shemu's voice, Noyama looked up, his face instantly brightening with delight. "Little one, back from your mission? And this beside you, could she be your new wife? Your taste remains impeccable." His robust voice echoed throughout the shop. Bai's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and she lowered her gaze, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Indeed, venturing out as a woman often invites trouble. She bit her lip, feeling a twinge of frustration within. Observing Bai's reaction, Shemu's lips curled into a playful smile. He nodded, then shook his head. Curious, Bai lifted her gaze to Shemu, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Shemu, his eyes glinting with mischief, replied with a grin. "Shaking my head means you are not my wife. For now, nodding signifies that you will eventually be." Bai's face deepened in color as she retorted, "I would never be attracted to a fickle man like you." Embarrassed, she lowered her head once again, continuing to enjoy the dango. Seeing her response, Shemu felt a surge of joy, realizing that Bai did not display overt resistance. Perhaps she could indeed be won over. He turned to the proprietor and urged, "Boss, please be quick, we are short on time." Soon, over 500 skewers of dango were packed. After settling the bill, Shemu and Bai departed the little shop. Upon arriving at the mission hall, Shemu had already devoured most of the 500 dango, leaving only a handful. He swaggered into the hall, a bamboo skewer still clasped between his teeth. "Naruto, Sasuke, have you two eaten yet?" he called out, chewing on the dango. Naruto, upon hearing Shemu's voice, leaped from his seat, joyfully exclaiming, "Shemu, did you bring me food again?" Sasuke, with an air of aloofness, lifted his chin and shot Shemu a glare, saying, "Are you incapable of finishing all that? Why by so much?" As the two individuals took the bag from Xiaomu's hands, their expressions instantly soured. Naruto furrowed his brow and, upon opening the bag, exclaimed in astonishment, "Why is breakfast 3-colored dumplings?" Clearly, Naruto was not fond of this dish. As a look of distaste crossed his face and he shook his head, Sasuke, on the other hand, was reminded of his beloved older brother who enjoyed 3-colored dumplings. And a flicker of complex emotion passed through his eyes, soon replaced by an air of menace. Unfazed by their reactions, Xiaomu chewed on the dumplings while muttering, "Has Kakashi-sensei arrived late again?" After a full 2.5 hours, Kakashi finally made his entrance. He sauntered into the mission hall with a leisurely gait, a lazy smile adorning his face. "Sorry, I helped an old lady cross the street and got delayed," Kakashi said with a grin. In response, everyone rolled their eyes. Naruto couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Not this excuse again, Kakashi-sensei." Subsequently, they made their way to the Hokage's office, prepared to explain the situation and submit their mission report. Kakashi handed the report to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat behind his desk, puffing on a pipe as he scanned the document, his brow gradually furrowing. "Kakashi," he began, hesitating momentarily. Kakashi smiled faintly and interjected, "Lord Hokage, I assure you that everything I've written is an objective fact." Naruto, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Grandpa Hokage, what rank is our mission?" It should be a B rank, right? After all, we defeated an S rank rogue ninja. We must have completed an A rank mission. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Sasuke, with an air of aloof pride, raised his chin and shot Naruto a glance, saying, "This time, neither Naruto nor I contributed much. It was all Xiaomu's achievement." Xiaomu smiled gently and replied, "We are comrades, are we not? Therefore, this mission belongs to all of us, and we accomplished it together." Kakashi chimed in, "Lord Hokage, Naruto and Sasuke also possess commendable strength." Observing this, Sarutobi wore a motherly smile, inwardly reflecting, "This is the bond we share." Chapter 29, Choosing Ninjutsu. Naruto's Delayed Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi wrapped his pipe thoughtfully and, after a moment's contemplation, stated, "A B-rank mission pertains to tasks related to the nation or war. What you have here does not quite qualify. However, it can be classified as a C-rank mission, with a reward that could reach up to 1 million ryo." Instantly, Naruto's eyes sparkled with the imagery of currency, for he was the poorest among them. 1 million ryo, he murmured, seemingly unable to believe his ears. Soon enough, the Umbu ninjas brought forth the sum. The members of Team 7 divided it equally, each receiving 250,000 ryo. For Naruto, this was no trivial amount. He leaped into the air, fists clenched tightly in exhilaration. "With this much money, I can buy countless bowls of Ichiraku ramen." Meanwhile, Xiaomu appeared considerably more composed, regarding the sum merely as 2 days' worth of meals. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed upon the delightful children before him, his heart brimming with satisfaction. "Well done, children. You have earned this reward. Make good use of the money." Kakashi slightly nodded, his gaze respectful as he turned to Sarutobi, inquiring, "Lord Hokage, how shall we handle the ice-release ninja we brought back?" Upon hearing this, Shomu eagerly interjected, "Lord Hokage, Haku no longer wishes to be a ninja." There was a note of certainty in Shomu's tone, and if the elderly leader disagreed, he was prepared to reveal a portion of his own strength. Sarutobi's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered the situation. "No longer wishes to be a ninja, you say?" After a moment, he shifted his gaze toward Shomu, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. "Then let her accompany you," Sarutobi ultimately decided. He had his own calculations. As long as these two could forge a bond, perhaps even start a family, Konoha would gain a new clan of ice-release bloodline limit ninjas, an undeniable achievement during his tenure. Shomu's heart soared with joy, and he quickly nodded, respectfully expressing, "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Kakashi bowed slightly, his tone still respectful. "Then we shall take our leave, Lord Hokage." As Kakashi prepared to turn away, however, Shomu and his companions remained rooted in place. Kakashi glanced back in confusion. Shomu and Sasuke exchanged a knowing look before silently directing their attention to Naruto. Naruto subtly nodded, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Without hesitation, he flopped onto the ground, adopting a petulant demeanor. With his hands behind his head and legs flailing, he loudly proclaimed, "Grandpa Hokage, the ninja world is far too perilous. We encountered a rogue ninja on our very first venture outside the village. We must have powerful jutsu to protect ourselves. Otherwise, we might perish outside the village. And that would be a loss for the village. I refuse to get up until you teach me formidable jutsu, Grandpa Hokage." Faced with Naruto's antics, Sarutobi lightly rubbed his forehead, sighing in resignation. "All right, get up, Naruto. I had intended to teach you some self-defense jutsu anyway. It seems the time has come." Sarutobi finally acquiesced. In an instant, Naruto sprang to his feet, his eyes alight with anticipation as he turned his gaze towards Sarutobi. However, Sarutobi did not immediately address Naruto. Instead, he first looked towards Sasuke. After all, Itachi Uchiha was still working for the Akatsuki, and given that Sasuke was the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi believed it prudent to provide Sasuke with some means of self-defense. "Sasuke, is there any jutsu you wish to learn? Would you like me to recommend a few?" Sarutobi inquired, his gaze penetrating and filled with concern. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback before coolly replying, "Lord Hokage, I wish to learn the dark release techniques." Clearly, Sasuke's desire to master dark release was aimed at countering his older brother. Shomu, upon hearing Sasuke's response, was left somewhat bewildered. Previously, he had introduced Naruto and Sasuke to some formidable forbidden techniques, ninjutsu, and bloodline limits in the shinobi world. But he was surprised to find that Sasuke had taken a liking to the dark travel technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the resolute gaze of Sasuke and sighed inwardly. The dark travel technique is an exceptionally unique form of ninjutsu, originally devised to counter the Uchiha clan. Throughout the lengthy history of the shinobi world, the Uchiha clan had gained a fearsome reputation in combat, thanks to the formidable powers of their Sharingan. To prevent this technique from leaking out and being utilized by other ninja villages against the Uchiha, it was classified as a forbidden technique and recorded in the Book of Seals. Now, with the Uchiha clan nearly exterminated, only Sasuke remained as their last scion. Sarutobi Hiruzen, contemplating the implications, thought to himself that passing it down may not be detrimental. Gradually rising to his feet, he retrieved the Book of Seals. The dark travel technique is recorded here. You may take note of it, Sasuke. He extended the Book of Seals towards Sasuke, his gaze imbued with a glimmer of hope. As for Naruto and Shinki, they should also take a look at the ninjutsu contained within. Sarutobi Hiruzen had his own considerations. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto would undoubtedly attract the attention of other ninja villages, necessitating the acquisition of some self-protective abilities. Furthermore, Shinki, this civilian prodigy, was also someone worth cultivating. Both were students of Kakashi, thus belonging to the legacy of the Hokage, making them deserving of his investment of effort and resources. Consequently, Shinki, Sasuke, and Naruto gathered together, seated in front of the Book of Seals, examining the introduction of each ninjutsu. The Book of Seals was replete with an array of ninjutsu, each possessing unique power and effects. Sasuke's gaze swiftly traversed the pages, ultimately lingering on the description of the dark travel technique, where he resolved firmly, I shall learn the dark travel technique. Sasuke was utterly determined to eliminate his elder brother. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself in a quandary, gazing at the powerful ninjutsu on the pages with eyes brimming with desire. Ultimately, he turned to Shinki, who frequently aided him in making decisions, his voice tinged with hesitation. Shinki, all these techniques are incredibly powerful. Which one do you think I should choose? Without hesitation, Shinki replied, Naruto, you should select the E-rank ninjutsu, the multi-shadow clone technique, as it has the simplest hand seals. Naruto scratched his head, conflicted. The shadow clone technique? I'm not adept at that, but I do like the effects of the multi-shadow clone technique. In the end, Naruto opted for the multi-shadow clone technique that suited him well. Alright, I choose the multi-shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not oppose this choice and nodded inwardly at Naruto's excitement. Even if Naruto was currently unable to utilize the chakra of the Nine Tails, his Uzumaki lineage endowed him with a significantly greater chakra capacity than ordinary ninjas, rendering him unperturbed by the drawbacks of the multi-shadow clone technique. Moreover, the multi-shadow clone technique has extensive applications in battle, effectively confusing enemies and creating more combat opportunities for Naruto. In summary, it was perfectly aligned with Naruto's capabilities. Chapter 30. Summer's Choice. Summer's gaze was firmly fixed upon the Book of Seals. At this moment, his brow was furrowed, and his face was a canvas of turmoil. Confronted with the allure of the Eight Gates and the Flying Thunder God technique, Summer found himself ensnared in a fierce internal struggle. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at a nearby desk, observed Summer's expression with keen interest. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he inquired, Summer, what troubles you? Are you finding it difficult to choose? Summer lifted his head to meet Hiruzen's gaze, nodding gravely, his voice tinged with hesitation. Lord Hokage, I feel that both the Flying Thunder God technique and the Eight Gates are perfectly suited for me. I truly do not know which one to choose. Kakashi, who had been listening nearby, furrowed his brow and spoke up. Summer, the Eight Gates is more appropriate for you. It can effectively harness your physical talents, allowing you to unleash greater power in combat. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, it requires an exceptionally high level of talent to master, and you may not succeed. Having once witnessed the Flying Thunder God technique and personally trained in the Eight Gates, Kakashi offered his advice. Yet, Summer remained somewhat discontented. His gaze once again fell upon the description of the Flying Thunder God technique, secretly musing, the Flying Thunder God technique is truly impressive, powerful, and convenient. How splendid it would be to learn it. Noticing Summer's dissatisfaction, Hiruzen smiled slightly and said, Summer, I am aware that you possess a method of practicing a martial art. If you are willing to include it in the Book of Seals, you could learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon hearing this, Summer's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded enthusiastically. After all, it was nearly impossible for a ninja's physique to cultivate the 6 forms to a profound level, and now, The opportunity to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique was undoubtedly a windfall for him. However, Summer cautiously reminded Lord Hokage, the martial art I developed is called the Six Forms. Even ordinary people without chakra can practice it, but the difficulty is exceedingly high. Naruto immediately chimed in, exactly. Even Sasuke and I spent 6 years and only managed to learn 2 of the forms to apply in actual combat. A hint of resignation crossed Sasuke's face, clearly reflecting his understanding of the 6 forms challenges. Hiruzen regarded them thoughtfully, inwardly nodding. Everything was as he had anticipated. Powerful martial arts are not easily mastered. They demand arduous training. Before long, the members of Team 7 had all grasped their chosen ninjutsu. Summer, Sasuke, and Naruto bid farewell to Hiruzen and stepped outside. As soon as they emerged, Kakashi stated, "Now that you're back, you all deserve a few days of rest. Team 7 will not be taking on missions for the time being. Whether it's the ninjutsu I taught you or what you just acquired, it's imperative that you learn and master them swiftly." With a smile, Summer turned to Kakashi, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Teacher Kakashi, please treat us to some barbecue. And let us also welcome Bai back. Everyone has worked hard during this time, and it's time to unwind properly." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into hearty laughter. "Very well, let us embark on a journey to indulge in some barbecue." Consequently, the group made their way to the bustling barbecue establishment of the Akimichi clan. At this hour, the time was still early, and the restaurant was sparsely populated, lending an air of tranquility. As soon as the door swung open, the resounding voice of Shuinmu echoed throughout the establishment. "Uncle Ryu." The usual. Emerging from the kitchen was a burly figure, none other than Akimichi Ryu. "All right, my little friend, after completing your mission, it is imperative to treat yourself to some delectable barbecue." At that moment, a figure sprang up from a nearby chair. It was Ino Yamanaka, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Shuinmu, Naruto, Sasuke, you've returned from your mission." A gentle smile immediately graced Shuinmu's face as he hastened towards her, saying, "It has been quite a while. I have missed you dearly. Ino, you have grown even more beautiful." His sincere and warm gaze caused Ino to blush instantly. However, upon recalling Shuinmu's notorious romantic escapades, she couldn't help but huff disdainfully and turn her attention to Sasuke, who stood nearby. Kakashi spotted Asuma and greeted him. "Long time no see, Asuma." Asuma responded with a smile, "Indeed. It's been a while, Kakashi. Let us share a table." Thus, the members of Team 7 and Team 10 gathered around, along with Haku, marking the commencement of a lively banquet. Ino harbored a desire to sit next to Sasuke, hoping for an opportunity to converse more with him. Yet, the oblivious Naruto plopped down next to Sasuke, disrupting Ino's plan entirely. Ino, irked, puffed up her cheeks and shot an exasperated glare at Naruto. Meanwhile, Haku quietly settled beside Shuinmu, curiously observing the members of Team 10. Having become quite familiar with Team 7 during the events in the Land of Waves, this was her first encounter with Team 10. Ino's gaze flitted between Haku and Shuinmu before she could no longer restrain herself and remarked, "Shuinmu, you are quite the notorious flirt. With Hinata and Tenten, you still pursue others." She then turned to Haku, earnestly cautioning, "Do not be deceived by Shuinmu's charming exterior and gentle demeanor. He is not to be trusted." Haku offered a shy smile, nodded gently, and softly replied, "Hello, Ino." Shuinmu slightly lifted his head and addressed Haku, saying, "Haku, let me introduce you to everyone. This rugged exterior conceals a remarkably gentle heart. This is our teacher, Asuma. You may refer to him as Old Horse." Upon hearing this, Shikamaru inwardly scoffed, contemplating the implications of Shuinmu bestowing such a nickname upon Asuma without a second thought. Yet, it was not surprising, as Shuinmu was known for his unpredictable nature. When Asuma passed away, Shikamaru had mourned deeply, feeling a profound connection akin to that of an eggplant crying for a horse, which only made Shuinmu's moniker for Asuma seem all the more fitting. Asuma, upon hearing Shuinmu's words, could only shake his head in exasperation and mutter, "You little rascal." Shemu, unfazed, continued with a cheerful smile, "Hey, Asuma-sensei, when will you and teacher Hong hold your wedding?" His eyes sparkled with curiosity and gossip. In an instant, Asuma's face flushed a deep crimson, his ruddy complexion combined with his scruffy appearance rendering him quite comical and rather eye-watering. Clearing his throat, Asuma attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere, saying, "Ahem, let us discuss something else." Shemu, undeterred by Asuma's reaction, continued his introductions. This is Orochimaru, a remarkably intelligent yet rather lackadaisical fellow. And that is Choji, whose nature is exceedingly gentle. At this thought, Shimu could not help but chuckle. Who would have imagined that within the Ino Shikacho trio, Ino would be the pig, while the plump Choji would represent the butterfly? Chapter 31. The 8 Gates of Duenjia. Soon, Shikaku had prepared the barbecue. As the delectable dish was served, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, captivating everyone's senses. Xiaomu and Choji's eyes were instantly drawn to the barbecue, and like 2 bolts of lightning, they swiftly reached for the chopsticks to seize the grilled delicacies. Their movements were both rapid and fervent, as if the world around them had ceased to exist. Meanwhile, the others leisurely engaged in conversation, savoring their meal at a relaxed pace. Shikamaru smiled at the scene and remarked softly, "These two are as gluttonous as ever." Ino laughed in agreement. Haha, they always behave this way when it comes to barbecue. Time slipped by unnoticed amidst the laughter and the enticing aroma of food, swiftly transitioning from noon to afternoon. The mountains of empty plates before everyone bore witness to this grand barbecue feast. To their astonishment, they had consumed a staggering 200 plates of barbecue. Of these, Xiaomu alone devoured 150 plates, while Choji managed 25. Ino gazed at Xiaomu's nearly bursting belly and could not help but exclaim, "Xiaomu, your appetite has grown even larger." Asuma, having just heard about Xiaomu's feats from Kakashi, chuckled and said, "Strong individuals, especially those proficient in taijutsu, tend to have hearty appetites. The more one eats, the stronger one becomes." Choji patted his own round belly and let out a loud burp, enviously stating, "Xiaomu has it good. He can eat endlessly without gaining weight." Xiaomu smiled wryly and replied, "Choji, during this outing, I discovered a drawback. Dining while on a mission is exceedingly inconvenient. The military rations lack flavor and cannot be consumed in abundance." Choji nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, an ordinary ninja can sustain themselves on 3 military rations for a day and a night, while I require 9, and Xiaomu would likely need 90. Ino could not resist teasing. If Xiaomu truly needed to consume 90 in a day, he would probably suffer from severe constipation. Frowning, Xiaomu continued, "Your Akimichi clan has researched this area extensively. Do you possess any special elixirs or remedies that can induce a sense of fullness?" With a resigned shake of his head and a bitter smile upon his face, Dingxi lamented that 3 standard soldier pills would suffice for a single ninja's daily needs. Although the specially crafted soldier pills from the Akimichi clan offered slightly superior effects, their exorbitant cost was quite prohibitive. Even so, one would still require at least 1 per day. Moreover, such provisions could not be consumed in excess. Xiaomu. At that moment, Xiaomu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a canvas of exasperation as he pondered to himself. If he were to encounter an extended mission in the wild or at the border, would he not spend the entirety of his day merely preparing meals? The thought was utterly daunting. His brow furrowed tightly, engulfed in profound distress. Observing Xiaomu's troubled demeanor, I could not help but chuckle, suggesting, "Xiaomu, why not prepare some jerky? You could utilize it as ninja gear within your storage scroll. This way, it would be convenient to carry and would allow for a continual replenishment of energy." Instantly, Xiaomu snapped back to reality, smacking his forehead as he realized he had momentarily succumbed to a mental pitfall. He cast a grateful glance at Bai, acknowledging, "You have such thoughtful ideas, Bai." At that juncture, Kakashi rose, stretching languidly while cheerfully announcing, "Hey, everyone's had their fill. Let us gather again next time." Asuma nodded, poised to respond, only to notice that the members of Team 7 had already executed the body flicker technique, seamlessly exiting the establishment. Their movements were swift and harmonious, as though predetermined. Shikamaru, pulling Dingxi along with Ino, exchanged knowing smiles before executing their own body flicker technique to depart. The trio left behind ephemeral silhouettes in the air, rapidly vanishing at the end of the street. Asuma, watching their retreating figures, was left with a lingering sense of confusion. At that moment, Akimichi Ryu approached Asuma, a barely perceptible smile adorning his face, and stated, "Greetings. That will be 60,000 Ryo, please." Akimichi Ryu's voice, although soft, resonated like thunder in Asuma's ears. Instantly, Asuma's complexion drained of color, and he felt tears welling up in his eyes. He finally understood why those rascals had fled so hastily. Trembling, Asuma began to rummage through his small treasury. However, upon emptying it, he discovered he still lacked sufficient funds. Asuma's expression darkened further, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Ultimately, he found himself at the mercy of Akimichi Ryu, compelled to wash dishes at the barbecue restaurant to settle the debt. Consequently, Asuma became the subject of light-hearted banter among his peers. Whenever the tale was recounted, it elicited fits of laughter. Meanwhile, Xiaomu and his companions had already vacated the barbecue joint. Naruto exclaimed with glee, "Haha, Asuma-sensei really got the short end of the stick this time." Sasuke shot him a disapproving glance, remarking, "All you do is revel in others' misfortune." Xiaomu chuckled, adding, "Nevertheless, Uncle Ryu should offer a discount out of regard for me." As night fell, silence enveloped the village of Konoha, shrouded beneath a tranquil nocturnal veil. The moonlight cascaded like liquid silver across the uneven rooftops, bestowing a delicate luminescence upon this serene evening. Xiaomu sat alone on the chair in his room, taking a deep breath before slowly closing his eyes, attempting to practice the 8 gates of Duenjia. In essence, the principle of the 8 gates lies in utilizing chakra to impact and control the areas within the body that suppress and regulate chakra. Within the human body, there exist 8 gates: the opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, dueling gate, view gate, shock gate, and death gate. The unlocking of each gate signifies a tremendous enhancement of strength. However, this elevation comes with the challenge of pushing one's physical limits, requiring an exceptionally high level of physical fitness to bear the burden of the 8 gates. Even if mastery is achieved, the activation of the 8 gates can inflict damage upon the body, and activating the death gate is tantamount to certain demise. Thus, it is only natural that the 8 gates are classified as forbidden techniques. Xiaomu gradually guided the chakra within his body, feeling its power surging through his meridians. Finally, after considerable effort, he shouted, 8 gates of Duenjia. First gate, open. With this powerful declaration, the opening gate burst open in his mind. In an instant, Xiaomu felt as though he had been reborn, attaining a newfound mastery over strength and body. His movements became more agile, and his power multiplied exponentially. Yet, Xiaomu was keenly aware that this was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the 8 gates. The true challenges lay ahead. A grand declaration is indeed impressive. He mused inwardly, a hint of pride dancing at the corners of his mouth. As for the other gates, he dared not attempt them lightly. After all, this was his home, and should he unleash his full power, it might spell disaster for the very structure surrounding him. Once the opening gate was closed, Xiaomu began to contemplate the Flying Thunder God technique. As a high-level forbidden art, its strength was self-evident. With ultra-long-distance teleportation and instantaneous movement, combined with the everlasting Flying Thunder God mark, each aspect was formidable. However, the learning curve for the Flying Thunder God technique was exceedingly steep. Xiaomu murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with determination. It was not a skill easily mastered by ordinary individuals. He understood that mastering the Flying Thunder God technique first required an exceptional talent for space-time ninjutsu, which meant possessing a powerful perception ability to clearly sense the Flying Thunder God marks left behind. Additionally, the speed of neural reflexes was crucial, as immediate action was necessary post-teleportation. Otherwise, tactical errors could ensue. Lastly, the immense chakra expenditure was significant, as evidenced by the 4th Hokage, who, after relocating Naruto, Kushina, and a tailed beast during the Nine Tails assault, found his combat state drastically diminished, collapsing to the ground. This illustrated the astounding chakra consumption of the Flying Thunder God technique. Nevertheless, all of this seemed tailor-made for Xiaomu. He possessed an extraordinary physique akin to that of an indomitable steel balloon, and his neural reflex speed far surpassed that of the average person. Moreover, his mastery of observation haki elevated his perception abilities to new heights. As for his chakra reserves, while not on par with a tailed beast, they nonetheless exceeded those of ordinary individuals. Perhaps I might give it a try, Xiaomu murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 32. The Attempt at Fusion. The next day, sunlight bathed the 9th training ground, the golden rays infusing this place of practice with vitality. Upon his arrival, Xiaomu was suddenly tackled by a figure that shot towards him like a cannonball. "Ah, Xiaomu, I did it. I finally achieved it. The spiral sphere." Naruto's exuberant voice erupted in Xiaomu's ears, his face radiant with uncontainable joy. Caught off guard by this sudden display of enthusiasm, Xiaomu looked down at Naruto, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I never expected that after just one night of mastering the shadow clone technique, you would manage to achieve the spiral sphere. It seems you have indeed put in considerable effort. Humph, still slower than me. Sasuke interjected with a scoff, though a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he was genuinely pleased to see Naruto succeed in mastering the spiral sphere. Observing the two, Shimu felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. He patted Naruto on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Then let me witness your spiral sphere." Naruto eagerly nodded and immediately performed the shadow clone technique. The clones and the original seamlessly synchronized their movements, beginning to form the energy sphere in unison. As chakra continued to converge and spin, a fist-sized blue energy sphere gradually took shape. "Go!" Naruto shouted, launching the spiral sphere forcefully against a nearby tree. A resounding crash echoed as the trunk, a foot wide, was cleaved in two, with splintering and dust swirling in the air. "Tree, hey, I was just growing my peanuts." Retrieving his hand, Naruto looked at Shimu and Sasuke with triumphant pride. "What do you think? Impressive, right?" However, Sasuke dismissively retorted, "Given our current abilities, we are far from Shimu's level. Among the three of us, you remain the weakest." Naruto's eyes widened in indignation. "Damn you, Sasuke." Seeing this, Shimu gently shook his head, recognizing the truth in Sasuke's words. Compared to Sasuke, who had mastered the two-tomo Sharingan and the lightning blade, Naruto indeed only possessed the spiral sphere as his notable skill, rendering him somewhat weaker. However, currently, the Nine Tails had provided Naruto with little assistance. Once he could better harness its power, his strength would naturally increase. At present, both Naruto and Sasuke were nearing the level of special Jonin, and if they unleashed their potential, they might even contend with Jonin. "Alright, let's continue our training," Shimu encouraged, prompting the three to find their respective spots to practice. Taking a deep breath, Shimu slowly closed his eyes, beginning his attempt to cultivate the 8 gates. He pondered whether unlocking the 8 gates would also enhance his other abilities. 8 gates. First gate. Open, Shimu shouted, and instantly, chakra surged within him as the first gate was unlocked. Following this, he called out, 8 gates. Second gate. Open. The second gate swung open smoothly, and Xiaomu's strength surged once more. 8 gates release technique. 7th gate of shock. Open. With that, Xiaomu consecutively unlocked 7 gates in one breath. At this moment, his body brimmed with overwhelming power, as if he could level an entire mountain with a single strike. His aura alone was suffocating, compressing the very air around him. However, such an explosive surge of chakra, akin to a Super Saiyan's transformation, did not go unnoticed. Numerous shinobi across the village sensed the immense disturbance. Kakashi, lounging at home with Makeout Paradise in hand, snapped his eyes open in shock. "That chakra, it feels like Xiaomu's. What in the world is happening? This power is beyond comprehension." In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. "What is this? Such colossal chakra, such overwhelming presence. Could it be a tailed beast?" Meanwhile, Dan Shimura of the Root also detected the anomaly. With a cold snort, he commanded, "Investigate immediately. I must know what is transpiring in Konoha." At once, Root operatives mobilized, darting toward Training Ground 9. Every shinobi who sensed the disturbance moved in unison. Hundreds of figures leaped into the air, their silhouettes tracing elegant arcs across the sky as they converged upon the same destination. Closest to Xiaomu, Naruto and Sasuke stood frozen, sweat dripping down their faces. They crossed their arms, bracing against the crushing pressure of his chakra. Their feet clung desperately to the ground, barely preventing them from being blown away. Naruto gritted his teeth, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Even the 9 tails within him grew restless, snarling in agitation. "Damn it! What the hell is happening?" Clutching his head in pain, Naruto shouted, "What is Xiaomu doing? How can his chakra be this overwhelming?" Sasuke, equally stunned, wore an expression of mingled fear and awe. "This is Xiaomu's true power? The gap between us is insurmountable." A dark thought flickered in his mind. If only I possessed such strength, I could surely kill that man. Yet Xiaomu remained lost in his own world, reveling in the torrential energy coursing through his veins. It felt as though the entire world lay within his grasp. Slowly, he opened his eyes, their brilliance shimmering like stars. So this is the power of the 7th gate. Truly formidable. A thrill of excitement surged within him. I wonder, can the 8 gates' power be applied to armament haki and observation haki? Without hesitation, he focused his mind, activating both forms of haki simultaneously. Closing his eyes, He immersed himself in the fusion of these forces, seeking to harmonize their might. As time elapsed, he was disheartened to discover that the armament haki and observation haki had not been enhanced in the slightest by the opening of the 8 gates. His brow furrowed tightly, his heart brimming with doubt. Xiaomu slowly opened his eyes, muttering to himself, "Have I failed? Is there no connection between the 8 gates and the 3 forms of haki?" At that moment, dozens of figures appeared in the 9th training ground like a tempest. The first to arrive were primarily the Chunin from Konoha who were not on missions. Among them was the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who swiftly arrived at the center of the arena like a nimble hawk. Following closely were special Jonin, elite Chunin, and ordinary Chunin, all converging to encircle the 9th training ground, with hundreds present. Some who could not find space stood on tree branches, their curious yet concerned eyes fixated on Xiaomu in the center. Hinata Hizashi approached hastily, worry etched on his face, his eyes filled with concern. "Are you all right, Xiaomu?" His voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the earlier surge of chakra. Tens followed closely, equally anxious, exclaiming, "Xiaomu, what on earth is happening?" Kakashi, who had trained in the 8 gates, interjected, "Everyone, do not worry. Xiaomu has activated the 8 gates and is likely training in them." Although Kakashi's tone was calm, a glimmer of surprise shone in his eyes. After all, it was evident that Xiaomu had mastered the 8 gates to an extraordinary extent, having only begun his training the previous night. Truly a remarkable talent. Chapter 33. The whole village fainted. Xiaomu, witnessing the concern on everyone's faces, felt warmth in his heart. He smiled and nodded, proclaiming, "There's no need to worry. I'm perfectly fine. I'm merely training in the 8 gates, testing how many I can open." Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "Xiaomu, you only encountered the 8 gates yesterday. How many can you open now?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiaomu resolved to speak the truth. With his current strength, there was no need for concealment. "Hokage-sama, I can open all 8 gates. I am currently at the 7th gate, the Gate of Shock." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in astonishment. "Xiaomu, you are truly a genius. However, the commotion is too great. You should quickly revert to your normal state." His tone carried both admiration and concern. The disturbance was indeed excessive and could have adverse effects. Xiaomu nodded gently, preparing to deactivate the 8 gates and return to his normal state. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He realized he had awakened the armament haki and observation haki, leaving only the conqueror's haki yet to be awakened. "Hokage-sama, please wait a moment." Xiaomu's voice resonated in the ears of the onlookers as he disregarded their reactions, fixated solely on the thought of attempting to awaken the conqueror's haki. It is noteworthy that among millions, only a rare individual can awaken the conqueror's haki. This is not merely a formidable ability, it embodies a spirit of sovereign dominance, unyielding in the face of all adversities. At this moment, Xiaomu stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world, and such a spirit is naturally his to command. Drawing in a deep breath, Xiaomu unleashed a thunderous roar. "Ah!" The sound resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating throughout the 9th training ground, causing a painful ringing in the ears of all present. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Xiaomu, akin to a surging tide that swept across the entire arena. Every individual present could distinctly feel the immense pressure, as if an invisible mountain was weighing heavily upon their hearts. As the momentum of the 8 gates technique intensified, Xiaomu's presence grew ever more formidable. The intensity of the conqueror's haki surged like a rocket, distorting the very air around him with its force. Within the confines of Konoha village, the powerless civilians were the first to succumb, collapsing one after another to the ground. Subsequently, the students of the Ninja Academy also fell, fainting on the spot. Although the genin of Konoha were slightly stronger, they too succumbed to the overpowering aura and fell unconscious. As for the Chunin, they gritted their teeth, veins bulging on their foreheads, sweat pouring down like rain, yet they ultimately lost consciousness. Only the elite Chunin could barely withstand this pressure, but they remained pale and deeply unsettled. The special Jonin, while they felt a palpable strain, maintained their composure thanks to their unwavering resolve and formidable strength, experiencing relatively minor effects. When Xiaomu finally opened his eyes, dispelling the 8-gate state, the 9th training ground lay in utter disarray. It appeared as though a ferocious storm had swept through, with trees toppled and the ground marred by craters, debris and dust swirling in the air. Saru Hizashi surveyed the chaotic scene before him, a flicker of surprise and concern crossing his features. He hurried to Xiaomu's side and asked with genuine worry, "Xiaomu, are you all right? That power just now was even greater than the chakra unleashed by the second Hokage, Tobirama. But is your body unharmed?" Of course. Saru Hizashi was unaware of the broader impact, as nearly the entire population of Konoha, numbering close to 100,000, had lost consciousness. Xiaomu shook his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "Hokage-sama, I am fine. This is a new energy I have awakened." Hinata Hayashi stepped forward. Concern etched in his gaze as he regarded Xiaomu. "Xiaomu, the intensity of your conqueror's haki was truly overwhelming. However, do take care of your health and avoid excessive strain." Tian Xiang narrowed his eyes, gazing thoughtfully into the distance, exclaiming, "Ah, truly, a new generation surpasses the old. Look at the prowess of this young man, Xiaomu. We, the old guard, have indeed grown old." A gentle smile graced Natsuki's lips as he spoke. "This is the will of fire, isn't it? The youth are the hope of the future, like the rising sun brimming with boundless vitality and potential. The older generation must trust and protect them, just as towering trees shelter tender saplings. The sacrifices of our elders are never in vain. They pave the way for the young, who will become the pillars bearing tomorrow's burdens." With a playful twinkle in his eye, Natsuki added, "Though I must admit, this particular pillar seems to have sprouted rather quickly, catching our seniors quite off guard." Laughter rippled through the crowd, carrying both approval for Natsuki and joy at witnessing Konoha's legacy in capable hands. Hiruzen Sarutobi observed the young man with quiet pride, his gaze warm with satisfaction. Not only is his strength formidable, but his wisdom runs deep. The will of fire burns brightly within him. For a moment, Hiruzen had feared that such overwhelming power might lead Natsuki astray, severing his ties with the village, a betrayal of the very ideals they upheld. Just then, a masked figure materialized before Hiruzen like a specter, dropping to one knee with a muffled thud. It was an ANBU operative, breathless from haste. "Lord Hokage, we don't know what happened." Villagers and shinobi alike collapsed without warning. Hiruzen's eyes flickered toward Natsuki, suspicion mingling with reluctant understanding. Rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly, Natsuki admitted, "Ah, Lord Hokage, I may have misjudged the intensity of my chakra. Those with weaker mental fortitude couldn't withstand it. But I assure you, they'll recover after some rest." Though displeased, Hiruzen knew the act was unintentional. Still, swift action was necessary. Mobilize immediately. Revive the unconscious and restore order. Now, like arrows loosed from a bow, the assembled shinobi dispersed, weaving through Konoha's streets in a flurry of motion. Hours passed in relentless effort until, at last, the village stirred back to life. Dazed villagers blinked awake, gratitude softening their expressions as they took in the tireless work of the shinobi around them. The ninja exchanged relieved glances, their shoulders easing, surveying the restored peace. Hiruzen approached Natsuki and rested a hand on his shoulder. His voice was grave yet kind. "Power carries responsibility, Natsuki. Your strength is a gift, but wield it with care. Let this be a lesson." In that moment, the wisdom of Uncle Ben resonated deeply. With great power comes great responsibility. Shimu nodded, reassuring the Hokage, "Rest assured, I understand. I will diligently control my power and ensure that our village does not descend into such a crisis again." At that moment, sunlight bathed the land of Konoha, rendering everything serene and beautiful. Following this minor upheaval, the village seemed to have grown even more united. Chapter 34, Once More. As night fell, silence enveloped the earth, cloaking it beneath a heavy shroud of darkness. In the damp and shadowy depths of the root headquarters, flickering yellow lights cast eerie shadows. Shimura Danzo sat behind his desk, clutching a stack of reports tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Deep regret and resentment flickered in his eyes, and the wrinkles on his face appeared even more pronounced, like deep ravines reflecting the turmoil within him. Cursed Hiruzen. Danzo slammed his hand on the table, the sound reverberating through the vacant headquarters, stirring up a cloud of dust. No wonder he so adamantly refused me back then, spouting lofty ideals about bonds and the like. If only I had been entrusted with a genius like Shimu. His voice grew increasingly fervent, as if he sought to unleash all the fury pent up within him. The more he spoke, the deeper his hatred became, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the moment he had requested Shimu from Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, He had been brimming with confidence, believing that with the strength and influence of Root, Hiruzen would certainly acquiesce to his wishes. Yet, Hiruzen had resolutely and unhesitatingly denied him, invoking the notion of bonds with the Jinchuriki, a thought that had long haunted Danzo. The more he reminisced, the more intense his feelings of discontent grew. Damn it, Danzo muttered under his breath, his gaze flickering with a malevolent glint. However, when his thoughts wandered to Shimu's astonishing prowess at such a young age, a twinge of anxiety crept into his heart. He understood all too well that in the world of ninjas, strength was paramount. Shimu's current achievements had already surpassed many of his peers, and given time, he would undoubtedly excel even further. If a few more years passed and Shimu continued to grow, he might very well rival the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, becoming a formidable contender for Danzo's own position. With a furrowed brow and a flicker of concern in his eyes, Danzo recalled Minato's exceptional leadership and unparalleled ninjutsu talents, quietly plotting his next move. Cursed Hiruzen. He cursed once more, his gaze growing colder and sharper. Danzo realized that he could no longer remain passive. He could not allow Shimu to continue growing unchecked. Otherwise, the Hokage's position might truly slip from his grasp. With this thought, Danzo took a deep breath, secretly resolving, no matter the cost, I must take action. I cannot allow Shimu to threaten my status. At that moment, the Root headquarters was enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. Under the illumination of the lights, the figure of Shimura Danzo appeared particularly resolute, his gaze exuding an undeniable determination. A conspiracy against Shimoku was quietly brewing. The following day, sunlight bathed every corner of the Hidden Leaf Village, yet it failed to dispel the impending tension within the Hokage's office. The door to the office was forcefully thrust open, producing a thunderous sound that seemed to make the very air tremble. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, a scroll in hand, his brow slightly furrowed. Upon hearing the sudden commotion, he reluctantly lifted his gaze to see his former comrade, Shimura Danzo, striding in with purpose. Danzo, could you not knock before entering? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, a hint of reproach in his tone. Danzo snorted disdainfully, his eyes reflecting a sense of superiority. Given our relationship, such formalities are unnecessary. With that, he brusquely made his way to a chair and sat down, adjusting his posture slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. At that moment, a new realization dawned upon Danzo. He recalled how he had always stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen while speaking, with Hiruzen seated, which made him feel as if he were merely reporting to his superior. It was no wonder he had always felt suppressed by Hiruzen. It all made sense now. He silently vowed that in future visits to the Hokage's office, he would ensure he found a place to sit while speaking, refusing to let this dynamic persist. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing Danzo's brazen entrance and his nonchalant act of sitting down as if disregarding his presence, felt a surge of irritation. He furrowed his brow, setting aside the scroll, and in a serious tone, he inquired, "What is it, Danzo?" Danzo let out a scoff, fixing his gaze on Hiruzen. "I am in urgent need of personnel at the Root. Transfer Aoyama Shimoku to my division. I believe he will swiftly become a competent Root ninja." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's brows knitted tightly as he shook his head vehemently. "That is out of the question. You are well aware of my stance. Shimoku's role is to grow up alongside Naruto. They will safeguard the Leaf Village in the future." "Ah, the so-called bonds," Danzo mused, observing Hiruzen's reaction with a quiet smirk. With a light chuckle, he replied nonchalantly, "Very well, then. Let it be as you wish." He then feigned indifference by shrugging, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Was this still the assertive Danzo he knew? How had he suddenly become so accommodating? A flicker of doubt crossed Hiruzen's mind. However, Danzo's next words swiftly clarified the situation. With a cold snort, he stated, "But the ice-style ninja named Haku can be transferred to Root, right? I will cultivate her into a formidable weapon." In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen comprehended Danzo's maneuver. His old comrade had executed a strategic retreat to advance. As he observed Shimura Danzo's triumphant demeanor, a sense of quiet astonishment washed over him. This fellow has become considerably more astute. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed a piercing gaze upon the imposing figure of Shimura Danzo before him and resolutely declared, "No, Bai is no longer a ninja. I cannot acquiesce to this request." Danzo's eyes widened in fury at these words, his countenance twisting into a grimace. With a forceful slam of his hand upon the table, The documents scattered with a rustling sound. He then rose abruptly, towering over Hiruzen, his voice laced with discontent and accusation. Hiruzen, are you truly going to deny my request for just one person? Hiruzen maintained a tranquil expression, slowly shaking his head, his gaze steady and resolute. Danzo, when you established Root, you sought individuals from various ninja clans, and even many civilian ninjas joined your ranks. But do not forget, whether it be Shikamaru or Bai, neither will enter Root, and I will not release them. Danzo trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze, as he bellowed, Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Hiruzen's demeanor hardened, and he coldly retorted, Danzo, I am the Hokage. With a resounding crash, Danzo, consumed by fury, stormed out, yet unbeknownst to anyone. A barely perceptible smile graced the corner of his mouth as he exited. Chapter 35, The Eccentric Youth, Garo. 2.5 months later. The warm sunlight bathed the streets of Konoha in a golden glow, with shops lining the sides and throngs of people bustling about, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Hurry up, you fool Shikamaru, Tintin exclaimed, playfully tugging at Bai's hand. Her steps light as she frequently turned back to urge the lagging Shikamaru, her voice tinged with affectionate reproach. Shikamaru chuckled helplessly, firmly holding Hinata's small hand, promptly responding, all right, I understand. His gentle eyes swept over Hinata and then back to Tintin and Bai, filled with fondness. The quartet strolled leisurely through the streets of Konoha. The enticing aromas wafting from street food stalls mingled with the vibrant allure of the accessory shops, captivating the attention of passers-by. Suddenly, Tintin's eyes brightened, and she hastened into a nearby shop to browse intently. Moments later, she emerged with a delicate hairpiece, gently placing it atop Bai's head. It suits you perfectly, Bai, Tintin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Bai lowered her gaze to the adornment, and a sweet smile graced her lips as she replied, thank you, Tintin. Then, Tintin selected 2 more hairpieces, handing one to Hinata. Hinata, this is for you. Hinata accepted the hairpiece, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she nodded. Thank you, Tintin. She carefully adorned her head with the piece, a soft blush blooming across her face. The other hairpiece, of course, was donned by Tintin herself. She adjusted it in a nearby mirror and smiled contentedly at her reflection. Shikamaru bore a heavy load of items purchased by the 3 girls, yet he seemed utterly unconcerned, instead making his way to a nearby shop to settle the bill. He rummaged through his purse while smiling at the 3 girls, saying, take your time browsing, I shall settle the bill. Having spent countless days executing missions alongside Hinata, Shemu had transformed into a master of time management, effortlessly flitting between the 3 girls and savoring the sweet moments they shared. During that time, he could still engage in intimate interactions with them, basking in the warmth they exuded towards one another. Regrettably, with the CHNIN exam fast approaching, everyone had begun to feel a sense of tension and restraint. Even when they were not together, the trio found it awkward to be affectionate with him alone. Even the typically gentle and shy Hinata hesitated to hold hands as freely as before, observing the 3 girls before him. Shemu couldn't help but reflect. The path of a harem is indeed a long and arduous journey. He shook his head in resignation, yet a smile crept upon his lips, his heart burdened with sweet affections. After wandering about, the 4 of them rested on a bench beneath a large tree. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns around them. Shemu, idly enjoying an ice cream, reclined against the back of the bench, his gaze wandering aimlessly around. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Tian, Hinata, and Bai, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Tian, Hinata, and Bai. Whatever happened to the gifts I gave you a couple of days ago? I haven't seen you wear them. Hinata and Bai's faces instantly flushed crimson at his words. They shyly lowered their heads, their hands unconsciously twisting the corners of their garments, as memories of the gift-giving scene flooded their minds, causing their hearts to flutter with bashfulness. Tian, however, was unabashed, retorting, Shemu is such a lecher. Who gifts girls a cheapao with such a high slit? Who would dare to wear it out? Unfazed, Shemu chuckled. All right then, you all must wear them for me one day. There was a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, as if he could already envision the beauty of the 3 girls adorned in kipeos. In his mind, he mused that both Tian and Hinata would undoubtedly look stunning in such attire, while he was particularly curious about how Bai would appear, having never worn one before. Suddenly, Bai's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, look, it seems to be ninjas from Sunagakure. What are they doing in Konoha? Following her pointing finger, Shemu turned to see two figures approaching, unmistakably Kankuro and Temari. Their attire was markedly different from that of Konoha ninjas, radiating the unique style of Sunagakure. They must be here for the Chunin exam, Shemu thought, furrowing his brow. At that moment, Kankuro also noticed Shemu and the others from a distance. He halted, sizing them up with a hint of disdain in his gaze, and remarked, "Konoha's brats." Shemu felt a surge of anger rise within him. Internally cursing, that scoundrel Kankuro is still boasting. Who doesn't know that it is not the puppet master who is inferior, but Kankuro himself? With a cold snort, Shemu retorted, "Ninjas from Sunagakure? Just a bunch of fodder." Kankuro's expression darkened upon hearing this, and without a word, he unleashed the puppets he had been carrying on his back. Upon witnessing the scene, Temari hastily urged, "Kankuro, this is Konoha. Do not cause a commotion here." However, Kankuro retorted angrily, "Rest assured, Temari. I am merely teaching them a lesson." Shikamaru, taken aback, silently scoffed. Does this guy truly believe he is as capable as Sasuke? He rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. Just as Kankuro was fully engrossed in maneuvering his puppet, it suddenly became rigid, rooted in place as if ensnared by a binding spell. What is happening? Kankuro's face flushed with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his voice tinged with panic and confusion. He desperately attempted to control the puppet with his chakra strings, striving to restore its mobility, yet the puppet remained utterly unresponsive. Shikamaru and Sai exchanged glances from a short distance away, with Sai's lips curling into a faint, enigmatic smile. Clearly, she was the architect of this predicament. In truth, even without deliberate training, the combat philosophy imparted by Shikamaru had significantly enhanced her capabilities. She adroitly employed her ice release technique to covertly freeze the joints of the puppet, rendering it immobile in an instant. At that moment, a gust of sand abruptly rose, swirling like a yellow tempest. Amidst the flying grains, a diminutive figure materialized beside Kankuro. This individual bore a gourd larger than himself, with striking red hair and chilling eyes exuding an aura of dread. Temari swiftly approached Kankuro, her brow furrowed in concern. "Kankuro, what is going on?" Just then, a deep and cold voice resonated, "Fool, I truly wish to kill you." The speaker was Gaara, who approached Kankuro with a gaze filled with disdain and fury. As his words fell, Gaara slowly placed his hand upon the puppet. In an instant, a surge of sand poured into the puppet's interior, and the previously rigid marionette regained its mobility, the icy layer around its joints shattering in an instant. Observing this, Sai furrowed her brow slightly and whispered, "Using sand to dispel the ice I encased around the puppet's joints?" A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by composure. Gaara turned his gaze towards Sai, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, coldly stating, "You are the ice release ninja who intervened. You shall become my prey." Seeing the merciless Gaara, Temari was instantly incensed. Her hands on her hips, she shouted defiantly, "Humph. Sai is not participating in the Chunin exams. I will beat you to a pulp." Shikamaru felt a pang of concern and quickly pressed down on Temari's head, shielding her behind him. He understood all too well that the current Gaara was ruthless and merciless. With a penchant for bloodshed, he had no desire for Temari to attract Gaara's attention. Taking a deep breath, Shikamaru turned to Temari, a playful smile gracing his face as he remarked, "You are the daughter of the Kazekage, are you not? Would you be interested in a union with Konoha? I have a friend named Shikamaru who would surely pique your interest. Don't ask, it's simply to dig a pit for Shikamaru." What a rascal! Han Maru was instantly flustered, her face flushed crimson, and her eyes shimmered with the flames of fury. Without hesitation, she produced an enormous fan and swung it forcefully towards Summerwood. In an instant, sharp blades of wind surged forth like a volley of arrows aimed directly at him, the howling winds creating an impressive spectacle. Yet, Summerwood remained composed. He extended a single finger and gently deflected the onslaught. The seemingly formidable wind blades dissipated upon contact with his fingertip, as if they had struck an invisible wall, vanishing without a trace. Unscathed, only his clothes danced in the gusts of wind. Han Maru gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity, nearly dropping the fan from her grasp. However, Gaara's eyes glinted with a more sinister intent, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Patience, mother. His blood should suffice." Chapter 36, One-Tail Shikaku. A sudden intensity flickered in Summerwood's gaze as he swiftly appeared before Gaara. His speed was extraordinary, akin to a flash of silver lightning streaking through the air, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage. Before Gaara could react, Summerwood's hand gently rested upon his head. The gesture, although seemingly tender, bore an irresistible force. Ah, what a quintessentially reckless youth, undeniably an endearing character. Summerwood's voice dripped with playful mockery, as though he were teasing an untamed child. At that moment, the murderous intent within Gaara surged like a tumultuous tide, his eyes instantaneously turning blood red. Fixated on Summerwood with a gaze that could shred him to pieces, as if he were staring at a lifeless being. Kankuro and Hanmaru, witnessing this, turned pale as sheets. Without a moment's hesitation, they retreated swiftly, distancing themselves from the perilous area, fearful of being entangled in this dreadful confrontation. Kankuro's brow glistened with cold sweat as he stammered, "Hey, this guy won't end up in pieces, will he?" His body trembled slightly, clearly intimidated by Summerwood's prowess and audacity. In a heartbeat, the grains of sand surrounding Gaara swirled violently, akin to ferocious beasts unleashed. Each grain bore an acute ferocity, hurtling towards Summerwood with alarming speed. Should this assault land, Summerwood would undoubtedly be left battered and lifeless. Yet he remained unfazed, responding with the swiftness of a striking serpent, delivering a precise chop to Gaara's neck. This strike was both rapid and ruthless, rendering Gaara unconscious in an instant, plunging him into a profound slumber. Hanmaru cried out in alarm, her voice laced with terror and concern. Kankuro's expression darkened, his body trembling as he registered the sudden turn of events. They both understood well that the dark circles beneath Gaara's eyes were not mere makeup, but the result of sleepless nights spent battling Shikaku's insomniac tendencies. At this moment, their concern for Gaara's condition intensified. "You all should head back first. I have matters to attend to," Shemu spoke. Tintin, Hinata, and Shiro nodded in understanding. Hinata cautioned, "Shemu, please be careful." Shiro, taking Hinata's hand, reassured her, "There's no need to worry about him. Let's go." Soon, the silhouettes of the three women vanished around the corner, leaving Shemu, Temari, and Kankuro standing in place. At this moment, Temari and Kankuro were uncertain whether to stay or leave. If they remained and Gaara's beast were to rampage, their fates would be sealed. Yet, they were deeply worried about Gaara's condition and were reluctant to depart. A gentle smile graced Shemu's lips as he softly reassured them, "Do not fret. I will not take Gaara's life. He simply needs a good rest. Once he awakens, I will return him whole." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shemu's figure flickered, and he utilized the flying thunder god technique, vanishing like a specter from the streets of Konoha, leaving only a whisper of wind behind. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, filled with a sense of helplessness. Kankuro clenched his teeth and stated, "We have no choice but to report everything to Master Maki." Temari nodded slightly, and the two swiftly turned, making their way to their teacher's residence. Meanwhile, on a deserted island amidst the vast ocean, waves gently lapped against the rocky shore, producing a rhythmic sound. At the highest point of the island, a kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god seal was embedded in a massive stone, glimmering faintly under the sunlight. Suddenly, Shemu and Gaara's figures materialized on the island. Shemu surveyed the familiar surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. After 2.5 months of diligent practice, he had begun to grasp the flying thunder god technique. Although it was still limited to teleportation, applying it in combat would require further training. This uninhabited island had been specifically chosen by Shemu for his practice of the Conqueror's Haki, ensuring that his training would not disturb others. Although the island was devoid of human inhabitants, it was teeming with wildlife. Distant roars of tigers and the growls of black bears echoed, along with the presence of the Komodo dragon, a favorite of his brother. "Rest well," Shemu whispered softly. With that, he gently laid Gaara beneath the shade of a tree. Gaara lay quietly, his complexion pale, yet his breathing steady. Shemu found a flat stone nearby and sat down, idly waiting for the one tail within Gaara to manifest. After a brief moment, a powerful and turbulent chakra erupted from Gaara, who had been peacefully resting under the tree. This chakra surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly causing the surrounding air to become scorching and oppressive. Shemu's expression sharpened as he swiftly leaped back, distancing himself nearly 300 meters from Gaara. At this moment, he stood firmly on the ground, arms crossed, his gaze intently fixed on Gaara. Soon, the colossal form of Shikaku, the one tail, emerged slowly, towering at 50 meters. resembling a mobile hill. Its eyes shone like two fierce lanterns, radiating a menacing glow, while its mouth was lined with sharp fangs, exuding an aura of terror. At this moment, Gaara was ensconced within Shikaku's body, with only the beast's true form on display. Ha! At last, I have emerged. Cursed humans. Shikaku's thunderous laughter reverberated across the island, imbued with rage and resentment, harboring an endless grudge against humanity. Beside him, Yamaki furrowed his brow, somewhat resigned. As he dug at his earwax and shouted, "Hey, Shikaku, quit your shouting. There's no one else here." Shikaku lowered its gaze towards the diminutive Yamaki, confusion and caution evident in its eyes. "Human, how do you know my name?" Instinctively, Shikaku assumed that this small figure before it was the prophesied child mentioned by the Sage of Six Paths. However, upon glimpsing the cool confidence in Yamaki's dark eyes, that notion was swiftly extinguished, leaving a flicker of unease within the beast. Yamaki slightly raised his chin and replied nonchalantly, "You may call me Yamaki. No need to keep calling me human. Moreover, it was I who released you, so you ought to show me some respect." Yet Shikaku scoffed, "You are but a mere human. What right do you have to demand my respect?" In an instant, the air thickened with a demonic aura, enveloping the entire island. The winds howled, waves crashed against the rocky shore with thunderous roars, and the surrounding trees swayed precariously, seemingly bowing to this overwhelming force. It was Yamaki's use of Conqueror's Haki that produced such an effect. Feeling the palpable pressure emanating from Yamaki, Shikaku was taken aback. Its body trembled slightly, a hint of fear flickering in its eyes as it recalled the terrifying scene of being easily subdued by Hashirama. That immense power lingered in its memory, instilling a lasting dread. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such a ninja reappear? Shikaku cried out in madness. Gazing at Yamaki, the image of Hashirama's formidable figure surfaced in its mind. Yamaki snorted, "Can you now show me respect?" Chapter 37. You can't either. Damn it. I will not yield so easily. Shikaku roared, its voice like rolling thunder echoing over the island. Before the reverberation had faded, its massive body quaked violently, raising a colossal, earth-colored paw high, imbued with tremendous force, and it struck down towards the seemingly insignificant Yamaki with ferocious intensity. This blow contained Shikaku's boundless power, its might immense and its speed akin to lightning. The giant paw sliced through the air, producing a whooshing sound, stirring up a tempest of wind and sand in its wake. The surrounding trees were violently swayed by a powerful gust, creaking as if they were lamenting in agony. Witnessing this, Xiaomu felt an inexplicable surge within him, a fervor akin to a blazing flame that roared in his chest. With a steely gaze, Xiaomu resolutely chose to confront this impending strike head-on. 8 gates of Duinjia. 7th gate of shock. Open, he bellowed, his voice resonating with determination and valor. At that moment, a transformative aura enveloped him, radiating a brilliant white light. Simultaneously, a layer of black haki enveloped his fists, augmenting their strength and ferocity. Xiaomu bent his legs slightly before propelling himself off the ground like a cannonball aimed at Shoha. As he closed in, he raised his arm high and delivered a powerful punch to Shoha's hand. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, as if the very island trembled beneath them. Shoha, with its imposing figure nearly 50 meters tall, was forced back several steps by this overwhelming force, its feet carving deep trenches into the ground as it struggled to regain its balance. At that moment, Shoha was utterly astonished, its colossal eyes shimmering with disbelief as it grappled with the reality before it. The legendary Senju Hashirama had once controlled it with ninjutsu, yet now a mere ninja wielded physical prowess to dominate it. Was this truly the familiar world of ninjas? Shoha internally screamed in confusion, its mind in disarray. Grinding its teeth, it spat, "Damn it! Are you truly human?" Xiaomu's fighting spirit was ignited, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Come again," he shouted, his voice brimming with provocation and confidence. Enraged by Xiaomu's demeanor, Shoha gathered its strength anew. Its aura intensified, becoming even more ferocious as it unleashed its colossal hand towards Xiaomu, intent on crushing him entirely. Xiaomu's gaze flickered as he evaded Shoha's attack with an almost ghostly agility. The titanic palm struck the ground with immense force, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaomu activated his Shuanpa. His figure darted through the haze like a specter, and in an instant, he appeared before Shoha. Clenching his fists high above his head, he unleashed a full-powered punch into Shoha's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Shoha's massive body jolted 3 times before it was propelled backward like a kite cut from its strings, crashing down hundreds of meters away. The ground bore the scars of its passage, marked by deep furrows and clouds of dust. Lying on the ground, Shoha gasped for breath, its body trembling slightly, eyes glinting with fury and resentment. At this moment, Shikaku could scarcely fathom that he would find himself so thoroughly besieged by a mere human. Xiaomu's lips curled into a slight smirk, brimming with disdain, as he exclaimed, "Is this the might of a tailed beast? It appears rather unimpressive." Provoked by Xiaomu's taunts, Shikaku's eyes widened in fury, flames of anger flickering within. He suddenly rose, unleashing a thunderous roar towards the heavens. "Damn it! Behold my power!" Wind release, vacuum sphere. In an instant, a massive sphere of chakra erupted from Shikaku's mouth. This wind sphere, akin to a colossal white meteor, surged forth with an overwhelming force, hurtling towards Xiaomu with incredible speed. As it passed, the air compressed violently, emitting a howling roar as if it sought to rend all asunder. Xiaomu's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly employed ice release. In a heartbeat, a 10-meter-thick wall of ice rose before him, crystalline and radiant, exuding an aura of frigidness, forming an impregnable barrier. The wind sphere collided with the ice wall, producing a deafening crash. Ice shards flew like snowflakes, obscuring the sky. The impact of the wind sphere caused the ice wall to tremble violently, pushing it back 8 meters before finally expending its might. A massive breach appeared in the ice wall, and the ground around it was left pockmarked and uneven. Observing this, Shikaku erupted into mocking laughter, his voice resonating like a thunderclap across the island. "Damn human, I am a tailed beast. Do you wish to compare chakra reserves with me?" In an instant, Shikaku unleashed another colossal wind sphere, even larger and swifter than the last, resembling a gigantic white cannonball, charged with immense power as it raced towards Xiaomu. Xiaomu, however, was not inclined to engage in a battle of chakra with a tailed beast. With a glint in his eye, he executed the body flicker technique, vanishing like an apparition only to reappear hundreds of meters away in the next moment. Shikaku's wind sphere crashed into the spot Xiaomu had just occupied, creating a vast crater and sending dust swirling into the air. Undeterred, Shikaku continued his assault, spewing forth wind spheres one after another, each faster and more potent than the last. Xiaomu adeptly evaded the attacks, employing the body flicker and lunar step techniques, his figure flitting across the island and ground like a ghost, rendering him elusive. Thus, a tense standoff ensued between man and beast, the only sound being the resounding destruction wrought by the wind spheres. Before long, Shikaku unleashed a barrage of over a dozen wind spheres. Yet Xiaomu effortlessly dodged each one. However, the impact of these wind spheres left the island in ruins. Once lush trees were shattered into fragments, and the ground was riddled with deep craters, dust swirling ominously. After such relentless assaults, even the mighty-tailed beast Shikaku began to feel the strain. His breathing grew labored, gasping for air, his eyes shimmering with fury and indignation. "Damn human, is evasion all you can do?" Shoha roared with fury, his voice brimming with anger and resentment. In the air, Xiaomu, employing the moon step, chuckled, "What this? Even the tailed beast can't hold on. You're not doing so well, little Shoha." A man cannot let others dictate his abilities, and the same principle applies to tailed beasts. The anger within Shoha intensified, his eyes wide with rage. Burning with a fierce flame, he opened his cavernous mouth and unleashed a thunderous roar. "Damn humans, prepare to witness the ultimate power of a tailed beast." As soon as the words left his lips, Shoha inhaled deeply, and his body began to tremble violently. The air around him seemed to be drawn in by an invisible force, rapidly converging towards his mouth. A fierce wind howled, causing the trees on the island to sway precariously, while sand and stones flew through the air, blotting out the sun. Before long, Shoha's mouth began to gather chakra in an 2:8 ratio, and a colossal black-purple sphere slowly materialized. This sphere was teeming with volatile energy, poised to explode at any moment. It was none other than the tailed beast's signature technique, the tailed beast ball. Although the preparation for Shoha's tailed beast ball took slightly longer than a typical ninjutsu, Xiaomu merely observed without intervening. "Come on," Xiaomu shouted. The black-purple tailed beast ball surged towards him like a massive black sun, radiating an aura of destruction. In response, Xiaomu swiftly executed the ice release technique. And in an instant, a towering ice wall, 1,000 meters thick, rose before him. The wall sparkled with a crystalline sheen, exuding an aura of coldness. The surface of the ice wall shimmered with tiny ice crystals, resembling countless diamonds embedded within. The tailed beast ball collided violently with the ice wall, producing a resounding boom. The tremendous force caused the ice wall to tremble violently, sending shards of ice flying like snowflakes, enveloping the sky. Within a 10-kilometer radius, the impact was palpable, as if the very earth quaked beneath the onslaught. Under the assault of the tailed beast ball, the ice wall began to fissure, with cracks spreading like a spider's web, ultimately leading to the complete destruction of the nearly 1,000-meter wall. Though the potency of the tailed beast ball was significantly diminished, it still advanced towards Xiaomu. Xiaomu's gaze sharpened as he employed the Gale Foot technique, unleashing a slashing strike several dozen meters long, akin to a colossal, razor-sharp sword, aimed at the tailed beast ball. With a sharp crack, the tailed beast ball was cleaved in two, detonating on either side of Xiaomu and causing a tremendous explosion. The shockwave from the blast caused Xiaomu to sway slightly, yet he remained firmly rooted in place. Shoha gaped in astonishment, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He blocked it directly. In that moment, Shoha found himself in a precarious position. His most powerful technique, the tailed beast ball, had been thwarted. Indeed, it had been countered head-on. Unsure of how to proceed, his mind raced as he contemplated his next move. Should he adopt a more submissive stance? Or perhaps a more timid approach? Shoha pondered silently, a hint of embarrassment and helplessness crossing his face. Xiaomu gazed contemplatively at Shoha, inwardly analyzing the formidable power of the tailed beast bomb. Theoretically, as long as the tailed beast is afforded sufficient time to charge, its tailed beast bomb can be unleashed at a scale as grand as its original form. However, in reality, it is exceedingly rare for any ninja to allow a tailed beast to unleash such a devastating attack. And Xiaomu was among the few capable of directly withstanding a tailed beast bomb. With this thought, a subtle smile played upon his lips, exuding an air of confidence. Xiaomu's mouth curved into a faint sneer as a glint of mockery flickered in his eyes. He spoke slowly. "What is the matter? Shall we engage in conversation now?" Shoha lifted its head slightly, a hint of pride flashing through its gaze. It disdainfully snorted and retorted, "Human, if you can hold your ground against me, you may be worthy of a discussion." Xiaomu gently rotated his wrist, producing a series of cracking sounds. The faint smile lingered on his lips, and a mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes as he replied, "If that is the case, let us have a proper conversation. It seems you harbor considerable dissatisfaction towards the Ninetales. Would you care to challenge him?" Upon hearing the name Kyubi, Shoha's eyes widened in surprise and indignation. "How do you know that wretched fox's name?" It bellowed, its voice brimming with hostility and discontent. Yet Xiaomu remained unfazed, chuckling lightly as if he had anticipated Shoha's reaction. "That is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether you wish to engage him in battle. From what I understand, Kyubi frequently boasts that the more tails one possesses, the stronger the tailed beast." Xiaomu's words bore a hint of provocation, clearly intended to incite Shoha. A flicker of hesitation crossed Shoha's eyes, quickly replaced by resolute determination. It nodded, aware of the myriad reasons for its internal conflict with Kyubi, yet at this moment, it was more inclined to assert its strength. "Humph, that insufferable fox. I have longed to teach it a lesson." Shoha roared, its voice filled with fighting spirit. Xiaomu observed Shoha's reaction with a sense of smug satisfaction. He continued, "Very well. When the time comes, you shall retain Gaara's consciousness, and Kyubi will maintain its Jinchuriki's awareness. You will clash, vying for the title of the strongest tailed beast." Shoha regarded Xiaomu with a measure of skepticism. What exactly was this individual scheming? It felt as though he was stoking the flames of conflict. Nevertheless, the prospect of confronting Kyubi thrilled Shoha immensely. In truth, Xiaomu, in a past life, had been equally curious about which was stronger, the one tail or the nine tails. Now, the opportunity to witness this ultimate showdown filled him with anticipation. With curiosity, Shoha inquired, "Human, what is your true purpose? Surely, it cannot be merely to witness the birth of the strongest tailed beast?" Its eyes brimmed with wariness, as if testing Xiaomu's genuine intentions. Xiaomu nodded, the faint smile still gracing his lips. "Indeed, that is my aim. I wish to satiate my own curiosity." There remains a statement unuttered by Xiaomu. regarding a more significant objective that is destined to unfold in the future. In the bustling streets of Konoha, throngs of people traverse, creating a vibrant atmosphere. However, within the temporary encampment of Sunagakure stationed in Konoha, Maki is engulfed in panic. His brow is furrowed, and his gaze betrays profound anxiety as he paces back and forth. Muttering incessantly, "It's over, it's over. Gaara has been taken by the Konoha ninjas. What shall we do?" Maki is acutely aware of the precarious nature of Gaara's identity. Should it become exposed, the numerous ninjas from Sunagakure participating in the Chunin exams would face certain demise. After all, tailed beasts are the most formidable weapons. Any clandestine intrusion into another village is intolerable for Konoha, and even the slightest leak of information would be catastrophic. Hurry and search. Utilize all the intelligence you possess. Maki abruptly halts, turning towards Kanjiro and Temari, shouting emphatically. As Kanjiro and Temari prepare to depart, Maki's voice echoes once more, this time with heightened severity. "Remember, you must investigate discreetly, ensuring that Konoha ninjas remain unaware. The consequences of failure are unimaginable." His eyes flash with a fierce warning, clearly cautioning the two. They spring into action. Kanjiro skillfully maneuvers a puppet adorned with the Konoha forehead protector, blending cautiously into the streets of Konoha. Meanwhile, Temari stealthily infiltrates areas bustling with crowds, intently listening to the conversations around her, fearful of missing any valuable intelligence. Chapter 39. Not drinking coconut juice means being an undercover agent. Within a hall in Konoha, the atmosphere is solemn and dignified. The Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sits regally in the main seat, clad in traditional Hokage robes, his serious countenance now reflecting both gravity and anticipation. Below him, dozens of ninjas stand in orderly formation. Sarutobi exhales a puff of smoke from his pipe, the swirling mist rising languidly before him. He squints slightly, surveying the ninjas below, and speaks with a steady and authoritative voice. "In 7 days, the Chunin exams will officially commence. Those of you with students wishing to participate may now register." At this proclamation, many of the leading jonin present exhibit hesitation. Most are ordinary jonin, and their students are primarily from humble backgrounds, having only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy a few months prior. The youthful faces of these students still bear a hint of naivety, their abilities evidently insufficient to withstand the rigors of the Chunin exams. One jonin frowns, murmuring softly, "These children are still too inexperienced. How can they possibly participate in the Chunin exams?" Yet Asuma, undeterred, steps forward with confidence and determination in his eyes. "I, Sarutobi Asuma, hereby recommend the following members of my Team 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino, to partake in the Chunin exams." Kakashi, equally resolute, steps forward with a subtle smile. "I, Kakashi Hitaki, hereby recommend the members of Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Natsuki Aoyama, to participate in the Chunin exams." Upon the mention of Natsuki Aoyama's name by Kakashi, a subtle stir rippled through the hall. Many ninjas began to whisper among themselves. Aoyama, the formidable ninja? Indeed. Who else could it be? In that moment, a collective sigh of relief spread among the assembled ninjas. They understood that with Aoyama's prowess, this Chunin exam would undoubtedly showcase the brilliance of Konoha. Furthermore, it would serve to curb the ambitions of Sunagakure. As Aoyama's name was uttered, the previously tense atmosphere relaxed significantly. Might Guy chuckled heartily and declared, "Truly worthy of being my lifelong rival, Kakashi. I, Might Guy, recommend my team, Tenten Niji Hyuga, and Rock Lee, to participate in the Chunin exams." Yuhi Kurenai nodded slightly, her eyes filled with anticipation. "I, Yuhi Kurenai, recommend my team, Shino Aburame, Hiba Inazuka, and Hinata Hyuga, to participate in the Chunin exams." Soon, numerous jonin began to recommend their students. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Teams 7, 8, and 10 comprised this year's fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy, while Team 3 barely qualified. Many of the other Konoha ninjas participating in the Chunin exams had been Chunin for several years. As the recommendations concluded, the hall fell into a profound silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened as he turned his attention to Ibiki Marino and Anko Mitarashi. "Ibiki, Anko, you should comprehend the reason I summoned you." Anko nodded slightly, her eyes gleaming with intelligence and capability. "Lord Hokage, you wish for us to oversee the Chunin exams, correct?" Sarutobi nodded in approval and solemnly stated, "Indeed, Ibiki. As the chief examiner for the first round of the Chunin exams, it is imperative that you pay close attention. Anko, you will oversee the second round. Instantly, all present understood that while the words seemed directed at both individuals, they were particularly aimed at Ibiki. After all, he was responsible for the first round, which involved written examinations. Everyone knew of Aoyama's exceptional strength. Once the practical phase commenced, he would likely dominate and bring glory to Konoha, suppressing Sunagakure in the process. However, Ibiki, as the head of Konoha's torture and interrogation division, was known for his psychological tactics. Should he employ any underhanded methods in the first round to eliminate Aoyama, Konoha's ambitions of curbing Sunagakure would become considerably more complicated. Ibiki, having ascended to the rank of captain, was well versed in the intricacies of human relations and instantly grasped the underlying message conveyed by Sarutobi. Ibiki's face was adorned with a ghastly smile as he declared, "Fear not. Lord Hokage, I shall take full responsibility for the first examination, and there will be no errors." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded once more, his expression grave as he stated, "In any case, with the Chunin exams approaching, we must not become lax regarding the safety of Konoha. This is of utmost importance, and you all are well aware of your responsibilities." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison, their voices resonating powerfully within the hall. As the assembly dispersed, Konoha appeared to be as peaceful and prosperous as ever in preparation for the Chunin exams. However, only those within the village understood that Konoha was, in truth, a facade of tranquility, with tension simmering beneath the surface, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. 2 days later, on an unnamed island, as the sun dipped below the horizon, its rays filtered through the mottled leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the sandy shore. Gaara awakened from a prolonged slumber of 2 days and nights, gradually opening his eyes, which, once cold and hollow, now held a trace of sleepiness. Instinctively, he stretched, his body slightly unfurling. Suddenly, Gaara's gaze sharpened, and he sensed that something was amiss. Recalling the events that had transpired, he sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings with alertness. "Awake, are you? Come, have some coconut juice." A gentle voice called out. Shikaku sat on a nearby rock, holding a glass of fresh coconut juice, a friendly smile gracing his face as he waved at Gaara. However, Gaara instinctively shook his head. "I don't drink." His voice was low and frigid, his eyes still brimming with caution. Shikaku raised an eyebrow, maintaining his smile. Yet his tone grew suddenly severe. "Not drinking coconut juice makes you a traitor." Gaara hesitated, furrowing his brow, confused by Shikaku's words. He then inquired, "Did the entity within me emerge while I was asleep?" Shikaku nodded. "Yes, I had a rather amicable conversation with it, at the very least. You can rest well for the next few days." At this, Gaara began to take stock of his surroundings. The once lush forest had become a scene of devastation. Trees leaning precariously, the ground strewn with broken branches and deep ravines. Clearly, this place had recently endured a fierce battle. In contrast, Shikaku appeared unscathed, his attire immaculate. This led Gaara to harbor a flicker of doubt regarding the beast within him. It seemed that the One-Tail had not fared well in this encounter. Chapter 40. The Pretentious Shikaku. Gaara coldly questioned, "Why?" Shikaku paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "What do you mean, why?" Gaara fixed his scrutinizing gaze upon him. His eyes filled with inquiry. "Why are you doing all this? Shouldn't we be enemies?" Xiaomu stroked his chin, his gaze settling upon Gaara before him, a flicker of amusement glimmering in his eyes. He then spoke slowly. "I am uncertain. On one hand, I am curious to witness the Shikaku, the one-tailed beast residing within you, and to ascertain whether it is stronger than the 9 tails, Kurama, of our Konoha village. On the other hand, I sense that we are not adversaries. As a Jinchuriki, you bear a weight of misunderstanding from others. In this world of ninjas, you endure immense pressure, which is rather pitiable, I would say. I cannot quite articulate whether it is sympathy or another sentiment, but I yearn to alter the course of the ninja world and reshape the fate of Jinchuriki." As he spoke, a look of discomfort crossed Xiaomu's face. He rubbed his head, slightly vexed, exclaiming, "What am I saying? I seem to have become overly sentimental." Turning his gaze back to Gaara, sincerity illuminated his eyes. "In any case, I find you to be quite remarkable." Upon hearing Xiaomu's words, Gaara, though still somewhat perplexed, felt the frostiness on his countenance gradually dissipate. He furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating the implications of Xiaomu's remarks. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed, shattering the momentary silence. Gaara's face flushed slightly, and he awkwardly turned his head away. Observing this, Xiaomu's lips curled into a friendly smile, and he offered the coconut juice in his hand, gently saying, "You must be hungry. Drink this coconut juice. Even if we are to spar, you'll need your strength." Gaara hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the coconut juice. Sipping it slowly, the sweet nectar soothed his parched throat, and he closed his eyes briefly, savoring this kindness from Xiaomu. Once Gaara finished the juice, Xiaomu contentedly let out a satisfied burp, then gradually rose, stretching his limbs. He extended his arms and twisted his neck, producing cracking sounds, as if every joint in his body had been revitalized. Realizing that this individual had been watching over him for quite a while, Gaara remarked, "You've been asleep for 2 days. Temari and Kankuro must be quite worried about you. Let us go. I'll escort you back." Xiaomu smiled, his eyes radiating warmth. Gaara nodded slightly, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He was uncertain how to navigate this complex sentiment at that moment. Gazing at this gentle soul before him, Gaara distinctly recognized that he harbored no killing intent within his heart. This sensation was peculiar, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Just then, Xiaomu suddenly grasped Gaara's hand. Gaara was taken aback, instinctively attempting to pull away, only to discover that Xiaomu's grip was warm and firm. Feeling the warmth emanating from his palm, a barely perceptible smile flitted across Gaara's face. This smile was fleeting, easily overlooked if not observed closely. In an instant, Xiaomu activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and their figures vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they found themselves back in Konoha. Xiaomu unleashed his observation haki, acutely attuning to the ambient energy surrounding him. Soon, he pinpointed the location of the sand-hidden village's base. Subsequently, Xiaomu grasped Gaara's hand, propelling them towards their destination, perhaps too engrossed in their journey. Xiaomu inadvertently forgot to let go, while Gaara, unperturbed, allowed himself to be led along. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the sand-hidden village's stronghold. Xiaomu halted abruptly, kicking a small stone that soared through the air in an elegant arc, striking the wall with precision and embedding itself within, producing a resounding thud. This unexpected commotion startled those inside the building. 2 figures swiftly opened the windows, leaping from the second floor in a superhero-like descent. "Konoha's ninja, Gaara," Kankuro exclaimed first. "Gaara, you have finally returned," Temari called out, her eyes brimming with concern and surprise. Observing his brother and sister, their eyes bloodshot and expressions weary, Gaara felt a stirring within his heart. Meanwhile, Temari and Kankuro, witnessing Gaara being led by Xiaomu, were even more deeply affected. They stood there, momentarily stunned, as a single thought crossed their minds. Is this still the cold-blooded brother they once knew? Kankuro anxiously gazed at Gaara. "Gaara, how are you?" Gaara slightly bowed his head, his lips barely moving as he uttered an inaudible apology. "I'm sorry." The whisper was as fleeting as a breeze rustling through leaves. Kankuro, bewildered, widened his eyes and leaned closer, his face etched with confusion. What did you say? I can't hear you." Gaara abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes turning icy and piercing as he coldly uttered, "Silence. Speak further, and I shall end you." The command, as if squeezed from between clenched teeth, bore an undeniable authority. Instantly, Temari and Kankuro felt a tremor course through their bodies, their previously taut nerves relaxing. Seeing Gaara's familiar icy demeanor, they silently exhaled in relief. The familiar essence had returned. Their brother was once again in his element. Observing this exchange, Xiaomu's lips curled into a subtle smile. He stepped forward, clapping his hands together, and declared, "All right, I have returned your brother to you. Gaara can now rest freely. The one-tailed Shikaku will no longer disturb his slumber, so you need not worry." Kankuro furrowed his brow, skepticism evident in his eyes as he scrutinized Xiaomu, pondering the latter's intentions. Although Temari shared some doubts, she spoke up, acknowledging, "Thank you. We will be vigilant." Xiaomu smiled gently, releasing Gaara's hand and affectionately ruffling his hair. His gesture, seemingly casual, was imbued with warmth and familiarity. In the past few days, one could engage in earnest communication with Shoha. It is unkind to refer to him merely as a tail, for he possesses a name, Shoha. Treat him as a friend, akin to our own relationship. Gaara neither immediately affirmed nor denied this. He slightly lowered his head, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. At that moment, it seemed Gaara was contemplating Natsuki's words, yet he also appeared to be grappling with some hesitation. As Natsuki turned to leave, he suddenly glanced back at Gaara, his gaze imbued with sincerity. The protection of your sand is the power of your mother, Karura, and has no connection to Shoha. If you doubt this, you may inquire of him. Natsuki's voice was resolute and powerful, as if conveying an undeniable truth. With that, he showed no hesitation, swiftly turning down another street, his figure vanishing in an instant. Temari gasped, her mouth agape, unable to restrain her exclamation. That guy? So fast. Gaara murmured to himself. A friend, perhaps? Natsuki. Kinkaro, overhearing Gaara's words, could not help but inquire. What did you say, Gaara? Gaara abruptly turned his head, his gaze icy as he glared at Kinkaro, bellowing. Silence. Kinkaro. Speak another word, and I shall end you. Kinkaro, you've threatened to kill me twice in one chapter. Oh, my foolish self. Natsuki, you're the one who is slow. Your entire family is slow. Chapter 41. Each displays their powers. 4 days later, sunlight bathed every corner of Konohagakure, illuminating the venue for the Chunin exams. Today marked the commencement of the long-awaited Chunin exams, a day anticipated by countless ninjas. According to the exam protocol, the first event was a written test. However, this seemingly ordinary examination concealed intricate challenges. It not only assessed the ninjas' knowledge, but also their ability to gather intelligence. Naturally, a few exceptionally skilled ninjas managed to tackle the perplexing questions with brute force. The atmosphere in the examination hall was tense and solemn. Sanai Ibiki, with his scarred visage, stood at the podium, his piercing gaze sweeping over the gathered candidates. His eyes were sharp and cold, and few dared to meet his stare. This examination is straightforward. Ibiki's voice resonated deeply throughout the hall. There will be a total of 10 questions, each worth 1 point. However, I must remind you that any form of lowly cheating is strictly prohibited. At this juncture, Ibiki's expression turned fierce. With over 10 elite Chunin proctors present, any detected act of cheating would result in an immediate deduction of 2 points upon the first infraction. Should all 10 points be lost, the offender would be expelled from the examination. Upon hearing this, many candidates felt a chill run down their spines. Fully aware of the implications, several began to prepare for potential cheating in secret, although Naruto, the ever-naive, remained oblivious to the rules, merely nodding excitedly with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. At this moment, Naruto was filled with anticipation, eager to become a true Chunin through this examination. Another voice echoed through the examination hall, shattering the silence. You will participate in this exam in groups of 3. Thus, I must emphasize that if any member of a group scores 0 in the written test, the entire group's score will be rendered null. The moment these words were uttered, the previously calm examination room erupted in chaos. In particular, Shikamaru and Sasuke, seated behind Naruto, exchanged glances, a flicker of coldness flashing in their eyes. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from behind him, Naruto broke into a cold sweat. He turned around and indeed saw the grim faces of Shikamaru and Sasuke. Hey, Naruto, Sasuke said icily. If you dare to score 0, be prepared for us to deal with you. Terrified, Naruto nodded vigorously, repeatedly saying, I understand, I understand. Yet, deep within, he murmured to himself, I will definitely work hard. I will not let you down. Standing on the podium, Ibiki Marino surveyed the examination hall. Noticing that the crowd had quieted down, he began to open the test papers. All right, the exam officially begins. This examination lasts a total of 60 minutes, and the 10th question will be distributed 45 minutes into the exam. Subsequently, the proctors began distributing the test papers to each candidate. As Naruto received his paper and glanced at the densely packed questions, a wave of headache washed over him. First question, nothing. Second question, still nothing. Ninth question, all of them were beyond his grasp. With 9 questions he could not answer, Naruto felt a surge of panic, placing all his hopes on the 10th question. Meanwhile, Shikamaru stared at his test paper, his mind momentarily blank, eyes wide in confusion. The multitude of questions seemed like insurmountable chasms before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized the first question was a code question, leaving him utterly bewildered. The second question was a physics problem, which tangled his thoughts into a chaotic mess. The third was a geography question, and given that he had rarely ventured beyond his village, he was completely ignorant of it. The fourth question pertained to chemistry, and while he understood the question, he found himself at a loss, unable to answer anything. The fifth question, an organic chemistry problem, plunged him into despair. especially since he had scored a mere 6 points in chemistry during his previous exams, rendering him unable to comprehend the current questions. In short, each of the 9 questions posed a significant challenge. Shikamaru gazed at his test paper, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. He scratched his head and sighed in resignation. To be honest, these questions were far beyond his current capabilities. However, he couldn't be bothered with such frivolities, as merely enduring until the end would suffice to pass the exam. Before long, the candidates within the examination hall displayed their various cunning talents, initiating a uniquely audacious battle of cheating. Hinata, standing at her desk, gradually closed her eyes, activating her Byakugan. Her formidable ability of clairvoyance allowed her to discern the exam papers of the candidates seated beside her with remarkable clarity. Sasuke sat at his desk, the Sharingan gradually awakening in his eyes, granting him the extraordinary power to effortlessly replicate the actions of those around him as they filled out their answers. His hand danced swiftly across the paper, synchronizing with his peers. One could only remark that the Sharingan and Byakugan were indeed unrestrained anomalies in this regard. Meanwhile, Kanjiro produced his puppet, sneaking off to the restroom for a bit of illicit assistance, unperturbed by the implications. Gaara remained in his seat, slowly raising a hand, chakra gathering at his fingertips as he deftly manipulated the sand into the form of an eye. This eye rotated languidly, allowing Gaara to clearly view the answers of the candidates adjacent to him. A faint, icy smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Tenten, seated as well, held a slender thread in her hand, the other end tethered to a reflective light. She gently swayed the thread, casting beams of light across the examination hall from various angles. Through these reflections, Tenten could discern the answers of the neighboring candidates with precision. Naturally, there were several foolish souls who were caught. They either brazenly copied their neighbors' answers or resorted to rudimentary cheating methods, only to be swiftly identified by the elite Chunin proctors. Those caught were promptly expelled from the examination room. Before long, half of the examination time had elapsed. Shuki sat in a daze, his gaze vacant and bewildered, contemplating the path of social righteousness he should pursue in the future. He remained motionless at his desk, his pen untouched. Suddenly, sand appeared upon his exam paper, seemingly animated, flowing into the blank spaces of the questions and gradually forming clear answers. Shuki turned to see Gaara observing him, his eyes harboring an enigmatic glint, not of affection. Shuki nodded slightly, appreciating Gaara's goodwill, and reluctantly transcribed the answers onto his paper. Mori no Ibiki noticed this scene, astonished that a ninja from Sunagakure would assist one from Konoha. Soon, the 45 minutes had elapsed. A stir erupted in the examination room as a quarter of the Genin candidates were escorted out, all discovered cheating. Chapter 42. The first exam concludes. Mori no Ibiki strode with a steady and powerful gait to the podium. His scarred visage appeared particularly stern under the lights, his eyes exuding an undeniable authority. Standing at the podium, he cleared his throat and announced in a booming voice, "Candidates, before the 10th question is revealed, there are specific rules that you must be informed of. For this final question, you may choose to accept or decline." Upon reaching this juncture, he deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire assembly, allowing each candidate to grasp the weight of his words. To accept the challenge meant facing immediate elimination for any incorrect answer, thereby jeopardizing the futures of 2 companions, rendering them ineligible for the Chunin exams henceforth. Conversely, to decline would result in immediate disqualification. Yet they would retain the opportunity to partake in the next Chunin examination. The voice of Seinwa Ibiki resonated with a grave chill, reminiscent of a decree from the abyss. As his words echoed through the hall, an uproar ensued. Candidates, disregarding the decorum of the examination, whispered among themselves, rife with discontent. What kind of exam regulation is this? It is utterly unreasonable. One candidate shouted, his face etched with indignation. In any case, we are all being eliminated. This rule is simply malicious, lamented another, shaking his head in despair. If the deciding question is the final one, what purpose do our previous answers serve? A candidate exclaimed, banging his fist on the table in frustration. Who established this rule? I shall report him. A candidate rose, furiously pointing at Seinwa Ibiki, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Regrettably, I am the architect of these examination rules, Seinwa Ibiki replied, his demeanor icy and imposing. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over each candidate, instilling a chill in the hearts of all those who dared to speak. The assembly fell into a profound silence, hushed in reverence and trepidation. They regarded the scarred chief examiner with a mixture of awe and fear, well aware that he was not one to be trifled with. And none dared to voice their opinions lightly thereafter. You have 3 minutes to ponder your decision to remain, but I implore you to consider carefully, lest you endanger your comrades. With that, Seinwa Ibiki initiated a countdown. Within those 3 minutes, a palpable tension enveloped the examination hall. Candidates bowed their heads in contemplation. Some engaged in hushed discussions, while others clenched their fists, their faces a canvas of struggle and indecision. Amidst this dilemma, candidates began to raise their hands one by one, not solely for their own sake, but to avoid dragging their companions down, risking the permanent forfeiture of their Chunin eligibility. Each hand raised bore the marks of resignation and anguish. At that moment, Naruto abruptly stood, placing his foot upon the table. His eyes shone with determination, his voice resonating powerfully. Even if there is but one chance, it matters not if I remain a genin for life. I shall never yield. This is my ninja way. Summerwood was rendered speechless, observing Naruto's youthful exuberance with a silent shake of his head. This fellow was once again indulging in his flamboyant ideals. Yet who could deny that this was indeed Naruto? Nonetheless, it was precisely because of this spirit that Naruto's presence and words assuaged the anxieties of many within the hall. Those who had previously been torn by indecision found themselves inspired by Naruto's resolve, choosing to remain steadfast. Indeed, we cannot simply give up. One candidate proclaimed, rising with fervor. We shall persevere, for the sake of our dreams. Another echoed, joining the rallying call. A resounding wave of applause and cheers erupted within the examination hall. The candidates rose to their feet, their gazes resolutely fixed upon Morinai Ibiki, as if declaring their unwavering determination to the proctor. For the first time, a strained smile flickered across Morinai Ibiki's usually stoic visage, appearing somewhat rigid, as though forcibly extracted from his countenance. Congratulations. You have completed the 10th question. You have passed the first stage of the Chunin exam. The majority of those present were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they had just heard an incredible tale. Have we truly completed the 10th question? One candidate stammered, his voice laced with confusion and astonishment. Observing this, Morinai Ibiki slightly raised his chin, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes, and began to elucidate. The first 9 questions primarily assessed your ability to cheat, which is to say, your capacity for intelligence gathering. In this fiercely competitive and perilous world, information is power. Those who fail to acquire intelligence are akin to warriors without weapons, destined for elimination. The 10th question, however, evaluates your determination and willpower. His tone shifted to a more severe cadence as he expressed his disdain for those who place their hopes on the nebulous prospect of the next examination. A true ninja must possess steadfast beliefs and an indomitable spirit. Upon hearing Morinai Ibiki's explanation, the expressions on everyone's faces transformed once more. Their eyes flickered with a medley of emotions: surprise, anger, helplessness, and admiration. Even though the candidates had been clearly informed, it was undeniable that this was a remarkably sophisticated test. Shimoka narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating how he, too, might have been misled had he not been privy to the unfolding narrative. It was evident that Morinai Ibiki, as a special jonin and the captain of the Konoha interrogation force, had orchestrated a masterful examination of both the candidates' abilities and their psyche. Intriguing, absolutely captivating, Shimoka marveled. At that moment, a figure burst through the window of the examination hall like a cannonball, landing with a resounding crash upon the podium. The figure stood firmly, effectively obscuring Morinai Ibiki from view. With an exaggerated stance, hands on her hips and chest proudly thrust forward, she announced, "Greetings. I am Mitarashi Anko, the proctor for the 2nd stage of your Chunin exam." The onlookers stared in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected entrance of the 2nd examiner. Morinai Ibiki, momentarily overshadowed, muttered under his breath, "It seems no one is paying attention to you." A faint blush crossed Mitarashi Anko's face, rendering her somewhat awkward. Observing this, Shimoka's lips curled into a subtle smile, amusement dancing in his eyes as he rose to his feet and clapped his hands vigorously. Well, who would have thought that the proctor for the 2nd exam would be such a stunning beauty? His voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the hall and drawing the attention of many. Upon receiving attention from others, Akane Mitsahashi's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise. She playfully licked her lips. an act that rendered her even more adorable. "Oh, the charming Karamatsu. I never anticipated you would pass the first examination." Karamatsu rolled her eyes, crossing her arms defiantly, and retorted, "Given my abilities, passing the exam is merely a matter of course." In that instant, Karamatsu felt two gazes upon her back, imbued with a touch of reproach and shyness. Without a doubt, she recognized them as belonging to Hinata and Tenten. Noticing this exchange, Akane Mitsuhashi's eyes glinted with mischief as she declared, "All right, enough chatter. Let us commence the second stage of the Chunin exams. Follow me." With her command, the group rose in unison, orderly departing from the Ninja Academy to the next testing ground. Chapter 43, The Forest of Death. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, a vast and primordial forest stood silently, resembling a mysterious and perilous beast lying in wait. The dense foliage intertwined, casting an impenetrable canopy that allowed only a few rays of sunlight to filter through the layered leaves, creating patches of dappled light upon the ground strewn with fallen leaves and twigs. With a lively and confident stride, Akane Mitsuhashi stood on a clearing at the forest's edge. Her arms crossed, chin slightly raised, she surveyed the group of candidates poised to enter the Forest of Death, her eyes betraying a subtle excitement. This was the 44th testing ground, the location of the second phase of the Chunin exams. As she spoke, Akane slowly raised her hand, gesturing towards the depths of the forest. The overall shape of the 44th testing ground is irregularly circular, with the central tower, where you will ultimately exchange your tasks, situated at its core. The distance from the tower to the forest's outer perimeter is approximately 10 kilometers. At this juncture, she paused briefly, a slight smile curling at the corners of her lips, hinting at something profound. With a radiant smile that glimmered under the sunlight yet exuded an inexplicable chill, Akane continued, "I must remind you, the Forest of Death is home to numerous ferocious beasts. Once the exam commences, each team will receive either a Heaven or Earth scroll. To pass the second phase, you must survive for 5 days while possessing both scrolls and reach the central tower to complete your mission." In an instant, the atmosphere shifted to one of grave seriousness. The candidates exchanged apprehensive glances, their eyes filled with tension and unease. "So you mean to say, we must engage in combat? It is entirely plausible that some may perish within." A burly candidate gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, as if to release his inner fear and fury. "To gather both types of scrolls, at least half of the participants must be eliminated, perhaps even more," chimed in another tall, slender candidate. "Indeed, if you possess one scroll and defeat another team, it is likely your scrolls are identical, rendering your efforts futile." A bespectacled examinee calmly analyzed the situation, revealing the future master of dreams, Do. In response to the buzzing discussions among the candidates, Akane Mitsuhashi playfully licked her lips, a hint of a bloodthirsty smile gracing her features. "If you are feeling apprehensive, now is the time to withdraw." Her voice dripped with mockery and provocation. Although many felt a twinge of anxiety, none wished to retreat. After all, having endured the trials of the first examination, their resolve had strengthened considerably. Akane surveyed the candidates with a satisfied nod. Since no one had chosen to back down, it was time to collect the scrolls. Thus, each ninja team lined up in order to receive their scrolls. Under the guidance of the examiners, they ventured into the death forest from different directions. An oppressive atmosphere of dampness and decay pervaded the forest, occasionally pierced by the eerie cries of unknown beasts, sending chills down their spines. Sasuke unfurled the scroll in his hand, revealing a prominently inscribed character for Earth. He furrowed his brow slightly. "It appears we must locate an Earth scroll," Sasuke declared. Naruto scratched his head, excitement lighting up his face. "So, should we head to the central tower first, or seize the scrolls first?" With that, both turned their gaze towards Shemu. As the cornerstone of Team 7, Shemu gently patted their shoulders, smiling as he said, "With your current abilities, you can choose either path. However, I have a matter to attend to, so I entrust this examination to you two." His tone was gentle yet resolute. Naruto and Sasuke nodded in agreement, fully supportive of his decision. They understood that Shemu had pressing obligations and they chose to trust their companion, confident in their ability to complete the second examination without him. Puffing out his chest with determination, Naruto exclaimed, "Leave it to me. Shemu, I'll be waiting for you with the Earth Scroll at the central tower." Sasuke scoffed, "I will ensure Naruto's safety. Even with him as the slowest member, we will still be the fastest team." Hearing Sasuke's remark, Naruto bristled with indignation. Damn it, Sasuke. I'm the one protecting you. Shemu observed the bickering duo with a bemused shake of his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. All right, you two, enough squabbling. He gently clapped his hands to interrupt their argument. Time is of the essence. Let us act swiftly. With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving only an ephemeral trace in the air. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and hurried into the depths of the Death Forest. Within a secluded thicket of the Death Forest, the once tranquil atmosphere was shattered by an air of tension. The ninjas from the grass-hidden village found themselves here. 2 men and a woman, terror etched across their faces, cold sweat cascading from their brows. Before them stood Kamiyama Enko and Inoue Yunda, their gazes betraying a blend of determination and trepidation. Behind them lingered the petite figure of Kei-Rin, her crimson hair framing a visage that exuded timidity. Her eyes, brimming with terror, reflected the faint tremors coursing through her body. The trio's attention was fixated on a daunting sight, a massive saber-toothed tiger, towering at an imposing 10 meters. Its razor-sharp fangs glinting ominously. Beside it was an equally formidable female saber-toothed tiger, measuring 8 meters, emanating an aura of peril, its eyes flashing with a fierce intensity. Poised to strike. Kamiyama Enko's teeth chattered involuntarily as he stammered, "What should we do? Are we to engage?" Inoue Yunda inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, and responded in a steady tone, "Act as you see fit. Even if it attracts other ninjas, we must proceed. Moreover, with Kei-Rin at our side, we can restore our chakra at any moment." Upon hearing her name, Kei-Rin shivered instinctively, a visceral fear taking hold of her. Her body quivered slightly, her eyes reflecting despair and helplessness. "Let us move." With Enko's declaration, all four, 2 men and 2 beasts, sprang into action. In an instant, Enko and Yunda grimaced as they hurled 4 shurikens, the weapons slicing through the air with a chilling glimmer, aimed at the 2 saber-toothed tigers. The tigers, displaying remarkable agility, evaded the shuriken's trajectory. However, the explosive tags attached to them detonated at that very moment. A tremendous wave of force erupted, the shockwave momentarily stalling the tiger's advance. "Now is our chance." Enko seized the fleeting opportunity, shouting as he swiftly formed hand seals. Earth-style, earth-binding technique. Instantly, the ground erupted with numerous clods of earth, rapidly coalescing into sturdy chains that ensnared the limbs of both saber-toothed tigers. In perfect synchrony, as Enko initiated his attack, Yunda bellowed, gathering chakra within, his hands moving deftly to weave seals. Fire-style, great fire technique. In a heartbeat, a colossal serpent of flame erupted from his mouth, roaring towards the saber-toothed tigers. The fiery serpent engulfed their fur, igniting it in a blaze of agony. They emitted anguished howls, writhing in desperate struggle. The enraged male saber-toothed tiger roared thunderously, charging recklessly at Enko and Yunda, accompanied by the female. Their faces paled at the sight of the impending assault. Chapter 44, Kei-Rin. The 2 saber-toothed tigers barreled toward the duo, yet in the next heartbeat, they dissipated like mist, transforming into white smoke, revealing the art of the shadow clone technique. At that moment, 6 explosive tags beneath the clones erupted simultaneously. A deafening blast ensued, sending shockwaves through the air. The tremendous impact caused the surrounding trees to sway, while fallen leaves and dust danced in the air. The remains of 2 saber-toothed tigers lay scattered on the ground, their entrails and flesh splattered everywhere, leaving a scene of utter devastation. A charred odor permeated the air, and the gruesome sight was enough to turn one's stomach. Meanwhile, Kurita Yuanto and Inoue Yunda, as lower-ranked ninjas of the hidden Konoha village, had nearly exhausted their chakra after unleashing their jutsu. They gasped for breath, their clothes soaked with sweat. Kurita Yuanto angrily cursed, "Damn beasts, you wasted half of my explosive tags." In contrast, Inoue Yunda remained composed, advising, "Enough of this. We mustn't waste any more time. The explosion was loud and may have attracted ninjas from other villages. Our chakra is nearly depleted, so it would be wise to recover and leave this place swiftly." Then, both Kurita Yuanto and Inoue Yunda cast a glance at the trembling figure of Kei-Rin behind them, a fleeting glint of bloodlust in their eyes. Kei-Rin shivered slightly, aware of what was to come. Inoue Yunda flashed a seemingly gentle smile, saying, "Kei-Rin, we are doing this to protect you." Kei-Rin understood she had no strength to resist. Resigned, she closed her eyes and extended her arms. Her hands were pale and delicate, Yet her arms bore numerous bite marks, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. The marks varied in depth, some still oozing blood, indicating she had endured significant torment. Inoue Yunda and Kurita Yuanto advanced simultaneously, preparing to bite into Kei-Rin's arms from either side. Just then, a soft voice interrupted. "Is this the ninja from the Hidden Grass Village? You nearly lost your lives to 2 little kittens." The voice was like a gentle spring breeze, laced with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this unfamiliar yet soothing voice, Kei-Rin slowly opened her eyes to find a handsome young man standing on a tree branch a few meters away. He wore the headband of the Hidden Leaf Village, his gaze revealing a mix of disdain and sympathy. Inoue Yunda and Kurita Yuanto immediately drew their kunai, cautiously eyeing the figure on the tree. Kurita Yuanto glared fiercely, exclaiming, "Is it just you, ninja from the leaf?" The young man smiled slightly, nimbly descending from the tree to stand before Kei-Rin. "My name is Aoyama Natsuki. Would you be willing to be my woman?" His lips curled into a gentle yet assertive smile, his eyes sincere and passionate, as if he sought to envelop Kei-Rin in his gaze. As she beheld the strikingly handsome youth, Kei-Rin's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her eyes brimming with shyness and hesitation. She lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, murmuring in a voice barely above a whisper, "We've only just met. This seems rather inappropriate." Observing this, Kurita Yuanto's anger surged. His eyes widened in disbelief and fury as he shouted, "Hey!" In the hidden village of Konoha, a chilling presence abruptly descended, freezing the once vibrant figure of Kamita Inu into a lifeless ice sculpture, his furious expression forever etched in time. In stark contrast, Inoue Yunda's countenance turned as pale as a ghost upon witnessing this horrifying spectacle. Desperate to escape, he hastily employed the body flicker technique. Yet his efforts appeared feeble before the might of Shemu. In an instant, Yunda found himself immobilized from the neck down, his terror-stricken visage betraying his utter helplessness. "Please spare my life. I will forego the exam. I wish to withdraw." His voice trembled with fear and despair as he futilely struggled against the frigid grasp that confined him. Indifferent to this insignificant creature, Shemu nonchalantly retrieved a shuriken from his waist, its glinting blade shimmering coldly in the sunlight, exuding an aura of lethality. "Do you wish to eliminate him? To avenge yourself?" Shemu's voice resonated with a deep intensity. The blush of shame faded from fragrant Hin's face, replaced by a profound surge of murderous intent. Memories of the humiliations and torments she and her mother endured in the village hidden in grass surged forth like a relentless tide, transforming her expression into one of steely determination and cold resolve. "I will kill you," Hin declared, her teeth clenched, each word dripping with conviction. In a swift motion, she lunged forward, her shuriken striking like a bolt of lightning toward Yunda's neck. Crimson blood stained her delicate hands in an instant, and as Yunda's eyes widened with disbelief and terror, his head slowly drooped, extinguished of life. Shemu stepped forward, taking the shuriken from Hin's hand and returning it to his waist with care. He then reached out, gently clasping her 2 pale hands. Though her hands trembled slightly, within the warmth of Shemu's grasp, she felt an unprecedented sense of safety. "You need not stain these hands with blood again, with me. No one will dare to threaten you. Should you seek vengeance, I shall stand by your side." His voice was tender yet resolute, offering her a lifetime of promise. Hin remained silent, shyly nodding in agreement, her gaze toward Shemu brimming with trust and reliance. "Very well, then you shall accompany me from now on," Shemu declared. And thus Hin began her journey alongside him. Yet, within Shemu's heart lay ulterior motives. He intended to consume Hin in due time. As they departed from the grim scene, Hin cast a lingering glance back at Yunda's lifeless body, her eyes flickering with a complex mix of hatred and relief. Meanwhile, Shemu held her hand firmly, guiding her away from that place. In the eerie, shadowy depths of the Death Forest, a damp, decaying atmosphere lingered. 3 figures, adorned with peculiar masks, cautiously navigated through the dense thickets. They are ninjas adorned with masks of a monkey, a pig, and a horse, presently gathered around a sturdy tree, engaged in hushed deliberations. From beneath the horse mask emanates a mature and somewhat anxious female voice. "What shall we do?" This individual's speed is exceedingly swift. It is quite challenging to track them down, particularly without alerting the other ninjas. This complicates matters immensely. As her words fade, the surrounding air seems to grow increasingly oppressive. A hearty voice emerges from beneath the pig mask. Moreover, Even if we were to engage in combat, we must achieve a swift resolution. Otherwise, the noise may attract far too many onlookers. His tone carries a hint of exasperation, clearly indicating the daunting nature of their mission. The ninja beneath the pig mask furrows his brow slightly, his eyes betraying a flicker of concern. A sharp and piercing voice from beneath the monkey mask retorts, "Humph. Regardless, the mission must be accomplished. We have but one opportunity in these 5 days. We must strike from the shadows with all our might, delivering a decisive blow. Should any other ninjas discover us, it would mean silencing witnesses. In any case, we must continue the pursuit." The woman beneath the horse mask takes a deep breath, and in an instant, countless insects appear around her, buzzing as they disperse in all directions, vanishing into the dense foliage. "I hope we can complete the task swiftly," she murmurs. The ninja beneath the pig mask nods, responding, "Let us hope so. Yet we must remain vigilant and not let our guard down." The ninja beneath the monkey mask scoffs, "Humph. With our capabilities, how could we possibly fail to track down a single person? As long as that individual remains within the death forest, they shall not escape our notice." The trio continues to weave through the woods, their figures moving silently like phantoms. The trees sway gently in the breeze, exuding an air of menace. Chapter 45, Uncle Snake and Snake. In the death forest, Xiaomu strolls leisurely with Xianglin. Sunlight filters through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. Xiaomu appears relaxed, while Xianglin curiously surveys her surroundings. Xiaomu has successfully eliminated the two from the grass-hidden village and unexpectedly acquired a scroll of the earth. Xianglin furrows her brow, her face etched with confusion as she inquires, "Xiaomu, are we not headed to the central tower? Why are we meandering here?" Xiaomu's lips curl into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of mystery as he replies softly, "Xianglin, I am taking you to meet someone." Xianglin instantly feels a twinge of jealousy and asks, "Meet someone? A man or a woman?" Xiaomu strokes his chin, feigning mystery as he replies, "Neither man nor woman, yet could be both." Xianglin's expression deepens in confusion. She has never encountered such a character, stirring a blend of curiosity and caution within her. Observing her reaction, Xiaomu playfully pinches Xianglin's cheek. Taken by surprise, she displays a look of resistance, gently swatting his hand away. The two move swiftly towards a fixed direction, and soon, Xianglin catches sight of a familiar figure. A youth clad in the attire of the Hidden Grass Village's ninja stood alone, a member of another team participating in the Chunin exams, known as Yamashita Keisuke. In this moment, however, Keisuke appeared particularly conspicuous in his solitude. "Yamashita Keisuke, is that you from the Hidden Grass Village's Chunin exams? But why are you by yourself?" The voice of Kei-Rin, though soft, was sufficiently audible to reach Keisuke's ears. Upon hearing the sound, Keisuke slowly turned around, his voice raspy and deep. "So it is you two little brats who have been following me." Kei-Rin, alarmed, retorted, "You are not Yamashita Keisuke." At that moment, a confident smile graced the lips of Sh-Mu, who remarked, "Lord Orochimaru, since we have followed you here, there is no need for you to conceal your identity any longer." In an instant, Keisuke violently tore away his own face in a swift and eerie motion. As the mask of skin fell away, a ghostly white visage was revealed. It was none other than the legendary Orochimaru. Orochimaru extended his extraordinarily long tongue, which writhed in the air like a nimble serpent, emitting a chilling laugh. "Kukuku, Leaf Ninja, you must be Aoyama Sh-Mu. I am quite curious as to how you discern my identity." Sh-Mu pondered silently. He could hardly admit that his knowledge of the plot had granted him insight into Orochimaru's identity. It was, however, unsurprising that Orochimaru could ascertain his identity, for he was one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and even in exile, he surely had access to intelligence. With a slight smile, Sh-Mu feigned nonchalance, saying, "I merely guessed. Do you wish to believe me, Lord Orochimaru?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of scrutiny flashing within them. Suddenly, Sh-Mu pointed decisively behind him, his right index finger shooting forth like lightning, instantly piercing the head of a serpent. The creature did not have time to utter a cry before it crumpled lifelessly to the ground. "Lord Orochimaru, is it truly necessary to engage in such games?" Sh-Mu spoke with a hint of exasperation, his brow furrowing as he regarded the absurdity of the scene before him. Orochimaru's lips curled into a knowing smile, laced with a touch of malice and cunning. "Sh-Mu-kun, you have come seeking me, haven't you? To contemplate a partnership, one must possess sufficient strength. Which is why I must test you. Does that seem unusual? Mu nodded, yet remained vigilant within. In the presence of the treacherous Orochimaru, his observation haki was ever active, alert to all movements around him. That girl, Orochimaru contemplated, his gaze settling on Rin, a flicker of intrigue dancing in his eyes. She must be a member of the Uzumaki clan, correct? His voice carried a note of excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Rin trembled in fear, instinctively retreating behind Mu, her hands clutching his garment tightly as she buried her little face into his back, too frightened to show herself. Xiaomu slightly turned sideways, shielding Xianglin behind him, nodding with determination as he proclaimed, "Indeed, Xianglin is a member of the Uzumaki clan, and she is under my protection." Orochimaru extended his tongue, licking his lips, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. He raised his right hand and tasted the kunai, which still bore traces of lingering coldness. "Shimukuin, would you be interested in joining me with Xianglin? With your talent and strength, I could thoroughly develop your potential. I am quite intrigued by the members of the Uzumaki clan." Xiaomu rolled his eyes, his face contorting with disgust as he retorted, "I knew you were lusting after my body. You are despicable." A flicker of anger crossed Orochimaru's eyes, yet his demeanor remained unchanged, as if he anticipated this reaction. In an instant, countless small snakes surged forth from his sleeves and collar, resembling a torrent of darkness, darting towards Xiaomu at an astonishing speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. It was evident that this was a surprise attack orchestrated by Orochimaru's shadow snake hand. The small serpents, with their gaping maws and sharp fangs, seemed intent on tearing Xiaomu to shreds. However, Xiaomu had long been prepared for this maneuver. Just as the snakes lunged, the area within 100 meters was encased in ice. The serpents unleashed by Orochimaru were instantly frozen, their bodies stiffening like stone as they cascaded to the ground. Orochimaru leapt gracefully to evade Xiaomu's assault, landing firmly on the ground. Observing the scene before him, instead of fury, a smile crept across his face. "Ice release. A bloodline limit? Shimukuin, my interest in you is growing." Xiaomu landed and dusted off his clothes, smiling as he said, "Lord Orochimaru, let us dispense with idle chatter. I have no interest in men. However, I would like to propose a collaboration. I wonder if you would be amenable?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, appraising Xiaomu as if measuring his worth. After a moment, a sly smile graced his lips. "Very well, Shimukuin. Since you possess such resolve, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, collaboration is not so simple. You must present me with something satisfactory." Xiaomu's lips curled into a knowing smile. He was well aware of Orochimaru's ambitions and understood precisely what this cunning man desired. "Firstly, I seek a gravity training chamber capable of adjusting gravitational forces." My voice is steady and resolute, as if stating an undeniable fact. Ordinary weights no longer suffice to meet my needs. Orochimaru paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement, a flicker of appreciation flashing in his piercing gaze. Indeed, being able to unlock the 8 gates of Duenjia within a single day signifies your formidable physical prowess. A gravity training chamber is no trivial matter, but it is not beyond my capabilities. As he spoke, he instinctively extended his long, fearsome tongue. Xiaomu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the sight, recognizing that Orochimaru was far more intrigued by his physique than he let on. However, Xiaomu did not reveal his intentions. Instead, he continued, "Secondly, I require a weapon, akin to a firearm, capable of striking from a distance. In the world of Hokage, while firearms are not commonplace, I am well aware of Orochimaru's capabilities. Moreover, this fellow can even fabricate missiles. Crafting a sniper rifle would be a mere trifle for him." Chapter 46, Pure Gold. Orochimaru nodded, a peculiar smile gracing his features. "Simple. Such trifles pose no challenge." Xiaomu went on, "Thirdly, I wish to learn the techniques to unseal the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's seal." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru chuckled darkly. "Oh, does Xiaomukuin also wish to betray Konoha and provoke a Knight of the Nine-Tails?" Xiaomu shook his head, returning Orochimaru's gaze with a profound smile. "Fourthly, I yearn to witness Lord Orochimaru's prowess." Xiaomu's tone turned serious, expressing a hope that Orochimaru would severely injure Naruto before Sasuke, or at least leave him alive. For the sake of Sasuke's Sharingan progression, Xiaomu was deeply concerned. He could only hope their emotions would align, allowing Sasuke to awaken a 3-tomo Sharingan. This way, Sasuke could traverse a more extensive path in the future. Fifthly, the reanimation jutsu. Xiaomu inhaled deeply, articulating his final condition. Orochimaru, initially taken aback, then mocked, Xiaomu-kun. You are indeed insatiable. With so many demands, what can you offer in return? Xiaomu smiled subtly, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. The leverage he possessed was sufficient to compel Orochimaru to serve him. A smirk played at the corners of Xiaomu's mouth, revealing a knowing smile. His gaze imbued with cunning. Lord Orochimaru, let us commence with the ninjutsu. His voice was calm and resolute, as if everything lay within his grasp. Orochimaru nodded slightly, a peculiar smile dancing on his lips. Before long, his right hand began to contort, morphing as if it were alive, gradually transforming into a massive serpent. The serpent, adorned with glistening scales, shimmered with a cold sheen. Subsequently, the serpent's jaws opened wide, revealing sharp fangs. Without hesitation, Orochimaru extended his left hand and delved into the serpent's body, the movement fluid and instinctive, as if performed countless times before. After a brief moment, Orochimaru extracted 2 slimy scrolls from within the serpent's form. He tossed them carelessly, and the scrolls soared toward Xiaomu. Xiaomu's eyes narrowed, swiftly employing the water release technique. A curtain of water materialized out of thin air, coalescing into a massive sphere, enveloping the 2 scrolls within. The water sphere emitted a soft glow, cleansing the scrolls. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed, "What troubles you?" Xiaomu-kun? Xiaomu shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. "It's utterly revolting. Lord Orochimaru, could you not make it a bit cleaner?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's brow furrowed even more tightly, his expression revealing a flicker of anger. His sinister gaze appeared as if it could slay Xiaomu, sending chills down one's spine. However, Xiaomu remained unfazed, reaching out to retrieve the scroll from the water sphere, carefully stowing it away. In his heart, he secretly calculated, preparing to study these ninjutsu techniques shortly. To ensure that Lord Orochimaru would dedicate himself wholeheartedly, I shall also reveal to Lord Orochimaru what my remuneration entails. Xiaomu's voice suddenly resonated, laced with an air of mystery. As his words lingered, he produced a golden ring from his pocket. With a casual toss, the ring soared directly towards Orochimaru. Steadily, Orochimaru caught the ring, examining it meticulously in his hand. He frowned slightly, a glimmer of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Xiaomu, this can't merely be a piece of pure gold, can it?" His tone bore a hint of skepticism, as if testing Xiaomu's sincerity. Xiaomu nodded, a confident smile gracing his face. "Lord Orochimaru, this item is known as pure gold, possessing but one remarkable function. It significantly delays the aging process, allowing one to live for several hundred years without issue." Instantly, the coldness and aloofness on Orochimaru's face could no longer be contained. His eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting utter astonishment, as if he had stumbled into a realm of fantastical tales. His demeanor resembled that of an ordinary person inadvertently entering a world of enigmas, filled with confusion and shock. This pure gold ring was, in fact, a treasure from the world of One Piece, bestowed upon Xiaomu by the system after he had subdued Bai. Its effect was to postpone aging, enabling one to live for several centuries with ease. Moreover, the wearer's body would not age, as if time itself had come to a standstill upon them. Orochimaru gripped the ring tightly, his eyes glimmering with avarice. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Once he collected himself, a flicker of suspicion crossed his gaze. He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Xiaomu, questioning. "Xiaomu, you are not jesting with me, are you? This concerns my significant interests and is not to be trifled with." Xiaomu's lips curled into a serene and confident smile. Arms crossed, he stood tall, his eyes radiating determination. "Would I dare to jest with Lord Orochimaru? You are a figure I hold in utmost respect. Otherwise, I would not present so many conditions. I simply hope that Lord Orochimaru will honor his promise and provide me with what I require. I, Xiaomu, am a man of my word, and I shall never go back on it." Orochimaru nodded, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. "Rest assured, Xiaomu, I am the most faithful to my promises. Your sincerity is indeed commendable and has not disappointed me." Xiaomu smiled gently, a hint of ease in his eyes. "If that is the case, then please, Lord Orochimaru, attend to your tasks. I trust that with your capabilities, you will soon prepare what I need." Should Lord Orochimaru prove untrustworthy, I have my own methods to deal with him, which is precisely why I directly entrusted the ring to Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded once more, his form suddenly distorting, instantly transforming into dozens of small serpents. These serpents intertwined with one another, swiftly scattering in all directions, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Hyuga gently shifted her steps, wrapping her arm around Shaimu's, leaning slightly closer while playfully swaying. Shaimu, in a tone reminiscent of a spoiled child, called out. Sensing the softness beside her, a tender smile graced Shaimu's lips as she spoke. Hyuga, speak your mind. There's no need to be so shy. Hyuga raised her gaze, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired, does that golden ring truly possess the power to delay aging? As she spoke, she extended her slender fingers to lightly caress her own cheek. Her skin, smooth and delicate like jade, belied a flicker of concern in her eyes. For the inevitability of aging loomed on the horizon. Observing Hyuga's adorable demeanor, Shaimu couldn't resist playfully pinching the softness beside her. Hyuga let out a soft gasp, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Rest assured, you have your share as well, but you are not old yet, so there is no need to wear it. Shaimu replied gently, her gaze filled with affection. Hyuga nodded slightly, her eyes brimming with love as she regarded Shaimu. I trust you, Shaimu. With that, Shaimu prepared to lead Hyuga towards the central tower. As for Naruto and Sasuke, one could only surmise that Orochimaru would ensure they indelibly remembered this experience. With this thought, a smile tugged at the corners of Shaimu's mouth as she took Hyuga's hand. Chapter 47. The time for action has come. Shaimu hastened through the forest of death with Hyuga at his side, his silhouette akin to a streak of black lightning weaving through the dense foliage. Hyuga trailed closely behind, displaying signs of fatigue. Along their journey, they encountered numerous ninja squads. As long as they were not from Konoha, Shaimu descended upon them like the Grim Reaper, swiftly dispatching them. Consequently, by the time Shaimu neared the central tower, he had already acquired 5 scrolls. However, he noticed Hyuga's breath becoming somewhat labored. He halted, turning to regard her with concern. All right, Hyuga, let us take a break. Hyuga nodded and promptly sat down to rest. At that moment, Shaimu activated his Shunshin, instantly appearing on a tree over 100 meters behind them. Die. In an instant, a ninja wearing a horse-faced mask was sent flying. Her body crashed through 2 large trees, her chest caved in by 3 inches, clearly lifeless. Shaimu chuckled coldly. Come out. Is it still necessary to hide now? His voice carried a hint of mockery and disdain, astonished that someone would be foolish enough to attempt to follow him. Both Shaimu's observation haki and Hyuga's Kagura Shingon had long detected the chakra trailing them. This chakra lay concealed within the woods, like phantoms, constantly monitoring Shaimu and Hyuga. In an instant, 2 figures materialized before Xiaomu. One donned a monkey mask, while the other wore a pig mask, forming a blockade that hindered Xiaomu's escape. Their eyes glinted with a chilling malice and intent to kill. Umbu? Or perhaps root? Xiaomu furrowed his brow, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze. Though you do not bear headbands, the individual I dispatched moments ago was undoubtedly a ninja of the Oil Girl clan. This was a revelation made by Xiang Lin. For in Xiaomu's observation haki, the scent of insects was far too faint to detect. However, Xiang Lin's Kagura heart, I could sense the chakra emanating from the congregation of insects, which led her to inform Xiaomu. The monkey-masked ninja let out a disdainful laugh. Knowing our identities, yet still daring to commit murder. Aoyama Xiaomu, by killing a fellow villager, do you intend to betray Konoha? Xiaomu cast a scornful glance at the duo, his eyes brimming with contempt. Does this dialogue hold any significance? Are you not here to eliminate me? His voice resonated low and powerful, imbued with an intangible pressure. The killers shall always face the wrath of the slain. Nevertheless, whether you are from the Hokage or Danzo's faction, if you choose to pursue me, be prepared to meet your demise. The pig-masked ninja snorted derisively. Humph, arrogant fool. Today, you shall learn of our might. In an instant, the pig-masked ninja lunged at Xiaomu with the ferocity of a rampaging beast, his form flickering through the trees, accompanied by a howling wind. Simultaneously, the monkey-masked ninja swiftly unsheathed a kunai from his back, its blade glinting ominously, a testament to its bloody history. The two moved in perfect synchrony, launching a fierce assault upon Xiaomu. Their speed was astonishing, far exceeding that of ordinary ninjas, their movements direct and elusive. clearly having honed their body flicker technique to an extraordinary level. Iron block. Xiaomu bellowed, employing a technique he had never utilized since mastering it. In that fleeting moment, he appeared as if paralyzed by fear. The pig-masked ninja seized the opportunity, delivering a kick aimed at Xiaomu's groin, while the monkey-masked ninja thrust his blade towards Xiaomu's heart. The sharp crack of a bone fracturing echoed, followed by the sound of metal clashing against metal. Upon delivering the kick, the pig-masked ninja experienced a sudden backlash, the bones in his leg emitting a sharp snap, having inadvertently fractured them from the force of his own strike. Meanwhile, the monkey-masked ninja felt his hand jarred, skin peeled away, blood gushing forth, nearly losing his grip on the kunai. Despicable. You wear protective gear, deliberately luring us to strike. The monkey-masked ninja shouted, his eyes ablaze with rage and disbelief. He had not anticipated Xiaomu's cunning, utilizing armor to draw their attacks. Xiaomu too had not foreseen that the attack would be directed at his chest. As he was clad in a super heavy load device crafted from mithril, its hardness surpassing that of steel, how could a mere ninja hope to pierce through it? With that thought, Xiaomu could not help but chuckle. Is this truly the extent of your capabilities? If there are no viable means left for me to consider, then you may as well perish. The masked ninja with a pig's visage gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his legs. With a mighty roar, he proclaimed, "The bond of emotion surpasses gold, 7 days of sealing." In that instant, the pig-faced ninja executed a technique of instantaneous movement, enveloping Shemu from behind like a streak of black lightning. His hands clasped tightly around Shemu's neck while his legs coiled around Shemu's waist, as if intent on strangling him. "You should not underestimate me. Prepare to be dismembered," he bellowed, his voice brimming with malice. As his words echoed, his limbs transformed into iron chains, intertwining with force. It became evident that his arms and legs had undergone mechanical augmentation, surging with chakra and immense strength, aiming to rend Shemu's body asunder. Feeling the power emanating from behind him, Shemu was secretly astonished, not anticipating that this pig-faced ninja possessed such a lethal technique. Yet, a cold smile curved upon Shemu's lips, as he thought, with such meager skills, do you truly believe you can kill me? A glint of ferocity flashed in the monkey-faced ninja's eyes, and he sneered. The killing move is here. 9 consecutive slashes. Almost before the words left his mouth, his figure flickered like a phantom. In an instant, the monkey-faced ninja appeared before Shemu. Gripping his ninja blade firmly, raised high, and unleashed 9 successive slashes aimed at Shemu's neck. Each strike was accompanied by a menacing gust of wind, executed with astonishing speed. All 9 blades striking the same spot with precision. The 9 slashes were delivered in the blink of an eye, too swift to perceive anything but a blur of light. However, astonishingly, Shemu's neck bore not a single mark. After all, he possessed the formidable resilience akin to Big Mom's iron balloon physique. At the tender age of 5, Big Mom had inadvertently endured a colossal sword strike from the elder of the giant tribe, yet emerged unscathed. Later, she withstood the ferocious lightning summoned by Nami's Zeus, which ravaged her body without inflicting any harm. Even the mighty electromagnetic cannon fired by Kid, with its immense power, left Big Mom unharmed. This was all accomplished without her having ever trained. Through relentless practice, Shemu increasingly recognized the strength of his own defenses. He firmly believed that, barring internal destruction, no one could breach his protective barriers. The monkey-faced ninja, realizing that his fierce assault had proven futile, was taken aback and turned to flee. Having had his fill of games, Shemu's lips curled into a chilling smile as he calmly uttered, "Perish." Barely had the words escaped his lips when his fingers darted forth like lightning, piercing through the monkey-faced ninja's chest in an instant. The monkey-faced ninja's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as if to utter something, yet no sound emerged. His body slowly toppled backward, the ninja blade clattering to the ground. In an instant, a wave of frigid air surged from Shemu, swiftly encasing the pig-faced ninja in a massive block of ice. Shemu gently shook, causing the frozen pig-faced masked ninja to shatter into ice fragments that fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. At this moment, Xianglin hurriedly approached Shemu, gripping his arms tightly with trembling hands, her voice quivering slightly as she exclaimed, "You scared me to death. Shemu, please don't take such risks. It only makes people worry about you." Observing Xianglin's distressed demeanor, a warm current surged within Shemu. He reached out to tenderly ruffle Xianglin's hair. and she visibly relished the affection, tilting her head slightly, her eyes brimming with trust. All right, once we've rested enough, we must hasten towards the central tower, Xiaomu said gently. Xiangli nodded, the anxious expression on her face gradually dissipating. The two figures swiftly darted towards the central tower, their movements light and agile, weaving through the trees, leaving behind only a whisper of the wind. Chapter 48. Mischief in Progress. Just as Xiaomu and Xianglin vanished into the depths of the forest, a swift silhouette soon pursued them closely, emanating an aura of urgency, accompanied by a soft rush of wind. The corpses on the ground appeared to belong to the ninjas of Konoha. As the figure approached rapidly, thoughts raced through their mind. Is it Orochimaru? However, this frozen individual, based on its condition, was evidently slain by an ice-style ninja. This figure was none other than Mitarashi Anko, the proctor of the second exam of the Chunin exams. At this moment, her gaze was sharp, fixated intently on the frozen ninja. She crouched down, meticulously examining the surroundings of the corpse, leaving no detail overlooked. Before long, Mitarashi Anko discerned something amiss, her brow furrowing as she contemplated. It seems this person was indeed killed by an ice-style ninja. Yet, the traces of this ice technique are peculiar, unlike those of a typical ice-style user. Initially, Anko suspected Orochimaru was behind the demise of the Umbu ninja. However, confronted with the peculiar ice traces, her confusion deepened. Recalling her scientist mentor, she felt the situation had grown more complicated. Perhaps Orochimaru's scientific prowess had enabled him to master the ice technique. Despite her many lingering questions, lacking further evidence, Anko instinctively attributed it all to Orochimaru, unwittingly placing the blame on Xiaomu without him being aware of it. Danzo, I am the true scapegoat. In the Death Forest, the central tower stood tall amidst a serene landscape, resembling a silent giant surveying this mysterious and perilous land. One figure languidly rested against a massive stone, and that was Xiaomu. He slightly narrowed his eyes, savoring the momentary tranquility. Soon, however, his thoughts drifted towards Naruto and Sasuke. Pondering, I wonder how Naruto and Sasuke are faring. I have immense faith in their bond. As he contemplated this, a faint smile graced the corners of his mouth. Yet, it remained uncertain whether, under Orochimaru's coercion, Sasuke would awaken the three-tomo Sharingan or the Mangekyou Sharingan. Sitting in the shade nearby, Karui idly fiddled with the insects on the ground, her fingers lightly brushing against their fragile bodies, sensing their feeble struggles. Glancing at Xiaomu, she mused that without him, she too would be akin to those insects, helplessly floundering. Suddenly, three figures leaped out from the forest, their movements agile and graceful. It was none other than Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. Upon seeing Xiaomu and Karui on the ground, Temari and Kankuro instinctively braced themselves. After all, within the confines of the Death Forest, the lower ninjas of Konohagakure and Sunagakure often descended into chaos upon encountering one another, perhaps harboring grudges from previous conflicts. However, the freshly graduated lower ninjas lacked the ferocity, with the exception of Xiaomu and Gaara, rendering their hostile intentions less apparent. In the monitoring room, the Konoha ninjas gasped at the sight. So swift. They arrived here in just 1 hour and 37 minutes. Another exclaimed with relief, thank goodness for Xiaomu, otherwise, we would have been overwhelmed by the Sunagakure ninjas. As they observed Xiaomu, Gaara's gaze softened, revealing a hint of warmth and familiarity. Xiaomu, have you been here long? Xiaomu slowly opened his eyes, a languid smile curling at his lips. Just a tad earlier than you. It's quite pleasant here. Care to bask in the sun? Temari and Kankuro were about to decline when Gaara nodded and made his way to a nearby rock, leaning against it with an ease that suggested he was quite accustomed to such closeness. Consequently, Temari and Kankuro, much like Karui, found themselves resigned to resting nearby. Their expressions betrayed a mix of dissatisfaction and helplessness, yet they were also imbued with a recognition and respect for Xiaomu's prowess. Temari glanced at Karui, curiosity and caution flickering in her eyes. Why are you the only one from the grass village? Karui sighed in resignation. They all perished. I came here alone. Kankuro snorted derisively, his tone laced with mockery and disdain. A weakling from a small village. There's no need for you to participate in the Chunin exams. Doing so will only expose your frailty. His eyes reflected a mixture of scorn and arrogance. Karui offered no rebuttal, as she had long since lost any sense of belonging to the grass village. Xiaomu, reclining, slightly opened his eyes, and regarded Kankuro. Kankuro, she is under my protection. Gaara's voice turned cold as he interjected, silence. Kankuro, say another word, and I'll end you. Kankuro, infuriated, silently seethed, thinking, I am your elder brother, you foolish brat. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, choosing instead to remain silent, accustomed to such dynamics. Suddenly, Xianglin's keen perception compelled her to rise abruptly, her expression grave as she declared, someone is approaching, 1 kilometer to the northeast. Xiaomu nodded slightly, his demeanor betraying no hint of alarm. He rose slowly, stretching languidly. And in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. 3 seconds later, amidst the trees 1,000 meters away, 3 individuals who had been leaping between the branches abruptly halted, their movements frozen, eyes reflecting a flicker of vigilance. Sasuke regarded the suddenly materialized Xiaomu with a cold glare, his eyes brimming with hostility and disdain. He spoke icily, Konoha ninja, do you consider us easy prey? Defeat me if you wish to claim the scroll. Sakuto and Qin Shui exchanged glances, each drawing their kunai, their expressions laden with wariness. Xiaomu surveyed the trio with calm detachment, stating flatly, surrender the scroll, and you may live. Qin Shui's lips curled into a sly smile, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she gently shook the bell in her hand, casting an illusion in an instant. Sakuto, unwilling to be outdone, extended his right hand, unleashing a sonic wave attack from his device. The sound wave sliced through the air like an invisible blade, hurtling towards Xiaomu. Yet, Xiaomu remained unperturbed. In that fleeting moment, a chilling gust emanated from his hand, swiftly encasing Sakuto and Qin Shui in a massive block of ice. Witnessing this, Sasuke stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Xiaomu approached him slowly, commanding, hand over the scroll. Trembling, Sasuke retrieved the scroll from his garment and extended it towards Xiaomu. His body quivered, eyes filled with fear and resignation. Xiaomu accepted the scroll and turned to depart. Just then, he halted, glancing back at Sasuke, coldly stating, Orochimaru views you as mere pawns. With that, Xiaomu uttered no further words, his figure vanishing as if he had never existed. After his departure, Sasuke regained his composure and swiftly shouldered the unconscious Sakuto and Qin Shui, seeking a nearby water source to submerge them. Reflecting on Xiaomu's words, Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. His reverence for Lord Orochimaru was as relentless as the surging tides of a river, uncontainable like the floods of the Yellow River, and certainly not something a mere Konoha ninja could incite. Chapter 49. The pillar stumbles again and again. Upon Xiaomu's return, he encountered a weary group hastening towards the central tower. Xiaomu, Tian spotted him amidst the crowd, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she joyfully approached. In the blink of an eye, she was at his side, like a jubilant little bird, throwing herself against him, arms tightly embracing his. Her face radiant with a brilliant smile. Xianglin stood nearby, witnessing this scene, her teeth clenched in irritation, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. She crossed her arms, pouting slightly, feeling a pang of jealousy within her heart. Xiaomu gently patted Tiantian's shoulder, then, with a hint of exasperation, tousled Xianglin's hair and said with a smile, all right, everyone is watching, so be a bit more restrained. His voice was soft and indulgent, attempting to soothe Xianglin's emotions. Upon hearing Xiaomu's words, Tian immediately scoffed, leaping away from him, hands on her hips, and playfully retorted, hypocritical man. Yet, despite her words, her gaze towards him was filled with affection. Xiao Li and Ningxi nodded at Xiaomu in greeting. Xiao Li, with his characteristic radiant smile, energetically exclaimed, Xiaomu, it's been a while. How about a youthful duel? Xiaomu quickly waved his hands in refusal, acknowledging that while Xiao Li and teacher Kai's youthful vigor was indeed inspiring, it was evidently not suited for him. Ningxi, with a slight nod, observed calmly, Xiaomu, you truly are the fastest. Xiaomu in thought, you're fast, your whole family is fast. An hour later, Shikamu, Ino, and Choji ambled over. Upon seeing them, Xiaomu's face brightened, and he hurriedly approached Shikamaru, grasping his arm. Shikamaru looked at Xiaomu with a resigned expression and sighed. What is it? Xiaomu, are you causing me trouble again? His eyes betrayed a hint of wariness, as if he anticipated Xiaomu's penchant for mischief. Xiaomu, grinning mysteriously and saying nothing, pulled Shikamaru towards Temari. This is Temari, the daughter of the 4th Kazekage, the lady of Sunagakure. Isn't she beautiful? Shimu exclaimed excitedly, pride glimmering in his eyes. Initially, Temari was somewhat annoyed, still vexed by previous events. However, upon being complimented on her beauty, particularly by a handsome boy, her resistance began to wane. She slightly raised her chin, revealing a hint of a proud demeanor. Shikamaru shot Shimu a bemused glance and remarked, "What are you telling me this for?" His tone reflected a mix of resignation and confusion towards Shimu's antics. Shimu continued to introduce Shikamaru to Temari with a beaming smile. "This is Nara Shikamaru, son of the Hokage's advisor Nara Shikaku. A genius of Konoha with an IQ exceeding 200, and like you, he is also from a prominent family." The realization struck Shikamaru. Shimu was attempting to set him up with the woman before him. He helplessly rubbed his forehead and muttered, "What a hassle." However, Temari's interest was piqued by Nara Shikamaru, given that Shimu had previously mentioned him. "So, you are Nara Shikamaru? You don't seem all that impressive," she remarked, scrutinizing him with a discerning gaze. Shimu immediately interjected, "What kind of talk is that? Aside from being a bit lazy and sporting a pineapple hairstyle, what flaws does Shikamaru have?" His tone held a note of indignation, as if genuinely defending his friend. In response, Shikamaru delivered a playful elbow jab to Shimu, exclaiming, "Damn you, Shimu." Shimu, unfazed, merely smiled and said, "Well, let's consider this a chance to get acquainted." Shimaru nodded in agreement, while Shikamaru wore an expression of helplessness, fully aware that he had once again fallen victim to Shimu's schemes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a magnificent blend of orange and red, its fading light cascaded over every corner of the Forest of Death. At long last, 5 individuals arrived with great difficulty. Observing this, Shimu couldn't help but quip, "Shino, it's nearly dark, and you're still wearing sunglasses? Aren't you afraid of tripping?" Shino rolled his eyes, though Shimu remained oblivious to the resigned, yet mildly reproachful gesture. Adjusting his sunglasses slightly, he retorted, "Humph, this is called fashion. What do you know?" In contrast, Kiba appeared frantic, urgently exclaiming, "Stop joking around. Shimu, look at Naruto. This guy is gravely injured." His voice was laden with concern as his gaze fixated on Naruto. Hinata, wearing a worried expression, turned to Shimu and softly inquired, "Shimu-kun, are you all right?" Sasuke, straining to hold himself upright, wore a pallid complexion yet maintained resolute eyes. He tossed a scroll to Shimu, asserting, "Naruto should be fine. I can sense he is gradually recovering." Shimu nodded as he accepted the scroll, acutely aware of Naruto's remarkable recovery abilities, thanks to the 9 tails within him. Given sufficient time, he was confident that Naruto would heal, especially considering the resilience inherent to the Uzumaki clan. Karen stepped forward, approaching Shimu with a look of concern. She softly asked, "Shimu, do you need any help?" Shimu nodded, saying, "I apologize, Karen, I didn't intend to trouble you." "It's no trouble at all. I genuinely wish to assist you," Karen replied with a smile. Shimu then supported Naruto's head, allowing it to rest on his shoulder. Subsequently, he pried open Naruto's mouth and bit into Karen's arm. Karen winced slightly, feeling a twinge of pain. The sight of numerous bite marks on her arm startled everyone present, especially the empathetic women, Hinata, Tenten, Shimaru, and Ino, who immediately grasped what Karen had endured. Their eyes brimmed with concern and compassion, as if they could sense the pain Karen was experiencing. Soon, Naruto stirred awake. Evidently having regained considerable strength, his eyes gradually regaining clarity. He glanced at Karen, his expression filled with confusion, clearly not recognizing her. Nevertheless, he managed to utter, "Thank you." After spotting Shimu's familiar figure and smile, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he quickly frowned, his face contorted with indignation as he exclaimed, "Shimu, we encountered an exceptionally formidable opponent this time. That guy was unbelievably strong. Sasuke and I nearly lost our lives at his hands." Shimu gazed at Naruto's demeanor, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he stifled his amusement, nodding earnestly. However, he was calculating internally. It was imperative that neither of these two discovered that he had orchestrated the situation, lest they conspire to deliver him a thorough reprimand. Sasuke, standing nearby, displayed a glimmer of pride and satisfaction as he proclaimed, "Shimu, I believe I have awakened that power you spoke of, the legendary ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, the Manjikyu Sharingan." His voice resonated with unshakable confidence, as though he had already seized dominion over the world. Observing Sasuke's expression, Shimu couldn't help but mentally scoff. The fool thinks the sun has emerged and the rain has ceased, believing himself to be formidable once again. Nonetheless, he remarked, "Wow, Sasuke. You truly are impressive." Despite the praise, Shimu's tone left Sasuke feeling rather irked. At that moment, Gaara approached Shimu, inquiring, "Are these two your companions?" Shimu nodded, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he introduced, "Indeed. This is Uchiha Sasuke, and that one is Uzumaki Naruto, both of whom possess formidable strength. We are Team 7. Upon hearing Shimu's introduction, Kankuro appeared somewhat astonished. Observing the blonde-haired youth before her, Kankuro mused silently. "I never expected this fellow shares my surname." Her gaze lingered on Naruto for a moment, a hint of confusion evident in her eyes. Sasuke scrutinized Gaara, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features as he coldly queried, "Who is this guy?" His tone conveyed a palpable hostility, clearly wary of the sudden appearance of this Sand Village ninja. At this juncture, having recently awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, Sasuke's aura had shifted dramatically. Even a stray dog passing by would feel the threat of his newfound power. However, Xiaomu was filled with uncertainty regarding the specific ocular techniques Sasuke had acquired. After all, in the original narrative, Sasuke had transplanted Itachi's left eye to gain the Amaterasu technique. Now, having awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan independently, it was challenging for Shimu to gauge the extent of Sasuke's abilities. In response to Sasuke's arrogant demeanor, Gaara let out a disdainful snort, his eyes brimming with contempt, declaring that a member of the Uchiha clan was indeed worthy of being eliminated. His voice emerged as though forced through clenched teeth, imbued with a chilling intensity. Shimu thought, "Gaara, you are no different from Lucci, always ready to declare someone worthy of death." In an instant, a glint of cold light flashed in Sasuke's eyes. His right fist propelled forward with a fierce gust of wind. Instantly, a torrent of sand enveloped Gaara, forming a robust shield that thwarted Sasuke's fierce strike. Upon contact, the sand erupted with a muffled thud, scattering fine grains in all directions. Witnessing this, Shimu furrowed his brow and coldly interjected, "Enough. There will be time for you two to spar." Upon hearing this, Gaara and Sasuke both let out a cold snort, turning away from each other, their gazes averted. Yet the animosity in their eyes remained unabated. However, just as the atmosphere grew tense, Gaara's gaze inadvertently fell upon Naruto. At that moment, Naruto also happened to glance up, and their eyes met in an instant. Time seemed to freeze as they locked eyes, neither willing to be the first to look away. Xiaomu, observing this, couldn't help but smirk, playfully singing, "A thousand years wait for a moment. Just wait a moment." The off-key melody echoed through the air, instantly shattering the palpable tension. Both Naruto and Gaara seemed to awaken from a dream, coming back to their senses. Gaara furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a bit awkward, pondering internally how he had maintained eye contact with a stranger for so long. Yet, there was something distinctly unusual about this individual that left him feeling perplexed. Naruto, on the other hand, wore a bewildered expression. He did not comprehend the meaning of the lyrics, but upon seeing Xiaomu's teasing demeanor, it dawned on him. That troublesome Xiaomu was mocking him again. His face flushed with indignation as he shot a furious glare at Xiaomu. Nevertheless, amidst his anger, he too sensed that the young man before him evoked a peculiar feeling, one that stirred both curiosity and discomfort within him. Xiaomu, unperturbed, continued to wear a playful grin, his laughter growing more radiant. He clapped his hands and proclaimed loudly, "All right, it's a rare occasion that we are all gathered here. Let us have a picnic." Before long, everyone sprang into action. The Leaf Village members divided their tasks efficiently. Some chopped wood, others hunted, while some tended to the fire. Laughter and chatter filled the air as they busied themselves, gradually easing the tension that had been heightened by battle. This was not their first time engaging in such camaraderie, and they worked together seamlessly. An hour later, as night fell and darkness enveloped the land, the aroma of barbecued delicacies wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. Naturally, Xiaomu invited Gaara and Temari to sit by the bonfire with him, enthusiastically urging, "Come and taste this. I prepared it especially for everyone." Kanjiro, with unabashed eagerness, leaned in for a share. With face paint adorning his features, no one could discern his bashfulness. In the monitoring room, several examiners sat idly, their eyes glued to the screen. The footage displayed a lively barbecue gathering beneath the central tower, where leaf and sand ninjas mingled, creating an oddly surreal scene. "This is an examination. These fellows seem to be more comfortable than we are," one examiner remarked, his brows furrowed in discontent. It smells so good. I want to eat too. Another examiner inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with longing. Hey, brother, you smell delightful. I want to feast on you. A sudden, bizarre comment from an unknown individual sent a chill through the monitoring room, leaving everyone feeling a shiver run down their spines. Meanwhile, the delightful aroma of the barbecue continued to permeate the air around them. Every day, Tion boldly bites into a generous chunk of roasted tiger leg, exuding an aura befitting a true companion. Xiaomu, what were you singing just now? He inquires, his words somewhat garbled as he chews on the meat. Yet the melody resonates charmingly. Xiaomu raises an eyebrow and replies with a smile, allow me to sing it for you once more. Clearing his throat, he begins to sing. His off-key voice reverberates in the night sky, oddly captivating despite its discordance. As the song concludes, the audience's interest is piqued. Hinata interjects, Xiaomu-kun. It seems the lyrics tell a story. Xiaomu smiles gently, pinching Hinata's cheek as he responds, then let me share a tale with you. Thus, he begins to recount the story of the heroes Su Xian and the grass python. In his narrative, Su Xian is depicted as a kind-hearted commoner, the white snake as a mystical spirit beast, and Fa Hai as the monk of the Temple of Fire. As the story unfolds, the four girls gradually become entranced, tears welling in their eyes. Meanwhile, the group of men appears indifferent, some even jesting. The story is rather mundane, Naruto remarks, showcasing his knack for timing. Karen suddenly throws herself into Xiaomu's embrace, her voice tinged with tears. Xiaomu, why do you tell such tear-jerking stories? Not to be outdone, Tion and Hinata follow suit, collapsing into Xiaomu's arms, their eyes glimmering with tears as they cling to him, uncertain if they are envious or seeking solace. Shinki contemplates joining them, but Xiaomu shakes his head in refusal. Please, don't do this, sister-in-law. I fear my brother might misunderstand. Chapter 51. The conclusion of the second exam. The next day, before dawn fully breaks, the first rays of morning sunlight gently cascade like a soft veil upon every corner of the forest of death. Xiaomu quietly embraces Hinata, the two of them hidden away in a secluded nook, secretly admiring the sunrise. Hinata tilts her head slightly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she softly remarks, Xiaomu, the sunrise is truly beautiful. Xiaomu nods gently, a tender smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it is beautiful, but you are even more so. The most beautiful moments are not on rainy days, but those spent beneath the eaves, sheltered from the rain with you. Hinata blushes at his words, playfully punching his chest. However, this tranquility is swiftly shattered. A figure suddenly leaps from the central tower, agile as a bird, landing gracefully on the ground. With the appearance of this figure, everyone swiftly gathers, their gazes fixed upon the woman before them. Yumeshira's Azuki stands before the crowd, her eyes betraying a hint of seriousness and fatigue. For certain reasons, the second exam ends here. You have all performed admirably. Each team must present 2 scrolls of heaven and 1 scroll of earth to participate in the third round of the Chunin exams. Subsequently, the teams began to systematically hand in their scrolls. The members of Team 10 stepped forward, presenting their scrolls to Mitarashi Anko. Ino remarked, Teacher, here are our team's scrolls, 2 from the heavens and 1 from the earth. Team 8 followed suit, also submitting 3 scrolls. However, Team 3 had less fortune, handing in 4 scrolls, 3 of which were earth scrolls, with only 1 being a heaven scroll. As for the trio of Gaara and his siblings, they confidently approached, revealing a total of 8 scrolls. They had effortlessly defeated any teams not from Sunagakure to claim their scrolls. Shikamaru, accompanied by Ino, then stepped forward, carrying 14 scrolls. The onlookers gasped at the sheer quantity. Kiba murmured, how many opponents did Shikamaru face? Ino, her head lowered, quietly stated, I no longer wish to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. I choose to forfeit. Mitarashi Anko nodded in understanding, saying, very well, since you have made your decision. I will not insist. Anko then surveyed the remaining participants and continued, all right, only 15 of you are left. In a month, you will engage in duels, which will be witnessed by all, and through discussion, it will be determined who will become a Chunin. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, inwardly grumbling, I bet that by then, Orochimaru will have messed up the exams. The crowd then dispersed, each seeking their respective mentors for guidance. Everyone aspired to enhance their strength over the next month, preparing thoroughly for the impending confrontations. Shikamaru, Naruto, and Sasuke walked side by side down the streets of Konoha, with Ino silently trailing beside Shikoyo, as she had no place to call her own in the village. Along the way, Naruto vigilantly scanned his surroundings, his gaze darting to every corner. Noticing this, Sasuke furrowed his brow and remarked incredulously, "What are you doing, Naruto? This is the village, not a mission. What are you on guard against?" Naruto turned to Sasuke, scoffed, and then looked at Shikamaru, his eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. "Shikamaru, you know so much. When I was injured in the Forest of Death, I thought I saw a gigantic fox locked in a cage. It seemed to know my name. It wanted me to free it." Shikamaru, aware that the creature within Naruto was the Nine Tails, understood that it was not the right moment to divulge this information. Thus, he lightly tapped Naruto on the head, chuckling. "You were nearly beaten to death. It must have been a hallucination." His tone carried a hint of jest, aiming to ease Naruto's tension. Naruto rubbed his head, still filled with uncertainty in his eyes. A hallucination? But it felt so real. Xiaomu observed Naruto's demeanor with a subtle amusement, though he maintained an impassive facade. He turned to Sasuke and inquired, "Sasuke, what are the two ocular techniques of your Mangekyou Sharingan?" He pondered the potential awakening of Sasuke's abilities without Itachi's transplanted eyes. Sasuke erupted into a fit of laughter, embodying the exuberance of the Uchiha clan, his expression brimming with confidence and pride. Were it not for the villagers regarding him as if he were unhinged, Sasuke would have found it difficult to contain his mirth. "My ocular techniques? My left eye grants me foresight. It can predict the future by a second. My right eye allows for rewinding, reversing time by a second." Sasuke's voice resonated with pride, accompanied by a surge of murderous intent towards Itachi. Shimu nodded, contemplating internally. Techniques related to time and space are exceedingly formidable, particularly those concerning time, which are rare in the ninja world. With the activation of the Mangekyou Sharingan and the ability to summon Susanoo, Sasuke had undoubtedly attained a level of power comparable to that of a Kage. Shimu remarked, "Indeed, your strength now far surpasses that of an average ninja." Upon hearing Shimu's appraisal, Sasuke's smile widened even further. He clapped Shimu on the shoulder and declared, "Ha, of course. I am Uchiha Sasuke." Naruto, observing Sasuke's exuberance, felt a twinge of envy. He turned to Shimu, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Shimu, when will I become strong like Sasuke?" Shimu chuckled and gently patted Naruto's head, assuring him, "In less than 2 months, you will be as strong as he is." Sasuke scoffed, a challenging glint in his eye. "Shimu, after so many encounters at the Ninja Academy, I have never once bested you. Now I demand a duel to redeem the honor of our Uchiha clan." Hearing this familiar phrase, Shimu's expression turned nostalgic. Meanwhile, Naruto interjected with gleeful mockery, "Sasuke, every time you say that, it seems you've never won against Shimu." His tone was laced with mischief, his lips curling into a sly grin. Instantly, Sasuke's forehead pulsed with veins, feeling a wave of embarrassment. He clenched his fists, a flicker of reluctance crossing his gaze, as if to acknowledge the truth in Naruto's words. Sasuke's inner voice screamed in frustration. How could I be exposed at such a moment? Noticing Sasuke's discomfort, Shimu quickly interjected with a smile, "All right. I promise we will spar someday, but not now." Sasuke huffed in response, exuding an air of arrogance, clearly brimming with confidence at that moment. Naruto, witnessing this, made a face and teased, "Silly Sasuke." His tone was playful, his eyes sparkling with mischief. As the conversation among the three reached a natural conclusion, Xianglin finally voiced her curiosity. "Naruto, are you named Uzumaki Naruto?" "I am Uzumaki Xianglin." Naruto paused momentarily, his eyes reflecting surprise. "I am Uzumaki Naruto. You are Uzumaki Xianglin. How peculiar." Shimu rolled his eyes, exasperated, and remarked, "Are you truly this foolish? Both of you are members of the Uzumaki clan." Naruto was instantly overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Throughout his life, he had been without family, and now his heart felt as if it were filled with a warm current, tears welling in his eyes. "Am I truly also a member of the Uzumaki clan? No. Does this mean I have family?" Karui was equally astonished, never expecting to encounter fellow clan members in Konoha. "I am also of the Uzumaki lineage. I never anticipated meeting you here." However, Karui soon found herself puzzled. Why was Naruto's hair not red? Her gaze fell upon his golden locks, filled with confusion. Naruto, too, was uncertain, having always possessed yellow hair. He touched his hair, his expression one of bewilderment as he stated, "I don't know. My hair has always been yellow." "Summer, Don't ask. It's been dyed since childhood. Chapter 52, A Free Meal. Summer squinted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he slowly explained. Naruto's mother was a member of the Uzumaki clan, and his father had blonde hair. This means Naruto inherited his mother's surname and physique, while also taking after his father's hair color and temperament. Upon hearing this, Naruto became instantly exhilarated, his eyes wide with excitement, his voice rising a pitch. Summer, you know about my parents. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Grandpa Hokage never mentioned this to me. Summer gently waved his hand, a hint of mystery in his gaze, saying, In 2 months, I will reveal everything you wish to know. Sasuke, listening nearby, was utterly bewildered, pointing at himself in confusion and asking, Does this include me? To which Summer nodded, neither confirming nor denying. A flicker of doubt crossed Sasuke's eyes. What could he possibly not know? With these eyes, he had already glimpsed the future. Soon, the four of them arrived outside Kakashi's courtyard. Early in the morning, Kakashi was comfortably nestled in bed, leisurely perusing Ika Paradise, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Kakashi-sensei, we come to visit you. Summer's voice shattered the tranquility. Hearing Summer's call, Kakashi swiftly attempted to hide the book, only to find Summer already swaggering into the house. You rascal, Summer. Can't you use the door? Kakashi lamented, a wry smile on his face. Unfazed, Summer replied cheerfully, Kakashi-sensei, you'd best tidy up those inappropriate magazines. Upon hearing this, Kakashi immediately sprang into action, hurriedly collecting several magazines, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Summer, ever the familiar guest, opened the door to Kakashi's home, ushering in Sasuke, Naruto, and Karui. He cheerfully declared, Come in, everyone, make yourselves at home. Naruto promptly followed suit, calling out loudly, Kakashi-sensei, we come to visit. Kakashi nodded, turning to the bathroom to freshen himself up. Before long, he had tidied up and returned to the living room. Xiaomu had already adeptly brewed a cup of fragrant tea, presenting it to Kakashi with both hands. Kakashi-sensei, please enjoy this tea. Kakashi accepted the teacup, nodding as he sat down, his gaze landing on Xianglin, a flicker of curiosity evident in his eyes. Who is she? Naruto promptly introduced, Kakashi-sensei. This is Uzumaki Xianglin, a member of my clan. Xianglin offered a slight bow, her voice gentle and polite. Hello, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to encounter another member of the Uzumaki clan. This thought triggered a complex swirl of emotions, reminding him of his late mentor. Kakashi gradually composed himself, his gaze sweeping over the three of them. Aren't you three supposed to be participating in the second round of the Chunin exams? What brings you to my home? Sasuke crossed his arms, his expression calm as he replied, I'm not sure. For some reason, the second round concluded a day early. Naruto, unable to contain his excitement, leaped from his seat, waving his arms in the air. Kakashi-sensei, we encountered a formidable enemy this time. I nearly got killed. Upon hearing this, Kakashi turned his attention to Xiaomu, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Given Xiaomu's strength, he would have expected him to encounter no serious threats in the Chunin exams. Xiaomu shrugged nonchalantly. I don't know. I wasn't with them at that time. Kakashi rolled his eyes internally, silently criticizing. This kid is always so enigmatic. So, you came to disturb my peaceful slumber just to tell me this? Naruto scratched his head in frustration, a look of grievance on his face. Kakashi-sensei, isn't that a bit irresponsible? We have the third round of exams in a month. A one-on-one showdown. To enhance our skills, we need guidance for our upcoming training. Kakashi stroked his chin, feigning deep thought, and after a moment, he slowly said, Well, given your abilities, I doubt I can provide you with adequate guidance. Instantly, Naruto deflated like a deflated balloon, feeling disheartened, as he was the weakest among the three. Observing this, Kakashi quickly reassured him, However, I can find someone to guide you. I heard that Jiraiya-sama has returned to the village. He should be able to teach you. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unfamiliar with Jiraiya's name. Curiosity filled their hearts as they looked at one another. Kakashi continued, Jiraiya-sama is one of the legendary Sannin. He was also the teacher of the fourth Hokage. He would be more than sufficient to guide you. Naruto, filled with excitement, jumped up and exclaimed, The teacher of the Hokage? Kakashi-sensei, how do we find him? Kakashi displayed a hint of embarrassment, hesitating for a moment before slowly suggesting, Perhaps try looking in the women's bathhouses around Konoha. His voice dwindled, as if he were divulging something rather disreputable. In an instant, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged speechless glances. The formidable image they had just constructed collapsing in an instant. They stared blankly at Kakashi, hardly daring to believe their ears. "Kakashi-sensei, is what you said truly the case?" Naruto stammered, doubt etched across his face. Kakashi nodded slightly, appearing somewhat awkward. Naruto and Sasuke shared a meaningful look, their hearts awash with mixed emotions. They never imagined that one of the legendary Sannin would be entangled with a women's bathhouse. Yet, in the pursuit of enhancing their own abilities, they had no choice but to brace themselves and give it a try. Shimoku, with a gleam in his eye, patted his stomach and looked at Kakashi with an uplifted smile. "In that case, Kakashi-sensei, do hurry and prepare a meal. Once we finish dining, we shall seek out Jiraiya-sama." Naruto and Sasuke eagerly nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting the same fervent desire. After all, Kakashi's culinary skills were renowned in Konoha. Being treated to such a sumptuous feast was nothing short of a tremendous fortune. Thus, Kakashi, shaking his head in resignation, rose and made his way to the kitchen. In order to satisfy Shimoku's appetite, Kakashi spared no expense, bringing forth all the ingredients from his home. He busied himself in the kitchen, the clattering of pots and pans creating a lively symphony. Time slipped by quietly as Kakashi toiled, and before long, midday arrived. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the dining table laden with an array of delectable dishes that made one's mouth water. Shimoku gazed at the spread, his eyes wide with delight. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I shall indulge," he exclaimed, eagerly grasping chopsticks to pick up a piece of fried fish, his face instantly lighting up with satisfaction. In a heartbeat, the trio ceased to be polite, devouring their meal with the fervor of starving wolves. Naruto, his face smeared with grease, mumbled through his mouthful, "Kakashi-sensei, this dish is absolutely delicious." Sasuke nodded in agreement, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration. As for Shikurin, she initially felt a touch reserved, unaccustomed to such casualness in someone else's home. However, once she savored Kakashi's culinary prowess, she too was entranced by the flavors, eagerly joining in the feast. Kakashi observed the scene beside him with a wry smile. Fortunately, he had already eaten beforehand. Otherwise, witnessing their voraciousness might have compelled him to whip up another meal. Chapter 53. What a stubborn sage. After a hearty meal, the group departed from Kakashi's home. Sunlight enveloped them, casting long shadows on the ground. As they strolled through the streets of Konoha, the three exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of exasperation. Shimoku broke the silence, fixing his gaze on Naruto. "Naruto, you can use the shadow clone technique. Why not visit the various women's bathhouses in Konoha to look for Jiraiya-sama?" Upon hearing this, Naruto shook his head repeatedly, his face a mask of terror. No. If I'm discovered, I could very well be killed." Sasuke interjected, "Don't look at me. I would never go, even if it meant death." Ultimately, this awkward and daunting task fell upon the shoulders of Karui. With a resigned sigh, Yamaki handed a map to Karui, saying, "It seems the burden rests on you, Karui." Karui accepted the map, furrowing her brow slightly before closing her eyes to perform the shadow clone technique. In an instant, numerous identical versions of Karui appeared on the street, swiftly darting in various directions towards the women's bathhouse. Moments later, Karui opened her eyes, having located it. She then led the group towards the bathhouse. To draw Jiraiya out, Yamaki stood at the entrance of the women's bathhouse, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Perverted white-haired man spying on the women's bathhouse." Instantly, chaos erupted inside. "Ah, a pervert." The women's screams echoed one after another. "Catch the pervert," some shouted, grabbing whatever they could find and rushing towards the entrance. In that split second, a figure leaped out from the outer wall of the bathhouse and landed on the ground. The person appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a head of white hair, wooden sandals, and a forehead protector emblazoned with oil symbols. Dressed like an eccentric old man, far from any respectable figure. Upon landing, Jiraiya spotted the force surrounding him. He crossed his arms and wore an impatient expression. "You're the ones interrupting my research, aren't you?" His tone hinted at annoyance, as if blaming the four for disrupting his endeavors. Karui retorted furiously, "What research? You shameless, perverted old man." Unfazed, Jiraiya countered, "This is for literary creation. I am observing this from a critical perspective." Seeing that the argument between the two was escalating, Yamaki quickly stepped in front of Karui, raising his hand slightly to signal her to remain calm. "Lord Jiraiya, surely You wouldn't hold a grudge against a child. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in surprise. You know me? A hint of confusion crossed his features as he realized he had never encountered the boy before. Yamaki shook his head and, with utmost seriousness, explained, Kakashi-sensei mentioned you had returned to the village and could likely be found at the bathhouse. So we came to find you. This is our first meeting. Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking, I see that Kakashi is quite adept at locating people. His face broke into a self-satisfied grin, clearly not displeased by the arrival of Yamaki and the others. Then, Jiraiya clapped his hands down heavily on the ground. And with a resounding boom, a massive toad was summoned beneath him. This toad was colossal, covered in warts, its eyes gleaming like green lanterns. Jiraiya stood confidently atop the toad's head, his legs slightly apart, striking a flamboyant pose. He stood with his hands on his hips, his head slightly raised, and a glimmer of pride and arrogance reflected in his eyes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the legendary Toad Sage from my Bokuzen. Naruto disdainfully picked his nose and scoffed. I reckon you mean the perverted sage. However, Mu calmly interjected. Well, he's a man. Being a perv is quite normal. Unlike your tumultuous relationship with Sasuke. A hint of teasing sparkled in his gaze, a smirk playing on his lips. Sasuke immediately bristled, letting out a cold huff. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. Who was in a love-hate relationship with him? His voice, though low, was tinged with fury. Yet, the flush creeping across his cheeks betrayed him, revealing his embarrassment. His eyes darted away, unable to meet Mu and Naruto's gazes. Jiraiya, overhearing Mu's remark, couldn't help but burst into laughter, the sound resonating like a thunderclap in the street. He threw an arm around Mu's shoulders, exuding enthusiasm. Ah, little buddy. A kindred spirit. How about joining the Toad Sage on his next adventure? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if he had truly found a confidant in Mu. Kagura promptly retorted, Mu wouldn't accompany you to spy on the women's bathhouse. He is a gentleman. Her words left Mu feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Am I really so noble? He pondered inwardly. Mu grasped Kagura's hand, attempting to soothe her. There's no need for that. Lord Jiraiya, I already have a wife. Including Kagura, that makes 4. Kagura's face turned crimson at his declaration, and she lowered her gaze, not daring to refute him. Her cheeks burned even brighter, and her heart raced uncontrollably. At that moment, a wave of sweetness surged within her, mingled with shyness. Jiraiya felt a twinge of discomfort and turned to Sasuke and Naruto, pointing at Mu. Is this little rascal truly married to 4 women? Naruto and Sasuke nodded, accustomed to Mu's remarkable prowess in finding partners. Jiraiya shook his head in resignation, internally marveling. This kid is full of surprises. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his jovial demeanor. Patting Mu on the shoulder, haha, good lad. You've got talent. One day, I'll take you to see the world. After all, there are many lost maidens out there who need our rescue. Mu looked at Jiraiya with an exasperated expression, sighing, Lord Jiraiya, please, no more jokes. Let us focus on our training. Jiraiya nodded, then shook his head. Well, since it's Kakashi's request, he deliberately elongated his words. I shall oblige. Tomorrow morning, let's South gather at the square in front of the Hokage building. Fantastic, Naruto exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Though Sasuke maintained a facade of indifference, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. No one opposed the arrangement. Everyone tacitly accepted this plan. As everyone dispersed, Xiaomu led Xianglin home. Xianglin. Xiaomu suddenly spoke. There's another person at home. Her name is Bai. You will be living together. Xianglin paused momentarily, then nodded and said almost inaudibly, actually, living with you is also acceptable. Xiaomu's steps faltered, his ears perked up slightly. He was surprised that Xianglin was actually interested in him. He chuckled inwardly while maintaining a composed exterior. Soon, the two arrived at Xiaomu's residence. Chapter 54, Successful Milk Tea. Bai heard the commotion and came out to greet them. Upon seeing Xianglin, she was momentarily taken aback. Xianglin promptly greeted her with politeness. Hello. I am Vortex Xianglin, a friend of Xiaomu. Bai assessed Xianglin from head to toe, her lips curving into a knowing smile. So you are Xiaomu's woman. Hello. I am Mizuki Bai. Xiaomu scratched his head awkwardly. Let us go inside first. Xianglin obediently nodded and walked into the house. Bai playfully pinched Xiaomu's cheek. You heartbreaker. Though her grip was gentle, Xiaomu pretended to wince in pain. Hey, take it easy, he complained, rubbing his face. I proudly lifted her chin and turned to enter the house. Xiaomu followed closely behind, muttering, honestly, that was a bit rough. Upon entering the house, Xiaomu froze as he pushed open the door. He saw Xianglin and Bai sitting on the tatami in the living room, each holding an exquisite paper cup, leisurely sipping through straws. Sunlight filtered through the paper windows, casting a warm glow upon them, creating a heartwarming scene. Curiously, Xiaomu leaned closer. Bai, what is this? Bai turned her head, a gentle smile on her lips. The milk tea you asked me to research, Xiaomu, is finally ready. She gently shook the paper cup in her hand. Xianglin has the peach flavor, and I have the strawberry flavor, and I've prepared a cup for you as well. Saying this, Bai retrieved another cup from beneath the coffee table and handed it to Xiaomu. He accepted it, noticing the fine droplets of water clinging to the cup, sparkling in the sunlight. Wow, it looks amazing. Xiaomu eagerly took a sip, his eyes lighting up instantly. This flavor is simply perfect. Bai winked proudly. I specifically used ice ninjutsu to control the temperature just right, ensuring it's neither too cold nor compromising the taste. She pointed to the cup in Xiaomu's hand. Especially this matcha flavor. I had to experiment dozens of times to achieve this ratio. Xiaomu was so moved, he nearly crushed the straw. Matcha flavor. Bai, I am truly touched. You are nothing short of a genius. Bai, slightly embarrassed by the praise, gently pushed Xiaomu's shoulder. If you don't come to fork over money next time, I might just consider opening a milk tea shop. Xiaomu's eyes sparkled. Yes, find a good location for the shop, and then buy a big house. Having spoken, Xiaomu turned to Xianglin, suggesting that if she did not wish to pursue the path of a ninja, she might as well open a milk tea shop like Bai. Xianglin pointed at herself, her expression one of incredulity. Me? Can I really? Despite her words, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. Xiaomu nodded vigorously. Of course you can. It's not difficult at all. After a brief pause, he added, moreover, with Bai by your side, you will undoubtedly excel. Xianglin lowered her head in contemplation, her fingers unconsciously entwining. I need to think about it. Thus, the trio continued to sip their milk tea while discussing their future plans, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. During dinner, Xianglin and Bai remained animatedly engaged in a discussion regarding the decor style of the milk tea shop. As the night progressed, Xiaomu felt a tinge of disappointment. It turned out that usually he would cradle Bai to sleep, but tonight she insisted on sharing a bed with Xianglin, claiming that girls should care for one another. As the night deepened, Xiaomu lay in bed, unable to sleep as he listened to the soft murmurs from the adjacent room. He sighed softly, pondering. He must re-establish his rightful place and embrace both of them for the night. The following morning, just as the horizon began to blush with dawn, 3 hurried figures traversed the path outside the hot spring bathhouse. Xiaomu, Naruto, and Sasuke followed Jiraiya, their steps light and filled with anticipation. You finally made it, Jiraiya exclaimed, standing on a stretch of open grass as he turned to greet them. At that moment, he appeared significantly more serious than the previous night, at least not distractedly seeking inspiration. Follow me. Jiraiya waved his hand, leading the trio to a spacious clearing. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Jiraiya surveyed the 3. Tell me your chakra affinities. Let us see if I can teach you some powerful ninjutsu. Without hesitation, Naruto formed a Rasengan, a blue sphere of energy spinning in his palm, exuding a formidable chakra presence. Sasuke, not to be outdone, swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a Chidori. Xiaomu gently raised his hand, a chilling aura emanating from his palm. Nearby, a small waterfall was instantly encased in ice, glistening under the sunlight like a crystalline sculpture. Observing their displays, Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head. Ah, you all are quite impressive. No wonder Kakashi sent you to find me. He truly has little left to teach you. Xiaomu cut to the chase. Master Jiraiya, we wish to learn the summoning technique, the one from Mount Myaboku. Sasuke and Naruto immediately nodded in agreement. Last night, Xiaomu had elaborated on the formidable nature of Mount Myaboku's summoning technique, noting that the giant toads could even subdue tailed beasts, and both were filled with eager anticipation. Although Sasuke could summon the Nico clan, it was not applicable in battle. Naturally, he desired to summon combat-capable beasts to enhance his strength. Jiraiya pondered for a moment and declared, I can certainly inquire for you. After all, you are quite numerous. With a swift formation of hand seals, he unleashed the reverse summoning technique, his form instantly transforming into a radiant beam of light that vanished from sight. In but a brief interval, Jiraiya reappeared before the trio, announcing, "All right, you may now learn the summoning technique. However, the sage of Mount Mayaboku wishes to meet you." Without a moment's hesitation, the three nodded, and their figures promptly vanished alongside Jiraiya. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves at the entrance of Mount Mayaboku. Shimoku, keenly attuned to the remnants of the spatial disturbance, was internally astonished. The sage of Mount Mayaboku has indeed utilized spatial power. Although he had not wholly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, his sensitivity to spatial awareness was remarkably acute. Naruto, brimming with excitement, surveyed the landscape teeming with toads. His curiosity piqued. So this is Mount Mayaboku? Suddenly, two toads, each measuring a foot in size, leaped forth from the underbrush, positioning themselves before the group. Shimoku instantly recognized these two as Elder Shinsaku and Elder Shirmama, high-ranking officials of Mount Mayaboku and a married couple. Jiraiya broke the silence, suggesting they introduce themselves as a customary gesture for their initial meeting. Shinsaku and Shirmama exchanged glances, and their eyes uniformly fixated on Shimoku. Shirmama, with her forthright demeanor, spoke first. "Enough with the pleasantries, just ask directly." Chapter 55, Appropriate Spoilers. Conspiring for Sage Techniques. Shinsaku nodded, his gaze sharpening as he intently questioned Shimoku. "Young Shimoku, how did you come to know of the existence of Mount Mayaboku? Jiraiya claims he has never encountered you before." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued as well. He, too, had stumbled upon Mount Mayaboku by sheer happenstance years ago. Given Shimoku's youth, how could he possibly be privy to the secrets of Mount Mayaboku? With a subtle smile, Shimoku pulled Naruto forward, proclaiming, "I know everything. This is the legendary child of prophecy." At this revelation, Jiraiya, Shinsaku, and Shirmama were all taken aback. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained unfazed. Having no prior knowledge of the child of prophecy, Jiraiya furrowed his brow, intrigued. "Shimoku, you are not fabricating a tale to deceive us in order to learn the summoning technique, are you?" However, even if you are reluctant to disclose the truth, the two sages would still be willing to form a contract with you, enabling you to summon the denizens of Mount Mayaboku. Shimoku shook his head resolutely, stating, "Please take me to meet the great Toad Sage. I will divulge everything I know to him." Shinsaku and Shirmama did not object, merrily leading the four to where the great Toad Sage, also known as Fukusaku, was resting with his eyes closed. The great Toad Sage towered impressively, standing over 10 meters tall, his entire form of vibrant orange, with eyes that gleamed with a yellow luminescence. A string of prayer beads adorned his neck, featuring a pale purple cat's eye stone at its center, inscribed with the character for oil. Upon its head rested a doctoral cap, rendering it a scholarly visage reminiscent of a wise toad. The great Toad Sage gradually opened his eyes, his voice deep and commanding. "Who approaches?" Shinsaku could not restrain himself from commenting. "Must you always begin with this same line? Is it truly amusing?" To this, Shima quickly clarified, "Jiraiya has brought 3 youths, one of whom claims to be the child of prophecy. He insists he has words to convey to you personally." Upon hearing this, a grave yet human expression crossed the great Toad Sage's face, followed by a puzzled inquiry. "The child of prophecy? What does that entail?" The moment these words escaped his lips, a wave of silence enveloped the assembly as they inwardly pondered. Has this great Toad Sage become inebriated? Or has he genuinely grown senile? The corners of the great Toad Sage's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a somewhat awkward smile as he chuckled. "Haha, merely jesting to lighten the mood. Please, speak your important words." Natsuki inclined his head slightly, his demeanor solemn. He commenced recounting the distant and enigmatic Tsutsuki clan, progressing to the fateful entanglement between Ashura and Indra, and ultimately alluding to the cataclysmic drama that might unfold in the future with Kage's rescue. Only selecting critical highlights to relay. As he concluded, Natsuki's gaze shifted to Naruto and Sasuke, his tone profound. In the previous life, Ashura was none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, while Indra was Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan, and in this life, Ashura is Uzumaki Naruto, and Indra is indeed Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged bewildered glances, for the magnitude of Natsuki's revelations detonated within them like a formidable bomb, rendering them momentarily incapable of processing the enormity of such information. The great Toad Sage regarded Natsuki with a penetrating gaze, gradually inquiring, "Young man, since you possess such profound secrets, How is it that you came to know all of this? Natsuki's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied candidly. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Why must you press so insistently, Great Toad Sage? The Great Toad Sage was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in understanding, instructing Shima, Shinsao. You are to reveal all the secrets of my Bokuzen to them. Should they have any requests, do your utmost to accommodate them. Shinsaku and Shima exchanged looks of confusion. Yet they were accustomed to adhering to the Great Toad Sage's commands without question. After bidding farewell to the Great Toad Sage, the group ventured outside the cavern. Jiraiya produced a summoning scroll from behind him and gradually unfurled it. Natsuki, Naruto, and Sasuke stepped forward, solemnly inscribing their names upon the scroll. As for the 5 seals required for the summoning technique, mastering them proved effortless for the 3 of them. Natsuki turned to Shinsaku and Shima, earnestly stating, Esteemed sages, I would like to return to my Bokuzen after some time to study sage arts. Would that be permissible? Shinsaku nodded in response, affirming, Certainly. The Great Toad Sage has already given his directive, and we shall teach you the sage arts. Shima also glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, warmly adding, You may join us in your studies as well. Jiraiya clapped his hands and chuckled. All right, since everything has been settled, we shall take our leave. Shemu pulled Naruto and Sasuke close and invoked the Flying Thunder God technique, and in an instant, the 3 returned to Konoha. After all, if they lingered any longer in Mayaboka Mountain, Shizune and Jiraiya might very well treat them to those lively, wriggling insects. As night fell, a serene stillness enveloped the surroundings. Shemu sat alone beneath the dim light, his hands dancing like nimble performers as they swiftly and precisely formed intricate hand seals. 8 trigrams sealing technique, Shemu exclaimed, and an aura of focus enveloped him. In an instant, a crisp sound echoed, and the once flawless table was left with a missing leg. The cut as smooth as a mirror, as if severed by an invisible blade. Observing this scene, Shemu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly and shake his head. Compared to Danzo's heroic act of sacrificing his life to seal that grand bridge, sealing just a table leg seemed paltry and insignificant. Alas, it appeared that mastering the sealing techniques was far more arduous than he had anticipated. He sighed softly, yet his eyes gleamed with excitement. After all, challenges added to the allure, and since sealing techniques were his weak point, Shemu was determined to rectify this shortcoming, no matter how powerful he became. Facing a sealing technique like the Reaper Death Seal, which could trade one life for another, still intimidated him greatly. Returning to the matter at hand, Shemu already felt a degree of confidence in unraveling the 8 trigrams sealing technique. He was well aware that given a few more days, he would thoroughly comprehend this sealing art. As for the forbidden technique of the impure world reincarnation, he had not neglected to study it either. However, due to its stringent requirements, necessitating living sacrifices and specific items to resurrect the deceased, Shemu had no intention of conducting experiments. As he lacked both the means for living sacrifices and a desire to resurrect any particular individual. Subsequently, Shemu stretched and reclined slowly onto his bed, closing his eyes. In the days to come, he resolved to immerse himself in the study of sealing techniques until he had mastered them completely. Chapter 56, Zabuza and Parenting. Half a month slipped by like fleeting shadows. On this day, the sun gently bathed every corner of Konoha in its warm glow, and a light breeze caressed the air, carrying a sense of tranquility. Shemu, along with Haku and Zabuza, sat together in a ramen shop, accompanied by 3 innocent and lively little girls. As steaming bowls of ramen were served, the rich aroma wafted through the air, awakening appetites. Though Zabuza's demeanor remained stern, the slight furrow of his brow and the occasional flicker of his gaze betrayed a hint of discomfort within him. Fortunately, his mask concealed his true emotions from prying eyes. Shemu's gaze flitted between Zabuza and the 3 charming little girls, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. Zabuza, your luck is truly extraordinary. Encountering triplets is no small feat. I wonder, could they perhaps be your apprentices? 3 little girls were savoring their meal, their rosy lips making delightful sounds as they feasted. Upon hearing Xiaomu's words, they paused, setting down their chopsticks, and gazed at Zabuza with bright, eager eyes, their faces brimming with anticipation. Zabuza scoffed coldly, his voice as frigid as ice shards. They are Yu Hua, Yu Ying, and Yu Yi. They are not my disciples, but merely tools for my use. At this declaration, the girls' expressions fell, their eyes dimming with disappointment as waves of despondency washed over them. The once delectable ramen now seemed to have lost all its flavor. Unperturbed, Zabuza continued, however, I will teach them ninjutsu, transforming them into tools superior to Bai. Upon hearing this, Bai merely smiled gently. A smile as warm and soft as blossoms blooming in spring. She reached out her slender hand, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair, her eyes filled with tenderness and care. Yu Hua, Yu Ying, and Yu Yi, you must listen obediently to Zabuza and take good care of him. The three girls nodded eagerly, their voices melodious and bright. Rest assured, Sister Bai, we will look after teacher Zabuza. Zabuza emitted another cold grunt, but refrained from rebuffing her, his slightly raised chin suggesting a subtle acknowledgement. Xiaomu, unable to contain himself, burst into hearty laughter. Zabuza, even if you were blown to bits by an explosive tag, your mouth would still be as stubborn as a rock. Zabuza frowned and retorted irritably, enough chatter. Here's your money. As his words fell, he slammed a ninjutsu scroll onto the table, producing a crisp sound. Xiaomu's eyes lit up instantly, excitement coursing through him like a child who had just received a beloved toy. He seized the scroll and tucked it into his pocket. Uncle Lu, add an egg to this guy's ramen. Xiaomu called out to Uncle Lu, his face aglow with pride. Uncle Lu responded with a smile, sure thing. Little Xiaomu. Zabuza raised an eyebrow, secretly grumbling to himself. Handing over 10 million ryo for a single egg must be the most expensive egg in the world. Yet Xiaomu remained unfazed. Patting Zabuza's shoulder with a conspiratorial air, I have gifts for you all. With that, he pulled out 4 flying thunder god kunai from his robe, gleaming with a cold shimmer in the sunlight. He distributed the kunai to the 3 little girls and Zabuza. These are flying thunder god kunai. If you ever find yourselves in trouble, I can arrive in an instant. Yu Hua's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, Brother Xiaomu is truly amazing. Yu Ying carefully accepted the kunai, holding it tightly in her hands, gratefully stating, Thank you, Brother Xiaomu, I will take good care of it. Yu Yi mirrored her sisters, nodding earnestly, and innocently added, Me too. After bidding farewell to the 3 whimsical little ones, Yamaki, accompanied by Bai, energetically summoned Xianglin, Hinata, and Tian. The 5 of them strolled leisurely through the streets of Konoha, each cradling a cup of fragrant milk tea. The delicate intertwining of milk and tea aromas lingered in the air, enchanting their senses. Hinata gently sipped her milk tea, her eyes alight with surprise and admiration, softly exclaiming, Is this the milk tea meticulously crafted by Sister Bai? It seems a masterpiece has been accomplished. The last time she had tasted it, it was merely a simple concoction of milk, tea, and sugar, far inferior to the exquisite delight she savored now. Bai, upon hearing this, beamed with a radiant smile akin to spring blossoms, replying, It's nearly perfect. That's why Yamaki invited you all out today. He intends to purchase a house in Konoha and, incidentally, acquire a piece of land to establish our very own milk tea shop. Xianglin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly, saying, From now on, Bai and I won't need to be ninjas anymore. We can just stay in the shop and ensure our milk tea business thrives. Yamaki then turned his gaze towards Tian, filled with trust, and inquired, Tian, where do you think we should open the milk tea shop for the best business prospects? I have faith in your keen eye, little wealthy lady. Tian smiled confidently, her lips curling upwards, and replied, That's quite simple. The wealthiest in Konoha are, without a doubt, us ninjas. And ninjas must purchase ninja tools. Our milk tea shop should be linked with our family's ninja tool store. Once we gain fame, we can sell independently. It's that straightforward. Our business will surely flourish. Yamaki, elated by her words, pulled Tian into an embrace and gently kissed her rosy cheek. In that instant, the previously carefree and bold Tian turned shy, her face blooming like a ripe apple, as she lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes, appearing as bashful as a girl next door. Observing her demeanor, Yamaki couldn't resist teasing, Oh, how delightful. Soon, with the robust support of Tian's father, Tianshang, a uniquely charming milk tea shop opened beside their ninja tool store. The tool shop introduced an enticing promotion. Any purchase exceeding 1,000 ryo would earn a complimentary cup of delectable milk tea. This distinctive milk tea, with its enchanting taste, swiftly ignited a fervor among the women of Konoha. The silky texture and rich aroma captivated all who tasted it, leaving them yearning for more. Yamaki, inspired, named the milk tea shop Summer Days with You. This poetic title, once announced, shot through the skies of Konoha like a brilliant meteor, capturing the attention of many. The milk tea shop became extraordinarily popular. Within just a few days, the female ninjas of Konoha had developed a delightful habit of indulging in milk tea. After all, for the well-compensated ninjas, the price of a cup of milk tea is but a trifling expense, comparable to that of a bowl of ramen. During the bustling days of business, the 12 little strong men voluntarily flocked to assist at the milk tea shop, with even Gaara and Temari from Sunagakure being roped in. Shemu seized the opportunity to further his endeavors by acquiring a spacious and luminous house nearby. This two-story abode boasted 12 rooms and included a generously sized swimming pool downstairs. Sunlight danced upon the shimmering water's surface, casting enchanting glimmers. Days slipped by in a blend of busyness and laughter. And it was not until the imminent third round of the Chunin exam that Shemu reluctantly sent everyone home. As a token of appreciation for those who lent their assistance, Shemu offered a remarkable lifetime discount of 20% at the milk tea shop. However, Shemu's plans extended beyond this. He instructed Haku and Karui to set up a milk tea stall outside the examination venue, intending to earn a handsome profit during the third round of the Chunin exam. Chapter 57. The Hyuga Clan's Archery. In the waiting hall for the third round of the Chunin exam, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. 15 contestants stood in a neat row, their gazes intently fixed on the enormous screen before them. Ahem, I am the proctor for this third round of the exam, the special Jonin, Moonlight Gale. As soon as the words left his lips, a somewhat pale man, who occasionally coughed lightly, stepped into view, none other than Moonlight Gale, the true protagonist of the Wind Chronicles. Kankuro, observing the seemingly frail proctor, couldn't help but murmur, "This guy better not cough during the exam. I hope it doesn't affect the competition." Shemu looked around and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had returned to the waiting room of a driving school in a past life. Moonlight Gale appeared oblivious to Kankuro's whispers. He cleared his throat and continued. In this third round of the Chunin exam, there are 15 participants, and the format will be one-on-one duels, with one fortunate individual receiving a bye. Now, let us commence the drawing of matchups. As he spoke, the large screen began to rapidly scroll through the names of the participants, ultimately settling on 7 matchups and one lucky individual exempt from competition. In the first match, Hinata Hyuga faced Neji Hyuga. In the second, Sasuke Uchiha battled Kankuro. The third saw Naruto Uzumaki pitted against Rock Lee. The fourth match featured Tenten against Shino Aburame. In the fifth, Choji Akimichi faced Ino Yamanaka. The sixth match was Shikamaru Nara against Temari. Lastly, Shemu faced Gaara. Meanwhile, Kiba Inuzuka, having received a bye, expressed his disappointment. Grumbling, I can't showcase my skills on the field now. How can I become a Chunin without a chance to perform? Shemu pondered deeply, sensing that the arrangement of these matchups bore significant implications. The outcome of the duel between Kankuro and Sasuke seemed all too predictable, and given Shikamaru's intellect, defeating Temari would not pose a significant challenge. As for himself, being the current strongest in Konohagakure, it was only natural to confront the mightiest force of Sunagakure, Gaara. However, Shemu instinctively cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen on the high platform, who had decisively eliminated the entirety of Sunagakure in the first match, undoubtedly striking a blow to their ambitions. Shemu then turned to the fourth Kazekage beside him, lamenting that Orochimaru was likely to instigate trouble, and it was presumed that in the final match, he would initiate his plan for Konohagakure's downfall. As the bell rang to signal the commencement of the first duel, Hinata and Neji emerged from opposite sides of the arena, both adorned in the traditional garb of the Hyuga clan and equipped with longbows and quivers. In the stands, Hanabi waved her arms, cheering for both participants. "Sister, go for it. Brother, give it your all." Hyuga Hizashi observed his children on the field, his heart a tumult of emotions, and remarked, "I wonder how the elders of the main family will perceive the clash between Hinata and Neji." Hyuga Hayashi reassured him, "Neither has abandoned the gentle fist. Their fighting styles have merely become more diverse." Hizashi nodded slightly, yet a flicker of concern lingered in his heart, for the elders were somewhat dissatisfied with Neji and Hinata's performance. Within the arena, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Neji's gaze was fixed on Hinata, a subtle yet confident smile gracing his lips. "Lady Hinata, let us commence." Hinata nodded gently, her eyes glimmering with determination and resilience. In an instant, both figures surged forth, weaving through the arena like phantoms, executing the advanced technique of body flicker with such speed that only fleeting afterimages remained, rendering the spectators breathless. In a flurry akin to a tempest, both drew their bows simultaneously, releasing arrows that streaked through the air like meteors, only to collide mid-flight, erupting in a dazzling yet perilous display of sparks. The explosive tags affixed to the arrows detonated in succession, the resounding blasts deafening, as debris and smoke filled the arena, engulfing it in chaos. Yet amidst this turmoil, the silhouettes of the two combatants flickered in and out of visibility, eluding capture. Observing the spectacle, Shemu furrowed his brow, then waved his hand, summoning a crystalline ice cover that enveloped the entire arena, effectively shielding the audience from flying debris while maintaining an unobstructed view, ensuring both safety and spectacle for the match. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, Enchi Shige, wielded a folding fan, his expression reflecting approval. Indeed, the new generation of Konoha's ninjas is extraordinary. They are truly impressive. Nearby, Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, harbored a flicker of curiosity and astonishment in his eyes. Such remarkable speed. Lord Hokage, they appear to be ninjas from the Hyuga clan of Konoha, yet the techniques they employ seem to diverge from traditional gentle fist techniques. Orochimaru pondered privately, questioning when Konoha had produced such innovative taijutsu. He found himself entirely uninformed, leading him to doubt the efficacy of his intelligence network. For Orochimaru, taijutsu had always been of paramount importance, as it pertained to the exploration of the limits of the human body, significantly benefiting his research in the pursuit of immortality. Moreover, with the precedent of Might Guy single-handedly inflicting significant damage upon the 7 ninja swordsmen, Orochimaru maintains a vigilant curiosity towards any emerging martial arts sections. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, merely offered a serene smile, his tone imbued with an air of mystery. It is merely a trivial research outcome. Clearly, he had no intention of divulging much information. In the audience, discontented murmurs began to arise, tinged with frustration and resignation. We came to witness the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, yet all we hear are explosions. Indeed, how can this incessant barrage be considered a duel of gentle fist? However, there were dissenting voices, countering, "Come now, it's good enough to have some excitement. Must we be so picky?" Amidst the fervent discussions, the fierce clash between Hinata and Neji finally reached a conclusion. The two swiftly altered their tactics, engaging in a battle of gentle fist, their strikes howling, each blow potentially lethal. Yet, Hinata, being young and a woman, found herself at a disadvantage, quickly succumbing to Neji's relentless onslaught. The second match commenced, featuring Sasuke and Kankuro positioned at opposite ends of the arena. The disparity in their abilities was glaring, and after a mere exchange, the outcome became evident. Sasuke effortlessly secured his victory. Soon after, the third bout erupted, capturing the attention of all as Naruto faced off against Rock Lee. Lee unleashed his full power from the outset, opening the 6th gate of the 8 gates. His aura surging dramatically, coupled with his remarkable body flicker technique, his speed became bewildering, making it nearly impossible for Naruto to track his movements. Despite exerting all his effort to employ the Rasengan for a close-quarters attack, Naruto struggled to penetrate Lee's defenses. However, Naruto did not succumb to despair. He cleverly utilized wind release techniques combined with the shadow clone jutsu, creating a multitude of indistinguishable copies of himself on the battlefield. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, the battle hanging in a delicate balance, but ultimately, Naruto emerged triumphant. The watching Jonin from Sunagakure, Maki, wore a grim expression, unable to contain his fury. How infuriating. The gap between our sand ninjas and those of Konoha is insurmountable. The fourth confrontation between Tenten and Ino proved somewhat lackluster. Both competitors displayed similar strengths, exchanging blows yet failing to land a decisive hit on one another. Ultimately, Ino, leveraging her family's secret techniques, narrowly claimed victory in this evenly matched contest. In the fifth encounter, the clash between Choji and Shino held no suspense. Shino's diverse array of tactics far surpassed Choji's, who, despite his best efforts to resist, ultimately succumbed to Shino's relentless offensive. The 6th battle, featuring Shikamaru against Temari, was rich with intellect and strategy. Shikamaru could have opted to engage Temari with sheer strength, yet he deliberately chose to wield his family's secret techniques and exceptional tactical acumen, crafting a clever strategy step by step. In the final moments of the fight, Shikamaru graciously conceded, preserving Temari's dignity while leaving her with a profound impression of his wit and composure. In this encounter, despite his defeat, Shikamaru emerged with honor, having successfully endeared himself to Temari's heart. Soon, the bell for the 7th confrontation tolled, heralding the impending clash between Shemu and Gaara. Chapter 58. The Tradition of Assassination in the Ninja World. Within the arena, the atmosphere was so tense that it seemed palpable as Gaara and Shemu stood opposite each other, their gazes igniting sparks. A confident smile graced Shemu's lips as he proclaimed, "Let us begin. Don't keep everyone waiting. Let us settle this quickly." Gaara, fully aware of Shemu's unfathomable strength, cautioned solemnly, "Be careful, Shemu." No sooner had the words left his lips than the sand around him surged violently, transforming into an incredibly sharp blade that sliced through the air toward Shemu like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, Shemu activated his ice release, freezing the tumultuous sand in a heartbeat, creating a layer of ice that swiftly enveloped Gaara as well. However, Gaara was far from an ordinary adversary. The sand erupted explosively, allowing him to break free from his icy prison. With a swift movement, he charged toward Shemu. Hendaro gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Gaara is actually launching an attack? This is unprecedented. Just how formidable is Shemu? Shemu too felt a flicker of surprise at Gaara's unexpected aggressiveness. Yet, there was no time for contemplation in battle. He quickly raised his hand, effectively blocking Gaara's fierce kick. The two then engaged in an intense exchange of martial arts. Though it was termed a spar, it resembled more of a game, with Shemu seemingly toying with Gaara. Gaara unleashed a flurry of strikes, yet Shemu remained rooted in place, effortlessly deflecting all of Gaara's attacks with just one hand. Kankuro watched in astonishment, muttering, "Incredible. The disparity is staggering." Suddenly, Gaara retreated, creating a 2-meter gap between them. His expression grew serious as he warned, "Be cautious, Shemu." In an instant, the sand around Gaara began to whirl madly, akin to an ultimate tempest. Under his control, countless grains of sand morphed into lethal projectiles, raining down upon Shemu with relentless ferocity. Clang, clang. The sand bullets struck Shemu, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Shemu furrowed his brow, contemplating. This was likely not solely Gaara's power, but also an intervention from the one-tail, Shikaku. The audience erupted in a chorus of gasps. Incredible. Is he forging iron? No way. He must have hidden iron weights in his clothing. Humph. Now, this is a true man. A man should possess such fortitude. At that moment, Shemu's clothing could no longer withstand the immense force, and his weighted gear fell away. In an instant, a cloud of dust was kicked up, shaking the entire arena. Gaara's cold demeanor flickered with surprise. The impact of the falling weights was astonishing. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Has Shemu been battling with such cumbersome gear all along? Kai wore a solemn expression and spoke in a deep voice. Lee has informed me that the burdens on Xiamu surpass the imagination of ordinary individuals, amounting to an astonishing weight of 2.5 tons. Orochimaru, with a habitual lick of his lips, exhibited a glimmer of greed and curiosity in his eyes. "Xiamu, you are becoming increasingly intriguing to me." When the heavy burdens thunderously fell, the sand cascaded upon Xiamu like a torrential downpour. Yet only the clear sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the arena. Clearly, Xiamu was employing one of the 6 forms, specifically the iron block technique, rendering his body harder than ordinary steel. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed with keen eyes, easily discerning the secret behind Xiamu's technique. After all, the 6 forms had long been documented in the sealed scrolls of Konoha, making him quite familiar with them. Hiruzen was filled with profound thoughts. Such physical prowess was beyond the grasp of ordinary ninjas and could only be wielded by those with extraordinary constitutions and innate talents. It seemed that his decision to include the 6 forms in the sealed scrolls was undoubtedly correct. Gaara's face was also one of astonishment. Xiamu's physical capabilities had surpassed everyone's expectations. Is Xiamu truly like this? No wonder Shikaku praises you as comparable to a tailed beast. Gaara murmured to himself. At this moment, Shikaku within Gaara felt a stir of emotion. It appeared that Xiamu had been bearing that heavy burden even while facing him. Enough of this. Gaara, continue your assault. Shikaku's voice resounded within Gaara's heart. Upon hearing this, Gaara hesitated no longer, acutely aware that this technique would not be highly effective against Xiamu. With a sudden forceful clap of his hands against the ground, a towering pentagonal sand dune shot up, enveloping Xiaomu entirely. Each face of the dune bore a large sealing character. From the stands, Tenkeo observed this and furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Sealing jutsu." It appears Xiaomu has never practiced sealing techniques. This could lead to trouble. However, within the confines of the sand dune, Xiaomu did not find himself overly troubled. To him, Shikaku's sealing technique was merely conventional, far inferior to the likes of the four symbols sealing or the corpse demon binding. At this moment, he felt merely restrained by the sand, unable to move. Yet, Xiaomu would not resign himself to defeat so easily. In an instant, chakra surged powerfully within him as he opened the seventh gate of the 8 gates. A tremendous force erupted from his being, instantly breaking free from the shackles of the sand dune. The dune exploded with a thunderous roar, scattering debris and dust as Xiaomu leaped from its remnants, landing gracefully upon the ground, his aura subtly retracting. At this moment, petals reminiscent of cherry blossoms began to fall from the sky, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Yet beneath this beauty lay a hidden peril. The spectators and ordinary citizens watching were gradually lulled into a deep slumber under the influence of the illusion, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. Clearly, Orochimaru's meticulously orchestrated plan for the collapse of Konoha had silently commenced. Upon the elevated platform, Orochimaru abruptly shed his disguise, revealing a face marked by cold ruthlessness, standing in stark opposition to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In that instant, the bond of master and disciple evaporated, leaving only a fierce struggle between life and death. However, Shemu remained indifferent to the unfolding drama, his gaze shifting to Gaara, as he calmly inquired, "Shall we continue?" Gaara shook his head, a flicker of resignation and reluctance gleaming in his eyes. "Shemu, the disparity in our strength is too great. Continuing would merely mean defending Shikaku." Shemu nodded slightly, his form flickering as he instantaneously appeared before Naruto in the stands, seizing him and pulling him into the arena. Simultaneously, Sasuke was also effortlessly brought along. Now possessing considerable strength, Sasuke was capable of influencing the battle's outcome. Shemu pondered silently, hoping he would refrain from recklessly intervening in Hiruzen's fated confrontation. Men relentlessly pursue a grand finale even unto death, and Hiruzen was no exception, allowing Hiruzen to conclude his tenure as Hokage on his own terms, rather than fading into obscurity, was indeed commendable. "Let us proceed. It is time to satiate my curiosity," Shemu remarked with a hint of playful amusement. No sooner had the words left his lips than he, Gaara, Sasuke, and Naruto vanished from sight, leaving behind an empty arena. Within the arena, the four purple flames formation had already taken shape, ensnaring the former teacher and disciple, Orochimaru and Hiruzen, within its confines. Thus commenced a thrilling duel between master and disciple. One can only say that the betrayal of masters is a tradition in the ninja world, wouldn't you agree, Orochimaru? Nagato. Obito. Chapter 59. A conversation with forever accompanying sister. Once again on that nameless island, the figures of Shemu, Gaara, Sasuke, and Naruto abruptly materialized. Naruto, his face etched with urgency, exclaimed, "Shemu, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me from aiding Grandpa Hokage?" Sasuke echoed with equal fervor, "The village is facing a crisis. I must return to lend my support." Shemu shot an irritated glance at Sasuke, silently reflecting, "If the future you can still love Konoha so unreservedly after learning the truth, I shall truly regard you with newfound respect." With that, Shemu slowly raised his right hand, placing it upon Naruto's abdomen. 8 trigram seal. Release. Just as Shemu was about to dispel the 8 trigram seal, his consciousness suddenly plunged, finding himself in Naruto's mindscape. "Are you Naruto?" "No. Wait. Why is your hair black?" "It should be my blonde hair, or Kushina's red hair." The speaker was none other than the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, a legendary figure humorously dubbed forever accompanying sister by many. At that moment, the Ninetales, Kurama, interjected, "4th Hokage, this kid is not your son." A sly, almost human-like grin appeared on the Ninetales' face. After all, the little fellow was intent on unraveling the 8 trigram seal, and Kurama could distinctly sense the loosening of the seal, which brought it a sense of covert delight. As Summer gazed at the emotionally charged Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, he spoke, "4th Hokage, I am Shemu, a friend of Naruto. It seems you have much to convey to him?" A flicker of melancholy crossed Minato's eyes as he softly replied, Naruto's friend. Indeed, I have 1,000 words to share with him. Yet alas. Suddenly, Minato's tone shifted sharply, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Shemu. However, this consciousness is a precaution I devised to prevent Naruto from recklessly unsealing the Nine Tails. Why do you find yourself here, Naruto's friend? Are you intent on unraveling the Nine-Tails seal? Is Naruto currently in peril? Before Shemu could respond, the Nine Tails erupted into wild laughter. Mockingly addressing Minato, fourth Hokage, your son has not fared well in Konoha, are you aware? Minato nodded slightly, turning his gaze toward Shemu, his expression calm as he stated, the fate of a Jinchuriki has always been thus, yet I am glad Naruto has a friend like you. The Nine Tails sneered, flicking its tail in boredom, having lost all interest in the conversation. Unfazed, Shemu smiled reassuringly. Fear not. In due time, I shall use the Edo Tensei technique to bring Kushina back to this world, reuniting her with Naruto. As for you, trapped within the Shinigami, I will do everything in my power to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Minato nodded slightly, tacitly approving Shemu's proposal. However, his inner doubts remained unresolved. Yet, I still wish to understand why you are so determined to unseal the Nine Tails. Are you unaware of the terrifying power it harbors? Minato's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with concern and confusion. The Nine Tails, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, roaring, silence. Fourth Hokage, you have long departed for the afterlife, and now you exist merely as a remnant of consciousness. Do not meddle here. Shemu, however, remained undeterred, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Danger? That is merely a reflection of the inadequacy of your third and fourth Hokage. To me, the Nine Tails is but a docile little fox, hardly a cause for alarm. Upon this declaration, both Minato and the Nine Tails trembled with rage, cursing this insolent youth for his sharp tongue and biting remarks. Minato, suppressing his anger, patiently explained, You have yet to witness the true power of a tailed beast, which is why you so underestimate them. The might of a tailed beast is beyond your imagination. Shemu, however, remained unfazed, confidently retorting, Rest assured, fourth Hokage, my strength rivals that of the first Hokage. I could subdue the Nine Tails with a single hand. Otherwise, why would I readily release it and invite trouble? Minato was at a loss for words, internally pondering the arrogance of this youth, finding it utterly incomprehensible. The Nine Tails, seething with rage, bellowed, You little brat. If you dare, release me and see if I won't tear you apart, teaching you the true power of a tailed beast. Shemu nodded solemnly, his expression shifting to seriousness as he declared, Let our reminiscences end here. Let us commence. No sooner had the words left his lips than Shemu's consciousness abruptly returned to reality, causing the Bagua seal to shatter with a resounding crack. In an instant, Naruto's form vanished, replaced by a colossal creature towering several dozen meters high, the Nine-Tails Fox, adorned with 9 majestic tails. Ha ha! At last I am free. It roared, its laughter echoing through the vast expanse, eager to release the pent-up frustration and fury accumulated over the ages. Simultaneously, within Gaara, the one-tailed Shikaku felt the surge of potent energy, becoming unusually agitated. As no sealing technique had been imposed upon Gaara, Shikaku effortlessly emerged, transforming into a gigantic beast of equal stature, standing 50 meters tall, confronting the Nine Tails from afar. Beside them, Sasuke stood in stunned silence, muttering to himself, Both Naruto and Gaara harbor such terrifying monsters within them. Could this be the fabled tailed beasts? Their might is utterly intimidating. Observing this, Shemu couldn't help but smile lightly, jesting, Isn't it somewhat similar? Isn't your Susanoo of a similarly grand stature? In comparison to the tailed beasts, it is merely a matter of degree. At this, Sasuke's countenance darkened as he privately compared his Susanoo to the tailed beasts, feeling a tinge of disappointment at its comparatively lesser size. Shikaku raised its massive head, casting a sidelong glance at the Nine Tails, mocking, Well, stinky fox. You've finally crawled out from that dark, suffocating seal. The Nine Tails, upon hearing this, glared fiercely, roaring, Stinky raccoon. No wonder I sensed a familiar yet detestable aura earlier. It was you rascal. Shikaku disdainfully regarded the Nine Tails before shifting its gaze to Shemu below. The Nine Tails followed suit, glaring malevolently at Shemu and sneering, Kid, in gratitude for freeing me and restoring my liberty, I shall swallow you whole. You shall die without pain. A fitting repayment for your kindness. Xiaomu snorted dismissively, his eyes brimming with disdain as he retorted coldly, "Rest assured, once I have subdued you thoroughly, you shall obediently return." At these words, both Shikaku and the Nine Tails erupted in fury, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent, eager to devour Xiaomu alive. Yet Xiaomu remained unfazed, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he scornfully remarked, "It seems you cannot discern who the true king is." Before the words could fully dissipate, Xiaomu unleashed his full power for the first time since his arrival in this realm. His aura transformed dramatically, the armament haki and conqueror's haki swirling like raging tides, while the 8 gates were pushed to their utmost limits, creating an atmosphere akin to the apocalypse. Then, with a powerful leap, Xiaomu soared into the air, his form akin to a bolt of lightning. He grasped the Nine Tails' head with hands like iron clamps, forcefully driving it towards the ground. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and in an instant, fragments of stone were sent flying, dust swirling into the air, and smoke billowing forth, as if a minor earthquake had struck the entire island. The Nine Tails, restrained by a firm grip on its head, struggled with all its might, its 4 legs thrashing wildly, while its 9 tails whipped about like a tempestuous whip, teeth clattering fiercely, eyes ablaze with fury and defiance. Yet, Xiaomu stood resolute, akin to an imposing mountain, his hand pressing down on the Nine Tails' head with unwavering strength, refusing to budge even a fraction. Beside them, the guardian crane stared in astonishment, muttering, "I told you this guy was hiding his true strength during our last encounter, fighting me while burdened. How cunning and treacherous." Sasuke, equally astonished, began to grasp the magnitude of Xiaomu's power more vividly. He silently resolved to maintain a lower profile in Xiaomu's presence, avoiding any comparisons of strength. The Nine Tails, still unwilling to concede, bellowed defiantly, "You brat, if you dare. Release me. I wasn't prepared earlier, but now you'll truly understand my might." A smirk of amusement crept across Xiaomu's lips, and to everyone's surprise, he actually loosened his grip. The Nine Tails sprang into action, leaping up with eyes wide and fierce, fixating on Xiaomu as it roared, "Come on. Let me see what you're really made of." Before the words had fully escaped its mouth, the Nine Tails concentrated its energy into a powerful claw, muscles bulging, veins standing out as it prepared to strike with all its might. It lashed out at Xiaomu, the force of its swipe howling through the air, as if it could rend the very fabric of reality. However, Xiaomu stood firm, neither flinching nor evading, simply unleashing a single, decisive punch. The collision of the 2 fists, one large and one small, produced a thunderous explosion, echoing like a cannon blast. In an instant, the immense form of the Nine Tails was sent hurtling backward, crashing through countless boulders and trees, dust billowing in the wake of its flight. When it finally managed to halt its momentum, half of its body was submerged in the sea, a pitiful sight. "Curse you! You are the true tailed beast," the Nine Tails exclaimed, struggling to rise, spitting out seawater, its eyes filled with shock and indignation. With that, it opened its maw, preparing to summon the tailed beast ball, intent on engaging Xiaomu in a dire clash. Yet, Xiaomu would not grant it such an opportunity. In a flash, he leapt into the air, delivering a devastating blow to the Nine Tails' chin. The force was tremendous, knocking out several of its teeth and sending its body crashing back into the ocean, creating a massive splash. The guardian crane, witnessing the spectacle, could not contain its laughter. "Ha! You wretched fox, look at you now. Truly, fortunes shift with time." The Nine Tails struggled to rise once more, standing in the water, glaring fiercely at Xiaomu. It roared, "I may not be your match, but I will not yield. If you dare, come at me again." Hearing this, Xiaomu moved with lightning speed, appearing above the Nine Tails. With arms like iron clamps, he pressed the beast's head down into the water. "Nine Tails, if you do not obey, I have specifically crafted chains to bind you, and then arrange a tailed beast exhibition, allowing everyone to discern whether the Nine Tails is male or female, and whether it possesses any inappropriate attributes." Xiaomu deliberately elongated his words, teasingly remarked. Upon hearing this, Sasuke, Shikaku, and Gaara all shivered, their faces displaying peculiar expressions, particularly Shikaku, who trembled in fear. After all, although tailed beasts are composed of chakra and cannot truly die, if Xiaomu were to proceed with his plan, it would result in a social demise, making it impossible to navigate the tailed beast community thereafter. In an instant, the Nine Tails began to resist fervently, not wishing to become a laughingstock among its peers. Xiaomu pressed down on its head, forcefully making it drink several tons of seawater before finally releasing his hold. At that moment, a flicker of fear appeared in the eyes of the Ninetales. It thought to itself, if Xiaomu continues to treat me this way, I will truly become the most ridiculous among the nine-tailed beasts. With a resigned expression, the Ninetales furiously swished its tail, splashing large amounts of water, and shouted, "Enough! You have tormented me for so long. What exactly is your intention? Stop keeping me in suspense." Xiaomu, arms crossed and a playful smirk on his face, leisurely replied, "I am simply curious to see who is stronger, the Ninetales or the One-Tail, and I wish to witness a thrilling battle between the two of you." Upon hearing these words, the Ninetales' eyes ignited with fierce combat spirit. Among the tailed beasts, it has always been irritated by Shikaku's arrogant demeanor, and now, spurred by Xiaomu's words, its fighting spirit erupted like a volcano. Humph! Do I even need to compete with this foul raccoon cat? The number of tails a tailed beast possesses is a symbol of its strength. The more tails, the stronger the beast. This clearly indicates that I am far superior. The Ninetales lifted its chin, scoffing loudly. Shikaku, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger rising within, and with wide eyes, roared, "Smelly fox! Quit boasting here. Today, we shall have a proper battle to show everyone who truly reigns as the strongest among the tailed beasts." The Ninetales, undeterred, retorted, "Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom?" As soon as the words left its mouth, the One-Tail Shikaku and the Ninetales engaged in fierce combat. The two colossal beings clashing with such force that dust and stones flew, and the sky changed color. Xiaomu and Sasuke, however, became mere spectators to this grand battle, leisurely observing from the sidelines. After all, brawls between tailed beasts are a rare spectacle. Yet, within a few minutes, Xiaomu and Sasuke gradually lost interest. While Shikaku showcased various ninjutsu and sealing techniques, displaying a plethora of elaborate moves, the Ninetales merely fired tailed beast bombs, exchanging blasts in a monotonous manner, rendering the scene dull and tedious. It can only be said that the battle between these two tailed beasts, aside from their massive sizes, bore no difference from a scuffle between a fox and a raccoon cat, devoid of any entertainment value. Xiaomu yawned languidly and stretched his limbs before addressing Sasuke. "Please keep watch here for a moment. I must return to the village to attend to some matters." Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement, and in an instant, Xiaomu vanished, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to reappear in Konoha. Chapter 61. The unforeseen calamity on the broad and bustling streets of Konoha. Tranquility was abruptly shattered by an unforeseen disaster. A colossal python, measuring over 30 meters in length and emanating a chilling azure glow, rampaged through the village with reckless abandon. With a mere shift of its immense body, several structures crumbled like fragile toys, sending plumes of dust soaring into the air. Such devastating scenes were prevalent throughout Konoha. It was revealed that Orochimaru had clandestinely summoned a multitude of gigantic and fearsome beasts, as well as spirit animals, which had spiraled out of control, wreaking havoc in the village. At that moment, a cadre of Konoha ninjas encircled a ferocious leopard, measuring 10 meters in length. Armed with shurikens glinting ominously, they hurled explosive tags at the creature in an attempt to curtail its rampage. Yet, the leopard moved with astonishing speed, evading all assaults with an ethereal grace, before unleashing its might and demolishing an adjacent building as if it were a mere obstacle. Had it not been for the experienced ninjas who had stepped forward to evacuate the civilians at the onset of the chaos, those trapped within the collapsing structures would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. This is infuriating. The beast's speed is utterly outrageous. We are powerless against it. One ninja gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with fury and despair. We are merely genin. We cannot keep pace with it, let alone pose a significant threat, lamented another, striking the ground in frustration. If only a jonin were here, sighed yet another ninja, casting a despairing glance skyward. But alas, Konoha is in disarray, and no one can come to our aid. As the atmosphere grew increasingly despondent, a lithe figure leapt from the rooftops like a bolt of lightning. "Do not panic. I, Aoi Mishimu, am here to assist you." The voice was crisp and resolute, and the silhouette stood tall against the sunlight, akin to a beacon piercing the darkened sky. Before his words had fully settled, Xiaomu flashed forward, appearing before the leopard with a ghostly swiftness, and executed an ice release technique. In an instant, an arctic chill enveloped the area, freezing the ferocious leopard into a crystalline sculpture, poised to strike, yet rendered immobile. "My heavens! How formidable is this?" exclaimed one ninja, his eyes wide with astonishment and reverence. But wait, he appears to be merely a youth. Another ninja rubbed his eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Turning to the assembled ninjas, Shimu smiled and clarified, "I am Aoyama Shimu, a genin participating in this Chunin exam. The situation is urgent. I shall not linger, but must hasten to assist elsewhere. Please, do take care." As the words fell, Xiaomu's figure vanished like a gust of wind, leaving behind a group of astonished ninjas. They exchanged incredulous glances, filled with disbelief. "When did our Leaf's genin become so formidable?" One ninja murmured. "Ashima Xiaomu? Is he also a genin? Yet we are of the same rank. How can the disparity be so vast?" Another ninja sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must do our utmost to protect our village." At that moment, someone shouted, and instantly, a surge of energy invigorated the group, rallying them to continue their efforts in evacuating the populace. Such scenes unfolded continuously in every corner of Konoha. Xiaomu resembled a fearless war deity, traversing various battlefields. As ferocious beasts succumbed to his ice techniques, becoming mere sculptures of frost. Indeed, before each of his maneuvers, Xiaomu would announce his name with great fervor, secretly calculating that once Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha concluded, his own reputation would reach its zenith. Inside the Konoha arena, the barrier of the four purple flames formation acted as a prison, isolating all leaf ninjas from the outside. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, exhausted his final reserves of strength, sacrificing his life to execute the forbidden technique, Reaper Death Seal, sealing the hands of the rogue ninja Orochimaru within a coffin. In that moment, Orochimaru achieved the dark feat of slaying his master. Yet, the air in the arena was thick with a heavy melancholy. Kakashi, Might Guy, and other elite ninjas could only bear witness to this tragic spectacle. Perhaps, deep within their hearts, lay a sliver of respect for the third Hokage, hoping this noble ninja could depart in a glorious manner, rather than fading quietly under the ravages of time. In the shadows, Shimura Danzo's presence flickered, his face a tapestry of complex emotions, teetering between laughter and sorrow as he murmured, "Hiruzen, you have finally departed. This time, no one can obstruct my ascent to the position of fifth Hokage." It was revealed that the true mastermind behind the plan to dismantle Konoha was Danzo himself. He held leverage over Orochimaru, coercing him to collude with the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure to orchestrate this conspiracy against Konoha. Like a cunning fox, he lurked in the shadows, manipulating the strings of fate. Orochimaru cleverly deceived the fourth Kazekage, promising that once the plan to dismantle Konoha succeeded, Sunagakure would seize the opportunity to launch an attack and partake in the spoils. Thus, the fourth Kazekage dispatched Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, to infiltrate Konoha, hoping Gaara would spiral out of control in battle and become a weapon of destruction against Konoha, thereby increasing the likelihood of success for the scheme. However, Danzo's machinations extended far beyond this. Prior to the plan's execution, he covertly ordered the assassination of the fourth Kazekage, thereby stripping Sunagakure of the capability and timing to pose a tangible threat to Konoha. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, his death would be even better. Even if he were to survive by some stroke of luck, Danzo could use his demise as a pretext to compel him to abdicate. At this moment, Shimura Danzo felt that his scheme was flawless, and his heart was filled with pride. Unable to contain himself, he spoke again, his voice tinged with madness. "The position of Hokage is ultimately mine, Shimura Danzo. Sensei, I shall prove you wrong. Only I, Shimura Danzo, can lead the formidable Konoha to its zenith." Meanwhile, Orochimaru, realizing the situation was settled, had no choice but to retreat in haste with his subordinates. The ninja from Sunagakure, sensing the impending doom, immediately fled as well. The Konoha ninjas, witnessing this, pursued them, but most returned empty-handed, helplessly watching their enemies vanish into the night. Just then, as Orochimaru retreated, a sudden dull thud echoed from the audience, and a figure dissipated into white smoke. If any ninja had noticed this scene, they would have instantly recognized it as the vanishing act of a shadow clone. The pot shadow is online. This content is purely the author's speculation. Chapter 62, Persuading Orochimaru. In the depths of the dense forest, where branches intertwined and dappled light filtered through, Kabuto struggled to support Orochimaru, closely followed by the 4 sound ninjas. They navigated through the thick foliage. A confident expression appeared on Kabuto's face as he turned to Orochimaru, saying, "Lord Orochimaru, we have successfully shaken off those Konoha ninjas." Orochimaru, feeling the weakness in his arms, harbored a burning rage against Sarutobi Hiruzen, akin to a raging inferno. Gritting his teeth, he spoke through clenched jaws. His voice laced with venom. "That wretched old man, even in death, seeks to drag me down with him. Now, I cannot even perform a single jutsu." At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Kabuto, quick on his feet, abruptly scooped up Orochimaru and leaped aside. The 4 sound ninjas reacted swiftly, retreating to perch on nearby branches. In an instant, the ground where they had stood exploded, debris flying, and dust billowing like a massive black wave. The sound ninjas and Kabuto were tense. Their gazes sharp and vigilant, fixated on the swirling cloud of dust, their hearts racing with alarm. Particularly Kabuto, beads of sweat forming on his brow, felt a surge of dread, realizing that had he not reacted so quickly, he might have already met his demise. One of the sound ninjas, Muyu, emboldened by their previous success in trapping the Hokage with the 4 violet flames formation, could not help but feel a sense of superiority. With her hands on her hips, she bellowed, "Who dares to ambush us? Are you tired of living?" Upon hearing Muyu's reckless words, Orochimaru was instantly infuriated, sharply rebuking her. "Silence, Muyu. This is not your place to speak." Just then, Orochimaru's expression shifted, a smirk creeping onto his lips, revealing a strange smile. However, on his ghostly pale face, this smile carried an unsettling quality. "Konoha, is that you?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his voice low and hoarse. As the dust began to settle, the tall figure of Konoha emerged slowly. "Sasuke, disregard this," Orochimaru commanded. Xiaomu inclined slightly, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired, "What brings you here, Shimu-kun? Have you come to escort me?" Xiaomu gently shook her head, a profound smile gracing her face. "Lord Orochimaru, I have specifically pursued you to offer my assistance. That Reaper Death Seal truly is ruthless, taking away both your hands. Now you are unable to utilize ninjutsu. I can only imagine how unpleasant that must be." A wave of tension surged through Orochimaru, his gaze sharpening with suspicion as he scrutinized Shimu, wary that this seemingly amicable individual might reveal her true intentions at any moment, turning lethal. "Are you truly offering your help, Shimu-kun?" Orochimaru tilted his head, his crimson tongue slowly extending beyond his lips, quivering in the air. His face adorned with an enigmatic smile that hinted at inscrutable motives. Xiaomu maintained her composure, nodding slightly as she stated, "Lord Orochimaru, since the day we made our agreement, over a month has passed. Surely, you have not forgotten your promises to me?" Orochimaru emitted a low, rumbling laugh that echoed through the stillness of the forest, imbued with an eerie undertone. "How could I forget? I had intended to conclude matters and hand them over to you. The weapons and the gravity training chamber you requested are all prepared." With that, Orochimaru directed his gaze towards Kabuto, his eyes conveying an unassailable command. "Kabuto, present those 2 scrolls to Shimu-kun." Kabuto hastily retrieved 2 scrolls from his bag, flicking his wrist to send them soaring towards Shimu like arrows released from a bow. Shimu caught them deftly, her movements precise and fluid. Orochimaru crossed his arms, elaborating, "Shimu-kun, the weapon you had me design boasts an effective range of 3,000 meters, with a staggering ammunition capacity of 1,000 rounds. As for the gravity training chamber, it can adjust the gravity from 2-fold to 30-fold, more than sufficient for your training needs." Shimu nodded again, her gaze scrutinizing. "I trust that Lord Orochimaru will not deceive me. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to confront you directly." She paused, then continued, "Moreover, I have an important matter to communicate to you, Lord Orochimaru. The Reaper Death Seal binds your hands. To release them, it would be prudent to acquire the death mask from the Uzumaki clan's shrine. With it, you could restore your hands." After a brief pause, Shimu added, "As for Lady Tsunade, do not harbor any thoughts of her assistance. Even though she is the most skilled medical ninja in the ninja world, the Reaper Death Seal inflicts injuries on a spiritual level, beyond her capability to mend." Orochimaru had anticipated this, having previously researched nearly all of Konoha's forbidden techniques, including the Reaper Death Seal. However, he had not invested much concern in those techniques that could not grant him immortality, Thus, he had not delved deeply into the Reaper Death Seal. The hope he once held that Tsunade could heal him had now completely dissipated. A flicker of curiosity and surprise danced in Orochimaru's eyes as he pressed, "Oh, is that so? Thank you, Shemu-kun, for sharing this information. However, I cannot help but wonder why you are willing to divulge such details to me." A mysterious smile graced Shemu's lips as he replied, "I always have my own motives in my endeavors. If Lord Orochimaru wishes to utilize the impure world reincarnation technique, he might consider Kimimaro. Despite his grave illness, as long as he dons pure gold, it will have no adverse effects. After all, Lord Orochimaru's current physique is exceedingly frail." Orochimaru paused momentarily, then nodded in acknowledgement, his tone laced with gratitude. "Thank you for your reminder, Shemu-kun." Without further ado, Shemu turned to leave. In an instant, he vanished and appeared beside Matoi, grasping her firmly. With a swift leap, he darted towards the direction of Konoha. "This person I must have. I hope Lord Orochimaru does not mind." Shemu's voice echoed in the wind. Orochimaru gazed silently in the direction Shemu had departed, contemplating for a moment before raising his voice. "Matoi, you should accompany Shemu-kun." At this moment, Orochimaru's heart was in turmoil. He understood that to regain his former strength, he must swiftly devise a method to break the Shiki Fujin seal. Only then could he free his hands from confinement. In the depths of a tranquil forest, Shemu held Matoi tightly, hastening towards the village of Konoha. Matoi found herself grasped by the throat, being lifted as if she were a mere object. She kept her lips sealed, not daring to breathe a word, fearing that any utterance might provoke the youth before her, who was merely a few years her junior, to commit an act of violence. After much effort, they finally returned to Konoha, but Shemu faced a dilemma. He hesitated to take Matoi to his newly acquired villa, ultimately deciding to place her in his ancestral home. "From now on, this shall be your abode. I will periodically bring you sustenance, and it would be wise not to entertain thoughts of escape. With your current abilities, attempting to flee from Konoha is a fool's errand. Moreover, you aided that scoundrel Orochimaru in the demise of the third Hokage. The ninjas of Konoha will never tolerate your presence," Shemu warned, his expression grave and his tone icy. Matoi shot Shemu a cold glare, a mocking smile curling at her lips as she retorted, "Understood, you wretch." Shemu sighed heavily, pressing his forehead in exasperation, inwardly lamenting. Indeed, Matoi's tongue is as venomous as a serpent's, each word laced with barbs. "Very well, take this time to compose yourself and remain here peacefully. I have matters to attend to, and I shall return once I am finished." As soon as his words left his lips, Shemu's figure vanished without a trace, having employed the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from the scene. Certainly, to be on the safe side, Shemu had previously inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark upon Duoyu. Thus, even if Duoyu harbored thoughts of fleeing, Shemu would be able to swiftly detect and retrieve him. On the nameless island, the sun was gradually sinking in the west, casting a splendid orange hue across the entire land. The one-tailed Shikaku and the nine-tails Kurama continued to engage in fierce hand-to-hand combat. The already battered island, under the relentless assault of the two-tailed beasts, had almost been reduced to ruins. As both beasts possessed chakra levels nearly infinite, they had battled for several hours. Yet neither showed any sign of fatigue, merely breathing heavily. Sasuke stood nearby, arms crossed, muttering to himself about Shemu's prolonged absence, lamenting the impending darkness. At that moment, a hand gently rested upon Sasuke's shoulder. "I'm back," a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Sasuke turned to see Shemu and urgently inquired, "Shemu, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return?" Shemu's heart tightened. He could hardly confess that he had gone to Orochimaru's lair to abduct a sharp-tongued beauty, only to comfort Tion, Hinata, Kurenai, and Haku, before suddenly remembering that his two close friends were still anxiously awaiting him on the nameless island. Thus, with a quick shift of thought, Shemu diverted the conversation. "Orochimaru has killed the third Hokage." Instantly, Sasuke's expression darkened, his eyes widening in alarm as he pressed, "Why? Did you not return to the battlefield? Did you fail to protect Lord Hokage?" It must be noted that, as the longest-serving Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite certain controversies, still commanded immense respect and admiration among the villagers. Shemu regarded Sasuke with a scrutinizing gaze, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Now, allow me to unveil the truth and see if you can maintain your steadfast defense of Konoha. Just wait and see." before Shemu's words had fully dissipated. He flickered away like a specter, utilizing the moon step technique to leap into the air. With all his might, he parried the earth-shattering fists of Shikaku and Kurama with his own. If you continue this way, you may as well fight until the end of time without determining a victor. Instead, let us do this. Each of you will throw a punch at me, and whoever is pushed back the farthest shall concede to being the weaker. What say you? At his words, Shikaku and Kurama exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both challenge and curiosity. All right, I am not afraid of this self-important, stinky fox. Shikaku was the first to respond, his tone dripping with disdain. Kurama snorted in retort. Humph, a mere stinky raccoon dares to compare itself to me. With that, the two-tailed beasts assumed their stances, brimming with energy. With a low growl, they simultaneously launched their fists, colliding thunderously with Shemu's own. The Nine-Tails was violently hurled backwards, soaring over 100 meters, while Shikaku was not spared either, being propelled 99 meters before barely regaining its balance. Fourth Hokage, you scoundrel! The Nine-Tails bellowed in fury, its heart brimming with resentment. It was acutely aware that had the fourth Hokage not sealed away half of its chakra, it would not have been outmatched by that wretched raccoon. Shikaku, on the sidelines, let out a triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha! Nine-Tails, it seems that having more tails does not equate to greater strength. Upon witnessing this, Shemu smiled slightly and remarked, enough of the jesting. I have some serious matters to discuss with your Jinchuriki. You too, please shrink down. Your presence here is cumbersome. Though both Shikaku and the Nine-Tails felt a sense of indignation, they complied due to the disparity in their strengths. Soon, they transformed into diminutive beasts, each resting atop Naruto and Gaara. As the night deepened, Gaara and Naruto stirred from their slumber. Awake! Shemu exclaimed cheerfully, offering them a golden brown roasted fish. Naruto and Gaara eagerly accepted, devouring the food voraciously. After taking a bite, Gaara, with a mouthful, mumbled, "Is it already night?" Shemu, observing the three of them, couldn't help but reflect inwardly. None of these individuals seemed to possess a pair of proper parents. A gentle smile graced Shemu's lips as his gaze shifted between Naruto and Sasuke, and he slowly began, "Naruto, Sasuke, I shall now unveil all the secrets, those truths long shrouded by time." Previously, in Mayaboku Mountain, Shemu had merely skimmed the surface of the complex entanglements of Kagaya's family, as well as Naruto and Sasuke's extraordinary backgrounds. Now, he had resolved to lay everything bare. He commenced recounting the poignant love story between the Leaf Village's son, Minato Namikaze, known as the Yellow Flash, and the fiery, passionate Kushina Uzumaki, culminating in their tragic demise. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes shimmered with a tumult of emotions as he murmured, "So, my father was the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash. And my mother, she was also a Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, just like me." Beside him, the Nine-Tails scoffed, clearly displeased with the two. Sasuke, too, was taken aback. He had never imagined that the perpetually sunny and carefree Naruto was the orphan scion of the fourth Hokage. Gaara, meanwhile, experienced an inexplicable resonance within himself. His circumstances bore a resemblance to Naruto's, yet seemed even more desolate. His mother had perished during childbirth, and his father had not only withheld warmth, but had even sent assassins after him. Reflecting on this, Gaara couldn't help but smile bitterly. In comparison, Naruto appeared to be the luckier one. Chapter 64, Sasuke's Breach. Shemu's gaze shifted to Sasuke, his tone growing serious. "Sasuke, next. I must share with you the truths that have been deliberately concealed." He slowly unveiled the harrowing truth of the Uchiha clan massacre. With the tacit approval of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Itachi, alongside the enigmatic masked man and Danzo Shimura, reluctantly, and with great difficulty, took the lives of his own parents, annihilating the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this revelation, Naruto, Gaara, and even Shikaku and Kurama turned their gazes towards Sasuke in unison. They were profoundly shaken by the burden and helplessness that Itachi bore. It was a sorrow that was difficult to articulate. Sasuke, upon hearing the words, abruptly stood, his eyes aflame with fury. "Damn it! I will destroy that filthy hidden leaf village with my own hands." Shemu, just last chapter, you wanted to protect Sarutobi Hiruzen. Huh. Such is the nature of a man. Naruto surged forward, firmly positioning himself before Sasuke, his gaze intense as he shouted, "Sasuke, stop." Sasuke's eyes shifted, coldly locking onto Naruto, replying defiantly, "Get lost." Naruto, resolute and unwavering, declared, "I absolutely will not allow you to destroy the village." A smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Sasuke's mouth as he scoffed, "Humph. Then let us see you try." In an instant, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. A powerful surge of chakra enveloping him as he concentrated the lightning power in his hands, manifesting the formidable Chidori. In a flash, lightning crackled, emitting a deafening, sizzling sound. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto, too, began to weave hand seals, conjuring a spiraling sphere of azure light, the Rasengan, its chakra swirling with boundless energy. Sasuke's eyes widened in fury as he shouted once more, "Get lost!" Naruto, equally undeterred, shouted back, "Sasuke, stop!" Then, like arrows released from a bow, they charged towards one another. "Get lost! Sasuke, stop!" At that very moment, the Rasengan and Chidori collided violently. A thunderous explosion erupted, a blinding light flashing forth, rendering the onlookers momentarily sightless. A tempest roared, dust swirling violently, as both Naruto and Sasuke were thrown back by the sheer force, tumbling uncontrollably through the air before landing, skidding back several paces before regaining their footing. Sasuke knelt on one knee, supporting himself against the ground, his gaze fierce as he glared at Naruto, demanding loudly, "Get lost! Are you truly resolved to stop me?" Panting heavily, Naruto's eyes radiated unwavering determination as he responded loudly, "Sasuke, I must stop you." At this tense moment, where conflict seemed inevitable, Shimu appeared like a specter, positioning himself between the two. Standing tall and authoritative, he commanded, "Enough. Both of you sit down." Exchanging a glance filled with reluctance, Naruto and Sasuke complied and seated themselves. Shimu's expression turned grave as he addressed Sasuke, his tone stern. "Desiring revenge is understandable, but you must identify your true enemies. Your foes are Danzo and that mysterious masked man. As for the third Hokage, he is already dead. Do you really intend to continue this futile pursuit?" Sasuke scoffed, his eyes brimming with animosity as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Then I shall eliminate Shimura Danzo and that enigmatic masked man. Who exactly is that mysterious masked figure?" Shimu shook his head in resignation, slowly responding, "All I can reveal is that the death of Naruto's parents was also orchestrated by that masked individual." Upon hearing this, Naruto's body jolted, his expression momentarily frozen, a piercing intent to kill flashing in his eyes as his fists clenched involuntarily. At that moment, the voice of Kurama resonated. "That fellow claims to be Uchiha Obito. Yet in my view, he is merely a pitiful creature acting under Obito's name. In any case, though his strength pales in comparison to the true Obito, he has awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, making him a formidable adversary beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas." Sasuke's gaze turned icy as he coldly inquired, "Is the masked man also a member of the Uchiha clan? Regardless, he deserves death." Shimu furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he slowly articulated, "Finding Shimura Danzo is not particularly challenging. He is currently hiding within the village. However, that masked man presents a more formidable challenge, as no one knows his true identity. Konoha has secretly investigated for over a decade and still has not uncovered who he is." As these words left his lips, Naruto and Sasuke felt as though they had been struck by lightning. The spark of their resolve was doused by a cold wave, leaving their faces filled with despondency. How could they seek vengeance when they did not even know the identity of their foe? Observing their despondency, Shimu's lips curled into a confident smile as he reassured them. "All right, no need to look so glum. With the unfortunate passing of Konoha's Hokage and the wind shadow of Sunagakure being harmed by Orochimaru, we might seize this opportunity to wholeheartedly support Kakashi-sensei's ascent to the position of 5th Hokage. Once he secures his place, he will be able to mobilize all of Konoha's resources to investigate the mysterious masked man. As for you, Gaara, you can return to assume the role of Wind Shadow of Sunagakure. At that point, the two villages can unite in their efforts. And no matter how formidable the masked man may be, he will inevitably be unmasked." Gaara stood frozen, taken aback by these words. This was not due to any grief over the death of his estranged father, but rather a profound disbelief. Could he truly become the Wind Shadow? Lowering his head slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes as he softly asked, "Shimu, can someone like me truly achieve greatness?" Shimu, seeing his uncertainty, beamed with encouragement. Patting Gaara on the shoulder, with both the leaders of Sunagakure and Konoha unexpectedly passing, this position naturally requires a person of great strength. While Konoha is indeed brimming with talent and future prospects, Sunagakure currently has only Chiyo and Erosenin who possess such capability. Yet, they are both advanced in age, and their vigor has waned. You, on the other hand, are young, robust, and a Jinchuriki. With strength that cannot be overlooked, you are the most suitable candidate. Moreover, you have us, your friends, wholeheartedly supporting you. You are my beloved comrade, my brother. As Xiaomu uttered these words, he couldn't help but murmur inwardly, pondering how his eloquence seemed to be growing increasingly fluid, almost as if he were endowed with the talent for verbal evasion. Naruto, nodding vigorously beside him, enthusiastically exclaimed, "Gaara, do not hesitate. We will surely assist you." Sasuke, maintaining his typical aloof demeanor with arms crossed, coldly interjected, "I feel the same. However, my motives are not as altruistic. I seek merely to uncover the identity of the enigmatic masked man." Gaara gazed upon these genuinely supportive friends before him. A warm wave of emotion surged within him. In Sunagakure, he had always been solitary, devoid of companionship, yet unexpectedly, in Konoha, he had forged friendships. Chapter 65, Deceiving Kakashi. Xiaomu's gaze flitted between Kurama and Shikaku, causing both tailed beasts to feel quite uncomfortable, instinctively shielding their vulnerable areas with their hands. Four-tailed beasts, they were largely fearless. Yet they particularly despised being scrutinized by human eyes, especially regarding such intimate matters as their gender. Xiaomu gently stroked his chin, a playful smile gracing his lips as he thought, "Let me first express my grievances freely, then we can discuss the pertinent issues at hand." Among the nine-tailed beasts, neither of you is particularly docile. If you were to return to nature, you would likely spend your days eating and sleeping, resembling domesticated pigs, occasionally causing minor havoc, only to end up sealed once more. Is this the life you truly desire? Upon hearing this, Shikaku and Kurama fell into a brief silence. Perhaps for a tailed beast like the Three Tails Isabu, such a life might be acceptable, but neither of them could be described as compliant. Shikaku was the first to object. What good does becoming a Jinchuriki do? Take Gaara for instance. Do you have any idea what his predecessor endured in Sunagakure? At this remark, Gaara's expression hardened, and he replied solemnly, "The previous Jinchuriki was confined in a dark, desolate place, devoid of any freedom." Xiaomu nodded slightly, acknowledging that the old monk, who was praised by Shikaku for possessing the qualities of a sage of six paths, was indeed an extraordinary individual. However, Xiaomu could not concur with the monk's perspective. "I understand that the monk believed there was no fundamental difference between humans and tailed beasts. Yet, in truth, this viewpoint is profoundly misguided. Humans are living beings, whereas tailed beasts are merely manifestations of chakra. Their modes of existence and habits are entirely distinct. The only similarity may lie in the fact that tailed beasts can possess thoughts akin to those of humans." At this, Kurama's eyes flickered with displeasure, and he coldly inquired, "What exactly are you attempting to convey, little brat?" Xiaomu rolled his eyes, his tone serious as he replied, "Freedom is not something to be passively awaited. It must be fought for. The relationship between tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki should inherently be one of mutual assistance. If tailed beasts can aid their Jinchuriki in becoming perfect vessels, thus avoiding the risk of rampage, then regardless of the village, you would attain the freedom you deserve. Conversely, if the tailed beasts and their hosts are unable to control their own powers, wreaking havoc day after day, how could they possibly avoid being targeted?" He paused, then continued, "After all, you two are restless beings. Rather than languishing in confinement like mere livestock, it would be far more advantageous to cooperate with your hosts. In doing so, not only could you gain a measure of freedom, but you might also select a suitable host for yourselves." This proposition left both Shikaku and Kurama momentarily speechless. Even Gaara and Naruto were taken aback. Suddenly, Shikaku clapped his hands, his tone turning serious. "Enough of my banter. What follows is a matter of grave importance. For the next decade, you must assist Gaara and Naruto in becoming ideal hosts. Is there a problem? Should you refuse, I will not only publicly humiliate you, but will also document the event with photographs and videos to showcase to the other tailed beasts." Upon hearing this, Shikaku and Kurama nodded vigorously, eagerly committing to aid Naruto and Gaara. 3 days later, at the funeral of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the sky hung heavy with dark clouds, and a gentle rain fell, adding a somber atmosphere to the proceedings. All the ninjas of Konohagakure donned matching black attire as they solemnly presented pure white camellias amidst the persistent drizzle. Raindrops streamed down Irika's cheek, indistinguishable from tears. as he held Konoha, whose shoulders trembled slightly, reminiscent of the time the third Hokage had consoled him in his arms. Haku stood at the edge of the crowd, surveying the sorrowful faces around him. Sasuke fixated on the flickering candle flames atop the casket, a complex array of emotions crystallizing in his eyes. In the distance, Jiraiya remained in his usual attire, eschewing the somber black garb. "Old man, perhaps one day I too shall follow in your footsteps." Within the Hokage building, the teacup in Tika's hands had long since gone cold. Mito's fingers traced the old photograph of the quartet in their youth, while in the shadows of the roots, Danzo's hand, gripping his cane, betrayed the tension in his veins. In the rain, countless memories, like wilting camellias, settled into the moist earth, marking an everlasting sorrow for Konoha. The funeral proceedings soon concluded, and the attendees dispersed in an orderly fashion. Haku hastened his steps, leading Naruto and Sasuke to catch up with Kakashi, who was preparing to depart. "Kakashi-sensei," Haku called out loudly. Kakashi paused at the sound, turning back with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "What is it, Haku, Naruto? Sasuke, is there something you need?" With a serious expression, Haku inquired. "Kakashi-sensei, with the passing of the third Hokage, who do you believe is most likely to become the fifth Hokage?" Kakashi furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding slowly. If Jiraiya were willing to shoulder this burden, he would undoubtedly be the most suitable candidate. However, Jiraiya has always shied away from constraints and likely holds little interest in the position of Hokage. Must we truly summon Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, who now wanders afar? Upon hearing this, Shemu's lips curled into a knowing smile. Indeed, Lord Jiraiya has no desire for the position of Hokage, and Lady Tsunade shares the same sentiment. Furthermore, Lady Tsunade currently suffers from hemophobia, which disqualifies her from serving as Hokage. Kakashi's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening as he turned towards Shemu. "Are you certain that Lady Tsunade truly suffers from hemophobia?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Kakashi seemed to grasp a sudden realization, his countenance darkening as if shrouded by a heavy cloud. "So, are you suggesting that the only ones left capable of bearing this heavy burden are those three elders?" Kakashi's words betrayed a clear sense of dissatisfaction and reluctance, revealing his lack of fondness for the trio of elders, Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate Kurenai, and the ever-elusive Koharu Utatane. At that moment, Naruto interjected. "Teacher Kakashi, you are also a candidate. You could be Hokage." Kakashi, taken aback, pointed to himself in disbelief. "Me? How could that possibly be?" Yet Shemu nodded solemnly beside him, his voice unwavering. "Indeed, Teacher Kakashi, you are the son of the Konoha White Fang, a favored disciple of the fourth Hokage, a former captain of the Umbu, and renowned as the copy ninja of Konoha. In terms of strength, experience, and reputation, you are entirely qualified to assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage." Chapter 66. Intruding upon the assembly. Kakashi forced a somewhat awkward smile, feigning nonchalance as he waved his hand. "Shemu, your words make me feel as if I might actually possess some semblance of Hokage-like demeanor. However, to be honest, I hold no particular obsession with that title." Shemu's expression turned serious, his gaze piercing as he fixated on Kakashi, his tone imbued with undeniable determination. "Teacher Kakashi, if you do not step forward, the position of Hokage may very well fall into the hands of Shimura Danzo. You are well aware of his character and methods. Should he ascend, Konoha is likely to be engulfed in yet another storm of bloodshed, and the ominous shadow of the fourth great ninja war may loom once more." At these words, Kakashi's countenance grew grave, as if touched by the deepest recesses of his memories. The sacrifices of Obito and Rin during the third great ninja war lingered like an unhealable scar, a constant reminder of the war's cruelty and mercilessness. He understood all too well that allowing an ambitious figure like Danzo to seize power would spell the end of peace and tranquility for Konoha. Obito's inner monologue, "No? The spark that ignited the fourth great ninja war was lit by my own hands." Seeing Kakashi lost in contemplation, Shemu seized the moment to continue. "Moreover, Teacher Kakashi, you need not occupy that position for eternity. You only need to serve for a few years. Once the situation stabilizes, you can pass the Hokage title to me. In that time, I shall become the sixth Hokage, Naruto the seventh, and Sasuke the eighth. Our Team 7 would thus become a lineage of Hokage." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes, inwardly murmuring, This lad speaks as if the position of Hokage is already within our Team 7's grasp. At this moment, Sasuke, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke with a tone that was both aloof and resolute. I have no interest in the Hokage position. Meanwhile, Naruto, in a fit of urgency, urged, Kakashi-sensei, please do not decline. I truly believe you are exceptionally suited to become the 5th Hokage. Kakashi, mildly amused by Naruto's enthusiasm, scratched his head and eventually relented. Well, since you all insist, I shall give it a try tomorrow. I suspect that the elders Mito Gate and Matsu Kamachi will first persuade Jiraiya-sama to take over. If Jiraiya-sama is unwilling, then I shall step in. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru, Naruto, and Sasuke exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. The group made a pact to head to the Hokage building early the next morning to advocate for Kakashi's candidacy for Hokage and stir up some excitement. As dawn broke the following day, representatives from the various ninja clans gathered in the conference room of the Hokage building, the atmosphere solemn and dignified. Mito Gate and Matsu Kamachi sat calmly at one side, their expressions composed. Asuma Sarutobi, with a demeanor of indifference, was aware that his father was already Hokage. It would be inappropriate for him to assume the role, and he lacked the capability as well. The clan heads of the Yamanaka, Inuzuka, Hyuga, and the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi all harbored their own thoughts as they convened. Jiraiya stood tall before the main seat, but did not take his place. Nara Shikaku, acting as the Hokage's advisor, was the first to shatter the silence. Jiraiya, the purpose of gathering everyone here today is clear. We hope you will accept the position of the 5th Hokage of Konoha and lead us towards a new era of glory. In the face of Nara Shikaku's proposition, no one dared to contradict. Shimura Danzo, feeling a surge of anger, struck his cane heavily on the floor, yet he restrained himself from speaking. His gaze flitted between the attendees, internally pondering, why is it that no one has mentioned me today? Has my reputation in Konoha diminished to such a degree? Jiraiya, however, smiled faintly and shook his head. I have no interest in the position of Hokage. If it must be filled, why not let Tsunade take it? Although she is a medical ninja, her extraordinary talent and prestige are undeniable. Hinata Hizashi furrowed his brow and replied somberly, Jiraiya, that statement is misguided. While Tsunade is indeed a medical ninja, the role of Hokage requires comprehensive oversight. She cannot afford to be distracted by surgical duties. Unless she can completely relinquish her responsibilities in the medical department, she would be ill-suited for the position. Upon hearing this, the conference room erupted into a flurry of discussions. Jiraiya's exceptional strength, coupled with his availability and commitment, makes him the unequivocal choice for Hokage. Tsunade's esteemed status has garnered her much praise from the daimyo, who refer to her as the Princess of Konoha, Tsunadeheim. Appointing her as Hokage would also satisfy the daimyo's expectations. It must be one of these two candidates. It cannot possibly be Elder Danzo, for that would be utterly inappropriate. Indeed, Elder Danzo's methods are simply not compatible with the role of Hokage. As Shimura Danzo listened to the discussions around him, a surge of bitterness welled up within his heart. He gripped his cane tightly, his nails almost embedding themselves into his palm, yet he could only suppress his fury in silence. Jiraiya, noticing his demeanor, spoke up once more to emphasize, everyone, I have made my decision. I shall not take on the mantle of Hokage. However, in my personal capacity, I recommend Tsunade. Although she is far from Konoha, I shall personally retrieve her to deliberate on the future of our village. A momentary silence enveloped the conference room as the attendees exchanged glances, seemingly acquiescing to Jiraiya's proposal, awaiting Tsunade's return before reaching a final decision. At this critical juncture, the door to the conference room was suddenly kicked open with considerable force, creating a loud crash. Kakashi stood awkwardly at the entrance, slightly unsteady on his feet. My apologies. I encountered an elderly lady crossing the street and assisted her, which delayed my arrival. He quickly explained, casting an annoyed glance at Shemu behind him, his eyes filled with reproach. He had initially been eavesdropping on the meeting and believed that Tsunade's appointment as Hokage was the consensus, just as he intended to quietly withdraw. Shemu had inadvertently thrust him into the spotlight by kicking open the door. To Danzo's surprise, a wave of unexpected delight surged within him for the first time. He found Kakashi somewhat agreeable. As long as the position of Hokage remained undecided, he still had a chance to make his move. Meanwhile, Shemu seemed utterly unfazed by the gazes of the assembly as he swaggered in alongside Naruto and Sasuke. The trio was clad in impeccably tailored suits, complete with ties and sunglasses, exuding an air of arrogant bravado. Naruto squirmed uncomfortably, expressing, "I really am not used to dressing like this. It feels so wrong, so embarrassing." Sasuke shot him a cold glance and admonished, "Tough it out." Shemu said, "I represent the Uchiha clan, while you represent the Uzumaki. Don't disgrace us." With that, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Danzo. The murderous intent in his eyes was palpable, yet he forcefully suppressed it, leaving only a chilling aura lingering in the air. Danzo, of course, sensed this, but dismissed it as merely the threat of a rogue Uchiha. After all, he had effectively eradicated the Uchiha clan, and a mere orphan from that lineage was of little concern to him. Chapter 67. The Fifth Hokage, Itachi Kakashi. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of surprise and inquiry as he turned his attention to Kakashi and the three youngsters behind him. "What brings you here, Kakashi? And you three? Why have you suddenly appeared?" "This is an important meeting to determine the next Hokage." Just as Kakashi was about to explain, Shemu stepped forward and pulled him behind himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, since this is the meeting to decide the next Hokage, do the Aoyama clan, Uchiha clan, and Uzumaki clan not have the right to participate?" Shemu's voice resonated throughout the conference room, carrying an unwavering conviction. As the meeting progressed, Xia-chun let out a disdainful snort, her gaze filled with contempt. "Oomph. The Uchiha clan now consists solely of Sasuke Uchiha, and the Whirlpool clan has been reduced to Naruto Uzumaki. Yet you, Aoyama Natsuki, are merely a common ninja, not a true clan member. What right do you have to speak so arrogantly?" Mito Gate-on's expression darkened as he coldly stated, "You three children lack the decorum to interfere in matters of such gravity concerning the future of Konoha, especially concerning the fifth Hokage." Upon hearing this, Natsuki's lips curled into a sly smile as he strode confidently to the head of the conference table, with Naruto and Sasuke closely following him, like loyal guardians. Suddenly, Natsuki stomped his foot onto the table with a resounding bang, his fierce gaze sweeping over everyone present. "I have 4 wives, and I shall have more in the future. With just a couple of children, the Aoyama clan will be established. Or does anyone here dare to voice their objections? Speak up if you do." As his words echoed, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Natsuki, a manifestation of his conqueror's haki, pressing heavily upon the hearts of the assembly, inducing a feeling of suffocation. Simultaneously, Sasuke activated his Manjiki Sharingan, the crimson pupils swirling with an eerie light. Naruto radiated a golden chakra, entering the Nine-Tails chakra mode, exuding an intimidating aura. Together, the trio's presence instilled fear in the hearts of all, as if they were 3 insurmountable mountains. Natsuki, with piercing eyes, addressed everyone, declaring loudly, "On behalf of the Aoyama clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Whirlpool clan, I solemnly propose Kakashi-sensei for the position of the 5th Hokage. I've spoken. Who is in favor? Who is against?" Faced with Natsuki's formidable stance, all present fell into contemplation. After all, Kakashi's strength, reputation, and qualifications undeniably made him a candidate worthy of the 5th Hokage's title. However, Shimura Danzo, infuriated, realized that what he thought would be his opportunity had been disrupted by these 3 youngsters. His face turned ashen, fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. "I oppose," Danzo finally erupted, his voice loud and defiant. Yet, as soon as he spoke, Sasuke instantly appeared before him, delivering a powerful slap to his face. The sharp sound resonated as Danzo spun through the air, landing with a thud, utterly humiliated. Observing Danzo's swollen visage, Natsuki felt a twinge of sympathy, though it was overshadowed by a sense of exhilaration. Many within the ninja clans secretly relished the scene. After all, Danzo had recruited many from various clans for his Umbu roots, often targeting talented direct descendants, leaving many with grievances against him. Thus, witnessing him being struck was a source of great satisfaction. Mito Gate-on, witnessing the commotion, immediately admonished, "Impudent Sasuke, how dare you lay hands on the Hokage's advisor? This is a profound disrespect to Konoha and to the Hokage." Jiraiya, however, felt a secret delight within, as he stifled his laughter and feigned a serious demeanor, saying, "Sasuke, how could you lay a hand on the advisor? Let this be the last time." After rising from his seat, Shimura Danzo was filled with frustration. He did not expect that a mere slap would be so casually brushed aside. He glared at Jiraiya, his heart brimming with resentment and anger. Suddenly, the Hokage's assistant, Nara slammed his hand on the table, the sound ringing sharply in the silent conference room. Enough. Let us cease this bickering. In my opinion, Kakashi is indeed more suited to be the fifth Hokage than Tsunade. We, the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, unanimously support Kakashi for the position of fifth Hokage. Nara Shikaku's gaze was resolute, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The three clans had always stood together in unity, and when it came to matters requiring intellect, they invariably looked to the Nara clan for guidance. Observing the solidarity of the three clans, the other ninja clans began to seriously consider both Kakashi and Tsunade. After deliberation, they ultimately concluded that Kakashi was the more fitting candidate. After all, Tsunade's notorious reputation as a gambler and drinker was well known among the upper echelons of Konoha. In contrast to Kakashi's reserved and steady demeanor, Tsunade's frequent absences from the village made Kakashi appear far more suitable for the role of Hokage. Thus, various ninja clans came forth to express their support for Kakashi as the fifth Hokage. Feeling the overwhelming backing from the assembly, Kakashi was both moved and anxious. He stepped forward and solemnly declared, "Since you all wish for me to take on the role of fifth Hokage, I shall fulfill my duties diligently and strive to excel in this position. Should a more suitable candidate arise in the future, I shall not hesitate to step aside." With the matter settled, Shimura Danzo scoffed and strode away, his heart heavy with bitterness and indignation. Mito Gate 10 and TG Kamachi exchanged glances, both rising to leave with their own considerations in mind. Jiraiya approached Kakashi, patting him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Kakashi, you are now the fifth Hokage. The future of Konoha rests in your hands." Kakashi nodded humbly, responding, "It is due to your unintentional guidance, Lord Jiraiya, that I find myself in this position. I will strive diligently to meet everyone's expectations." Naruto suddenly interjected, "Well, from now on, Kakashi-sensei can't spend all day reading those romance novels." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya burst into laughter. "Haha, Kakashi, I shall gift you a rare edition of Ika Paradise. What do you think? It is one of my finest works." Kakashi's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of the title, nodding eagerly. Soon, the news of Kakashi's succession as the fifth Hokage spread throughout the village. The villagers buzzed with anticipation for their new Hokage, while Kakashi found himself reminiscing about his reluctance to assume the role, yet now he had become Hokage. In pursuit of becoming the Hokage, Obito has already met his demise, yet he finds himself embodying the very essence of Obito. Chapter 68. The Honest Man, Kisame Hoshigaki. The following morning, the sky was still draped in a gentle, hazy gray. Outside the village of Konohagakure, two figures approached leisurely, one large and one small. Both clad in black cloaks embroidered with captivating crimson clouds, their heads adorned with conical hats, as wind chimes swayed softly in the breeze, producing a melodious and pleasant sound. The newcomers were none other than Itachi Uchiha and the seemingly straightforward Kisame Hoshigaki. Itachi lifted his gaze towards the distant village of Konoha, his heart awash with mixed emotions. Momentarily at a loss for how to confront the land that had nurtured him, Sasuke's name echoed silently in his mind, his thoughts drifting far away. Noticing a peculiar change in Itachi's demeanor, Kisame couldn't help but inquire, "What troubles you, Itachi-san? Approaching the village has stirred up some nostalgia, has it not?" Itachi retracted his gaze, his expression returning to a calm facade. "It's nothing. Let us continue our journey." The two resumed their slow march towards Konoha, their steps imbued with an undeniable presence. However, just as they were about to cross into the boundaries of the village, a figure suddenly materialized 1,000 meters away, only to instantaneously appear before them, astonishingly swift. Kisame, sensing the urgency, immediately went on guard, drawing the massive sword, Samahata, from his back, as if awakening a slumbering beast. Faced with the newcomer's speed, Kisame was taken aback, realizing he might not have the strength to retaliate. Shimoku regarded the two with a playful smirk. "Long time no see, huh? 1-7, Uchiha?" Itachi's eyes widened momentarily in surprise. "Shimoku-kun, you seem to have grown even stronger." Shimoku nodded, not denying the assertion. At this point, his strength had reached an unfathomable level, even beyond his own comprehension. "Returning for a purpose, I presume? To deliver information about the Akatsuki to Konoha?" Shimoku inquired tentatively. Itachi maintained his stoic demeanor, exuding calmness and composure. However, Kisame, unable to contain his eagerness, interjected, "We've come to capture the Nine Tails. Aren't you the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails?" No sooner had he spoken than Shimoku vanished in a flash, reappearing directly in front of Kisame, delivering a fierce knee strike that collided with his chest. Kisame, caught completely off guard, was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing through several large trees and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ultimately, he rolled his eyes back, succumbing to unconsciousness without even having the chance to utilize his signature technique, water release, water shark bomb. Observing the fallen Kisame, Itachi's face finally exhibited a hint of curiosity. He understood that Shimoku's strength had transcended that of their previous encounters. "Shimoku-kun, how did you detect my presence? Did I inadvertently reveal something?" Itachi inquired. Shimu naturally refrained from revealing that it was Xianglin's keen insight that had uncovered their presence. Instead, he chuckled lightly and remarked, "I say it's intuition. Do you believe it?" Uchiha Itachi slowly shook his head, momentarily suppressing the tumult of thoughts in his mind, and refocused his gaze on Shimu. "Let us change the subject. What brings you here, Shimu-kun?" With arms crossed and an expression that was calm, yet imbued with deeper meaning, Shimu replied, "Sasuke has already come to know the entire truth. Under my careful guidance, he has successfully awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Now he is working for me. If you two brothers were to exchange eyes, you would both possess the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, a power long coveted by countless members of the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression underwent a noticeable transformation. Within the complexity of his emotions, there lay 3 parts of joy for his brother's growth and enhanced power, 3 parts of relief, as if he had shed a heavy burden that had long weighed him down, 3 parts of sorrow, reflecting on the past's myriad regrets and helplessness, and 1 part of nonchalance, as though he were striving to maintain inner tranquility amidst the turmoil of the situation. "Where is Sasuke?" Itachi's voice trembled slightly with excitement. His eyes filled with urgency and concern. Shimu smiled gently and reassured him, "Do not rush. He may need your assistance right now. I have left a flying thunder god mark on him, so whenever you wish to find him, you can utilize this mark to teleport to his side." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Itachi's eyes. "That technique? Shimu, I am truly curious to know just how powerful you have become." Shimu waved his hand dismissively. His demeanor relaxed. "Enough of such matters. Let us take Kisame back to Konoha. If he wishes to remain there, Konoha will treat him well. If not, returning to the Mist Village is also a commendable choice. Under the new Mizukage's leadership, the Mist Village is developing quite nicely." Itachi nodded, saying nothing further. He slowly approached the unconscious Kisame and effortlessly hoisted the much larger man onto his shoulder. Soon, the trio returned to Konoha. The subsequent affairs would naturally fall under the purview of the 5th Hokage, Kakashi, allowing Shimu to enjoy a brief respite, temporarily setting aside these matters. Within the spacious and opulent villa, warm yellow lights softly illuminated the surroundings, creating a cozy and languorous atmosphere. Shimu reclined contentedly against Xianglin's warm embrace, resembling a lazy cat savoring these delightful moments. Do not inquire further. The answer lies in the celestial reversal of fate. Meanwhile, Tenten, Hinata, and Shiro were bustling in a lively milk tea shop. Back at the villa, Xianglin delicately picked up a translucent grape, carefully peeling away its skin before offering the plump, juicy flesh to Shimu's lips. Shimu parted his mouth slightly, swallowing it in one bite, and playfully licked Xianglin's fingertips. This elicited a blush from Xianglin, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, reminiscent of the evening glow on the horizon. Xiamu's gaze inadvertently fell upon Xianglin's voluptuous figure, and he couldn't help but marvel silently at such an impressive allure. A flicker of doubt stirred within him. Was this truly appropriate? Gently taking Xianglin's hand, his eyes brimming with affection, he softly inquired, "Would you be my woman, Xianglin?" Xianglin paused momentarily, then playfully shot him a teasing glance, her face radiant with joy as she replied, "What are you saying? I have long been yours." Unable to contain his burgeoning emotions any longer, Xiamu embraced Xianglin and kissed her passionately. In that moment, it felt as though time itself stood still, and the air was thick with sweetness. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Xiamu's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have bound with the goddess and received a binding gift package." Xiamu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, internally grumbling, while other authors exploit systems to inflate word counts. This author's system emerges only after dozens of chapters, truly laid back. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have opened the gift package and acquired the nature-type magma fruit. Instantly, a fruit adorned with spiral patterns and a peculiar appearance materialized in Shimu's hand. Curiously, Xianglin leaned closer, her large eyes sparkling as she asked, Shimu, what is this? Never mind it. Shimu dismissively replied, casually tucking the fruit into his pocket before once again enveloping Xianglin in his arms and kissing her deeply. Chapter 69, an unchanged iconic scene. On the broad official road, Sasuke, a hidden leaf ninja known for his secretive ways, surprisingly took the initiative to step onto this bustling thoroughfare. It should be noted that ninjas typically prioritize concealing their identities and whereabouts while executing missions. Thus, Sasuke's boldness in traversing the official road was indeed rare. However, this time, he was on a significant and publicly acknowledged mission to receive the formal appointment of the 5th Hokage of the Leaf Village from the daimyo in the Land of Fire. It was for this reason that Sasuke resolutely chose to embark on this path. Along the official road, pedestrians bustled about, and upon seeing Sasuke's distinctive leaf forehead protector, they displayed no hint of surprise. After all, leaf ninjas were a well-known presence in this land. Yet, the tranquil atmosphere did not last long. Attack! A thunderous command erupted, reverberating like thunder along the road. Immediately, dozens of kunai affixed with explosive tags rained down like a torrential storm, enveloping Sasuke's figure in an instant. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, flames soaring into the sky, and several nearby civilians tragically fell victim, perishing in an instant. The remaining civilians, filled with terror, scattered in all directions, turning the official road into chaos. As the dust began to settle, over 30 masked ninjas with strange physiques leapt out from either side of the road, surrounding Sasuke completely. Is he dead? Surely, he hasn't been reduced to mere bones. One ninja sneered. Humph. In the wake of such a catastrophic explosion, not a single ninja could possibly survive. Another ninja responded with unwavering confidence. Yet, before the words could fully escape his lips, Sasuke's figure shot forth like a specter, wielding the Chidori technique that transformed into a brilliant line, swiftly piercing the chests of 3 individuals. How foolish of you to lie in ambush here, completely oblivious to my substitution technique, Sasuke remarked coldly, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. In response to Sasuke's sudden onslaught, the remaining ninjas scattered, desperately seeking an opportunity to retaliate. Let us attack together. We must not disappoint our master, a seemingly commanding ninja shouted. Instantly, over 30 ninjas formed hand seals to unleash an array of elemental ninjutsu: water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. Though their coordination left much to be desired, the sheer scale of their assault was sufficient to envelop Sasuke entirely. Before the gaze of these eyes, there is no escape for you. Sasuke snorted disdainfully as his 3-tomo Sharingan transformed into the mesmerizing kaleidoscope of the Manjiki Sharingan, emanating a captivating light. Susanoo. With a low exclamation, a colossal half-formed Susanoo emerged from thin air, brandishing 2 massive swords, a figure of formidable majesty. The swords swept forth with tremendous force, scattering the various ninjutsu as they dissipated into sparks and waves of water. Perish! Sasuke resolved to unleash his full power, employing the terrifying Jinjutsu of the Manjiki Sharingan. In an instant, the 30-plus ninjas present found themselves utterly defenseless against the illusion, momentarily trapped in a vivid mirage. Yet, even a fleeting moment of distraction proved fatal. As Sasuke cleaved through them with a single stroke of his blade, the ground stained crimson with their blood. After claiming the lives of over 20, Sasuke gradually ceased his slaughter, a flicker of satisfaction evident in his gaze. Come forth, Sasuke bellowed suddenly, his voice reverberating through the still air. However, the surroundings remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any movement. Do you dare to let me leave? A smirk curled at the corner of Sasuke's lips. As his words faded, he dispelled the blinding light of the Manjiki Sharingan and resumed his stride towards the capital of the Land of Fire. At this moment, the 5 surviving ninjas exchanged glances, resolute determination flashing in their eyes. 4 of them swiftly formed hand seals in perfect unison, divine binding chains. With a low cry, several chains erupted from their abdomens, darting towards Sasuke like agile serpents, their piercing sound slicing through the air. Noticing this, a smirk once again graced Sasuke's lips. He narrowed his eyes and cast a genjutsu. One individual was struck as if by lightning, suddenly frozen in place, his gaze vacant and devoid of life. Seizing this opportunity, Sasuke executed the body flicker technique, appearing before him like a phantom, kunai glimmering coldly as it plunged towards his chest. Yet, this man, in a desperate act, clung to Sasuke's arm with unwavering resolve, while the other three swiftly ensnared him with their chains, binding him tightly. Humph. Allow me to show you the trump card of Lord Danzo. The last individual formed hand seals, chanting incantations as he unleashed his ninjutsu. In Sasuke's perspective, an unsightly figure with white hair and a violet hue gradually emerged, unmistakably the fabled Grim Reaper. In an instant, Sasuke recognized the nature of this ninjutsu, having previously encountered relevant accounts in the Book of Seals. In that fleeting moment, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his right eye radiated with a mysterious luminescence, as time seemingly reversed, retracing its course back to a second prior. The last remaining ninja was just a single seal away from completing the jutsu, yet at that critical juncture, a kunai pierced through his palm like a bolt of lightning. A shriek echoed briefly, only to be abruptly silenced, for Sasuke had already freed himself from his restraints. The colossal form of Susanoo materialized instantaneously, and with a sweeping motion of its great sword, it cleaved the assailant in half. As for the remaining four ninjas, they crumbled under Sasuke's fierce onslaught, akin to frail ants, dispatched by a single strike from Susanoo's massive blade, blood splattering across the official road. Sasuke's Susanoo gradually began to dissipate, its once solid form becoming increasingly nebulous, until only a stark white skeleton lingered, barely perceptible in the air, exuding an aura of lethal intent. At that moment, a shadow darted forth like a specter, gripping a kunai that glimmered ominously, plunging it towards Sasuke's Susanoo with ferocity. However, this seemingly formidable strike met an inevitable fate. Upon contact with Susanoo's skeletal frame, the kunai shattered like fragile glass, its shards scattering. Susanoo's immense hand swung violently, the great sword enveloped in a tempestuous force, striking the assailant with a thunderous impact. The individual was sent flying, akin to a kite with severed strings, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood erupting from their mouth and staining the earth before them. Sasuke gazed at his beleaguered foe, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he declared, "Shimura Danzo, have you finally chosen to reveal yourself?" Struggling to rise from the ground, Danzo spat out blood, glaring fiercely at Sasuke as he bellowed, "You wicked whelp of the Uchiha clan, I have come today to take your life, to prevent you from endangering Konoha in the future." Sasuke scoffed derisively, his eyes alight with flames of hatred, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "I have made my presence known here precisely to kill you, to avenge the Uchiha clan." Chapter 70, The Fall of Danzo. Yet, Danzo suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, his voice laced with scorn. "Ha! It was your own brother, Itachi Uchiha, who annihilated your clan. If you truly seek vengeance, you should go and kill him. That would be the rightful course to avenge the Uchiha." However, before his words could fully escape, Danzo felt a searing pain pierce his chest, as if countless steel needles had simultaneously struck him. Looking down, he beheld a shinobi blade protruding from his torso, blood dripping from its tip. Immediately following, a voice he was all too familiar with resonated behind him. "Lord Danzo, were you speaking of me?" A sudden shock coursed through Shimura Danzo as he laboriously turned to glance back, only to behold the familiar figure of Uchiha Itachi standing behind him, his grip firmly clutching a ninja blade, his gaze icy and resolute. Sasuke, witnessing this scene, trembled with excitement, yet was infused with an inexplicable turmoil, exclaiming, "Ni-san." Itachi regarded Sasuke with a faint smile, softly remarking, "Sasuke, my foolish little brother." At that moment, the space around them shifted abruptly, as if stirred by an unseen hand. To Danzo's astonishment, his figure reemerged not far away, and scathed, as though the preceding events had transpired in an alternate reality. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" In response, Itachi's expression turned grave as he elucidated, "During the massacre of our clan, Shimura Danzo must have collected a considerable number of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan. What he employed just now was indeed the ultimate ocular technique of our clan, Izanagi." Comprehending the principle behind Danzo's revival, a flicker of disdain crossed Sasuke's eyes as he nonchalantly declared, "No matter how many Sharingan he possesses, with Ni-san and I here today, We shall bring about his demise countless times." Seeing this, Danzo contemplated fleeing, yet the two brothers blocked his escape. The outcome was inevitable. Soon, the narrative reached its climax as the fifth Hokage, the shadow of the ninja world, Shimura Danzo, met his demise, sealed away for eternity. The following day, Sasuke journeyed back to Konoha, weary yet resolute, ultimately arriving at the formal appointment ceremony of the fifth Hokage by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. In truth, everyone understood that this was merely a formality. Long before this event, preparations for a celebratory gathering had been meticulously arranged, enveloping the village in an atmosphere of jubilant harmony, akin to a joyous ocean. Summerwood's tea shop seized the opportunity, introducing enticing promotional activities, resulting in a bustling crowd and a lucrative windfall, with smiles of satisfaction gracing their faces. Yet, only Gai-sensei felt a tinge of regret. Eagerly, he challenged Kakashi to a friendly match, but now, Kakashi's status had fundamentally changed. As Hokage, he was compelled to uphold his image, no longer able to indulge in seemingly trivial, yet fervent competitions with Gai-sensei. Summerwood and Naruto trailed closely behind Kakashi, sticking with him from the commencement of the Hokage's inauguration ceremony until its conclusion. As night fell, the weary yet relieved assembly gathered at Summerwood's grand villa, where the familiar scent of barbecue filled the air and laughter echoed in the night sky among familiar faces. However, unlike previous gatherings, this soiree welcomed several distinguished guests: Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi took a bite of the golden, crispy corn, raised his glass, and toasted Jiraiya. With a hearty laugh, Jiraiya downed the drink in one gulp, setting the glass down heavily upon the table. With a smile, Kakashi remarked, "Jiraiya-sama, would you consider becoming my advisor as Hokage? With you by my side, I would feel much more at ease." Jiraiya decisively shook his head and replied, "No, I must seek the child of prophecy. I cannot linger in Konoha for too long. The future of the village rests upon you young ones." Sasuke interjected, unable to contain himself. "Isn't Naruto the child of prophecy?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya followed Sasuke's gaze to find Naruto, who was engaged in a fierce competition for barbecue with Choji. With his cheeks puffed out and a handful of grilled meat in hand, Naruto's demeanor appeared somewhat dubious. Jiraiya chuckled helplessly, pondering to himself. He then turned his attention to Shaku, stating, "Compared to Naruto, I find Shaku to be the more reliable one." Shaku rolled his eyes, opened his mouth, and relished the delicacies being constantly offered to him, mumbling, "Jiraiya-sama, do not underestimate Naruto. He truly is the child of prophecy. However, I aspire to surpass even the child of prophecy." "Ah, the self-absorbed little brat." Jiraiya chuckled as he took a sip of his drink, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. Kakashi then directed his gaze towards his Umbu Jr., Itachi Uchiha, and inquired with concern, "Itachi, what are your plans moving forward?" Itachi glanced at Sasuke beside him, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face, before slowly responding, "My identity no longer permits me to appear openly in Konoha. I am willing to root myself deeply in the shadows, eliminating any obstacles that may hinder the village's prosperity, safeguarding our Konoha." Just as Sasuke was about to offer counsel, Itachi firmly shook his head, rejecting his good intentions. Shaku contentedly bit into the grilled kidney that Hinata had carefully fed him. The crispy exterior and tender interior delighted his palate, and he nodded in satisfaction, reflecting inwardly, "Itachi Uchiha is the true embodiment of the will of fire in daily life. A worthy inheritor indeed." In contrast, he had always been carefree and unrestrained, never genuinely embracing the will of fire, merely paying it lip service. At that moment, Itachi slightly turned his head towards Kakashi, concern evident in his gaze, and asked, "Kakashi-senpai, what is the village's plan regarding Kisame Hoshigaki?" Kakashi furrowed his brow, a contemplative expression crossing his face, clearly still undecided. After all, Kisame held a unique status as a member of the Akatsuki and a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. How to handle him required careful consideration. Noticing Kakashi's hesitation, Itachi paused and added, "If possible, I hope the village can spare his life. Despite being shrouded in darkness and acting ruthlessly, I perceive him as a commendable ally. He is a good person." Ding! Congratulations. Kisame Hoshigaki has unexpectedly received a good person card from Itachi Uchiha. In truth, Itachi, who had only recently returned to Konoha, should not have brought up a plea for Kisame at this moment. Ultimately, given the sensitive nature of Kisame Hoshigaki's identity, Pleading for leniency at this juncture could very well arouse Kakashi's suspicions regarding any lingering affiliations with the remnants of the Akatsuki organization. Nevertheless, Itachi resolutely voiced his thoughts, undeterred by the potential risk of being doubted. This clearly illustrates that, within the heart of Uchiha Itachi, Kisame still holds a significant place. This bond is undoubtedly not one of romantic nature.